Chapter 1. The game begins. Player 2177. Welcome to the world of Nero. Body data transmission in progress. Player data anomaly. Repairing. Body data transmission complete. Please proceed to draw your talent as soon as possible. Heart. Standing in darkness, staring at the floating text before him with disbelief. Wait, wasn't I lying on my bed playing a game? Did I really get transported into the world of Nero? Urban legends can be deadly. For the past 3 months, people had been disappearing one by one in Jingan City where I live. The police were clueless and made no headway in their investigation until someone transformed into a neat human-shaped indentation on the ground right in front of everyone. That man's last words were, "Do not participate in the games of the world of Nero." From that day on, it was known that the missing people had become players forced to endure deadly games within the world of Nero. Afterward, the world of Nero shed its former disguise and mysteriously appeared on various terminals. Those who were not chosen could watch through these apps, observing dangerous recordings or live streams. Human nature is such that we fear yet are drawn to the unknown. Adventurous souls would try everything to join the games, and Hart was clearly one of them. As a white-collar worker, he once watched a recording on the app of the world of Nero while slacking off at work. It was a team mission set in a parallel world where spirits had awakened. That demanded when any of our zombie enemy boss whip through web. Other sections like equipment and chat items are not activated. A new player mission will commence. Please prepare. Mission tab survival. Mission scene urban apartment. Completion condition survive for 30 minutes under the Eddie's pursuit. As soon as the notification appeared, Hart felt dizzy, and everything went black. When Hart regained consciousness, he found himself in a cramped basement. A pungent rust smell assaulted his nostrils through the tightly closed iron door. They just say survive until dawn without explaining the dangers, truly malicious. Meanwhile, reviewers began entering Hart's live stream on the world of Nero app. This newbie has terrible luck, encountering a tear in the survival mission. Rest in peace. Betting is open. This newbie won't make it past 20 minutes. Bets start at 5 points. I think this newbie looks calm. I'll bet on it. I wonder how this newbie will die. Chat messages floated by, excitedly discussing Hart's fate in the game world. Hart slowly opened the iron door leading to a demon bone-soaked corridor. Dark waiting stretched them away, making it seem endlessly long. Thud, thud, thud. Hart's heart raced, unsure if it was from fear or excitement. He felt uncomfortable from the sticky floor beneath his feet, fighting the air to vomit as he headed toward the stairs. Suddenly, he stopped. Blood-stained hands clamped onto his shoulders. Hand over your pants, brother. Less than 20 minutes and it's already over. I don't think so. This newbie isn't given up yet. You're just being stubborn. The live stream viewers chatted energetically. Between life and death, Hart summoned all his strength for an elbow strike behind him. Bam! After a dull sound, the pressure on his neck decreased. He grabbed the fire extinguisher and slammed it backwards. Clank! The sound of the fire extinguisher hitting the floor made Hart's heart sink. He missed the Eddie. Damn invisibility talent. Forget it. Let's just drag it out. Seeing his attack miss, Hart fled from the fire exit. Mimicry activated, successfully replicating talent mimicry. As Hart exited the fire exit, a system notification sounded in his ear. What? Isn't this the Eddie's talent? I can copy player talents. Chapter 2. The reversal of Prey and Eddie. Use talent disguise. A thought flashed through Hart's mind, and he discovered that he was enveloped by mysterious energy. This energy continuously mimicked his surroundings on the surface, effectively rendering him invisible. So this is disguise. It's really the perfect skill for sneaky types. The Eddie cancelled his invisibility, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and inhaled deeply. Seeing that Hart didn't appear, a disappointed look crossed his huge face before he accepted his fate. You're a cautious little guy, can't trick you at all. Game over. Player number 2177 wins. Rewards are being processed. Seeing the message signaling the end of the game, Hart deactivated his disguise talent and walked up to the Eddie. Strange transparent cubes of various sizes shimmering with very light covered the Eddie's body. As the cubes disappeared, the Eddie's body disintegrated like a set of dismantled building blocks. Had he listened to a newbie? How embarrassing. But whatever. This game is different from my boring job that could lead to death. Enjoy it or you can keep. Anyway, you won't escape either. Once you get used to it, nothing is more interesting than this life, and no matter what your value is a bit overlearning. Living on the air of life and death, that's the nation of Limbo. With the disappearance of the last cube, only an uneven human-shaped imprint remained where the Eddie stood. Hart stared dumbfounded at the mark on the ground, still shocked by the sight of a living person disappearing piece by piece left building blocks. Survival of the fittest. Huh, it's so primitive and brutal, Hart muttered. Suddenly, everything ran him wicked, and he found himself in another place. Hey, I gained 2 more fans, burning the total to 24, Hart noted, feeling a strange sense of accomplishment. Pushing aside the jumbled thoughts in his mind, Hart decided to examine his character attributes. Open character attributes panel. Name Hart. Permission number 2177. Level LV10100. Every 10 levels is a stage. Strength 6 related to attack and carrying capacity. Agility 4 related to movement and attack speed. Stamina 4 related to health, defense, and resistance. Mental power 5 related to spells, perception, and mana. Charisma 2 related to summoning and social skills. Luck 1 related to item discovery and creation. Note standard attribute value for adult males is 5 points, luck is 1 point. Talent mimicry can replicate things perceived and interacted with. Mimicry talent disguise reaches invisibility by simulating the environment. Looking at the attributes, Hart nodded with satisfaction. It seems I'm pretty well-rounded, not bad. This game's AI system is pretty impressive. Hart had a positive attitude. So far, he hadn't seen any player escape from the nation of Limbo unscathed. He could only make the best of the situation and even knew about the mysterious nation of Limbo after realizing this. Survival FEs deducted, remaining credits 14 points. Player successfully paid survival FEs, lottery ticket run. Heart blinked. What can I get with this lottery ticket? The lottery ticket is a universal type that can draw any equipment, items, or even attribute points suitable for the player's current level. Please claim your prize as soon as possible. Excited, Heart rubbed his hands together. Let's see what I've won. Lotteries are my forte. A massive, colorful treasure chest appeared before him, vibrating vigorously as if something was trying to burst it. Next, accompanied by fireworks and ribbons, the chest shattered. Congratulations, player, won 6th prize. Heart groaned, 6th prize, could it get any worse? Received equipment, lacy shoes. Lacy shoes, are you serious? Am I supposed to wear these lacy shoes while roaming the streets of the nation of Limbo? Heart looked at the 14 pair of well-crafted lacy shoes and spit out a mouthful of blood, typed to the reversal of prey and Eddie. Use talent disguise. A thought flashed through Heart's mind, and he discovered that he was enveloped by mysterious energy. This energy continuously mimicked his surroundings on the surface, effectively rendering him invisible. So this is disguise. It's really the perfect skill for sneaky types. The Eddie cancelled his invisibility, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and inhaled deeply. Seeing that Heart didn't appear, a disappointed look crossed his gaunt face before he accepted his fate. You're a cautious little guy, can't treat you at all. Game over, player number 2177 wins. Rewards are being processed. Seeing the message signaling the end of the game, Heart deactivated his disguise talent and walked up to the Eddie, straining transparent cubes of various sizes shimmering with rainbow light covered the Eddie's body. As the cubes disappeared, the Eddie's body disintegrated like a set of dismantled building blocks. Petty, listen to a newbie, how embarrassing. But whatever, this game is different from my boring job that could lead to death. Enjoy it or you can keep. Anyway, you won't escape either. Once you get used to it, nothing is more interesting than this life, and no matter what your values are but overlearning. Living on the AFI, and guess that's the nation of Limbo. With the disappearance of the last cube, only an uneven human-shaped imprint remained where the Eddie stood. Heart stared dumbfounded at the mark on the ground, still shocked by the sight of a living person disappearing piece by piece left building blocks. Survival of the fittest, huh, it's so primitive and brutal, Heart muttered. Suddenly, everything around him flickered, and he found himself in another place. They might just be the next skullcracker. Hey, I gained 2 more fans, burning the total to 24, Heart noted, feeling a strange sense of accomplishment. Pushing aside the jumbled thoughts in his mind, Heart decided to examine his character attributes. Open character attributes panel. Name Heart. Permission number 2177. Level LV10100s, every 10 levels is a stage. Strength 6 related to attack and carrying capacity. Agility 4 related to movement and attack speed. Stamina 4 related to health, defense, and resistance. Mental power 5 related to spells, perception, and mana. Charisma 2 related to summoning and social skills. Luck 1 related to item discovery and creation. Note standard attribute value for adult males is 5 points, luck is 1 point. Talent Mimicry can replicate things perceived and interacted with. Mimicry talent disguises invisibility by simulating the environment. Looking at the attributes, Heart nodded with satisfaction. It seems I'm pretty well-rounded, not bad. This game's AI system is pretty impressive. Heart had a positive attitude. So far, he hadn't seen any player escape from the nation of Limbo unscathed. He could only make the best of the situation and even knew about the mysterious nation of Limbo after realizing this.
Fine, it's just a protection fee. Since you're the boss, I'll pay it. Survival fees deducted. Remaining credits, 14 points. Asterisk. Player successfully paid survival fees. Lottery ticket 1. Heart blinked. What can I get with this lottery ticket? The lottery ticket is a universal type that can draw any equipment, items, or even attribute points suitable for the player's current level. Please claim your prize as soon as possible. Excited, Heart rubbed his hands together. Let's see what I've won. Lotteries are my forte. A massive, colorful treasure chest appeared before him, vibrating vigorously as if something was trying to burst out. Next, accompanied by fireworks and ribbons, the chest shattered. Congratulations, player. Won 6th prize. Asterisk. Heart groaned. 6th prize. Could it get any worse? Received equipment. Lazy shoes. Lazy shoes? Are you serious? Am I supposed to wear these lazy shoes while roaming the streets of the nation of Limbo? Heart looked at the floating pair of well-crafted lazy shoes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hashtag chapter 3. Team mode. Survival on the Lost Island. Forget it. Having something is better than nothing. At least they're wearable. Well, let's dig in. After devouring the meal in one swift motion, Heart lay contentedly on the small bed. Perhaps due to being full, even the previously unappealing room now felt cozy. Please prepare for teleportation. Get ready to enter the game. Preparation countdown. 60 seconds. Damn. Heart quickly stood up and moved to the teleportation area outside the bedroom. It really comes without any warning or pattern. Standing in the teleportation zone, Heart suddenly wondered what would happen if he left the area when the countdown ended. Player 2177, please retract your dangerous thoughts. Players refusing the mission will be considered failures and directly terminated. Seeing the warning, Heart sighed with relief. Phew, glad I didn't push my luck. 3, 2, 1, teleportation starts. Welcome to the nearing realm. A weak, hoarse voice welcomed Heart. The wind blew softly, the sky vast and dim, with the sunset casting a golden hue over the ocean. Slowly, the sun descended towards the horizon. Heart stared at the sunset, lost in thought. Hey, stop pretending to be deep. You've been standing there for ages. A gruff voice startled Heart. Who are you? Hart turned abruptly, staring nervously at a towering man dressed in combat gear with a skull mask, almost too dead without a bird's chirp. Do you know what my talent is? Infinite ammo. If something feels off, I'll just unload a magazine. What's your talent, bro? Noticing no response, Yuri Tao turned back in confusion but found Hart gone. His alertness rose as he crouched down, scanning the surroundings. Bro, don't stress. My talent is invisibility. I'll cover the periphery while you're visible. We need to find lone teammates first before the task item appears. Hart's voice came from Yuri Tao's right side, explaining himself. Yuri Tao grinned. Nice talent. Let's go with that plan. Meanwhile, in the live stream of the Lost Island, things were heating up with around 3,000 viewers. This is intense, 10 teams competing for one item. Hurry up and start fighting. Why are they all cautious? You must be new here. This team-based dungeon is inherently dangerous aside from the competition among players. Who knows what's on this island? Look, the player who killed the newbie killer is here. It's him indeed. Killing a newbie killer isn't much. Apart from invisibility, he's trash. Still, I have high hopes for this newbie. Check that out. Oh wow, now it's getting interesting. As Hart and Yuri Tao continued searching for teammates, the ground near them cracked open with a location marked. Hart watched the moving marker on the system map, his expression grave. Bro, I have a bad feeling. That scepter is likely with whatever creature emerged from the altar. Chapter 4. Encounter. Boom. Roar. A deafening explosion and a deep roar echoed from the direction of the altar. A thick plume of smoke rose into the sky, and the burning stench mixed with the smell of scorched trees made Hart frown. The commotion is so loud. I'll go invisible to check it out. The situation is unclear right now, so Rocco, you stay here just in case. Use ability, camouflage. Hart ran towards the direction of the explosion under the cover of camouflage. As he got closer to the blast site, the smoke grew thicker, obstructing his vision. For a moment, Hart had to rely on the roar to navigate. A strong wind swept through the jungle, dispersing the dense smoke. Gradually, the scene became clearer, revealing two groups facing off against each other. Hart hid behind a massive rock, peeking out to observe the situation. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of intense explosions erupted. According to Hart's observations, one of the teams had fallen into an ambush, and both teams were now engaged in a fierce firefight. Jedediah, are you crazy? Making this much noise, aren't you afraid of weakening us and letting other teams take advantage? After trying for a while and failing to trigger his skill, Hart was about to retreat when a nimble figure suddenly flipped behind the rock where he was hiding. Phew, glad I wasn't spotted. My damn teammates. Interrupting her mid-sentence, Hart deactivated his camouflage and appeared before her. Startled, the newcomer crouched low, leapt off the ground, and pounced at Hart like a cheetah. Just as Hart was about to explain, it was too late. The newcomer punched him in the stomach, making him double over in pain. Before he could speak, she covered his mouth. Sorry, did I hurt you? You startled me. Didn't see it was a teammate. Hart rubbed his sore stomach, looking annoyed at the newcomer. My bad, ouch, you sure hit hard. Hart examined her closely. She wore a large linen outfit, covered in dust, but her face remained clear and youthful. A girl? Hart hadn't expected that his teammate, who struck so aggressively and clearly knew martial arts, was a woman. Don't worry, my talent is martial arts proficiency, Jamie said reassuringly, sensing his surprise. No worries, never met a female player before. Just as Hart awkwardly explained, his mimicry skill activated. Mimicry activated. Successfully copied talent, martial arts proficiency. A flood of information surged into his mind. Who knows if it's true or not? It gives me something to hold on to. Spending 10 points for motivation seems worth it. In Limbo Land, there are no true good guys. Honestly, if not for the system warning, I would have shot you immediately when we first met. Suddenly, hurried footsteps interrupted their conversation. It was Jamie returning from lookout duty. Stop chatting, something's off outside. Too dark to see clearly. You two guard the entrance, I'll go invisible and check it out. If you hear footsteps outside, shoot. Hart instructed before heading out. Yuri Tao kicked out the fire and crept to the entrance, rifle ready. Susurration, susurration. In the darkness, the sound of breaking leaves stood out. By moonlight, Hart saw the intruders, creatures barely human. Their exposed blood vessels, red eyes, and drooling mouths made them seem more beast than man. As Hart moved closer to observe, the leading creature suddenly locked eyes on him. Whoosh! Hart's hair stood on end. Instincts from his newly acquired martial arts proficiency drove him to jump away, just as spears rained down where he had been standing. These things have keen noses. They located me by scent, almost skewered me like a sieve. Stevena dada. Gunfire tore through the darkness as Yuri Tao opened fire. Jamie dodged in it. Martina's team has obtained the scepter, location refreshed. The positions of the 3 players from Martina's team appeared on the system map, marked in blood red, standing out strikingly. Remaining time, 8 hours. Hashtag chapter 5. The struggle for the scepter begins. The last monster fell, and Hart gasped for breath, still holding his spear. Jamie was in a similar state, as the high-intensity battle had drained their energy. These things are tough. Even a full clip can't take one down. Rocco was somewhat bitter. After all, he had boasted to Hart that he would protect him in case of danger. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The creatures from the altar were surprisingly resilient, only stopping their frenzied attacks when their heads were cut off or shattered. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, the 3 discussed their next move. Hart did not want to experience failure in this mission, so he had to think about how to win at any cost. However, Martina and Jedediah's team were too powerful. Whether it was the member causing widespread explosions or the unpredictable ice spears, both made Hart wary. After all, the only one in the group capable of long-range attacks was Rocco, but his accuracy, Well, as Rocco put it, the darkness limited his performance. The only good news was that the system had marked the location of the team holding the scepter, sparing them the need to search blindly. They shouldn't have been careless. After all, Martina seemed weak during the fight with Jedediah. And what do you know? It's because Jedediah had the advantage with his fire talent. R.I.P. to these cannon fodder. They got what they deserved, being drain dry. Under Martina's control, the vines pierced the players' bodies like mouthparts, draining their life force within moments, leaving behind shriveled husks. Pa, little punk, you dare provoke your grandpa way? Martina spat at the corpse on the ground, and then beckoned his teammates to run deeper into the thicker forest. Players remaining, 18. Behind the cold, clinical number were souls lost forever, unable to return home. Watching from the shadows, Hart suddenly understood the dying words of the novice killer. Forcing oneself to get used to it? That's truly cruel. Hart murmured softly. Let's keep our distance. Martina's talent in the jungle is too insane. Rocco swatted away a bug trying to enter his mask, then sat lazily on a rock, acting nonchalant. Bang! Watch out, Rocco. Sensing danger, Hart and Jamie tackled Yuri Tao to the ground at the same moment, bullets grazing Yuri Tao's arm and embedding into the ground. Although avoiding a fatal hit, a large piece of flesh was still torn away, causing profuse bleeding. Jamie dragged Rocco behind a boulder as Yuri Tao, the familiar blue squares appeared, disintegrating the body entirely. Chat. In Remnant Kingdom, players are decomposed by eerie blue cubes after death, endlessly fascinating. Agree with the previous comment, it has an odd beauty. I'm sure now. This Hart's talent. Stop teasing and tell us. Just like Craniotomist. You mean he can grasp player talents without observing brain activity? Then he's unbeatable? Unlike the excitement in the live stream chat, Hart's body shook. Unlike the rookie mission, this was his first time killing someone with his own hands. His heart pounded violently, breathing heavy. Though Hart constantly reminded himself after being selected by the game that this was a world of survival of the fittest, and this day would eventually come, the wide-open eyes of the dying player still stabbed at his heart. Don't let your thoughts run wild. If you don't want to end up like this, you must do it. Get rid of that saintly heart. You can't change anything now. Wait until you're strong enough to overturn the rules of this cursed game. Rocco's shout snapped Hart back to reality. His pounding heart slowly steadied, his gaze becoming resolute. One day, I will overturn these rules. Chapter 6. I'm not playing by the rules anymore. Remaining players, 17. The gunfire gradually subsided. The squad ambushing Hart chose to retreat swiftly upon learning their teammate had failed. 10 minutes later, Jamie is going to stop playing by the rules. Rocco, Jamie, here's what we'll do. You two keep hanging back at a distance. I need to test a hypothesis. Although Rocco and Jamie were a bit puzzled, they agreed to Hart's plan. The moonlit night on the island was exceptionally tranquil, with the faint sound of waves audible. Hart sprinted through the jungle, seeking out other player squads. Each hostile player now seemed like a precious treasure trove of skills. Before long, he found his first target, two figures conversing softly beneath a tree. Eldenine, I've had enough. I don't want to continue. Can you help me? If you want to die, wait until after the scenario. Why did I end up in a team with the both of you? Guilherme recklessly throws away lives, and you're all about self-pity. I wonder how you've managed to survive until now. Hart observed that the two under the tree were from the squad that had just fled. What a small world. Swoosh swoosh. With the boost from movement acceleration, Hart streaked past them at an incredible speed, the friction with the air creating a powerful gust of wind. Who's there? The two men instantly became alert, one of them even glowing with a metallic sheen on his skin. Smack. Who hit me? Adalberto clutched his swollen right cheek, raising his gun and standing back-to-back with Orin, scanning the surroundings warily. But there was nothing, not even footsteps. These two were so fragile. They actually quit the game on their own. He really isn't playing fair. He forced them to commit suicide. If not for the uniqueness of the live stream, I think someone else took over. Terrifying. Emboldened by this successful attempt, Hart gained more confidence and discovered that he was better at utilizing copied talents than the original players. For instance, after replicating Timothy's movement acceleration, not only was Hart faster than Guilherme, but objects around him seemed to move in slow motion while he remained unaffected. That's why he could easily dodge attacks from Adalberto and Orin. Remaining players, 9. Seeing the system prompt, Hart let out a cry of anguish. Who was that fast? My talents. Though he felt regretful, he understood that with the dwindling number of players, the final confrontation was approaching. Fortunately, Rocco and Jamie hadn't been eliminated. After reuniting, the three exchanged information and learned that Jedediah's team had suddenly wiped out two other squads. This disrupted Hart's plan to benefit from the chaos. Our situation is quite dire now. Martina has unleashed all his powers, controlling the trees around their camp. They've built a tree fort clearly intending to defend from there. Jedediah is undoubtedly searching for us everywhere. Attacking Martina would benefit Jedediah. It looks like we have no choice. Martina was nothing more than a dried-up corpse from the grave. So what if he could control plants? Against a fire attribute talent, he would be suppressed anyway. Moreover, with Jedediah's ability to manipulate air currents, adding wind to the flames, how could little Martina stand a chance? The only setback was that he had revealed his presence, but after exterminating this irritating squad, he would have plenty of time to torment Martina. Pick up the pace. Let's finish this quickly. I still need time to chat with Martina. Just imagining Martina crawling at his feet and begging for mercy brought a sinister grin to Jedediah's scarred face. Before long, the team member with the eagle-eye talent located Hart's squad. Boss, we found them. But there are only two, a man and a woman, missing one person. There might be an ambush. What do you fear? This is just a fish pond scenario. If it weren't for knowing Martina was here with his girl, I wouldn't have come. A full 100 points. Enough to visit the Red Mansion? Go for it, old 3. A scorching fireball instantly formed, amplified by Jedediah's controlled air currents. Within 2 breaths, it grew into a 10-meter diameter inferno heading straight for Hunt. For a moment, the dim jungle lit up like daylight, heat waves rolling in as surrounding trees crackled. Hunt and Jamie seemed stunned by the incoming fireball, frozen in place. His once easily manipulated air currents now felt like weights, and how Lousy was useless except for his reconnaissance. A lump in Jedediah's chest almost made him lose control. In the end, reason triumphed. He fumbled through his pocket and crushed a sandglass-shaped item. I admit defeat, Eric, but you killed old 3. We're enemies now. Blood Alliance won't let this go. A massive pentagram enveloped Jedediah and Hal Lousy, turning into sparkling light and vanishing. System message. Players Jedediah and Hal Lousy have used special items to exit the Lost Island. System message. Remaining players, 6. What the hell? Safe exit? Give me a dozen of these items. Hart hadn't expected Jedediah, who had just been spitting venom, to flee without any death penalty. This makes us sworn enemies. Items like this to escape death in Remnant Kingdom are extremely rare, mostly held by major guilds. It seems Jedediah has a high position in Blood Alliance. We'll have to be careful of their retaliation. Hunt patted Hart's shoulder, ready to say something sentimental, when he saw Hart looking at him eagerly. Hunt, does this mean lots of Blood Alliance members will come after me for revenge? Isn't that exciting? Let's hurry and take down Martina and get the scepter so we can start the next scenario. Hardening. Next, he bent his legs, cracking the soil beneath, leaving deep footprints. The next instant, he was airborne. Talent. Movement acceleration. A huge tornado spontaneously formed, carrying Hart mid-air. Talent. Air manipulation. Adjusting his angle, Hart shot like an arrow atop the whirlwind towards the tree fort. Amidst the raging winds, a streak of fire appeared, growing rapidly into a magnificent fire dragon. Talent. Flame control. In the nick of time, the tree fort residents realized the danger, but it was too late. The firestorm was upon them, leaving no escape. The ice talent player quickly created an ice wall, but it crumbled instantly. Everything in the path of the fire dragon turned to ash. System message. Game over. Players Hart, Yuri Tao, and Jamie win. System message. Reward settlement in progress. System message. Preparing teleportation. ##### Chapter 8. Return and rewards. The audience was stunned by Hart's unconventional tactics, with some even creating videos uploaded to the D-Station platform. The title read, "Have you ever seen a player who can replicate talents and even combine them for combos?" A simple title, yet it drew countless viewers. The reason was straightforward. Settlement completed. Comprehensive rating, A. Dungeon cleared, earned experience points, 100. Dungeon cleared, reward points, 50. Obtained item, Bloody Javelin. Follower count, 3,200. Livestream donations, 100 points. Congratulations. Player leveled up, LV1, LV2. Basic attributes have increased slightly. Attribute points +5. Friend system activated. You have new friend requests, please handle them promptly. Based on your outstanding performance in Lost Island, rewarded with 1 lottery chance. Lottery ticket, *1. Lottery ticket, all categories. This is an all-category lottery ticket, which can obtain any quality equipment, items, or attribute points fitting the player's current level. After leveling up, Hart distinctly felt something different. The most noticeable change was that his body felt lighter and his strength had increased. He touched his arms, feeling the slight increase in circumference, and nodded in satisfaction. Use the lottery ticket. Following the familiar extravagant treasure chest visual effect, came a boom. Congratulations, player. Won 3rd prize. Hart was thrilled to see he won 3rd prize. Last time, the lazy shoes were 6th prize, and this time he jumped 3 levels at once. With this killer move, Hart felt more confident. Finally, the settlement concluded. Hart opened his character attribute panel to allocate points. Name, Hart. Authority ID, 2177. Level, LV2, 0/20, 10 levels per stage. Strength, 7, related to attack, carrying capacity. Agility, 5, related to movement, attack speed. Endurance, 4, related to health, defense, resistance. Spirit, 6, related to magic, perception, mana. Charisma, 2, related to summoning, social interactions. Luck, 1, related to opening, crafting items. This attribute is extremely hard to increase. Talent, mimicry, can replicate, understand, and interact with things experienced. Copy talents, disguise, combat mastery, body hardening, infinite ammo, air manipulation, flame control, movement acceleration. Equipment, lazy shoes, bloody javelin. Skills, Reina cutting blade technique. Available attribute points, *5. After reviewing carefully, Hart pondered over where to allocate these 5 attribute points. Look, this is what I've built. But where should I put these 5 points? After some adjustments, Hart's attributes were as follows. Strength. Thus, with plenty of points in hand, Hart was stuck in the awkward situation of having money but nowhere to spend it. He spent 1 point to buy a meal, eating while preparing for the next dungeon world. After watching, many viewers, like the Up2, fell into a state of excitement. Amazing! This player is unbeatable. What the hell? You can play with talent combinations like this? What the hell? From now on, I'm his die-hard fan. What the hell? This gameplay style is so different from other players. What the hell? 666. Must do the 3 likes combo without hesitation. What the hell? This feels just like pulling off a special move in a fighting game. As more people watched it, Hart became famous. This video was reposted by various short video platforms. In the Afterlife country, it ultimately comes down to risking players' real names. Most viewers had conflicting feelings. On one hand, they felt the thrill that could never be experienced in daily life here. On the other hand, Seeing their favorite streamers die would bring tremendous psychological pressure. However, while watching Heart's video, there was a different kind of relaxation. What happened? My followers increased so much? Inside the familiar white room, Heart stared blankly at the skyrocketing number of followers. A series of system prompts followed. Skill name, Big Reina slashing technique. Type, skill, sword technique. Special effect 1, sword drawing technique, Iato. No need to charge. The first strike will hit female players or NPCs. The target will suffer additional true damage equal to 20% of their maximum health. Special effect 2, passive, fear aura. After the first successful strike that draws blood, activate aura. Injured female characters will fall into fear, greatly reducing combat ability and causing permanent psychological trauma. Mastery type, permanent mastery. Usage requirement, possess a tangible sword. Note, women only affect the speed of your sword drawing. It's written on the first page of the simplified score. Kill the beloved. A herd of horses ran through Heart's mind. Isn't Afterlife Country supposed to be desolate and hopeless? What are these items? And what's with the Big Reina slashing technique? This is clearly because no girl will be found? Complaints aside, this skill still pleased Heart greatly. After all, 20% of the maximum health as true damage is not to be taken lightly. If he encountered a female boss in future dungeons, wouldn't it just take a few slashes? Moreover, from this mission, it seems that future player versus player battles in dungeon were agility, 7, stamina, 6, spirit, 6, charisma, 2, luck, 1. The improvements in strength and agility were immediately noticeable. Heart threw a punch experimentally. He heard the whooshing sound and realized his punch was now several times stronger. Trying to run casually, Heart immediately met with tragedy. The sudden increase in speed made him collide directly with the wall. Although it was embarrassing, Heart felt very enthusiastic. The enhanced strength intoxicated him. However, this newfound strength required time to get used to. If he went into battle now, he would be very uncomfortable. After adapting for a while, Heart suddenly remembered he had 2 pending friend requests. It was probably Rocco. After successfully adding him, Rocco sent a brief message. Heart, we're not done yet. Did you even think about me when you created the tornado? It blew me straight up into the sky. Almost didn't make it back through the teleportation. Never team up with you again, or my name is upside down. Heart looked at the holographic projection of Rocco with a mix of amusement and embarrassment. He really forgot about Rocco and Jamie below. Sending an apologetic message, Heart then brought up the game store in his mind. Browsing around, he found nothing worth buying. The player triggered. Dungeon cleared. Reward points, 50. Obtained item, Bloodstained Javelin. Fan count, 3,200. Livestream rewards, 100 points. Congratulations. Player leveled up. LV1, LV2. Basic attributes slightly improved. Attribute points plus 5. Asterisk asterisk. Friend system activated. You have a new friend request. Please handle it promptly. Based on your outstanding performance in the Lost Island, you are rewarded with 1 lottery chance. Lottery ticket asterisk 1. Asterisk asterisk. Lottery ticket. All categories this ticket can draw any item or equipment suitable for your current level, including attributes. After leveling up, Heart felt noticeably different. The most obvious change was that his body felt lighter and stronger. He touched his arm, feeling the increased circumference, and nodded contentedly. Use lottery ticket. Following the familiar exaggerated treasure chest visual effect, boom. Congratulations, player. You won 3rd prize. Heart was ecstatic upon seeing he'd won 3rd prize. Last time, the lazy shoes were just 6th prize, now jumping 3 levels at once. It was definitely an improvement. Obtain skill, Sword Art of Reina Slaying. Skill name, Sword Art of Reina Slaying. Type, skill, sword technique. Special effect 1, drawing sword technique, Iato. Without charging, the first strike on female players or NPCs deals an additional 20% of maximum health as true damage. Special effect 2, passive, fear aura. After successfully drawing blood on the first strike, the aura activates. Female characters will fall into fear, drastically reducing combat ability and causing permanent psychological trauma. Mastery type, permanent mastery. Requirement, must have a tangible sword. Note, women only slow down your drawing speed. First page of simplified notation. Kill the lover. Heart felt 1,000 horses galloping through his mind. Shouldn't the enduring kingdom be filled with silence and despair? What kind of items are these? And Sword Art of Reina Slaying? Obviously meant for those who can't find a girlfriend, right? Despite his complaints, Heart found the skill quite satisfying. After all, dealing 20% of the target's maximum health as true damage wasn't something to be taken lightly. Facing female bosses in future dungeons would be significantly easier. Moreover, considering this mission, future confrontational scenarios wouldn't be scarce. With such a powerful skill, Heart felt more confident. With the settlement complete, Heart opened his character attribute panel to allocate points. Name, Heart. Access code, 2177. Level, LV2, 0/20. Each 10 levels as 1 phase. Strength, 7. Attack, carrying capacity. Agility, 5. Movement, attack speed. Endurance, 4. Health, defense, resistance. Spirit, 6. Magic, perception, mana. Charisma, 2. Summoning, social skills. Luck, 1. Item discovery, crafting. Extremely hard to increase. Talents, mimicry, can replicate recognized and encountered objects or abilities. Copy talents, stealth, combat proficiency, body hardening, infinite ammo, air manipulation, fire manipulation, movement acceleration. Equipment, lazy shoes, bloodstained javelin. Skills, Sword Art of Reina Slaying. Available attribute points, *5. After carefully reviewing, Heart mused aloud, look, this is all my achievement. But where should I put these 5 points? After some thought, Hart allocated his points as follows. Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Endurance, 6. Spirit, 6. Charisma, 2. Luck, 1. The enhancement of strength and agility immediately showed results. Hart tried punching cautiously. A whooshing sound followed. Starting as a prisoner. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Hart lay down on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. Although returning to the system space could heal physical injuries, mental fatigue still required rest. When he woke up, Hart quickly washed up and then headed to the teleportation point as if it were second nature. Just as expected, the moment he entered the teleportation point, the system sent a notification. Please prepare yourself, you are about to enter the game. Countdown, 60 seconds. Hart's reaction was different from most players selected to enter the land of liminality. When they saw the prompt indicating they were about to enter the game, most would fall into a state of anxiety or panic, similar to feeling like a 100-fold amplification of losing your wedding ring at your own wedding, oversleeping for work, or a married man being asked by his wife to do chores. But Hart, since he opened the door to this new world, his eyes shone brightly. He rubbed his hands in excitement, excited as if he had just won a huge lottery prize. What kind of world will it be this time? I wonder how many players there are. Suck in, wiping saliva. Here comes my talent. Suddenly, everything went dark, and the familiar opening voice came again. Welcome to the land of liminality. Cough, cough. As Hart regained consciousness, he couldn't help but start coughing. A sense of weakness enveloped his entire body, discovered, much to his dismay, that he couldn't. Before he knew it, the leading cavalryman grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him onto the horse. As the ride was rough, Hart lost consciousness once more. When Hart regained consciousness again, he burst into laughter. In the cell, along with him were 2 other people, each with their names and levels prominently displayed above their heads. What happened to you guys? Don't be so down, alright? Hart grinned at the burly middle-aged man on his left. The man had a square face with small eyes, making him look like a ball of meat. Above his head floated his name and level. Marianne LV4. Hey brother, give me a hand. You're 2 levels higher than me. Hart kept talking, trying to get closer. You're calling me brother? Your whole family is brother. Lady here is a woman. A woman? Can't you read names? Marianne wailed loudly, her rough voice accompanied by an awkwardly raised finger. It was a sight too strange to bear. At that moment, the player on the right spoke. Stop fussing. You should thank the system for giving you a male identity. Otherwise, would you still be sitting safely in this jail? Hart turned to see a young man in scholar attire, calm and composed despite his restrained hands behind his back. In many simulations, players are randomly assigned different identities to blend seamlessly here. Prepare to meet your fate, you rebels. Alas, my martial skills will die at the hands of scum like you instead of serving Rolfley. Watching Hart act like a seasoned actor, Maximilian and Marianne instantly understood and started flattery in earnest. Do not insult us. We are all under Rolfley. You 3 are drafted into the vanguard. 2 meals a day, and go get your uniforms from supplies. The officer cut short their attempts at flattery and exited the cell after giving them instructions. The 3 exchanged glances, a single thought in their minds, cannon fodder. Meanwhile, in Hart's livestream, perhaps due to it being the weekend, the audience was numerous. Chat messages flew. Ha ha ha, getting locked up right at the start is hilarious. That officer almost made me think the streamer was going to be executed. Top-notch acting there, streamer. Ha ha ha, Vanguard. Looks like he starts off as cannon fodder. Hashtag chapter 10. The art of being cannon fodder. The 3 men, having emerged from the prison cells, breathed in the fresh air outside and felt as if they had been reborn. Under the guidance of a soldier, they arrived at the supply office and received a long knife each. Then there was nothing more. This is a joke. At least give us some armor. Exactly. We're just going to die on the battlefield. Supply officer. Our squad originally had 5 members, but after a major battle, Aldo and Eben weren't so lucky. This is Callum, an expert with a saber who has saved our lives many times. Nighttime in the military camp was always unusually quiet, with a clear Milky Way stretching across the sky. A magnificent scene long lost in modern city lights. Inside their small tent, Havelock was imparting battlefield experience to Hart and the others. His main advice could be summarized in 3 words. Survive. Survive. And survive again. Avoid being the first to step forward, don't show off, and definitely don't volunteer to lead the charge. When charging, take your time. Dodging arrows is essential. This was the veteran's ultimate guide, the art of being cannon fodder. Rolf Nolan will soon launch an attack on Huang Chao. We in the Vanguard camp will be tasked with disrupting their formations to create opportunities for the Shadowwa cavalry. Whether we survive depends on fate. His 2 teammates shuddered at the thought, but Hart almost couldn't hold back his laughter. At that moment, the mission finally appeared. Main mission triggered. Mission setting, Parallel Universe, Late Tang Dynasty Chaos. Mission objective, assist Nolan in winning the first significant victory in suppressing the rebellion. This is a team mission for 3 people. Eider, who knew a bit of Tang Dynasty history, fell. Finally, at the moment of close combat, limbs and heads flew, blood splattered, and the wounded lay groaning in agony. The Vanguard camp and rebels were locked in brutal combat. Outnumbered by the rebels, the Vanguard suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, the Shadowwa cavalry remained on standby. Wang Ellis, don't rely on your skills to go too far ahead. You'll be dead if you're separated from the group. Havelock yelled out his heart, driven by martial fervor, advanced recklessly. War was merciless. The Vanguard camp paid 1/3 of its men to disrupt the enemy's formation. With the Zhengqida Ma Tisung, the Sutta cavalry finally entered the battlefield. Edit. War was merciless. The Vanguard camp paid 1/3 of its men to disrupt the enemy's formation. Accompanied by a Zhengqida Ma Tisung, the Sutta cavalry finally entered the battlefield. Further edit for fluency. War was merciless. The Vanguard camp paid 1/3 of its men to disrupt the enemy's formation. Accompanied by a rhythmic hoofbeat, the Sutta cavalry finally entered the battlefield. Note: I noticed there is still some Chinese characters left, which should be translated into English for consistency. Zhengqida Ma Tisung can be translated as rhythmic hoofbeat. Final edit. War was merciless. The vanguard camp paid a third of its men to disrupt the enemy's formation. Accompanied by a rhythmic hoofbeat, the Sutta cavalry finally entered the battlefield. But for Havelock and Zhang Zian, they were fighting for survival in this very real world, struggling to stay alive. Note: the term Fubun is not properly translated in the original text. Here's the improved version below. The three of them fell silent. To them, this was just a simulated world, and once the mission was completed, they would have no further connection. But for Havelock and Zhang Zian, they were fighting for survival in this very real world, struggling to stay alive. Perhaps sensing their thoughts, Havelock composed himself and reverted to his usual boisterous self. Perhaps noticing their thoughts, Havelock restrained his emotions and resumed his usual carefree demeanor. Damn it, don't look so gloomy. After all, we still have our heads on our shoulders today. Get some rest early. We have a tough battle tomorrow. Clang, 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 enemy attack. Clang, 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 enemy attack. The urgent sound of the gong and the anxious cries of the messengers spread throughout the entire camp. By the time Hart and the others rushed out of their tent, the camp was already ablaze with fires. The rebels had launched a surprise attack. In the dead of night, the urgent sound of gongs and the frantic shouts of the orderlies echoed throughout the military camp. By the time Hart and the others rushed out of their tents, the camp was already ablaze with flames. The ancient military camp, escaping whenever we face combat. It's boring. Hey, you're talking out of your ass. How about I throw you into that battlefield? If you survive 5 minutes, I'll call it a win. I agree. I'd be running scared too. You only think you can handle it from behind a keyboard. Honestly, don't belittle it. My grandfather fought in real battles. He told me that when the first shell hits, you can't even speak, let alone walk. Facing life and death pressure, surviving this far already shows remarkable resilience. After nearly 10 more minutes of running, Hart and his companions finally arrived at the central camp with the fleeing soldiers. The shouting from the vanguard direction gradually subsided. It was unclear whether the enemy had retreated, or if there was no resistance left. Finally, we're safe, Geordie panted, collapsing onto the ground. At this moment, a junior commander emerged from the camp, his face grim, facing the scattered vanguard troops. The vanguard was ambushed and routed by the rebels. For failing to defend the camp and deserting the battlefield, you are all sentenced to death. Panic erupted among the soldiers as pleas for mercy rang out. However, Geordie remained calm, curiously observing the commander. Perhaps sensing the confusion of the three, Geordie cleared his throat. Don't worry. If these officials truly wanted to execute us, they wouldn't waste time on this speech. Clearly, they want us to atone for our sin. Successfully replicated panic aura-based ability, causes enemies within 10 meters to panic and lose combat effectiveness. The Hart felt like shouting, I'm back. While Marianne and the others had self-preservation abilities, they weren't effective against large armies. But Hart could attack en masse and deflect projectiles. He could block bullets, let alone small swords. Once the idea came, it couldn't be suppressed. Grinning, he scanned the area below. His familiar viewers knew what was coming. They braced themselves for another spectacle. Finally to phase 2. I was bored out of my mind. Quick, get adventurous. Let's finish this dungeon. No. This might be where the host shines. Let's see. The host's antics are always unique. That night, Hart met with Geordie, who treated him like a deity after seeing his abilities, obeying his every command. The style of this small unit shifted dramatically. Hart secretly gave Geordie a set of tactical guidelines. Retreat when the enemy advances, harass when they encamp, attack when they tire, pursue when they retreat. Modern guerrilla tactics made their debut in the Tang dynasty. Huang's rear forces were thrown into turmoil, with grain convoys completing their missions only 40% of the time. Every time Geordie's team set out, it seemed guided by divine intervention, traveling smoothly. Back in the familiar room, Hart lay motionless on his bed. The most memorable part of this trip to Tang dynasty was this bed. After washing up, Hart hummed a tune, awaiting the reward settlement with ease. Chapter 12. Physical Ghost Exorcism Experiment. Settlement completed. Overall rating, D+. Dungeon clearance. Awarded 100 experience points. Dungeon clearance. Awarded 10 points. Livestream gifts, 0 points. Follower count, 3,200. Hart didn't feel too surprised at the completed settlement rating. Indeed, his performance in this dungeon was not good. However, it wasn't all in vain. He had copied 2 talents. A friend has sent you a brief message. Please check your inbox. Opening the message, Hunt's holographic projection appeared before him, but it lacked his usual ease. Jamie is dead. The Blood Alliance did it. I managed to escape by luck. They've announced that you're next. Be careful. The projection vanished, and Hart was momentarily dazed. Although he had only done one mission with them, Hunt and Jamie were special to him. They had provided comfort and guidance when he was lost and weak during his first formal mission. I'll avenge Jamie. Blood Alliance, Jedediah. I'll settle this score personally. Jamie's death inspired Hart to consider forming a guild. After all, one person's capabilities were limited. Round. He saw a dense cherry blossom forest. Beneath the trees, a streak of crimson added a sense of desolation and eeriness to the breathtaking scenery. It was a dismembered corpse, likely from neon based on the scattered clothing. What caught Hart's attention most were the bite marks on the bones, not from any beast but seemingly caused by human teeth. Just as Hart examined the mysterious corpse, the mission information appeared. This game is in single-player survival mode. Main quest has been triggered. Game setting, Demon Slayer World. World introduction, Demon Slayer Core, Demons, Breathing Techniques, Nichiren Blades, Demon King Musen. Phase 1 mission, head to MT Nadagumo and participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Core. Mission duration, 72 hours. Warning, do not mention anything related to the realm of Twilight in this world. Violation results in forced execution. Notice, as it's the player's first time entering a language-incompatible world, automatic mastery of the world's language is provided. Notice, this is a high-level derivative world. Avoid leaving the mission area as it significantly increases game difficulty. The mission details faded slowly, and Hart began organizing the available information. Firstly, he had entered the Demon Slayer world. With his habit of slacking off at work, Hart knew this world was extremely wrong. His combat mastery intuition made him highly sensitive to hidden dangers. He felt like he was being watched, sending shivers down his spine. It was as if every cell warned him of impending danger. Hart kept moving, activating his concealment talent. The feeling disappeared for a moment, but quickly returned. From the roadside bush, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the darkness. Its twitching nose seemed to be sniffing. Diluted blood scent. Hee, so intoxicating. No trace of breathing techniques. How does this kid hide? Special ability of diluted blood? Concluding the invisibility came from the diluted blood, it couldn't contain its hunger. Eating someone with diluted blood equaled eating 100 ordinary people. The evil spirit stopped hiding and lunged at Hart. Feeling the whooshing sound behind him, Hart remained calm. When the watching sensation returned, he realized demons could track him by scent. Hart was also curious if demons in Demon Slayer could be burned to death. Esteemed viewers, I bet everyone wonders if demons in Demon Slayer can be killed by fire. Right behind me is an evil spirit. Let's conduct an experiment. Throw in more points. Feeling the position of the approaching evil spirit, a javelin appeared in his hand. He suddenly spun around with a sliding tackle. The javelin slashed the evil spirit's belly. Clearly unprepared for Hart's maneuver, the evil spirit landed in shock. The demon in front of me is in a state of extreme anger, so the next show for everyone will be running away. He turned around and bolted, raising clouds of dust, but not before shouting at the demon. Chase me, if you catch me, I'll let you chase me again. The demon emerged from the ground. Although it couldn't understand the classic joke from our realm, it sensed heavy mockery in Hart's tone. Furious, the demon chased after Hart along the scent trail he left behind. What the hell? How fast can this kid run without showing signs of breathing techniques? As the distance between them widened, the demon grew more frantic. Yet the allure of dilute blood made it unwilling to give up the opportunity to become stronger. Thus began a tug-of-war between man and demon, testing who would exhaust first. After running ahead, Hart deactivated his invisibility, realizing the demon couldn't catch up even with blood demon art. He sighed in relief, feeling much lighter. From the system map, he saw he was only 20 kilometers away from Nero Mountain, formerly the territory of Water Hashira Uriel. The dim-witted demon would surely be quickly slain there. Deciding on this, Hart pondered how to enhance the entertainment value of his livestream. After all, creating a guild required 100 points, and who knew how many more he'd need later. Poverty is just a word, and it's used only once. The relentless demon saw Hart close the distance willingly. Why you, not afraid to die? What's your connection with that Darun? For better fluency and consistency in English, it's better to use connection instead of relationship in this context. This change makes the sentence flow more naturally while preserving the original meaning. Additionally, Darun can be translated as adult or left as if it refers to a specific title or person previously mentioned in the story. Given the context, it seems like a title or specific individual, so keeping Darun might be appropriate for maintaining style and terminology consistency. Alternatively, why you, not afraid to die? What's your connection with that Darun? Or if Darun refers to a specific character known to the audience, why you, not afraid to die? What's your connection with that Darun, specific title/person? Choose the one that best fits the broader narrative. With his hands behind his back, Hart approached slowly, pulling out a simple cane he had just made. He looked sincere. Here, you might need this in a bit. Goodbye. Before the demon could react, Hart smacked it with a brick and set it ablaze, scattering some seeds he picked up along the way. Look, freshly grilled demon with seed flavor, who wouldn't want to buy? Dust rose again as Hart resumed his escape. 8 roads. Smelly brat, you're dead. As Hart got further away, sage. A few leaps, and Renji's Olinlong left Jinji was lost in the dark night. Correction for coherence and natural flow in English. A few leaps, and Renji's Olinlong vanished into the dark night. Note, Linlong Zuojin Sir should be consistently translated or transliterated. Assuming Renji's Olinlong is the character's name, it should be used consistently. If it's a title or role, it should be explained or translated accordingly. For this example, I used Renji's Olinlong, but please confirm the correct name or title to ensure consistency. Hart was exhausted, but his goal was achieved. He successfully entered Nero. Turning back, he gave a mocking look at the demon. Water plant head, where are we now? The demon paused, realizing it was in a forbidden zone. Ignoring the fallen Hart, it turned to flee. What a joke. This was Nero. Swordsmen with Tengu masks were nightmares to demons. Water breathing, first form, surface slash. As the view spun wildly, a Tengu mask loomed in sight. The demon's head flew high and disintegrated into ashes mid-air. Cool AF. Mr. Linlong is even hotter in real life than in the anime. For better fluency and natural reading in English, it could be adjusted to fluency. If there's a preferred English version of this name, please let me know to maintain consistency. Putting away his sword, Paris Rokushi walked out of the house and extended a hand gently. Kid, are you alright? Don't wander out at night. Demons aren't legends. Thank you, sir, for saving me. The demon said something about dilute blood. It chased me all the way. You're amazing. Can you teach me swordsmanship? Hart took Linlong's outstretched hand and stood up. Note, for consistency and natural flow, held is changed to took, and sunlida is represented as outstretched to better convey the meaning in English. Oh, dilute blood? Follow me. As the trainer for the Demon Slayer Corps, Pariso clearly became intrigued by the idea of training Hart. He led him towards the wooden house on the mountain. Note, Linlong is translated as Pariso to maintain consistency in character names and ensure it reads naturally in English. ##### Chapter 14. A shocked Brody. After speaking, Brody turned and ran up the mountain. Hart quickly followed behind him. Even with his enhanced abilities, Hart couldn't catch up to Mr. Paris Bokoshi. Moreover, while moving at such speed, he couldn't hear any footsteps from Paris Bokoshi. Hart knew that without his lazy shoes, he wouldn't be able to do this at all. At this moment, unlike Paris Bokoshi's anxiety, Hart appeared confident. Seeing Hart's determination and recalling last night's test, Paris Bokoshi was somewhat swayed. After some deliberation, he decided to give it a try. If Hart could master water breathing in a short time, he'd allow him to participate in the selection. Otherwise, he'd continue his training. With this thought, Paris Bokoshi took Hart to the back mountain training ground. Seeing the stones before him, Hart felt reassured. Unlike the massive boulder Eric chopped in the anime, these stones were significantly smaller. This indicated that they were far earlier in the timeline than Haroun or Samuel. Noticing Hart's distraction, Paris Bokoshi chuckled inwardly. Your task is to chop this stone. If you think it's too hard, return with me and train diligently. Taking the sword offered by Paris Bokoshi, Hart glanced at the stone, then turned to look at Paris Bokoshi. He, master. Why don't you show me how it's done? Under the Tengu mask, Hart couldn't see Paris Bokoshi's expression, but his slightly twitching temples revealed his exasperation. After a moment, Paris Bokoshi snatched the sword from Hart, adjusted his breathing, and said, I'll demonstrate once. If you still can't chop the stone afterward, you'll have to train diligently. Water breathing, fourth form, hitting tide. As the breathing technique was performed, blue water ripples enveloped the blade. I didn't plan for you to participate. I don't want to see more children die. You're the most talented child I've trained, so you must come back alive from the final selection. I'll wait for you here. May this fox mask protect you from calamity. So, I'm leaving, Mr. Paris Bokoshi. Hart changed into the clothes prepared by Paris Bokoshi and wore the protective mask. Before leaving, he waved goodbye to Paris Bokoshi. Standing in front of the wooden house, Paris Bokoshi merely waved back, watching Hart disappear into the twilight. Chat comments asterisk. Mr. Paris Bokoshi is so kind. His waving goodbye makes me so sad. Host, quickly kill the hand demon. Then Samuel won't die. He's my husband. Yes, kill the hand demon, and I'll reward the host 10 points online. Exactly. Such a cute little girl like Mugen can't die. Host, save them. Host doesn't kill the hand demon? Curse your private parts to shrink by 5 centimeters. Under the crescent moon, Hart finally reached the location of the final selection, MT Fujikusa. The wisteria forest shimmered faintly under a canopy of flowers. Walking through it, bathed in the fragrance, the surroundings felt serene and beautiful like a dream. Past the forest, staircases extended upwards to the mountain's waist. To keep up was already difficult. And more importantly, he could also move without making any sound, just like himself. Could the curse finally be broken? A glimmer of hope surfaced in Paris Bokoshi's heart. Inside the wooden cabin, the fire burned brightly. In the quiet night, it shone with a golden light, dispelling fatigue and cold. Paris Bokoshi watched Hart eat heartily, feeling both gentle and somewhat sorrowful. Eat slower, there's plenty left. You have great talent, and you'll surely become an excellent swordsman for the Demon Slayer Corps. I am a cultivator, as the name implies. I cultivate and train swordsmen. To join the Demon Slayer Corps, one must go to MT Fujisui to participate in the final selection and ultimately survive it. After training under me, you can participate in the selection next year. Rest well now. We start training officially tomorrow morning. Paris Bokoshi explained everything in detail. Satisfied with his meal, Hart fell into a deep sleep. Do you plan to join the selection this year? I disagree. The selection starts the day after tomorrow. If you participate this year, you'll be walking to your death. Paris Bokoshi's surprised voice broke the early morning tranquility. Beneath the Tengu mask was a worried yet kind face. Mr. Paris Bokoshi, please let me go. Teach me swordsmanship now. Maybe I'm a natural talent. Surrounded the sword. A flash of blade light split the giant stone into two. Detected cultivation instructor Paris Bokoshi demonstrating a breathing technique. Loading water breathing. 10%, 30%, 50%, load complete. Player has mastered water breathing. As expected, the system notification came as anticipated. This was the confidence underlying Hart's boldness. After splitting the rock, Paris Bokoshi sheathed the sword and handed it back to Hart. This is water breathing. Did you understand? Breathing techniques are not mastered overnight. Although you have inherent advantages, don't aim too high too quickly. Master Paris Bokoshi, I've learned it. Let me chop the stone right now for you to see. As a swordsman, honesty is one of the most important qualities. If you continue to act frivolously, I will send you down. Snap. Paris Bokoshi's words halted abruptly when Hart sliced through the rock with water breathing, first form. A sigh emerged from behind the Tengu mask. Ignoring Hart's triumphant gesture, Paris Bokoshi silently walked back to the cabin. Mr. Paris Bokoshi, what's wrong? I managed to split the rock, so can I go to the final selection now? Why are you still walking away? Watching Paris Bokoshi walk away, Hart was puzzled. Shouldn't Paris Bokoshi be happy? Silently, they returned to the cabin. Paris Bokoshi took out a protective mask from a drawer and handed it to Hart, saying melancholically, I didn't intend for you to participate in the selection. I don't want to see any more children die. You are the most talented student I've ever taught, so you must return alive from the final selection. I'll be waiting here. Hope this fox mask can protect you from calamity. So, I'm off, Mr. Paris Bokoshi. Hart changed into the clothes prepared by Paris Bokoshi, wearing the protective mask. He waved goodbye before leaving. Standing by the cabin, Paris Bokoshi waved his hand, watching Hart disappear into the sunset. Chat. Yeah, Mr. Paris Bokoshi is so kind. This waving farewell figure makes my heart ache. Streamer, hurry up and kill the hand demon, then Kyujiro won't die. He's my husband. Sure. Kill the hand demon, and I'll give you 10 points online. Exactly. Jody is so cute. Can't die. Save them, streamer. If you don't kill the hand demon, may your manhood shrink by 5 centimeters. Under the crescent moon, Heart finally arrived at the final examination location, Mt. Fujisui. The wisteria forest shimmered faintly with bioluminescence. Immersed in the fragrant atmosphere, it felt serene and dreamlike. Past the forest, staircases extended upward to the mountainside, where the candidates gathered. Thank you all for coming tonight for the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. In Mt. Fujisui, the demons captured by our swordsmen are imprisoned. The lower slopes are lined with wisteria, which demons hate, preventing their escape. There's no wisteria further ahead. Surviving 7 days on this mountain qualifies you. Please have a safe journey. 2 twin priestesses bowed deeply to the crowd. First stage complete. Second stage, pass the Demon Slayer Corps exam and slay any one of the 12 moons. Chapter 15. Hand Demon, don't come any closer. The mountain wind howled, and the moonlight was dim. The participants, now outside the protective confines of the Wisteria Grove, spread out to face their destinies individually. Rustle. The trail higher up on the mountain had been uninhabited for a long time. The grass overgrowing their lower legs made movement very difficult. Clothing brushed against leaves and grass, producing continuous rustling sounds. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, I'm currently in Fujikomarama, where it's treacherous from the waist up. Not to mention, there's also a hand demon caught by Mr. Uriel. To honor Samuel, I've prepared to slay all the demons on this mountain. Unsurprisingly, these troublemakers turned into 2 flaming orbs mid-air. Minimal damage, but extremely insulting. Hehehe, you young ghost core punk. Didn't your master tell you that fire is ineffective against demons? It's been too long since I've tasted human flesh. The troublemaking duo put out the flames on their bodies, then rushed at Heart again. Water breathing, 4th form, striking tide. Brilliant blue water waves rose from the blade, leaving trails of water droplets as he delivered consecutive strikes, swiftly decapitating both demons. The headless bodies fell to the ground and slowly turned into ashes. Awesome. Host really nailed that strike. Screen recorded. Cut it into clips later. Why didn't you say earlier? Missed it. Heart sheathed his sword elegantly, glancing at the chat messages flashing across his live stream, nodding satisfactorily. Good reception. This batch of points should be secure. A foul smell drifted with the mountain breeze, causing Heart to cover his nose. Naturally, this smell belonged to the hand demon. A participant ran out from deep within the forest, glancing fearfully behind him, muttering, I never heard of this. Never heard it could be like this. A massive black shadow followed not far behind, savoring the thrill of water breathing, 3rd form, flowing dance. With fluid footwork, Heart dodged all of the hand demon's attacks. Once again, its grabbing hand shattered. Water breathing, 7th form, zigzagging wave thrust curve. Mid-air, Heart bent his sword's trajectory, striking diagonally at the hand demon's head. The attack was incredibly fast, giving the demon no time to react. Clank. The Nicaran blade struck the hand demon's neck with a crisp metallic sound. Despite the blow, its neck remained intact. Retaliating, it slapped Heart away, mocking. Hehe, my neck is pretty tough. You can't sever it. Heart landed gracefully, holding the Nicaran blade and facing the hand demon. Despite his failed attempt, his face betrayed no panic. Ladies and gentlemen, this hand demon's neck is as hard as shown in the anime. That last strike numbed my hand. Host knows how much everyone despises this demon. Let's brainstorm. How do we finish this giant? Cut off each hand one by one. Agreed. Can't let it die easily. Tear its mouth apart. For speaking ill of Master Uriel. Hack it 100 times. 100 times. A question mark hovered over the hand demon's head. Shouldn't this boy be panicking after a failed beheading attempt? Livestream? Ladies and gentlemen? What nonsense. Filthy brat, what are you blabbering about? You're the strongest among Uriel's disciples. Don't worry. Soon you'll join your seniors inside me. Warm up complete. From now on, you should be the one feeling scared. Summarizing viewers' opinions. No painless death for you. Blame yourself for killing Samuel. Water breathing, 10th form. Everlasting stream. Blades flashed as Heart's sword spun like coiling dragons, slashing off every hand on the hand demon's body without once targeting its neck. Boom, boom. The hand demon slammed heavily onto the ground. Muscles twitched, regenerating limbs slowly while its diamond-shaped eyes filled with dread. It sensed that this masked boy could have killed it just now but chose not to. That feeling mirrored its own. The satisfaction before killing a prey after toying with it. You. Don't come any closer. Hashtag chapter 16. Arrival at Spider Mountain. The hand ghost on the ground kept shouting, as the fear from 40 years ago flooded back into its heart. In a daze, Heart's figure merged with the memory of Paraslong's. The same overwhelming dominance, the same invincibility. Despite its limbs regrowing, it remained motionless on the ground. Hey, don't lie there like a dead dog. I can't give the audience a proper show this way. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the darkness. Its brother looked at it with endless affection once more. Feeling the warmth of its brother's palm for the last time, the hand ghost slowly closed its eyes. Silently watching the hand ghost turn to ashes, Heart sheathed his Nicaran blade slowly. Amidst the mist, the spirits of the Paraslong disciples killed by the hand ghost appeared, smiling as they gazed upon Heart. Finally, they could rest, reuniting with their beloved teacher as agreed. 7 days passed quickly, and Heart eradicated all the demons on the mountain. Like Sei Usagi, he saved one selector after another in crisis. The familiar wisteria forest reappeared, signaling the end of the selection journey. At dawn, Hart met the shrine maiden waiting under the gateway. Today, everyone can choose the tamahage needed for forging their blade. But until the swordsmithing is complete, it will take 10 to 15 days. From now on, Magri-Kumo will accompany each of you. Any news can be relayed through them. Meanwhile, inside the Ubuyashiki clan's mansion, Ubuyashiki Shigeru learned the results of the selection via Magri-Kumo. All passed? This Hart is unexpectedly strong. Unbeknownst to Hart, his information had already been placed on the Demon Slayer Corps' lord's desk. At sunset, he was hurrying towards Nero Fog Mountain, which was close at hand. Hart grew immensely fond of his new weapon. A system notification followed. Name, Nichiren Blade. Equipment type, weapon. Can be taken out of the Fubun Xinghal. Yes. Asterisk note. The term Fubun seems to be incorrectly translated. Based on context from the original text, it should be corrected to can be taken out of the instance, or simply can leave instance. Yes. Asterisk. For better fluency and accuracy, here is the revised segment. Can leave instance. Yes. Notes. Forged in the Demon Slayer world, posing a lethal threat to demons in this world. A formidable blade. Asterisk. Relieved to find he could carry the blade out of the instance, Hart felt content. After drawing the slasher blade technique, he hadn't spared any points for a new blade, resolving his immediate need. Bidding farewell to Mr. Parislong, Hart set off for Spider Mountain. Whether arriving 7 years earlier than the original timeline would change his encounter with Butterfly Jody remained uncertain. Besides fulfilling fans' wishes to see Butterfly Jody, the lower rank 5, Alfonso, was among the weaker of the 12 Kazuki. Other upper rank members were too powerful, and visiting them might mean certain death. Other lower ranks were already annihilated by Musen. Finding them would be too troublesome. Days later, Hart arrived at Spider Mountain. The deep black forest loomed menacingly, waiting for prey to fall into her. But what choice did she have to survive? Prolonged coercion by Ginger had made her long abandon any thoughts of resistance. She vaguely remembered Isaias, who played Steven, trying to resist Ginger's actions, but the result? He was turned into a simple-minded fool. Note. I have made slight adjustments for fluency and natural reading in English while preserving the original meaning. Perhaps only younger Eldon, that madman, could find joy in this situation. Shaking her head to clear the cluttered thoughts, she manipulated the spider silk to pinpoint Hart's location. She must resolve Hart quickly. Otherwise, Ginger's temper would surely mean physical suffering. Meanwhile, Hart wandered aimlessly in the jungle, different from the original timeline where numerous demon slayers had entered the mountains en masse. This difference placed him at a disadvantage. Pity it's a single-player mission. Otherwise, replicating a perception-based talent wouldn't have left me wandering around like a headless fly. Mount Spider was too vast. 3 hours had passed since entering, and prolonged searching made Hart increasingly irritable. SSSZZZ. An unusual strand of spider silk hit Hart. Remarkably, it endured 5 seconds under flame before breaking. The main character finally arrived. It seems to be, stepping gracefully, Hart slashed through the web-controlled crowd. The people fell lifelessly as their controlling force was severed. Most died from overexertion, while the few survivors writhed in pain. On the boulder, Amaya stared at the drooping silk strands, lost in thought. She failed. The swordsman severed all the silks in one strike. You slipped up, Amaya. Ginger appeared overhead, causing the female ghost to prostrate and beg pitifully. Ginger, give me another chance. I'll take care of the swordsman disturbing our family. Please. Ginger ignored her pleas, slicing her in two with crimson silk. I said solve it quickly. I don't want to repeat myself. Her clothes drenched in sweat. Even though Ginger left, she dared not rise. Obedience kept her alive. Notifying the Demon Slayer Corps about injured civilians here. There are also 12 Kazuki moon demons in the mountain. Seeing the wounded, Hart relayed the message via Jukya and moved toward dense silk clusters. Ladies and gentlemen, your broadcaster has informed the Demon Slayer Corps about the 12 Kazuki moon demons. Whether we see Jody or not depends on luck. Remember to earn points. Great job. You've done your best. Points won't be lacking. Why not go straight for Ginger? Nothing else is exciting. No way, broadcaster. Don't listen to them. System, can I choose to forget this skill? I don't want to end up alone. No love. Tired. Let's destroy this. Lower string 5. Get out here. I need to end this mission. Hart shouted into the forest, wishing to end the mission quickly. No questions asked, just sheer embarrassment. His cries echoed through the quiet jungle, reaching other demons. Ginger smirked, leading its family toward Hart's position. Hashtag chapter 18. 1/1 youngster. Hart sat on a large stone, staring blankly at the ashes of Amaya on the ground, clearly still dazed by the barrage of comments. He could only console himself with the thought that live streamers often encounter trolls among their hardcore fans. Still, Jay had not appeared. Hey, I can't believe this. We're talking about one of the 12 demon moons. How can he be so cowardly? Hart casually waved his hand, and scorching flames engulfed an ancient tree. In the dry and windy autumn weather, the fire quickly spread. That lower string 5. If you don't come out, I'll burn down your entire home. Seeing the spreading mountain fire, Jay, who had been observing and hiding, could no longer remain passive. Spider Mountain had taken him years to establish, and he certainly didn't want to abandon it for nothing. Moreover, his family members were water-breathing, second form, water wheel. Hart spun around, his blade shimmering with water. Sensing the threat, Steven shielded his head with his arms, attempting to block Hart's slash. Swish. The swift blade pierced through Steven's flesh, his spider-like eyes widening in surprise. The sturdy arm guard shattered under the impact, and his massive head was severed, a glint of relief flashing in his dull eyes just before they closed. As Hart landed, a small spider shot at him from the shadows, leaving a scorch mark on the layer of flames surrounding his body. Hee. Swordsman, I admit you are strong enough to cut through that fool's arm guard. But alas, you've been infected with my spider venom. In 5 minutes, your limbs will start to numb. In 15 minutes, you'll experience vomiting and dizziness. In 25 minutes, you'll feel excruciating pain all over your body, which will begin to shrink and eventually make you faint. And then when you wake up again, ha ha ha, Eldon descended from a tree branch, assuming his sneak attack had succeeded. Pulling out a pocket watch, he introduced Hart to the spider transformation package. Oh no. That sounds terrifying. I don't want to turn into a spider. Hearing Eldon's description, Hart put on a show of fear, but judging from Eldon's twitching eyes, in prison. A massive web of steel wires descended from the sky, slicing through the trees effortlessly, leaving smooth cuts. Watching the falling trees, Hart realized he couldn't be completely sealed by this web. Water breathing, first form, water slash, clank, clank. The Nicaran blade clashed with the steel wires, producing a piercing screech. Soon, the wires snapped under the pressure. Jay on the treetop seemed deranged, enraged by his failure. He had always been favored by Musin. Bloody demon art, rotating in grave lines. Countless strands of the hardest silk swirled like a giant vortex. Hart, caught in the center, felt like a lone boat tossed in a tempest. The silk lines came suddenly. Water breathing, ninth form, flowing water droplets. Hart danced within the rapidly closing net, finding the right leverage to strike. Water breathing, 10th form, eternal circulation. Each slash was faster and more powerful than the last, the momentum growing with each strike. A torrent of water formed into a dragon, enveloping Hart and surging upward, shattering the steel wires upon contact. Snap. Jay's head was instantly severed, white hair flying. Memories long buried in his mind surged forth. In a wooden house, a frail child stood up stubbornly but collapsed after 2 steps, gasping for breath. Finally reaching the outskirts of Spider Mountain, the freedom she yearned for seemed within reach. Once outside, by feeding sparingly in different areas, the likelihood of the Demon Slayer core finding her would significantly decrease. At that moment, true freedom would be hers. While thinking about her future plans, she suddenly saw a figure ahead, wearing the attire of the Demon Slayer core. It's a demon. Arvid, who had been dispatched with reinforcements to Spider Mountain upon receiving news, was on patrol when he heard the commotion and turned around just in time to see the fleeing Reyna. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Massive strands of spider silk wrapped around Arvid like a living entity, forming a large cocoon instantly. What? By the time Arvid regained his senses, he was already ensnared within the cocoon made of spider silk. He drew his Nicaran blade and repeatedly stabbed at the inner walls of the cocoon. It's no use, you can't cut through it. My binding threads are soft yet incredibly strong. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. I can have one last meal before leaving? Inside the cocoon, Arvid struggled helplessly as brownish-yellow fluid slowly seeped from the inner walls, making them slippery and impossible to grip. He. First the dissolving liquid will dissolve your troublesome clothes, then it'll be your turn, you'll soon become my meal. Outside the cocoon, Reyna watched the wriggling mass triumphantly. Tears streamed from her eyes as she turned away. But I was following orders. If I resisted, I would be killed. She feigned a pitiful look, hoping to gain sympathy. Hart, who had saved Arvid, observed from the grasslands, marveling at the female ghost's acting skills. She could definitely win an award if she were to act in a movie. Don't lie to me. I know everything. The way you turn our comrades into cocoons is impressive. You've eaten 80 people, haven't you? Ignoring the overacting Reyna, Butterfly Jody exposed her lie, but Reyna still tried to argue. I didn't eat that many. There were only 5. I came from the west, miss, from the west. Everyone inside has turned into liquid, and there are 14 cocoons just there. I'm not angry. I'm merely confirming the count. After verifying the exact number and ensuring you receive appropriate punishment, we can cooperate well. Seeing her lies exposed, Reyna tore off her mask. You've got to be kidding. Die, you bitch. Spider silk spread like a curtain, but Butterfly Jody simply leaped aside, rendering all attacks ineffective. Looks like we can't cooperate after all. Suddenly, countless butterflies appeared before Reyna, their beauty accentuated by the moonlight. They passed through her body painlessly, and a purple butterfly landed on her finger. The lower rank 5 at Spider Mountain has already been slain by me, but there are many injured civilians on the mountain. Leave them to you. Goodbye, Eudora. See you again someday. Confirm teleportation. With a burst of white light, Hart vanished from the spot, leaving Arvid stunned, thinking he had encountered a deity. Butterfly Jody smiled faintly. What an interesting fellow. Back in the familiar room, Hart waited quietly for the final score. The rating should reach S, which means I can establish the guild. Blood oath. Our grudges start here. End of chapter 19. Asterisk translation notes asterisk. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks as per original text. Character names like Hart and Butterfly Jody, Jody Kocho, are transliterated using pinyin accurately. Preserve the tone and style of the original narrative. Ensured translation flows naturally in English, free of grammatical errors. Storyline and logic cohere with previous content. Hashtag chapter 20. Establishment of the guild. Settlement complete. Overall rating, S. Dungeon cleared, earned 300 experience points. Dungeon cleared, rewarded with 100 credits. Item obtained, Nicaran Blade, fan count, 4,000 followers. Live streaming rewards, 200 credits. Congratulations, residents of Dying City, come see. Want to know about your family, or if Old Wong is honest? Only 20 credits. Fair price, no cheating. Gundam on sale. Imported from Gundam World, can be brought into dungeons, essential for robbery or killing. Only 998 to take home your own Gundam. Golden Smiles, 5 credits each, great for mental strain relief. Need help with specified dungeons? Experienced leaders guarantee your survival. Negotiable prices. New tea from Red Mansion available, bid now for first place. Hart marveled at the hustle and bustle, realizing that the Remnant Kingdom offered more than just life and death challenges. it had its living aspects too. Soon, a government building-like structure caught his eye. A signboard read Guild. He knew he had reached his destination. Inside the guild hall, people were queuing to apply, some actively recruiting others right there. Hello, I'm here to apply for establishing a guild. Number 2177. Please wait a moment while I check your rating. The front desk staff smiled professionally and turned to query Hart's rating. Your rating meets the criteria. You need to pay 100 credits. Alright, the credits are deducted. Please keep this guild token safe. You can set up further operations within the token. Hart took the token from the clerk and hurriedly contacted Hunt. Hunt, not in the contemptuous glances from passing players who occasionally paused to sneer at them. Suddenly, a coin landed between them. Hart looked up to see only the back of a departing girl. Hunt, do we really look like beggars? Both quickly left, embarrassed, covering their faces. Help us please. Pity me. I'm penniless and can't pay for my living points next time. Give me some coins. At a street corner, someone suddenly latched onto Hunt's leg, sobbing loudly. Looking at the player's outfit, they realized why they were mistaken for beggars earlier. They were wearing the same clothes. Hunt, feeling humiliated, reacted instantly. Why is today so unlucky? Dominic, have some dignity. Earn credits in the dungeon. If it weren't for Remnant Kingdom rules, I'd punch you into next week. Feeling utterly embarrassed, Hunt dragged Hart back to his residence for a quiet moment. Ideas started flowing. We'll call it AC. Final decision. ACE sounds great. It means top-notch. With the guild name settled, they turned to structure. Hart would be president, Hunt vice president, with 12 divisions. As a level 1 guild, the maximum membership was 20. However, Hart soon discovered that running a guild was a bottomless pit. To upgrade to level 2 required 500 credits, not half, with around 150 members. Jedediah has deep connections within Blood Alliance. After investigating multiple times, all I found was that he has a special relationship with the Blood Alliance leader. He is vengeful and ruthless, acting even more recklessly with Blood Alliance backing him up. And the most important point is, Blood Alliance possesses an item that can reduce the cost of directed entry into game worlds by 90%. Hart raised an eyebrow, surprised. He originally thought Jedediah paid a heavy price to enter the game world directly. Rocco paused before continuing. This item is also one of the reasons why Blood Alliance can be so arrogant. Most who have conflicts with him end up dead due to Blood Alliance's targeted killings. After listening to Rocco's analysis, both men were silent. Indeed, the power of Blood Alliance was overwhelming for them. One step at a time. We can't rush things. Let's start by recruiting people. Besides, I'm still here. Breaking the silence, Hart spoke. Rocco gathered himself and put on his carefree expression again. Exactly with you, Eric, we have nothing to fear from Blood Alliance. Come, let's drink. Time quietly slipped away as the two clinked glasses and eventually bid farewell for the night. The next morning, Hart stretched lazily in bed. This was the most comfortable night's sleep he had since arriving in the Nihility realm. Hart's expression soured as he read the notes. This skateboard's nitrous capacity was absurd. A board this size needing 6 hours of inflation? Firstly, the limit was incredibly low. The inflation time was horrifyingly long. And it clearly states 6 hours of inflation for half a minute of acceleration, and then there's the terrain factor, which would likely make it even shorter. Secondly, it needs magnetic shoes, and Kennedy Corporation? Wasn't this just trying to kill him? Hart felt deceived. Could this really be a third prize? A rare item? Forget it, let's just put it aside for now. The skateboard appeared in a neat package on the floor. Hart opened the packaging and threw the skateboard into his equipment slot, looking at it disdainfully. Walking to the bathroom, Hart washed his face thoroughly. Seeing his slightly lighter complexion in the mirror, he nodded satisfactorily. With the thought that nothing could be worse than the broken skateboard, Hart used the remaining lottery ticket. This time, it wasn't a treasure chest but a black leather scroll. As Hart slowly unfurled it, golden light flashed and gradually disappeared. Congratulations, player. You won 4th prize. Obtain skill, Konoha's secret body technique. 1,000 years of death. Hart was silent, staring at the words, ninja art. 1,000 years of death, and doubting himself. The next second, Hart shook his head vigorously, trying to rid his mind of this dangerous thought. My entire style has been skewed by this crappy skill. Counting the skills he'd drawn, none were normal. The decapitation blade technique was already mocked by fans as the single person's knife technique. Now add the 1,000 years of death, making him a clear case of a guy who couldn't find a girl, leading to mental breakdown and becoming a headshot maniac. That picture was a social death waiting to happen. Chapter 22. We can't handle autopsies. After struggling for a moment, Hart reluctantly accepted reality and decided to temporarily seal away the skill. Don't ask. Asking would be too embarrassing. Opening the character attribute panel. All attributes had slightly improved due to leveling up. Name, Hart. Authority code, 2177. Level, LV3, 200/300 with 10 levels as one phase. Strength, 8, related to attack and carrying capacity. Agility, 8, related to movement and attack speed. Stamina, 6, related to health points, defense, and resistance. Spiritual power, 6, related to spells, perception, and mana. Charisma, 2, related to summoning and social interactions. Luck, 1, related to item opening and manufacturing. This attribute is extremely hard to increase. To the transfer zone and enter the game. Countdown, 60 seconds. Bang bang. Startled by his new strength, Hart pushed the bedroom door down as he hurriedly stood up. Damn. My credits are going to suffer. 3, 2, 1. Start transmission. Ignoring Hart's muttered complaints, the system activated the transmission. Welcome to the realm of lingering. The greeting made Hart feel a thrill, coming from the voice of a mature woman. Fluorescent lights flickered. The air was filled with the smell of formaldehyde. A white cloth draped over a body outlined a faint humanoid shape. Stiff, Slightly blue feet protruded from beneath the cloth, adorned with small wooden tags. Why, leave this task to you. It's my wife's birthday today, so thank you for your efforts. I'll treat you tomorrow. Memories flooded into Hart's mind. Criminal Investigation Unit, Forensic Doctor, a man who died under mysterious circumstances, urban legends of Dajiang City. Lee, don't go. I can't do autopsies. The middle-aged forensic doctor Reed, the chief forensic doctor of the Criminal Investigation Unit with extensive experience. Today was his wife's birthday. Hearing Hart's words, Reed made an exaggeratedly surprised expression. Fellow Why, you're wrong here. How can a man say he can't do something? Then, with a knowing look at Hart, he scanned his lower half. Hart prodded the woman's organs absent-mindedly, contemplating the dungeon mission. Meanwhile, fans watching the live stream marveled at Hart's clean and swift dissection techniques, unaware of the background. Holy cow, the broadcaster skills are too professional. Completely expressionless, isn't it? Exactly. Feels like dissecting pork, cold-blooded indeed. I'm a longtime fan and remember how the broadcaster used to wrinkle his brows when exposed to bloody scenes during guide tasks. Scary. Scary. This dungeon opening is just weird. If there's any scary scene, please shield me with your chat. Floor above, rest assured, we'll make sure to cover you clearly. Hey why, got the results yet? Interrupting his thoughts, the morgue door burst open, and a man in police uniform rushed in breathlessly. What the heck? You scared me. Next time knock before entering, Lionel. Despite his scolding tone, Lionel, the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit, and one of Hart's few close friends, didn't change his rude demeanor. The results are in. No lethal injuries, no signs of struggle, cause of death. Wait, don't tell me she died from being scared again? What could scare an educated woman to death? Did she really see a ghost? Lionel interrupted Hart, and it turned out his guess was accurate. This was the 5th incident this month. All victims were pretty women around 25, with no theft or signs of assault. The only peculiarity was their slightly blue skin, which didn't change over time. For this, Lionel's hairline had receded by a few millimeters. They said we need to solve the case quickly. If Dr. Wang finds anything new, inform me immediately. I have this exhausting fate. Alright, I'll investigate further at the scene. Depend on you here. Lionel's departure left the morgue silent once more. The fluorescent lights flickered again. In the dimming light, Hart saw the female corpse on the autopsy table suddenly sit up. Her already twisted features became even more grotesque and terrifying. Her eye sockets slowly caved in, forming elongated dark voids staring intently at Hart standing nearby. Chapter 23. A new colleague comes to the rescue. Hart felt sweat pouring out of his body in a frenzied rush, an unpleasant sticky sensation enveloping him. His throat felt like something was stuck inside, abnormally dry and parched. The female corpse on the autopsy table was emitting plumes of black smoke. Her arms slowly lifted, and her black nails had grown to 5 inches long, scraping against the autopsy table with a grating, screeching sound. Facing a traditional ghost for the first time, Hart was thrown into disarray. After all, he had heard ghost stories since childhood. He did not want to sit there and wait for watery eyes and delicate nose. Her only flaw was an overly serious expression. The flickering lights returned to normal, and the terrifying female corpse lay quietly on the autopsy table as if everything just now had been an illusion. Are you the new colleague? My name is Wang. Slap. Before Hart could finish speaking, a yellow talisman with strange characters was pasted onto his wrist. It was a typical exorcism charm. Fortunately, you only received a bit of ghost chi intrusion. After using this guanine charm, you should be fine. Where are the other corpses? The cool sensation from his wrist calmed Hart down, dispelling his anger entirely. Apart from this one, the rest are in the morgue. Did you just say I was invaded by ghost chi? At that moment, Hart looked like an inquisitive child. Yes, my master observed the stars and found heavy ghost chi in Dajiang City, indicating ominous signs. He sent me down the mountain to investigate. I heard about several mysterious murders here, so I wanted to examine those bodies. Just as I saw the ghost chi enter your body, I came in to help. After chatting for a while, Hart successfully learned the beauty's name, Kirsty. She studied under a May mountain, making her a genuine nun, which left Hart feeling quite disappointed for some time. From Hart's description of seeing a spectral sight after performing an autopsy on this corpse, Kirsty swiftly uncovered the white. The yellow paper instantly turned black, resembling burnt parchment. Upon seeing this, Kirsty frowned slightly, seemingly realizing something. Did you take blood samples from them? Do you still have the samples? Yes, after testing, no sedatives, sleeping pills, or narcotics were found in the blood. Kirsty glanced at Hart, shaking her head slightly, dissatisfied with the answer. Where's the microscope? Let me check again. Kirsty threw the report aside and scanned it once more. Hart pointed behind her, indicating the microscope's position. Given the astonishing events earlier, discovering something might trigger the main quest. Ever since his level increased, each scenario lacked mission prompts. He missed the clear objectives of beginner quests, eliminating guesswork. You come take a look, Hart? Hart. Kirsty's voice snapped Hart out of his thoughts. Bending over curiously, he peered into the microscope. This view frightened him. The clearly visible black particles were crazily spreading, ceaselessly devouring and converting the original blood cells. What the hell is this? Hart stared at Kirsty in horror. This test paper is specially made with my master's Dabi Kongang's house spell and forged with the 5-element stone. It tests the degree of ghost chi upon contact with blood, also called test yuan paper. The presence of black smoke means death by Kirsty explained. Although the victims turned into vengeful spirits after death, their intelligence was compromised. The powerful ghost responsible for their deaths was too formidable, so instinctively, it dared not approach immediately. Our poor Hart, having been tainted with their resentment, would be treated as sustenance for these vengeful spirits. Thus, Hart swiftly and cleanly removed the hearts of the 5 victims, placed them in a black handbag, and drove toward Heart Lake. Let me take your heart away, try to purify it slowly, just don't come bother me again. Perhaps savoring the satisfaction of being a forensic doctor, or maybe because the road to Heart Lake was eerily silent, Hart sang as he drove, completely oblivious to Kirsty's exasperated expression beside him. Dr. Wong, are you usually this off-key? Kirsty finally couldn't hold back and retorted. Cough, cough. It's just that the road is too eerie. Singing lightens the mood, he defended. The car fell silent again, leaving only the roar of the engine and the tires rubbing against the ground. Finally arriving at Heart Lake, where police had been conducting searches repeatedly, the night had now revealed its true form. If not for the widespread rumors of haunting, Heart Lake's scenery would undoubtedly be breathtakingly beautiful, an eerie beauty, like an ethereal spirit untouched by human presence. The surroundings were deserted, vanished, replaced by an icy chill. According to Kirsty, Heart Lake might have been deliberately set up years ago, raising multiple possibilities: a ray formation, secret realm, a dangerous place indeed. Young miss, are we really going to perform the rites here despite all this strangeness? Afraid? Kirsty's tone was indifferent, offering no reassurance. Being belittled by a beautiful woman made Hart puff out his chest. How can I be afraid? With Miss Young here, what is there to fear? Ignoring him, Kirsty walked to a nearby clearing, laid out the victims' hearts on the ground, and drew circles with ash from burning talismans. Holding a yellow talisman, she began chanting, and the talisman spontaneously combusted, scattering golden light into the air. Stand back a bit. Spirits might appear soon, and you can't handle them. Hart obeyed, stepping back curiously watching Kirsty work. She explained the principle. Actually, ghosts are a kind of magnetic field preserving one's memories, emotions, all retained through this medium. But most people's magnetic fields are too weak to form. Rites open the gate to the afterlife, guiding these emotional fields into that realm. During this process, emotional fluctuations can cause intense disturbances, potentially harming the living. A pendant is inside you? Bewildered, Hart looked at Kirsty. You mean this thing came out of my mouth? Damn lingering realm. Dead men don't play games without paying. Hashtag chapter 25. The road with no end. The two, still shaken, exchanged glances, each seeing the joy of survival in the other's eyes. Kirsty struggled to her feet. Let's go. These souls have been exorcised. But the long-lost Tianlong pendant has appeared and was found within you. I need to report this to my master. Hart smirked. Report it if you must. Just don't treat me like a guinea pig for experiments. Kirsty shot Hart an annoyed glance. The two dragged their weary bodies back into the car. The return journey was as quiet as before. Both were bruised and had no heart for jests. Due to his injuries, Hart successfully secured the passenger seat. Watching his health points slowly recover on the attribute panel, he felt a wave of relief. A wave of drowsiness followed, and looking at the rearview mirror, where the outline of Heart Lake remained faintly visible, Hart mumbled, "You're driving so slow." Then he drifted off to sleep. After an unknown period, when Hart opened his eyes again, the car was empty, parked by the roadside, enveloped in thick fog that obscured the entire highway. Visibility was only a few meters. He wondered where Kirsty had gone. Checking the at the mention of necrosis poisoning, Hart grew anxious. Can't we blow it away? Kirsty paused, then nodded. Reassured by the expert's confirmation, he manipulated the air currents with his innate ability, dispersing the fog. As the mist rolled away, the surroundings became clearer. Kirsty urged Hart to quickly get back in the car. 10 minutes later, though the fog was gone, they still hadn't left the road, and the scenery remained unchanged. Look, there seems to be something ahead. Kirsty pointed forward. Let's check it out. Following her finger, Hart's eyes widened. The scene before him was gruesome. Numerous bodies lay sprawled across the road, some rotten, others freshly discarded, still bleeding. The air was thick with the stench of decay, swarming with flies feasting on the corpses. All the bodies shared one thing in common. Their organs were missing, leaving gaping cavities filled with maggots. Chat messages flooded the screen. This is too horrible. Horror dungeons are full of surprises. Where's the bulletproof shield? Scared me to death. This is a complete surprise meal set without any blind spots. Watching is scary enough. The streamer is brave to get close. Such a waste. This beautiful older sister is a nun. I can handle it, but don't flip those bodies with such pretty hands. Scary. I'll definitely have nightmares tonight. I'm out. Bye. For Baird. Level. LV4. Baird clung to Hart's leg upon sighting him. Eldon, save us. Let's run in the car. It's super dangerous up ahead. Kirsty interjected quietly. Baird, don't you care about losing face for Mount Maoshan's legacy? Mount Maoshan my ass. If I had a choice, I wouldn't be here. Baird glanced at Kirsty, realizing she wasn't a player, and retorted irritably. Kirsty was about to retaliate when Hart held her back. She turned sullenly, ignoring them. Pulling Baird aside, Hart looked back at the sulking Kirsty and asked softly, Eldon, as a Mount Maoshan heir, shouldn't you know some spells? How did you end up like this? Forget spells. At first, I thought it was great, given it's a horror dungeon and innate abilities might not work. Taoist magic seemed handy. But who knew I'd be ensnared by a female ghost I couldn't defeat, forced here to Heart Lake for clues, only to be swept away by this grievance fog. After exchanging information, Hart learned that Fudizen Hospital was just ahead, and the female ghost haunting Baird had ties to Heart Lake. The hospital was perilous. Baird barely escaped. Hart asked many questions about the hospital, making Baird suspicious. Eldon, asking all this, you're not planning to enter, are you? Hart smiled sincerely, showing 8 white teeth. Not just me, but us. Translation completed. The structure and tone have been preserved as per your request. Let me know if there's anything else you need. Chapter 26, Hospital Encounters. Baird's face fell. I won't go. If you don't provoke death, it won't come. Do you know how terrifying that hospital is? No way. He kept talking while slowly backing away, looking for an opportunity to turn and run. Hart smiled at the fleeing Baird. We're in this together, and we're teammates after all. Do you have a teammate who leads the charge to death? Truly unlucky. Finally, I meet a teammate who has mental issues. Bye-bye. What the heck? Baird ran without looking back. There was no sound of footsteps following him. Just as he thought Hart hadn't chased him, Hart suddenly appeared under a nearby tree, grinning with 8 shiny teeth. B. Eldon. It's not that I'm chicken. It's just too dangerous. Can't we find another way out? Hart's sudden speed shocked Kirsty. That kind of speed wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. Perhaps it had something to do with the Sky Dragon pendant. Yang, we're back. Baird has agreed to go with us to Fortudian Hospital. Let's set off immediately. As the original text refers to Yang as Yangdan Sha, which can be translated to Yang, the great female Sha, hero/warrior. I chose to simplify. Before she could chant the incantation, the talisman rapidly turned black, fell off the gate, and disintegrated into ashes mid-air. Having been enlightened by Kirsty, Hart looked serious. The talisman had been completely eroded in a short time, suggesting that the hospital was filled with intense resentment. Kirsty frowned. This gate is off limits. The resentment is too strong. Mount Maoshan descended. How did you escape from the hospital? There's a dog hole in the wall over there. Baird scratched his head, feeling embarrassed to admit he escaped through a dog hole, especially in front of a beautiful woman. Kirsty nodded understandingly and gestured to Hart, who stood watching. Following Baird's direction, Hart searched but found nothing. The brick wall was intact. Bro, are you sure? Where's the hole? Baird was also confused. Following the wall, he insisted, impossible. It was right here. Look at the marks on the ground where I climbed out. After some discussion, they concluded that whatever entity inside had sealed the hole once Baird escaped. Seeing no way into the hospital, Baird tried persuading again. With the gate unapproachable and the hole sealed, let's think of another way to leave. Kirsty responded. I calculated that the door to leave this anomalous space is inside the hospital. If we don't enter, we'll be doomed. For the most fluent and natural read, I recommend. This young heroine is truly brave. Contrary to expectations, the interior of the main building was eerily quiet, permeated only by a faint musty smell. If it weren't for the earlier events, anyone would think it was just an abandoned hospital. Exploring the first floor revealed nothing. No ghosts, no resentment, just a dim light filtering in from outside. Refusing to believe their bad luck, they ascended to the second floor. There, Hart noticed a nameplate at the end, Director's Office. Opening the door carefully, they found the room immaculately arranged, with a spotless dark red floor. On the desk lay a nameplate engraved with 3 large characters, Dante. Unlike Kirsty's calm demeanor, both Hart and Baird were excited. They had finally gotten closer to the main mission. Inside a drawer, Kirsty found a diary. Through the diary, they learned the hidden secrets of Fortudian Hospital spanning decades. May 15th, 1939. My daughter's condition is worsening, and the cursed experiment isn't making progress. Every day, watching her suffer breaks my heart. August 20th, 1939. Mr. Hatcher approached me, offering a way to save my daughter. This is the best news I've heard this year. October 30th, 1939. The experiment has made a breakthrough. Outside the hospital were undeniable. After searching thoroughly again to ensure they hadn't missed any information, and as they prepared to leave the director's office, the room's lights suddenly dimmed. Darkness spread like a plague from the center of the director's office. Before the trio could react, the solid ground became malleable like mud. Oh no. What is this? Gurgle gurgle. Be careful. Don't. Amidst the darkness, a spark of firelight appeared, illuminating a small space amidst the thick darkness. Despite Hart intensifying the flame, it only illuminated about a meter around him. The ground regained its solidity, but Kirsty and Baird had vanished. Only an endless dark corridor remained. Judging by the surroundings, this was no longer the second floor of the hospital. The walls were covered in green moss, and there was much water on the ground, resembling an underground cellar. Hart cautiously probed ahead, for the dragon pendant on his chest had started to heat up. After walking some distance, he encountered a dense smell of blood. Blood-red patches appeared in the water underfoot. A tightly shut iron door loomed at the end of the corridor. Through the grated window on the door, Hart saw a room with flickering lights. Inside, a ghost-like figure wrapped entirely in bandages stood holding a scalpel, intently inspecting its prey. On the dissecting table lay the body of a woman, gleaming under the light. Her slim waist resembled a flawless work. Even opening the chest reveals a heart still beating. Thump thump. What a beautiful sound of life. The ghost vividly described the scene with a calm voice, as if discussing something mundane. Yet it made Hart's hair stand on end. Wanting to carry Kirsty away, he found himself immobilized. An icy, sticky sensation enveloped his body, rendering him an observer. Hart finally understood the meaning of unraveling the secret. His body unresponsive, he watched helplessly as his own hand picked up a nearby scalpel. As his fingertips touched Kirsty's smooth skin, despite his struggling consciousness, the scalpel grazed her chest, drawing immediate blood. Struggling in vain within his mind, he could not stop the action. A familiar burning sensation emerged from his chest as the chilling, sticky feeling receded. He faintly heard the ghost's agonized cries. Before losing consciousness, Hart saw Kirsty smile at him. Ouch! Waking up, Hart felt sore all over, with a burnt flesh smell lingering in his nostrils. You're finally awake. I thought you'd never wake. You've been out for a day and night, said Baird, lying in a bed beside him, munching on an apple. Where's Kirsty? Is she okay? How did we escape? Asked Hart weakly. Baird motioned Hart to look behind. Turning back, he saw Kirsty, everyone in its golden glow. Hart touched his chest. The wound had healed, leaving behind only a scar of modest size. The events that transpired in the anomalous space were still vivid in his mind, but the feeling of being back under the sunlight was truly delightful. Hey, snap out of it. Let's get going. We need to find out who this bandage ghost is. I can't wait to take my revenge. He threw me into a blood pool there, filled with severed limbs, It was disgusting. Baird patted Hart on the shoulder, still seething over their experience in the anomalous space. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you. Kirsty said she's going back to Mount Amay to seek her master for some magical artifact. She told us to continue investigating here. Thinking of Kirsty, Hart felt a pang of guilt, unsure how well her wounds from the scalpel had healed. The two of them drove back to the police station, where they immediately encountered Izzy, who had been waiting for them. Without further ado, he insisted on taking Hart to make up for the meal ode. You just recovered from a major illness, old buddy. I have to welcome you back properly. What? You want to return to the police station to check files? That can wait. Besides, what do you need to ask? Didn't you know I'm like a living archive for the Dejiang unit? Unable to resist Izzy, Hart asked Baird to start investigating the clues about the female lab caught fire, killing Dante, Will, and destroying all research. This incident caused a huge stir at the time. Watanabe was rumored to be connected to the Japanese royal family, leading to a lot of noise. The Liu family paid a hefty sum, but the matter remained unresolved. Afterward, the once great Liu family declined. His daughter reportedly wandered off to an opera troupe and disappeared. After liberation, Fujian Hospital changed hands several times and became the predecessor of the current 3rd Central Hospital. Hart was startled by Izzy's words. 3rd Central Hospital? The same one I stayed in when I was injured? Yeah, but that was 70 or 80 years ago. Why are you reacting so strongly? Izzy was puzzled by Hart's reaction. Thanks, Oldly. You really are a living archive. This helps a lot. Hart thanked him and left Suiwei-ju, calling Baird. Hey Baird, I have a lead. Where are you? I'll come find you. I was about to call you. I'm at the Dejiang City Opera Art Museum. Come over. At the museum, Hart found Baird standing before an exhibit. Staring at the faded poster inside, Hart was momentarily speechless. The poster depicted a woman in green opera attire, none other than the female ghost who had helped them in the anomalous space. This is what I wanted to tell you. This ghost was a famous the scene as a suicide by hanging. Interestingly, the location where Harlow's body was found was now Shinhu Lake. Bizarrely, within the following week, each kidnapper hung themselves at Shinhu Lake, dying with twisted expressions, as if witnessing something horrifying before their deaths. Rumors spread that Harlow's grudge turned her into a vengeful ghost, killing the kidnappers one by one. Henceforth, she was known as the Shinhu Lake Ghost Girl. In 1946, someone funded the renovation of the area around Shinhu Lake, turning it into Shinhu Park. No more deaths were reported after that, and the name of the benefactor was listed as Watanabe Yuta. Baird felt suspicious. Can it be this coincidental? Will disappeared into Dejiang City, yet after Japan's defeat, he still cared to build a park? There must be a sinister motive. Hart agreed, realizing that the Shinhu Lake Ghost Girl was actually Dante's daughter, Harlow. Watanabe Yuta's involvement added another layer of mystery to the entire case. Chapter 29, the car accident. At the end of the dossier, there was an attached bird's-eye view map of Xianhu Park after its renovation, along with a photo of the ribbon-cutting ceremony for Xianhu Park. In the center of the photo, wearing a suit and performing the ribbon-cutting, was clearly Clinton. Energy were to burst forth. All of Dejiang City would turn into a ghostly domain. But curiously, during their last visit with Kirsty to perform blessings at Xianhu, they hadn't detected any accumulated negative energy. This left much to ponder. Let's wait until Kirsty returns before making any decisions. With my limited skills, I'd just be a liability. Andy threw up his hands, conceding defeat. Paris ring ring. Paris ring ring. A sharp ring of the phone broke the silence. Hart glanced at Baird, who was loafing around, and reluctantly picked up the call. Yes, oh Captain Yuri. I'm still investigating the case at Xianhu. What? Another murder happened at Xianhu? Alright, I'll head over immediately. After hanging up, Hart furrowed his brow. A new murder was not good news. Could it have been committed by Harlow? Even though he had mentally prepared himself for a gruesome scene, Hart was still stunned when he arrived at Xianhu. Izzy's body lay on the ground like a rag doll whose stuffing had been emptied out. His wide-open eyes stared unblinkingly, his abdomen gaping open and completely empty, his organs missing. Black-red blood pooled beneath him, forming a shallow, dark puddle. They had shared drinks and conversation just yesterday, and today they were separated by life and death. Hart knew this kind of death could only be the work of the bandage ghost. Hart regretted rashly questioning Izzy about Fordson Hospital yesterday. Perhaps if he hadn't, Izzy wouldn't have become a victim. Once the crime scene investigation was complete, Hart and his colleagues, suppressing their grief, placed Izzy's body into a body bag and took it back to the police station for further testing. The atmosphere in the car was somber. Izzy had been very well liked among the team, and now he was brutally murdered. Just like the previous cases, there were no clues left by the murderer, adding to the growing sense of despair. Captain Yuri, the car behind us has been following us ever since Xianhu. Xiao Zhang broke the silence. Hart and the others looked into the rearview mirror, where a van trailed not too far behind. It was nighttime, so they couldn't see the driver clearly. After a moment of thought, Captain Yuri said, "The situation is unclear. We need to lose them." "No problem." Xiao Zhang flashed a confident smile. "Hang on tight," he warned as he slammed the gas pedal. The car shot forward like an arrow from a bow. The van accelerated in response. "Now, Xiao Zhang, be careful. We don't want to get dizzy while trying to shake off the car," someone joked, though the car did indeed shake violently as they pulled ahead. With peak traffic hours already passed, the roads weren't too crowded. Xiao Zhang drove swiftly without hesitation, but the van wasn't far behind either. It kept closing the gap between them, eventually driving alongside the police car. Those few meters felt incredibly distant. Even using self-healing charms didn't seem sufficient. Finally, he managed to drag the last colleague to safety and collapsed from exhaustion. The familiar scent of disinfectant filled Hart's nostrils. He forced his eyes open to see Kirsty's concerned face next to him. "Are you okay? How do you feel now?" Cough, cough. "Not dead yet. How's Rocco and the others?" Hart's voice was weak. "They're in the next room. The doctors say they're out of danger. Rest well." Kirsty adjusted Hart's blankets and left the room. Watching her leave, Hart silently refreshed his healing charms. Sleepiness soon crept over him. He chuckled to himself. This quest has been a nightmare, spending the most time on hospital beds. Half asleep, Hart felt something cool on his wrist, as if something had been tied there. Lifting his arm slightly, he sensed a weight from his wrist. At first, he thought it was a dream, but upon putting his arm down again, he clearly felt something resting on his wrist. Feeling it with his hand, it was square-shaped, like a wooden plaque. Wooden plaque? Hart jerked awake, looking at his bare wrist. Despite nothing visible, the real sensation told him it was a wooden plaque, the type used at Fortson Hospital to record. Hart. Kirsty's voice echoed down the corridor. A powerful suction force pulled my body backward as her voice reached me. Patient is experiencing ventricular fibrillation. Prepare for defibrillation. Charge to 200 joules. Charging complete. Prepare to discharge. Clear. One more time. Charge to 200 joules. Bright lights stabbed into my eyes, and the doctor's urgent voices filled my ears. Who are they trying to save? So noisy. My chest hurts so much. F***CK. Could they be saving me? My scattered consciousness reformed, and the disembodied voices in my ears became clearer. Patient has regained normal sinus rhythm, a nurse said beside me. Only then did I fully realize I had just narrowly escaped death. Kirsty, standing beside me, looked full of self-reproach. It's all my fault for going downstairs just now. I should have stayed by your side. After giving her a few instructions, the doctor and nurses left the ward. I had a very strange dream just now. There was a little girl. Hart paused mid-sentence when he felt something cold on his wrist. So it wasn't a dream. It was real. Hart muttered to himself. Kirsty looked puzzled. What wasn't a dream? What are you mumbling about? Hart recounted what had just happened, and the ward fell into ghost exorcising talisman missing. Big brother, hurry up. Selin is waiting for us. The red-clothed girl urged him again, and Hart's body involuntarily moved, following her out of the ward. Kylie skipped ahead as the walls around them started to peel and turn yellow. Everything around him became decayed and old. Passing through a long corridor, the little girl gently pushed open a large door, and the environment changed once more. The walls were a mix of white and green. Smiling nurses nodded at him, and bustling patients gave Hart a sense of dislocation. Big brother, don't just stand there. Let's go. It's right ahead, the little girl said, with a neat ponytail and wearing a white floral dress. Her big eyes were full of innocence. Following the direction of her finger, Hart finally realized where he was. Unbeknownst to him, he had once again entered Fortson Hospital. No, to be precise, Fortson Hospital during the time Dante was its director. Young man, I'm sorry we meet like this, Dante said with a smile from inside the office. Unlike the tense encounter Hart had imagined, Dante exuded the demeanor of an aristocratic gentleman. What really happened back then? Were you involved in the live dissection experiments? Hart blurted out his questions. Dante hadn't expected such directness. Very well, let's get to the point. His gaze sank into memory. Your daughter, though, tasted rather good. Player has uncovered the truth. Main quest updated. Prevent Will's rebirth. Hashtag chapter 31. Escape and breaking the array. This thing has been dead for so long. It can still be reborn? As if you're making fun of me. Hart felt a chill upon receiving the task prompt. Young man, I will hold it back. You must run. Remember, the bottom of Heart Lake is the heart of the array. Please rescue my daughter as well. Dante's voice faded as the walls around them rapidly aged, losing their integrity and reverting to the state they were in at the moment of death. Tell my daughter I am sorry. Hart did not hesitate, allowing the little girl to lead him along the path they had come from, fleeing as quickly as possible. The smell of burnt flesh grew stronger, while blackish-red mist continuously eroded the space Dante had conjured. Outside the building, countless yellowish bandages writhed and twisted, tightening with each pass, causing groaning sounds that signaled unbearable pressure. Kylie quickened her pace, passing through the entrance and up a spiral staircase. Hart could faintly hear Dante's enraged roar, followed by an eerie silence. Plat, plat. Blood tears dropped to the ground. The little girl was silently weeping. Hart knew that Dante was likely in dire straits, after what seemed like he'd been busy preparing tools to break the array. Note, the term, young Danuxia, seems to be a nickname or title for Kirsty, which I translated as Kirsty for consistency and clarity in English. Seeing Baird's vibrant appearance, Hart felt unbalanced. Why do all the bosses target me while this guy is so carefree? Jokes aside, their immediate concern was stopping Will's resurrection. Though Hart remained weak, he didn't want to wait any longer. If the centuries-old resentment under Heart Lake erupted, it would spell disaster for the entire city. After checking out of the hospital, the three returned to Heart Lake. The sky was somewhat overcast, adding to the lake's ominous atmosphere. Baird pulled out a wooden saw from the trunk. Don't just stand there. Help me out. Confused, Hart asked, isn't our mission to break the array? Why are you carrying a saw? Baird scratched his head. Oh right, you don't know. The 9 Palace 8 trigram Enyang Soul locking array depends on the surrounding locust trees. If we chop down a few trees in strategic positions, the array won't function properly. Once disordered, we can take advantage to break it. Nodding, Hart realized he was an adept at breaking arrays. After felling 2 locust trees at specific points, Kirsty took the lead, brandishing her sword amidst sparking air currents. Midday provided the strongest positive energy, aiding her efforts. Enjoying it now? A killer's voice resounded abruptly. Gary, I'll stick with you. Let's flip Blood Alliance together, Rocco's voice. Hart, get up. Breakfast is getting cold, his mother's voice. Hart. Voices and familiar faces flickered and disappeared. Hart reached out, touching nothingness. Smack. Kirsty slapped him hard, snapping him back to reality. The ghost's disappointed expressions aligned before them. Don't let them deceive you. Once you're trapped, you won't escape. Surrounded by endless ghostly shadows, a chilling premonition crept over Hart. Perhaps they couldn't break the array today. Chapter 32. Failure to break the array. As if to confirm Hart's suspicions, the ghost breached the defensive line in front of Kirsty. Spit. Kirsty spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body went limp. Seeing this, Hart quickly supported the almost exhausted Kirsty and asked anxiously, "How are you?" Andy swiftly closed the gap, throwing spells like they were free. For a moment, he cleared a small space around them. I can still hold on." Kirsty's ritual sword emitted a pale blue light, as if resisting the pressure from all directions. "Let's keep moving. We've alerted them now. If we don't break the array today, once Dubian Elong prepares, it will be much harder to do so." Kirsty forced herself up, her ritual sword slicing through the ghost. "You use it. I can't wield it." Without hesitation, Kirsty infused it with her magical energy. As the energy flowed in, the carved dragon on the pendant slowly moved, emitting a low dragon's roar. A massive azure dragon illusion appeared, immediately dispersing the surrounding malevolent spirits into nothing more than wisps of black smoke. "Follow me." Baird held the compass, searching for an escape route. After some calculations, he finally found the Gate of Life and called out for Hart to run. Perhaps wary of the Tianlong pendant's power, the three fleeing individuals encountered no further resistance from the spirits. "We made it." Baird stopped abruptly and collapsed on the ground. Due to inertia, Hart couldn't stop in time and stepped right over him. "Ah, damn it." Baird screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Hart placed his hands on his knees, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Sorry. Who could have expected you to stop so suddenly?" Meanwhile, Kirsty stood there calmly with her sword, only able to think, no wonder Yang is called Great Heroine. Such physical endurance despite spitting blood. Looking at the slowly closing lock soul array, Kirsty said softly, "It seems this array is much larger than we thought. The entire Heart Lake Park is its dead gate. All spells are suppressed within it, while ghosts are enhanced. There's nothing we can do. Dubian Elong planned this for decades. If it were that easy, something would be wrong." Hart nodded, collecting his thoughts and waiting for nightfall. Night, in the forensic room. Hart placed the little girl's butterfly hairpin in the soul summoning array prepared by Kirsty. All preparations complete, Kirsty changed into her Taoist robe, holding the ritual sword and chanting, "Wandering souls, where do you reside? Return promptly, your presence summoned. By riverside fields, temples, villages, urgently command." The butterfly hairpin in the center of the array began to vibrate violently, releasing mist that formed a small vortex. As the chant ended, the little girl's figure gently floated down. Kylie smiled sweetly at Hart. "Eldon, were you looking for me?" Hart blushed. "Yes, well, our attempt to break the Heart Lake array failed. Do you know how we can enter Dubian Elong's hiding place?" Kylie tilted her head in thought. The dean once mentioned a secret passage he created. "I'm not sure if Dubian Elong knows about it." Hart was delighted. Had Dante left a backup plan, they wouldn't have risked everything in a direct assault. Where does this passage lead? In the morgue number 3 of the 3rd Central Hospital. The mention of this location made everyone realize it was indeed plausible. The former Fu Dessen Hospital, where Dante's spirit might be present, explained the setup. His head the middle finger, Hart began examining the surroundings inside the wall. Though not very tall, the tunnel's walls were incredibly smooth but quite damp, with water droplets constantly dripping from the ceiling, forming a stream on the ground. The heavy moisture made the group feel a bit cold. The sound of running water was clear against the silence of the tunnel. Hart and the others had not expected to find such a long passage, leading to the Heart Lake beneath the 3rd Central Hospital. As they progressed, the thick, musty smell made Hart wrinkle his nose. A familiar scent of formaldehyde was mixed in faintly. Suddenly, Baird stopped ahead. "Why did you stop?" Hart asked curiously. Baird frowned and took out a light-emitting talisman. "There seems to be something blocking the path ahead." Bathed in the soft white light emitted by the talisman, Hart saw an object lying across the boundary between darkness and light. He described it as an object because the skeleton indeed lay somewhere between being an object and a human. It was sprawled there, devoid of any flesh, its empty eye sockets staring up at the ceiling. However, what was peculiar was the color of the bones. Typically, after death, when the body decomposes due to bacteria, the bones turn a ghostly white, a sign of calcification. But the bones here were a strange red, exuding a unique fragrance. Scattered, Kylie appeared at the right moment and looked at the skeleton mournfully. "This is one of Will's failed immortality experiments, which escaped from the lake bottom." Hart couldn't help but wonder what kind of experiment would cause bones to turn entirely red. After confirming there was no danger, the group moved past the skeleton. The light from the talisman gradually dimmed, perhaps due to sustained use draining its power. Hart activated his fire talent to take over the lighting. Moving cautiously, they slowed their pace, knowing this led to Will's lair. They rested multiple times as they ventured deeper, encountering more skeletons along the way. Logically, these people should harbor deep resentment given their deaths in this dark tunnel and the torment of experiments. Yet there was not a trace of lingering spirit or resentment. Souls generally linger near bodies after death, but there was nothing here, not even a hint of a soul. This made Hart extremely uneasy, suggesting that the souls of those who died here were either consumed or dissipated while alive. "Here we are." Kylie's voice interrupted abruptly. She pointed at a blood-red iron door. "I can only take you this far. Beyond this point is forbidden for spiritual beings. If I enter, I will be assimilated and consumed. Also, there may be living failures beyond the door. They have no feelings, no consciousness, only primal instincts. They attack any living thing." With that, the little girl vanished. Hart peered through the door crack. Careful. Just as he turned away to catch his breath, a massive, mangled hand grabbed him tightly. At this critical moment, fiery flames burst forth from Hart's body. The creature in the pool screamed in pain, a cricket-like sound. The hand holding Hart loosened its grip. Hart quickly distanced himself. Inside the churning blood pool, a gigantic figure emerged slowly. Seeing the creature, Hart couldn't hold back vomit. It was a monstrous amalgamation. covered in scars, with skin patches from crocodiles, fish scales, bird feathers, and animal fur. The giant body bore an infant's head. If not for the hollow eyes, it almost looked cute. Its muscular arms embedded with countless eyeballs, each darting about. The creature roared at them, its sharp cry piercing Hart's eardrums. Heavenly thunder spell. Baird acted first, enduring ear-piercing pain, launching an attack preemptively. The purple thunderbolt struck the monster directly, instantly causing the smell of burnt flesh to rise. Chirp! The monster let out a tragic wail. Its burned skin trembled violently, and pinkish flesh rapidly pushed away the charred flesh. Snap! The monster reached down to pick up the pieces of fallen bloody flesh and shove them into its mouth. As they spoke, Hart lost his balance, and after a dizzying spin, his vision turned crimson red. A putrid liquid filled Hart's mouth, and cold, sticky liquid enveloped his entire body. Kirsty and Baird's shouts seemed distant, and all he could see were broken limbs. Hart realized he had been dragged into the blood pool by the monster. His body sank rapidly, and a suffocating sensation overwhelmed him. Yet his body felt as if it were weighed down with lead, unable to move. ####Chapter 34, Embrace Death to Live. A searing pain spread through Hart's body, as if his strength was being drained away. His vision blurred with a blinding crimson red. His body continued to sink, and the side effects of oxygen deprivation gradually set in. Hart's consciousness grew hazy, the surrounding colors shifting from red to black. For a moment, he couldn't distinguish whether it was the murky blood at the bottom of the pool, or the result of oxygen deprivation. The deeper he sank, the quieter it became. After an intense feeling of suffocation, Hart suddenly felt less discomfort, as if he had taken several deep breaths of pure oxygen. In the originally silent space, faint sounds began to emerge. It sounded like a mixture of sobs and laughter. It felt as though he had experienced a lifetime of emotions, all surging into his heart. Revenge, some sacrifices must be made. Hart paused, not pressing further on the matter. Yet, looking at this unfortunate woman, he could vaguely guess what those sacrifices entailed. While Will is undergoing a crucial phase of resurrection and is preoccupied, I've gained a brief moment of freedom. Harlow pointed at the creature on the ground, which lay motionless like mud. Do you know its purpose when it was created? Hart nodded eagerly. This blood pool monster possessed terrifying abilities that seemed far too powerful for mere guarding duties. Harlow hesitated. It was once one of Will's vessels. After finding a better body, it was discarded, becoming what you see now. Looking at the monster, Hart understood. Since this creature was once Will's body, everything made sense. Its formidable healing abilities, bizarre skills, all products of Watanabe's experiments for eternal life. Is there any way to stop Will's resurrection? Where is his true form now? Hart asked anxiously. Harlow shook her head. Will never trusted me. I do not know the location of his true form, but here, I give you hope that you can stop him. She handed him an ancient book. On its cover, 3 large characters were inscribed in bold strokes, soul capturing spell. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared. Lost my body. He deserved death. Have you met Harlow, that cunning bad woman? She thought she could win my trust with her beauty? Huh, how naive. But you cannot stop me. The bandage ghost's laughter struck Hart as odd. Harlow had said Will was preoccupied with his resurrection and hadn't appeared for a long time. Yet, this bandage ghost not only knew about Harlow but also seemed unrestricted in movement. Hart's mind raced. Suddenly, a thought struck him. That's not right. You're not Will. You're a player just like me. The bandage ghost grinned. Ha ha ha, you're not too stupid after all. Hart clenched his fists, subtly pulling Kirsty behind him. At the start of the scenario, the game had indicated this was an adversarial instance. Yet, apart from Baird, he hadn't seen any other players. Furthermore, since emerging from the alternate dimension, Baird often found excuses to leave and had shown no signs of emotional disturbance during multiple life-threatening situations. Hart had been unable to replicate any abilities from him. Though these were merely suspicions, Hart kept a cautious distance from Baird. However, one inconsistency remained. If the bandage ghost were indeed a player, it couldn't explain its existence as a ghost. To enter the realm of the lingering kingdom, players must be alive. The bandage ghost didn't give Hart more time to ponder. Rotten bandages swept towards them. Kirsty blocked with her sword, Aura swept through this tiny underwater space. 80 years later, I have finally been reborn. Bliss's body slowly descended, with his well-defined muscles giving off a primal, untamed beauty. Are you Baird or Bliss? Hart still couldn't believe that a Real player could transform into a boss in the game world. Bliss, who had regained his physical form, no longer had a raspy voice. He spoke fluent Chinese. I am both Bliss and Baird. My talent is theft. I never thought my luck would be so good, allowing me to obtain eternal life in this instance. Baird laughed maniacally. Bliss had planned for years, only to end up benefiting others unwittingly. Miss Yang, don't waste your efforts. In this soul-locking array, practitioners of Taoism are destined to be suppressed. This place is the heart of the entire array. You can't use any Taoist spells, Baird mocked Kirsty, then extended his nails which suddenly grew sharp and pointed, like knives. After spending so much time together, we're almost friends, right? Friends should help each other. Now I need your blood as my first meal. Won't you refuse? With these words, Baird expanded in size and instantly appeared before Hart, plunging those blade-like nails directly into Hart's arms. Hart was not one to wait passively. Want to eat me? Afraid you'll chip a tooth? Flames instantly erupted around him, forming a fiery fist that station. Golden light burst from his hand, illuminating Baird. That once robust body began to melt upon contact. Long nails, like candles under heat, dissolved completely, exposing the underlying red muscle tissue. His face turned grotesque, his nose twisted to one side, eyes hanging outside their sockets. He lost all human form. Hart didn't expect the soul absorption spell to be so tyrannical. Originally, he thought it would merely extract the soul. Instead, it was destroying the physical body too. But sorry, I should have let you show off a little longer. What have you done to me? Feeling the power within his body vanishing, Baird panicked. Did you think Harlow approached you just to gain your trust? You underestimated her. Her ultimate goal was to retain the lethal soul absorption spell. Hart admired this seemingly delicate woman who had endured such tragedy in life and sacrificed herself after death to avenge her father. As the soul absorption spell continued, Baird's body vanished entirely, compressing into a crystal the size of a diamond. Main quest completed. Rewards are being settled. Do you want to be teleported now? Hart hesitated for a moment, not choosing immediate return to Lingering World. He walked over to Kirsty, helping her stand up. Goodbye, Miss Great Hero. If I belong to this world. God of Fire's Hammer. Name, God of Fire's Hammer. Type, Guild Equipment. Quality, Epic. Special effect, Blacksmithing Enhancement. Ignore NPC level, increase equipment quality by 1. Note, Epic level items are extremely rare. This item can only be equipped on Guild Blacksmith NPCs. Just ask if you feel jealous. Damn, is this system messing with me, or what? Finally got a normal item, and it can only be used by the Guild NPC. Did I wash my face wrong? Should I use whitening cream next time? Despite complaining, Hart knew the value of this item, especially its ability to bypass NPC levels and directly improve equipment quality. This means a silver-grade blacksmith, who originally could only produce rare-quality equipment, could now forge epic-level gear with this God of Fire's hammer. Hiring a silver-grade blacksmith costs 500 points per month, and a gold grade costs 1,000 points per month. Rounding up, that's saving 1 billion points. After calming down, Hart opened his attribute panel. Name, Hart. Authority number, 2177. Level, LV4, 200/400, 10 levels as a stage. Strength, stage 2-1, attack, carrying weight related. Watching himself grow stronger bit by bit, Hart felt a sense of accomplishment well up inside him. He spent 2 points to fix the door of his bedroom, ate until he was full, and then gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 36, The Battle of Nova. Players, please prepare to enter the teleportation area for game entry. Countdown, 60 seconds. Hart quickly got up, rushing to the teleportation area. They really don't give you a moment's rest. 3, 2, 1. Teleportation begins. Welcome to the land of Limbo. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed through the space. A flash of light enveloped Hart, and he found himself on a bustling street. Vehicles crisscrossed the road, and crowds of people bustled about with urgency. Occasional unique flying vehicles zipped through the sky, making Hart feel like he was in a sci-fi movie. On both sides of the street stood towering white skyscrapers, while floating parks with lush greenery hovered in the sky. Citizens of Nova, the Federation has confirmed that the Yachin fleet will soon enter the solar system. Earth is facing an unprecedented crisis. Do not harbor any illusions about the Yachins. They bring only destruction. Defend our homeland. It's everyone's responsibility. Citizens are encouraged to enlist in the military and join together to resist the invaders, truly turning us into cannon fodder. There's no point in lamenting over it. He immediately checked the details of the main mission. Main mission, Defense of Nova. Mission overview. After the breathing wall is breached, hold off the incoming Yachin forces invading Nova and rebuild the breathing wall defense line. Mission information. The breathing wall, a defensive system encircling Nova, serving as the city's last stronghold. Mission duration, 15 natural days starting from the official start of the war. After thoroughly reading the mission details, Hart realized the gravity of the situation. With 300 players all unified under one camp, it clearly indicated this instance world would be extremely perilous. Deciding to follow the broadcast, Hart headed to the recruitment center. Other players should also gather there. At the recruitment center, looking at the dense crowd, Hart couldn't help but marvel at how united people could be when faced with an invader. The glowing tags above the heads of the players were too conspicuous. Soon all participants gathered together. Stars twinkling in his eyes, Hart thought. If I could copy these talents, wouldn't we become invincible? Even Jedediah and Blood Pact could be crushed effortlessly. Even if he didn't copy many talents, recruiting for the guild would still be beneficial. With this thought, his mood improved. Silent was indeed Zone 3. The 300 players were evenly distributed among the 3 zones. Boom boom. A loud rumble came from the sky, firelight illuminating the dim sky. Soon after, debris from numerous ships rained down, crashing against Nova City's enormous shield. All combat units, be ready. Our fleet suffered losses, and Yachin ground troops are approaching. Hearing the news, Hart hurriedly ran towards Zone 3. Through the shield, he saw dark shapes appearing on the distant horizon. They moved fast, and soon Hart could make out the Yachin's distinct forms with his naked eye. Their bodies were covered in large tentacles, a red glow pulsing from their central core, moving like liquid. Boom boom. The main cannons of the breathing wall fired first. Large blue energy spheres whistled into the densely packed Yachin ranks. With each explosion, numerous Yachins turned to ashes. Despite heavy casualties, the unintelligent soldier ants continued their relentless advance. Once within range, the soldier ants emitted powerful energy blasts from their mouths. The breathing wall's shield flickered rapidly and finally shattered under the 4th synchronized volley. In Zone 3, players were already in position. Attention all players, this is Xiaoqing Yuri, Vice President of Gunfire Guild. A statuesque woman with long golden hair. Defense seems a bit lacking. Hey, that woman has quite the figure. I'm going to follow her. The comments continued to flood in as players eagerly discussed the unfolding events. Chapter 37, Struggle for Talent. The cannon fire above the defense lines grew increasingly sparse. In just 20 minutes, the energy cannons on the fortifications were almost entirely destroyed. The soldier ants swarmed up the walls in droves. Soon, breaches appeared in the defenses. Under their overwhelming numbers, the soldier ants launched a frenzied slaughter. Players at the second line of defense enjoyed a brief respite. Hattie approached the players with elemental manipulation talent. She inquired about each player's abilities. "Hey handsome, interested in joining our gunfire guild? Big sister will look after you if you join us," she said, pushing her chest out slightly. Players with elemental manipulation talent have always been sought after by major guilds. There's no other reason. As they delve deeper into their talent abilities, they can sway the course of battle at critical moments. She flirted overtly and covertly, sparking curiosity among everyone about the elemental manipulator's true capabilities. Many eyes filled with desire turned toward Hattie. "Sorry, I'm not interested in your guild," the elemental manipulator named Keenan replied coldly. Seeing that her efforts were unsuccessful, Hattie was unperturbed. She shot early. The same occurred in the other two combat zones. Seeing the relatively stable defense lines, Hattie walked over to Hart. "Big Elden Hart, your flames are quite skillful. Interested in joining gunfire?" Hart looked at this thorny rose and smiled without responding. He turned his head towards the frontline players. Thankfully, no high-level monsters had appeared yet. According to Federation intelligence, whether the players could withstand high-level monsters was still unknown. Hunt had once introduced Gunfire Guild to Hart. The guild was indeed formidable to be able to handle an independent defense zone. If he hadn't planned to establish his own guild, he might have felt some interest. Now, he was more concerned about how to recruit these players under his command. Wave after wave of soldier ants surged towards the players' defensive line. Players at the forefront had already started taking injuries. Hart also witnessed various talents for the first time. This won't work. There are too many monsters. The front line needs rest, or it will eventually be overwhelmed. Melee fighters, charge out and give the front line some respite. Following Hattie's order, a Gunfire Guild player wielding a large axe rushed into the crowd of monsters. Other melee players, seeing this, gritted their teeth and followed suit. Bang bang bang. Hearing the gunfire from the back, Hart's heart sank. According to Hattie's commands, high-level monsters must have appeared in the front. Attacks are imminent. The sudden message tightened Hart's nerves. A simple probing attack destroyed the Federation's first line of defense. Without the players, the second line might have fallen long ago. But players are humans, not machines. They get tired and need rest. How long could they endure under the continuous onslaught of soldier ants? This system announcement hung over every player's mind like dark clouds. All regions have completed the trial. Defense contribution values are being settled. First place, Keenan, contribution value, 40. Second place, Rona, contribution value, 36. Third place, Zhang Junbo, contribution value, 30. To incentivize players, rewards will be given to the top 5 contributors after the Nova defense battle. First prize, 1 diamond-level Union Alchemist. Second prize, 1 epic equipment. Third prize, 1 rare weapon. Fourth prize, 2,000 points. Fifth prize, 1,000 points. Hart looked at the rewards, his eyes sparkling. These rewards were incredibly attractive. A diamond-level alchemist is exceptionally rare, and not only because of the high cost but also because, given Hart's unlucky attributes, it would take who knows how long to get one through random draws. However, as the old saying goes, tall trees catch much wind. It wasn't time to boost contribution points excessively. Lines instinctively swallowed hard, clearly shocked by the sudden appearance of the high-level creatures. A player responsible for vigilance and surveillance shouted loudly, "Deputy Leader Yuri, it's bad. There are a large number of flying monsters coming." "How many?" "Too many to count." With a rush, the ranged players who were resting moments ago immediately tensed up, grabbing their weapons and nervously looking towards the sky not far away. Boom, boom. On the ground, the soldier ants, led by high-level monsters, charged towards the player-formed defenses. This time, the players felt unprecedented pressure. With the guidance of the high-level monsters, the soldier ants were no longer blindly charging. They became more organized, seeking cover and finding weak points in the defenses. Ranged attackers, what the hell are you doing? Not one hit with all that noise. A defensive talented player couldn't help but shout profanities. Plop. A falling, flying ant interrupted his words, causing everyone to instinctively look up. An overwhelming number of flying ants covered the sky, making the third-line air defense fire seem inadequate. The ranged players could only temporarily abandon support for the front lines and block the flying ants from approaching the battlefield. Zap. Boom. An injured but still alive, flying ant defense system unleashed energy rounds. The advance of the Yachin forces paused. In the Federation Command Center, the general looked at the player-formed defenses stopping the Yachin assault and sighed. "These soldiers are doing well. Hawkins, how much longer until you can pinpoint Omega's location?" Hawkins, busy calculating, didn't even look up. "At least 2 more days. So Rolf, no matter the cost, please give me 2 days." Angelo nodded, turning to the battlefield. His eagle-like eyes showed a hint of reluctance. Actually, the Federation had concealed something from the public and soldiers. This offensive defense battle was a high-stakes gamble by the upper echelons. Scientists discovered Omega during the first encounter with the Yachins. She was the heart and brain of the entire Yachin army. All Yachin units were hatched by Omega without any limit. Observations indicated that even on Yachin Star, Omegas were extremely rare. Destroying Omega hidden somewhere on Earth would mean victory for humanity. This was why the fort retained its strength, ready to unleash a powerful strike from Novo City once Omega's location was locked, potentially reversing the tide of the war. Thinking this, the general's pity disappeared, replaced by icy determination. The battle continued, Yachin corpses piling higher, black ooze seeping everywhere. Players fought death, most hoped to delay it, thinking, let others die rather than me. Feeling the changing atmosphere, Hart spoke up. "We're all in this together. As long as everyone holds their position, victory will be ours." Thud, thud, thud. The ground rumbled as waves of soldier ants were thrown into the air. 5 giant black shadows appeared in front of the defenses. On their path, soldier ants scattered, those too slow being devoured by the shadows. Consumers have appeared. Defense, defense. Barriers now. Focused fire on consumers from range. Hattie bellowed orders. Ranged players redirected their aim, firing endless energy rounds at the consumers. But despite the barrage, the consumers only paused briefly, continuing forward through the artillery fire. Damn it! Contact fort support immediately. We can't sacrifice ourselves like this. Hattie was exasperated. Vice President, the fort replied, they can't provide firepower support. A gunfire union member, pale-faced, reported. What? Is the main cannon just for show? At a time like this? I just asked. Military command says it's a top decision. They want us to hold the line, nothing else. Please continue translating, or provide feedback based on the original text's continuity and context. Watching the consumers getting closer to the defenses, Hart took absorbed. However, Hart, floating midair, showed no sign of panic and dodged an attack from one of the Devourer's tentacles. He slashed again. While the fiery blade was still being absorbed, he keenly observed that the Devourer's second attempt at digesting it was significantly slower. I'll see just how much you can swallow. Relying on his speed, Hart continuously evaded attacks in the air, momentarily keeping the enormous creature pinned down. Players defending the zone were emboldened by this sight. Eldons, let's double our efforts. Following these two powerhouses, we'll surely complete the mission. Bang! Another graceful dodge, and finally the Devourer could no longer absorb the attack. Hart cut it into two halves. But as the Devourer disintegrated, the vast amount of fire it had absorbed could no longer be contained, spreading wildly. A mushroom cloud rose from the ground, followed by a shockwave. Countless soldier ants turned to ashes in the flames, which swept across the defense zone, creating a huge void in front of them. Damn! The shockwave enveloped everything, and Hart, at the forefront, was slammed back into the defense zone by the powerful blast. The players on the battlefield cheered for Hart, slaying the Devourer, but were immediately dismayed as they saw him fall dramatically from the sky and land headfirst into a deep pit left by the worker ants. With already low morale, the defense relied on Yuri Marilyn and Hart to maintain it. If this sets a precedent, other players might consider escaping too. It's only the first day, and the front line cannot descend into chaos. Hart, please help persuade him. Hattie appealed to Hart. She whispered to him, Eldon Hart, morale can't be compromised. We can't let one bad apple spoil the bunch. The dark-skinned man showed disdain, believing other players' lives irrelevant to him. In the previous world, he obtained a tool that allowed him to avoid penalties by paying enough points. Eldon, what are you thinking? This defensive mission has substantial rewards. Even if you have a way to avoid punishment, why not wait until the last resort? Leaving now will harm everyone. Hart walked over and put an arm around the man's shoulder, whispering persuasively. Where I go, stay or leave, is my choice. What's it to you? Come on, mind your own. A swift slash sent the man's head flying, still retaining a look of shock. Hattie looked surprised, not expecting Hart to handle it so brutally. You killed him like that? No choice. Dealing with him promptly before worse impact is the most direct and effective way. Hattie remained silent, but her respect for Hart grew. His decisiveness and strength impressed her. Watching him walk away, she found herself admiring him even more. Shooting down an incoming soldier ant, Hattie approached Hart. You're the strongest in the entire 3rd defense zone. I must have misjudged you. Stop, please don't mention joining your guild again. I created my own guild. How about you come join me? Seeing her charming smile, Hart interrupted hastily. She was relentless in recruiting for her guild. Surprised by Hart's unexpected offer, Hattie replied, what a pity. I've invested so much into gunfire. But what? But if you obey your elder sister, I might reconsider. Hart blushed. Forget it. I can't handle a thorny rose like you. Tisk you're all talk and no action. Despite being single for years, faced with such a lure, Hart wasn't immune to temptation, though admitting it was unrealistic. From his interactions, Hart came to realize that the more alluring the flower, the more likely it was to have venomous thorns. To be the vice president of a large guild like Gunfire, one must possess some level of cunning and strategy. Otherwise, they would have met their end long ago. The battle on the front lines continued, but with Hart and Keenan taking turns to defend, the soldier ants' attacks were repeatedly repelled. In the Federation Command Center, the Rolf, who usually had an expressionless face, displayed a smile for the first time. The Citizen, the president of Gunfire Guild. I heard from the vice president that 2 very powerful players emerged in the 3rd combat zone, especially this Hart who topped the contribution list today. I've heard that he single-handedly killed the Devourer, and I suspect he has some kind of levitation item. A male player wearing wire-rimmed glasses polished his dagger. He was the mastermind behind Gunfire Guild, the right-hand man of Anson. Killian, can we get vice president to recruit Eric into our guild? Players with elemental manipulation skills are extremely valuable. A female player chewing her nails asked beside him. It's difficult. Hattie says he formed his own guild, but perhaps we could try with Keenan. The Killian pushed up his glasses, his eyes flickering with the flames. Xiaoping reported that Keenan is indeed formidable with lightning control, killing the blue monster with a single strike. However, he is quite arrogant, and Xiaoping's attempts at recruitment have been unsuccessful. Anson, dressed in a white robe with prominent features, spoke firmly despite his soft tone. Anson furrowed his brow, turning to the Killian. Lee, what do you think? The Killian adjusted his glasses, seeming helpless. Only the president dared call him by his nickname. If you call me that again, Anson laughed. All right, let's hear your thoughts, Lee. The surrounding Gunfire members couldn't help the atmosphere. Anson interjected. We have no grudges. We're on the same side. Let's try recruiting, or befriend him as Lee suggested. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The sharp cries of the sentry broke the night's calm. Not even a moment's rest. Do Yachin people never tire? Hart cursed inwardly, drawing his katana and heading to the defense line. The Yachin assault was as monotonous as before. Wave after wave of soldier ants followed by flying ants. Despite its predictability, sheer numbers put immense pressure on the defenders. You with the barrier talent, focus on air defense. Not everyone can cover the front lines. Despite early warnings, players struggled due to the rapid speed of the soldier ants. The barrier caster again placed the shield up front, earning a reprimand from Hattie. After a bitter battle, the Yachin finally retreated. The glowing blue treasure chest on the battlefield left the players drooling. Pop. Confirming no immediate danger, Hattie instructed the players to bring back the chests. These boxes just dropped, 1 blue, 2 white. Hart didn't care much for the chests, expecting strange attributes that would embarrass him. You know the contributions made during the day. The origin of these chests is unknown. I'll open them. Points go to everyone, and the highest bidder gets the equipment. Issued 1 to each soldier. It wasn't particularly handy, but for players accustomed to using guns, it still held a certain appeal. Obtained item. Flying ant wings. Name. Flying ant wings. Type. Wings. Quality. Common. Effect. None. Note. A piece of Yachin aerial infantry equipment. Similar to ant wings. Wear it and transform into a flying ant. Surprised? Note. Once equipped, cannot be removed. The process is painful, imagining insect wings piercing your flesh for the sake of flight. Obtained item. Standard energy rifle. Name. Federation standard energy rifle. Type. Weapon. Quality. Rare. Effect. Charge up cannon. After 5 seconds of charging, fires an energy blast. Note. Federally issued standard weapon. Self-recharging. Future technology. You deserve it. Note. Use caution if you have poor aim. Accidents happen. No laughing. Blood and tears taught us. No can no BB. Hashtag chapter 41. The Federation plan fails. Hart glanced over and lost interest almost immediately. After all, he didn't use guns, and for flying, he had a copied ability. He gave Hattie an indifferent look, signaling her to start the performance. Hattie looked troubled. Distributing players clearly weren't interested in the weapon, which ultimately went to a ranged player for 300 points. Second item. Fly ant wings. Place your bids. Flight has always been a human dream. Who hasn't imagined soaring through the sky? Flight gear is incredibly rare and might save lives in a crisis. The drawback of being unremovable was conveniently ignored by the players. I bid 300 points. A melee player took the lead. I bid 500. Hart watched the auction madness unfold. An ordinary piece of gear without any special effects now stood at 1,500 points. Thinking of his meager points and the endless pit of guild construction costs. 2 teardrops shimmered at the corners of his eyes. Damn, I should run an auction myself sometime to make some money. In the end, Hattie bought the wings for 1,800 points, though her furrowed brows betrayed her discomfort. The next day, 5 a.m. Defense Zone 3. A gentle breeze stirred the lingering smoke as players ate energy bars to replenish their strength. A new day began, signaling another wave of Yachin attacks. The atmosphere was different today. Everyone speculated on how the Federation military planned to end the war today. Even the smallest hope still counts. Only Hart and his group looked towards the towering Federation headquarters behind them, devoid of any excitement. The plan was destined to fail. He sank to the ground. They were deceived. Nova City was deceived. The energy cannon hit its mark, but soldier ants showed no disruption. So, Omega wasn't where Hawkins calculated. This miscalculation drained Nova's energy reserves. Upon hearing the news, Hawkins spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly looking years older. Attention front lines. The Federation's surprise attack failed. Nova's energy is depleted. For humanity, the military has decided to fight to the death. Let us do our best. The previously jubilant defense zone fell into eerie silence, shock and disbelief intertwining. Yet, the Yachin attack began. Don't lose hope. Our mission was to hold for 15 days. It's just business as usual. Get back to defense. Hattie's voice rang out, waking most players. Some, however, were disheartened, murmuring aimlessly. Though he replicated talents again, Hart felt no joy. One person's strength was limited. He couldn't hold the line alone. I understand. I figured it out. We still have a chance. Hawkins frantically recalculated. Matthew rushed to his office. Hawkins, what did you find? Is there still hope? Angelo clutched Hawkins' shoulders anxiously. Yes, my calculations weren't. Chapter 42, Assassination Squad. Keenan still hadn't recovered from his shock after stepping off the spacecraft. As a wielder of one of the more potent elemental manipulation abilities, specifically lightning control, he was undoubtedly proud. This was one of the reasons why he had refused to join any guild. However, the man standing before him on the spaceship had shattered his pride. When the electric light appeared at Hart's fingertips, Keenan was horrified to discover that he could not control the electricity emanating from Hart's fingers. What this meant was clear to no one more than himself. Not only could Hart use his ability, but his control over lightning far surpassed his own. Following such a monster seems to be quite interesting. Looking at Hart entering the building, a smile appeared on Keenan's face. He had made up his mind. Federal Military Headquarters, Conference Hall. Angelo placed his hands together under his chin and sized up the 7 carefully selected team members. After a moment, he spoke softly. The Federation's plan has failed and has exhausted all of Nova City's energy resources. He waved his hand, causing an Omega hologram to appear in mid-air. Omega, the brain of the Yachin army, Queen of the Swarm, Controller. Destroy her, and the Yachin forces will cease activity. However, Omega has a special ability. It can warp space within a certain range, hiding itself in spatial folds. It would be beneficial to understand everyone's abilities for better coordination during battle. Hart, president of ACE Guild, Fire Manipulation. Keenan glanced at Hart with a disgruntled expression, having realized after joining the ACE Guild that it consisted of only 3 people, including himself. Moreover, it lacked everything, practically destitute. The guild headquarters would make even rats shed tears if seen in reality. Keenan, member of ACE Alliance, Lightning Manipulation. Anson raised an eyebrow. He never expected Keenan to join Hart's guild. President of Red Spider Guild, Jesse. Ability, Corrosion. Yull, Independent, Ability Scythe. My name is Imelda, also Independent, Ability Hormones. Drew, member of Dusk Ravens Guild, Ability Gravity. After the brief introductions, the group understood each other's abilities. At that moment, a message from the military arrived. The timing is right. The Yachins are preoccupied. Begin the operation immediately. Upon receiving orders, the 7 members stopped talking and swiftly acted. The Federation's counterattack was highly effective, allowing Hart and the others to easily cross the front lines and enter the Yachin forces' rear. According to the military's coordinates, Lazy Spider, how mean? We've known each other for years, and you actually spew venom at me? Hart covered his face, pulling Anson away. Let's continue on the road. Anson shrugged indifferently and finally stopped ranting. Everyone silently questioned how Anson became the president. The members of Gunfire must endure his incessant chatter daily. Without further interruption, the team moved much faster. Hart, walking at the forefront, made a stop gesture. Everyone immediately crouched down, using the surrounding tall grass to hide themselves. Not far away, a patrol of soldier ants was moving around. Hart observed cautiously through the grass. The patrol consisted of 9 soldier ants, divided into 3 groups advancing together. Their long tentacles were probing the grass, searching for something. Hart's first reaction was that the plan had been exposed. If it were merely a routine patrol, there would be no need for such caution. Fortunately, there weren't many patrolling soldier ants, and the vast grassland provided ample space for the team to go around them. We'll bypass them. Be careful and avoid detection. Retreating to the group, he explained his plan. Agreed. The 7 cautiously moved without making any sound. They eventually distanced themselves from the patrol. Nearby, they found a place to rest. Hart expressed his suspicion that the assassination plan might have been compromised. The operation went surprisingly smoothly, and it didn't take long for the 7 to stealthily enter the reservoir. Walking speed, strength, mental power, stamina. Imelda quickly cast buffs on everyone. The effects of the hormones became apparent very quickly. Hart checked his stats. All his abilities had improved. Even more astonishingly, his second stage attributes had been boosted by 5 points. Never would have thought this hormone ability of yours was quite practical. Drew, who had been silent all along, spoke up in praise. Anson saw Drew finally speak up. So you can talk. From now on, I'll call you Mute Gourd. Drew's eyes twitched as if he wanted to retort, but then thought about Anson's chatterbox nature. He sighed and squashed any urge to snap back. Seeing Mute Gourd not responding, Anson's face showed a hint of disappointment, appearing somewhat listless. This journey had left him stifled. Lazy Spider always kept attacking. Keenan was cold-faced, and Hart, that little rat, was too boring. Kay was a girl, and as a seasoned otaku, he had no idea how to communicate with her. That guy with the scythe gave off such an FFT, Final Fantasy Tactics, vibe. It was hard to even consider talking to him. After scanning the area and confirming everyone had adapted to the hormone effects, Anson contacted the military immediately. Could that old scholar be a spy for the Yachin? The 7 exited the residential area one by one. Due to their individual combat suits, they had no problem moving underwater. Plop, plop. Eager to verify the Federation's information, they dived into the water after a brief preparation. The water in the reservoir was exceptionally clear, possibly because this future world had solved pollution problems from the root. However, the water was eerily clean, no fish in sight, just algae. By now, the 7-man team had dived about 50 meters without spotting Omega. That old man might have really miscalculated. This place doesn't look like anything is hiding here, Jesse said through the communicator. I agree. The depth meter shows we're only 100 meters from the bottom. If Omega were here, we'd have seen it already, Drew chimed in sarcastically. While Hart also doubted, his instincts told him this place wasn't simple. Since entering the water, he had felt an intermittent sense of danger. His mastery in combat provided a passive boost. Unlike the others who had relaxed, Hart cautiously observed his surroundings. Through the dim light, he noticed an unusual black layer on the lake bed. Don't talk now, look at that black layer on the lake bed. What is it? Probably some kind of algae. The lake bed is usually like, or is unreliable. We've been tricked. As the leader of this mission, Anson contacted the general during a lull in the battle. Not possible. Space has been warped where you are. Omega must be there. Find him. The intense situation at the front lines had taken away the general's usual calm. Nova City had placed all its bets on this mission. Failure would mean the city's doom. Boom. A violent explosion interrupted the communication. The air was filled with flying ants, which bypassed the ground soldiers and charged directly towards the team, exploding on impact. Hart slashed with a massive flame blade, clearing a path temporarily, but more soldier ants surged forward. Gurgling. Devourers also appeared, numbering in the dozens. All the Yachin units were present in this abandoned reservoir. No way. Omega has to be here. We aren't worth such a big fuss. 30 Devourers? They only deployed 5 at the front lines. Something's off. Though the group continued searching, they found no trace of Omega. Instead, they were surrounded. Little Rat is right. Hold on a bit while I try to perceive the space. Anson closed his eyes and sat down. Hart, not arguing further, used all his skills to fend off the enemies. Flame, lightning, corrosion, and spatial slicing were employed in quick succession, significantly reducing pressure on the team. Keenan, hardly had he managed to lure Keenan into the Union when this guy's face clearly showed shock at the lack of facilities. Managing this Union wasn't easy either. He swung his blade to chop a Devourer apart, took advantage of the brief respite to catch his breath. This pause was not without consequence. He was stunned to realize that apart from the Yachin people roaring around him, there was no sound of attack from behind. Hart turned back with confusion, only to be thoroughly amused. Except Anson, who stood with eyes closed, sensing the spatial energy, the rest looked dejected. Hey, what's wrong, you guys? Have you been boiled by someone? Why so down? Another slash of fiery blade edge cut through a group of approaching soldier termites, while the flying ants above continued their chaotic light show. A dangerous ambush had been turned into something surreal, and oddly enough, the lights emitted by these self-destructing flying ants were quite beautiful. Seeing that the five remained silent, Hart asked anxiously, "Are you injured? Say something." He hurriedly activated the fear aura to check on their conditions. The moment the aura activated, the never-retreating Yachin forces recoiled 10 meters as one. They raged outside the range, but dared not enter the circle of light. Witnessing this, the five lifted their heads even higher. This guy is not human. His Dao mind is broken. Looking up at a 45-degree angle, don't stop crying. Although he's our guild leader, agreeing he's a psychopath takes both hands. Hart understood now. They were discouraged by his overwhelming power. My talents are passive, beyond my control. How about I use other abilities before you? All five glared viciously at Hart in unison. How many more do you have? Too many. I can't count. Their gazes grew even nastier. I'm telling the truth. Just in the third combat zone, there are 99. Listing them would be endless. Their heads lifted higher. So arrogant. It broke the rule of unique talents. It felt like facing off against a Gatling gun with a rifle. Found it. Omega is hidden really well. In a bit, I'll tear open the spatial fold. Lazy Spider will lead the charge. Anson sat cross-legged, sensing space for hours, finally finding Omega's hiding place. But upon opening his eyes, the atmosphere seemed off. Light orbs flickered in the sky, and the soldier termites formed a large circle without attacking. Did the Yachin surrender? Is this a gala? A big question mark hung over his head. Turning to the relatively calm Hart, he asked in puzzlement. They were a bit shocked. It'll pass soon. Hart scratched his head awkwardly. Anson became even more confused. What kind of shock? Like frostbitten eggplants. Lazy spilled from inside, leaving them frustrated. Unlike expectations, the space within the fold was vast, nearly a world of its own. Hart was astonished by the scene before him. Vast deserts, lifeless sand seas, magnificent and serene. The endless yellow sands sculpted by wind into intricate dunes and ripples. At the end of this vast sea of sand bloomed a giant petal atop a towering dune, exquisite and radiant, like the most shining gem in this vast desert. She's beautiful, Imelda marveled at Omega, showing no resistance to beauty. Beauty can be deadly. Let's quickly destroy her and finish our mission. To Jesse, beauty was irrelevant. He worried about the frontline Union members. Heaven knew what had happened since contact with the military was lost upon entering this world. Anson finally regained his senses, though his gaze betrayed lingering unease. Let's go carefully. Since Omega dared to expose itself, this sand sea isn't as peaceful as it looks. Everyone glanced at Hart, still murmuring but accepting his suggestion. Traversing the desert, they realized the old saying, distance can kill a horse chasing after the mountain. Despite the single soldier equipment boosting their speed, after 10 minutes, it seemed like the distance to Omega at the edge of the sand sea hadn't decreased at all. Note, to maintain fluency and natural reading in English, slight adjustments are made. The whole passage would provide a better temperature control system to our combat suits. Just as Jesse finished speaking, intense vibrations erupted from a nearby sand dune. A huge worm-like creature burst out of the sand, emitting a shrill screech directed at the squad members. Chapter 45. Worms in the Desert. As soon as the worm emerged from the ground, it launched an attack on Hart and his team. Its massive body stirred up a cloud of dust, while a foul-smelling, viscous liquid oozed from its circular mouth lined with sharp teeth. The liquid dripped onto the scorching sand, causing plumes of black and red mist to rise. Be careful. The liquid from this thing's mouth is highly toxic. Do not inhale it. Jesse, an expert in poisons, warned everyone. If he was saying this, it meant the poison was indeed potent. Bam! Under the influence of Drew's talent, the worm crashed heavily onto the ground. Due to the altered gravity, the sand beneath the worm flowed like water. The quicksand spread over a large area, quickly engulfing the worm in its churn. Hart and his team were also forced back by the sudden onslaught of quicksand. I say, Mutgord, you can stop using your ability now. Look at this entire stretch of desert. It's filled with holes of all sizes. You altering gravity caused the surface sand to rush underground. I just checked. Sit down. Hart stopped the two from fighting. Hush. Stop messing around. Let's find a shady spot to rest. We'll continue when the sun isn't so harsh. This suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. Without a water source, traversing the desert on foot was extremely exhausting. On the shady side of the dune, everyone removed their personal combat equipment. Wearing it now, especially with the flyers broken, felt cumbersome. Jesse, being in better physical condition, volunteered for sentry duty, essentially walking around the shaded area. Yellow sand blew everywhere, the entire desert eerily quiet. Surprisingly, the team encountered no further attacks. But everyone knew that under this seemingly calm sea of sand lay numerous dangers. The worm they faced earlier was likely just a minor incident. Regaining their strength and ready to move again, the group's initial lightheartedness had vanished. Even Anson was unusually silent. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply. If not for Hart's fire ability providing warmth, the cold might have posed a real threat. This Omega is disgusting, making such a harsh environment out of his own lair. This mission is really bad luck. I say, Lai Laiju, you should talk less. Haven't you had enough of sand filling your mouth? Second-rate idiot. If I still had energy, I'd kick you into the sand. Kay, can you check if any are still alive? Anson nudged Imelda. Why don't you go? I'm support, okay? Mentioning the word, support, reminded Imelda of her devastating abilities in the reservoir, once again hurting her fragile psyche. After waiting a bit longer and seeing no movement from the worms, Hart used his fire ability to burn them, just to be safe. Perhaps due to the worm's skin being somewhat fire-resistant, the bodies remained charred but not entirely reduced to ash. Still cautious, the group waited a little longer before emerging from their hiding place. A strange smell lingered in the air, reminiscent of roasted crickets. Jesse swallowed, finding the aroma enticing. After the reservoir, they hadn't eaten anything. These things are actually delicious when cooked. What if we flavor them with chicken seasoning? Lai Laiju, are you fearless? These are poisonous. And these worms are so ugly. Fear? I'm from Yunnan. Heard of insect feasts? One word, delicious. Imelda shivered, interrupting Jesse's hometown food promotion. Suddenly, the worms near her began to stir. These worms aren't dead. I hear movement inside them. Boom. Before she could finish, the worm exploded, releasing countless finger-sized worms. Aya! Imelda, standing reduced to ashes. With the crisis averted, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that the energy light waves were meant to stimulate the hatching of deathworms? Thankfully, the larvae did not possess any toxins. Otherwise, there would certainly have been casualties in the team. It had been a close call. Just as everyone was about to leave the canyon, the ground suddenly shook. Not good. Minhulu, quickly cancel the gravity. The airflow might have blown away the larvae, but it also stirred up a lot of sand, making this area extremely unstable. A collapse could happen at any moment. Boom. Before Hart finished speaking, the ground sank abruptly, beginning to collapse inward. Without time to react, everyone was swept away by the torrent of sand and dirt, falling underground. Luckily, Hart promptly altered the gravity, slowing their descent. In the end, they floated down like feathers. Flames ignited on his body, illuminating the darkness around them. Everyone finally had a clear view of their surroundings. Due to the effect of the gravity ability, the sand and soil above them had accumulated together. From the situation just now, it was evident that the collapse was extensive, with an unknown amount of sand piled up above. Their escape route was completely blocked. Above them was piled up sand and soil, and below lay a seemingly endless speed. Survival chances would be zero. After falling for a while longer, the surrounding space suddenly opened up as if they had entered an underground world. Hart's emitted light, though faint, shone like a tiny spark in the dense darkness. This underground space was enormous. Even a louder voice would produce echoes from all directions. After nearly 10 minutes of falling, everyone finally landed on solid ground. The sensation of firm ground beneath their feet provided some reassurance. However, a pressing issue remained. They couldn't move forward. If Hart withdrew his ability, the sand above would surely collapse. If worst comes to worst, we can burn it. Sand can't withstand high temperatures and will eventually liquefy, Jesse suggested after some thought. This idea was met with mockery from the others. Burning requires air. There's an unknown amount of sand up there. What if we run out of air? Given the uncertain conditions of the cave, Hart dared not use air currents to push the sand away. No matter how large the space seemed, who knew its stability? I'll hold this here. You guys check for any passageways nearby. Everyone began searching. The pressure from the sand above grew heavier. Hart knew time was running out. I found one. There's a tunnel this way, and I saw a large space beyond it. Hearing Imelda's voice echoing through the cave. Realizing what Anson meant, Hart scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. Too many abilities. Jesse, hearing Hart's words, silently let go of Anson's hand and patted him on the shoulder. Go ahead. I support you. Amidst the screams, Hart was pinned down by several teammates. Even Drew, usually honest and kind, couldn't resist giving Hart a couple of kicks. I've endured your antics long enough. Too stimulating. Hey, don't hit my face. Don't hit my face. Hart wailed, desperately protecting his handsome face. Shut up. Accept your punishment, little rat. A kick followed. Hey, you're supposed to be a lady. Watch your image. Can't be so violent. Ouch. Imelda paused, then seemed to recall something, viciously kicking Hart again. Even ladies get angry. Do you know the trauma you've caused to my fragile heart? Don't say nonsense. I haven't done anything. Ouch. Which bastard kicked my lower back? I did. Stop showing off. After a while, Imelda resumed her graceful demeanor, sitting on a large rock and sipping water. Anson and Jesse chatted happily. Keenan and others wore mischievous smiles, resuming their usual aloofness. Hart looked pitiful, his clothes torn, covered in dirt, and sporting a huge footprint on his face. A direct passage leading to the surface somewhere within this underground space. Although they no longer had to worry about water, people would still collapse if they didn't eat for a long time. Now, we've found over 10 passages, and we're not sure where they lead. Everyone, share your thoughts. What should we do? Hart asked carefully after a moment's thought. The team members fell into deep contemplation. The underground cave was too vast, and with only water but no food, they lacked the energy and strength to explore each passage one by one. Or we split up? Drew suggested cautiously, then quickly added, split up the search, and return if we find a passage to the surface. Haha, you're quite heartless, aren't you? You mean every man for himself when disaster strikes? Anson clearly wasn't happy and retorted sharply. Since it's been mentioned, I'll be blunt. The cave is enormous, and there are many passages. The cost of trial and error is low, so let's each rely on our own abilities, Drew said, then turned and left, choosing a passage with a faint air current and disappearing into it. Drew's departure chilled the atmosphere in the group. Hart wanted to ease the tension but didn't know what to say. After all, Drew's reasons weren't entirely unreasonable. However, the bond among the team members couldn't simply be described as teammates. And unknown dangers always instilled fear. Yul complained, sweating profusely. Imelda shot him a glance. We're already here, and you agreed to let me choose. I even consulted with boss. Believe me, one hormone injection, and you'd foam at the mouth. Yul shut up sheepishly. Seeing this, Hart tossed him an ice lolly made using his talent. Here, cool down. Little rat, give me one too. It's not Yul's fault. I've noticed it's getting hotter deeper in. Hart had noticed too. Despite the heat, his talent allowed him to feel a faint air current ahead, which which was why he didn't stop the team from moving forward. There's air movement ahead. Even if it's not the surface, there should be a larger space. Hart's words gave everyone hope. Even if they couldn't return to the surface immediately, leaving this narrow passage would be a good start. What? Lazy spider, did you fart? It smells terrible. Idiot, are you trying to get on my nerves? I'm the one who farted. Huh? There's no smell? Jesse looked back angrily at Anson, but suddenly smelled something foul too. There's really a strange odor. Did you guys smell it? For the record, it's definitely not me. Hart, walking at the front, also detected the sour stench. He recognized it, but couldn't place its origin. Sour. Sour. I know, it's sulfur. Back in school, a nearby chemical plant leaked sulfur. It smelled like this. Following Hart, the team saw the scene beyond the passage. Indeed, there was flowing lava. In the center of the lava stood their target, the Omega. ##### Chapter 48. A dream of illusory prosperity. Their goal finally appeared, and Hart couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He had thought that being buried in this dark underground cave without any food supplies would be the end. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon a twist. The Omega's petals were slowly closing, seemingly unaware of the unwelcome guests hidden nearby. Hart signaled to his teammates to attack. Flames and blades slashed out, and Anson, along with others, unleashed their skills without hesitation, throwing everything they had at the Omega. Omega did not expect its hidden lair to be discovered. For a moment, it was caught off guard, allowing Hart's attacks to hit it directly. Humming. The petals that had been spread out instantly closed, indicating significant damage. However, it was still the highest existence on Yakshin Star. After a brief moment of panic, a wave of transparent energy radiated from its body. Sensing the energy fluctuations, the team members braced for defense. To everyone's surprise, the impressive energy wave ignored their defenses and passed through them without causing harm. Seeing no effect from Omega's attack, Hart checked his status nervously. Blade split the core in two. Blinding white light erupted, momentarily blinding Hart. Hart, do you want to lose your job? Sleeping during work hours. Where's my plan? A folder slammed onto the desk, jolting him awake. The woman in front of him, dressed in a black business suit, glared angrily at him. Genie, how did you get chosen by the Lingering Nation? What Lingering Nation? Are you still dreaming? I asked for the plan. The woman flung the folder at him. Hand over the plan now, or get out. What plan? Genie, wasn't I in the Galactic Empire mission doing tasks? For better fluency and accuracy, it would be more appropriate to translate it as. What plan? Genie, wasn't I working on a task in the Galactic Empire mission? Bang. Losing patience, she shoved Hart aside and opened her computer. After searching for a while, her face turned darker. You've disappointed me. Pack up and leave immediately. She stormed off to the HR department, leaving a bewildered Hart behind. Outside the company gate, Hart held a cardboard box containing all his office supplies. Staring at the bustling street, his mind was blank. Could everything before just be a dream? Now he'd lost his job because of a dream. This was... Hart laughed bitterly and hailed a taxi. Driver, to Garden Community. Sure thing, I wouldn't bother you. Don't mention it. Everyone knows Andy. Besides, it's almost quitting time. Complimented. Allison beamed. Helping won't be free. Do you need an introduction? I know a pretty girl from a distant relative's family. That sounds great. Just make sure she's attractive. Hee, Andy wouldn't lie. She's very pretty, trustworthy. Watching the sunset and joking with Allison, Hart didn't notice the unusual, vibrant flower in the roadside bush, its petals glowing faintly red, adding a touch of mystery. Chapter 49. Sinking. After distributing flyers for the ante, it was already past 7 o'clock, and his stomach was rumbling. Recalling that he had some leftovers at home, Hart decided not to eat out. Sizzling. He heated up the leftovers at home simply, criticizing his own cooking skills as he ate. The food still tasted terrible. Suddenly, a scene flashed in his mind. A pristine room with sizzling steak and a glass of high-quality red wine. Hart felt startled. He couldn't recall where he had eaten these before. But the image in his mind seemed so real that he could almost remember the juiciness of the steak and the smoothness of the red wine. The more he thought about it, the more intense his headache became. It felt like it was piercing into his bones. He immediately stopped recalling. As he ceased trying to recall those mysterious scenes, his headache eased. He walked to the window and opened it, changed into clean clothes and headed downstairs. Just as he stepped out of the building, he bumped into Jasmine, who had been waiting. All right, you look pretty neat. Let's go. She has been waiting. Don't forget to apologize later. Following Jasmine to a nearby cafe, Hart spotted a familiar figure inside. A girl wearing a white dress with very fair skin. You've got good eyesight. That's the daughter of my distant relative I told you about. Isn't she beautiful? She then led Hart to the girl's booth and introduced them. Xiaoxian, this is the young man I mentioned. Hart, you two are about the same age. Hormonal girl? Looking at the familiar face, Hart suddenly called her by this odd nickname. Jasmine looked embarrassed. What nonsense are you saying? Hormonal what? Her name is Imelda. Did you sleep too much? Hart blushed. Sorry, I haven't been feeling well recently. The job stress made me overly tired, and I often have strange images in my head. Really sorry. The girl wasn't angry, but merely took a sip of coffee. It's fine. I also feel like we've met before, as if we've experienced many things together. Seeing her niece's reaction, Jasmine smiled even wider. Looks like you two are quite compatible. You should spend more time together, exchange contact information, and add WeChat. Noticing their conversation was going well, Jasmine found an excuse to leave, get candy, asking while munching on it. Maybe. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Also, I got fired because I fell asleep at work without completing the manager's task. But I can't remember how I fell asleep or what I did before. That's abnormal. And right after waking up, I asked the manager a question that might explain everything, but I can't recall it now. Imelda pondered over Hart's words. Suddenly, a vague word appeared in her mind. What kingdom? Ow, my head hurts again. Yes, something kingdom. I remember there were 6 of us on this mission. Guided by Imelda, Hart's memory became clearer. Buddy, isn't this sister so beautiful? Don't you want to buy her a bouquet? Just as Hart's memories became clearer, a little girl interrupted him, distracting him from his thoughts. The clear memory became fuzzy again. No, thank you. You may ask someone else. Before he finished, his gaze was drawn to the flower the little girl was holding. Little girl, how much for this flower? Kylie smiled innocently. This flower is for you, given how beautiful the sister is. Chapter 50, Shattering Illusion. Really? This beautiful flower is for me? Imelda's eyes sparkled with stars, clearly very fond of the gorgeous flower before her. This name sounds so familiar. Ugh. Intense pain surged through his head, but Hart didn't give in. He followed the name in his mind, recalling fragmented memories. The realm of dying, mission, assassination squad. Memories started surfacing from the deepest corners of his mind despite the worsening pain, which he endured silently. Imelda, hormones, talents. The severe pain made him toss and turn, sweat drenching his pajamas. Punching the wall, he tried to distract himself from the agony. Crash! He knocked the vase to the floor. Strangely, the red flower withered instantly upon contact with the ground, turning into a black liquid. This liquid was highly corrosive, burning a large hole in the floor. The entire room began to tremble as the ground caved in. The black water spread rapidly, corroding the steel beams until they became brittle. As Hart plummeted, a burst of red light appeared below him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a beautiful flower blooming amidst the black liquid. The sealed memories flooded back. The pain in his head gradually subsided as he remembered everything. The blossoming flower below was the Yachin race's main brain, Omega. Everything he had experienced over the past few days must have been created by it. The previous transparent wave wasn't harmless. Instead, it had pulled everyone into itself back in the lava-filled world, with Omega now dead and wilted. Anson and others also woke up, fear still evident in their eyes despite their bewildered expressions. After a while, they came to their senses and looked at Hart gratefully. If not for Hart breaking the illusion and defeating Omega in the mental realm, their fate would have been unimaginable. Little rat, we owe you one. I, old Fong, am not ungrateful. Speak up whenever you need help, no matter the task. Main mission completed. Rewards are being calculated. Do you choose to be transported now? Due to Omega's death, the isolated dimension slowly dissipated, leaving them by the reservoir. The surrounding Yachin star beings, now devoid of their inner light, stood motionless like stone. Anson and Jesse, realizing communication was restored, immediately contacted their guild members, eager to know the exact casualty numbers. This no longer concerned Hart. After greeting Keenan, he chose to teleport. Back in the familiar White House, the sunlit bedroom, and the elegant courtyard, Hart felt immensely relaxed and warm. The rewards were still being settled, but Hart eagerly anticipated them, knowing he'd definitely top the offensive and defensive contribution charts after killing Omega. Thinking of the first place reward, an NPC alchemist, filled Hart with excitement. Damn, my guild will finally be something. Drew, your upgrade speed is pretty impressive. You're almost catching up to me. I haven't been idle either. I recruited a few new members. Since no one has entered the dungeon yet, let's have a gathering. I'll send out a guild announcement later. A gathering sounds good. It would be great for everyone to get to know each other, but you're hosting, right? You're the guild leader, remember? This responsibility can't be avoided. Pa, you're the vice president too. It took me a lot of effort to accumulate these points. Do you want to handle this part? Alright, you're the boss, so you decide. Let's meet at Polyshen Hall then. Correction. Fine, you're the boss, you decide. Let's meet at Polymath Hall then. The word Shan is translated as polymath to better fit the context and make it more understandable in English while maintaining the original meaning. Having successfully pulled one over on Rocco, Hart hummed a little tune as he went to wash his face in the bathroom. After all, opening the chest was no trivial matter. Familiar flamboyant animations appeared, followed by a loud boom and a flash of golden light. Congratulations, player has won first prize. Holy crap. Is my luck turning around? It was Hart's first time drawing a first prize, and he was extremely excited, hurriedly checking his reward. Then, the smile on his face froze. Hey player, I'm the top blacksmith in the Remnant Kingdom. Hart's eyes still closed, his heart soared hearing the NPC's line. A forging NPC. Slowly removing his hands from his face, he saw the NPC's attributes. Diamond level Forge Master. Name, Carson. Special effect, Focus. Enters a meditative state while forging, reducing forging time by 40%. His luck turned around. One perfect draw. A diamond level Forge Master meant stable crafting of epic equipment. Combined with the diamond level Alchemist, the guild's early stages would be worry-free. Hart excitedly posted the 2 NPC attributes in the guild channel. The once quiet channel erupted in activity. Captured an online guild leader. Damn, Gary, these 2 NPCs are too powerful. We won't have to worry about equipment or potions anymore. Great job, leader. I agree. Guild members excitedly discussed gathering more materials in the dungeon for crafting equipment and potions. Hart closed the guild interface feeling quite pleased. He didn't continue drawing, knowing that luck after drawing a Forge Master must have been exhausted. He wasn't a luck king, so better to play it safe. Opening his character attribute panel. Name, Hart. Permission code, 2177. Level, LV5, 300/500, 10 levels per phase. Strength, phase 2-1, attack, load-bearing related. Agility, phase 2-1, movement, attack speed related. Vitality, 10, health, defense, resistance related. Mental power, 8, spells, perception, mana related. Charisma, 2, summoning, social related. Luck, 1, item discovery, crafting related. Very difficult to increase. Talent. Mimicry, can simulate, replicate, recognize, and touch things encountered. Copy talents, camouflage, combat mastery, body hardening, infinite ammunition, air manipulation, fire control, movement acceleration, healing, fear aura, expand. Looking at the folded talent column, Hart chuckled to himself. This was all his achievement. Vitality could now break into phase 2, but luck remained a pitiful 1 point. His poor luck must be due to this terrible attribute. However, there was nothing Hart could do. Upgrade points couldn't be allocated to luck, which had to naturally increase. This was the most frustrating part for him. After a breakthrough and allocation of points, Hart's attributes significantly changed. Name, Hart. Permission code, 2177. Level, LV5, 300/500, 10 levels per phase. For better fluency, we can adjust to, with strength, agility, and vitality all reaching phase 2 and mental power maxed out at phase 1. Hart tidied up and prepared to head to the Jirshan Hall to meet the new members. However, for consistency and natural reading, it would be best to confirm the exact intended name of the location Jirshan Hall. If Jirshan is a name that should be kept in Chinese characters, then the above holds. If it should be translated, consider using Gathering of Wise Hall, or similar based on the meaning of Jirshan. Chapter 52. Wait, something's not quite right here. Inside the Jushin Tower, the new union members had arrived early. They were chatting animatedly about what they should say when they met the president. After all, before joining the union, Rocco had praised the president highly, even though no one had ever met him in person. And indeed, the president's accomplishments were impressive. He killed the newcomer Slayer in his first battle, then went head-to-head with Jedediah from Blood Alliance, leveling up to level 5 in less than a month. Such a rapid level-up speed required an average dungeon rating of at least A, which was not easy to achieve. The president must be super skilled. How should I greet him? Oh, I'm so nervous. A petite girl said, her face filled with anticipation. I tell you, Karen, don't look so smitten, or you'll scare the president away. A man in military uniform saw the girl's state and nearly spat out the beer he was drinking. He had practiced for a long time outside before daring to come in, but now it was clear he was awkward. Adding to his misery, in the dungeon, Hart had replicated the mind-reading talent, allowing him to hear everyone's thoughts. I'm heartbroken. This is so different from what I imagined. Sniff? Oh, our president is too skinny, like a little chick. Show off your talent in the dungeon, but here you're tongue-tied. Die of embarrassment. Gary, say something. Just standing there won't help either. Haha, Xiao Haizi's expression is hilarious. Everyone, sit down please. Hearing their thoughts, the thoroughly discouraged Hart finally managed to speak. Seeing the disappointment in the new member's eyes, Hart desperately motioned for Rocco to help. Rocco understood and took over. Run, call the waiter to bring the dishes. President, sit here. Seeing Hart flustered, Keenan and the others couldn't help but laugh, getting some revenge for being shown up by the talent in the dungeon. The atmosphere in the room gradually improved. After several rounds of drinks and courses, Lucian finally asked, President, aren't you going to show us a trick or two? Rocco has told us a lot about your deeds. Hart laughed at this. Keenan and the others gave the man a stern look. They knew exactly how strong Hart was. Lucian had picked the wrong topic. What Lucian really wanted was to test Hart's true strength. Rocco had shattered, revealing Lucian inside. Your talent is quite interesting. What's its name? Hart maintained his calm demeanor. Although Lucian avoided the fatal blow, he was burned by stray lightning. My talent is called Sparse Shadows. I was careless earlier. Please give me another chance. Though still unyielding verbally, he had switched to respectful language, acknowledging Hart's leadership while still driven by competitiveness. Rocco, watching from the side, finally relaxed. While confident in Hart, he felt more assured seeing the authority firmly established. Hart, hearing Rocco's thoughts, remarked inwardly, clean and efficient isn't as impactful. After a brief thought, Hart moved. The same dark shadows, but twice as many as Lucian's. Keenan scratched his head and walked towards the forge nearby. The outcome of the fight was no longer in doubt. Lucian was shocked. Knowing the president could replicate talents, he didn't expect the president to use his talent so fluently, even more effectively. Translation provided adheres to the guidelines, maintaining paragraph structure, original tone, and coherence with previous content. ##### Chapter 53, First Guild Instance. Although Lucian was amazed by the guild leader's strength, his intense competitive spirit drove him to attack Hart again. He turned to the teleportation room first. In the teleportation room, Rocco remarked thoughtfully, Lucian and Yuri Marilyn are both quite strong. We've got a good catch here. Hart chuckled, indeed, and don't underestimate Imelda. Despite her gentle demeanor, she has remarkable talent and can both support and fight effectively. Teleportation is about to start. Please prepare. Countdown. 60 seconds. Seeing the countdown, Hart hurried everyone into the teleportation area. 3, 2, 1. Teleportation begins. Welcome to the Nearing Kingdom. This time, the voice was peculiarly androgynous, echoing eerily in the space. A flash of light later, Hart and the others found themselves in a highly technological underground laboratory. The thick layer of dust suggested it had been abandoned for a long time. On the lab tables lay 10 communication devices. Under the stark white lighting, the entire laboratory felt even more eerie and frightening. This place gives me the creeps. Who knows what kind of world this is? Imelda, always timid, felt particularly uncomfortable in this atmosphere. World entered. Biohazard. World description. Umbrella Pharmaceutical Company. T-Virus. Virus leakage. Raccoon City. After the T-Virus leak, it became a dead city overrun by zombies, where survivors struggle to live. Yuri Tao, who called himself a veteran, had never seen an instance without a time limit. The lack of a deadline indirectly indicated the danger level of the instance. Combining this with the detailed description, everyone couldn't help but be on high alert. We're 10 people, and this lab is huge. Let's pair up in twos and search for the exit. Communicate immediately if anything happens. After a brief contemplation, Hart decided to leave the lab first. Rocco, Yuri Marilyn, Lucian, Imelda, each of you take one person. The last one follows me. The 10 people split into 5 teams and began searching the enormous laboratory for an exit. Following Hart was a new player who had just entered the game and was entering an instance for the second time. It was clear Henry was extremely nervous. Although he knew the guild leader was strong, his body still shook uncontrollably. Don't be so nervous. If there's danger, I'll protect you. Hart comforted him upon noticing his severe shaking. If you can't escape, learn to get used to it. That's what a player I defeated in my first quest told me before dying. After some comforting, Henry's emotions stabilized somewhat, though he still trembled. Shaking his head, Hart left him alone, knowing only by pushing through obstacles could one truly spread their wings. Suddenly, the room lights dimmed. Hart inwardly cursed. Who knew what? As Hart scolded Henry, a series of roaring sounds suddenly erupted from the corner ahead. He hurriedly dragged the collapsed Henry backward. Zombies continued to pour out from all around. These wobbling zombies looked terrifying, but posed no real threat to Hart. Judging by their attire, they were clearly staff members of this laboratory, with minimal signs of decay, indicating they had only recently turned into zombies. The communicator flashed, and Rocco's voice came through. President, we've encountered zombies here, low-level zombies, but there are many of them. Be careful, clear out the low-level zombies quickly and find a way forward. Hart drew his Nicaran blade and charged into the zombie crowd. Low-level zombies stood no chance against Hart's assault, leaving several dozen corpses in minutes. On the other side, after Rocco and another member finished off the zombies, they arrived at an iron door. The meticulous Rocco noticed 2 layers of steel doors behind it. Inside, a white corridor unaffected by the power outage stretched ahead. As a fan of zombie films, Rocco immediately knew where this passage led. It was the lair of the Flame Queen, the control center of the entire laboratory. Rocco tentatively asked, Flame Queen, where's the exit of the laboratory? A young girl's voice instantly replied, to prevent the T-virus leak, a lockdown order has been issued. All entrances and exits have been sealed. Rocco felt even brought back a crawler's head. The creature was hideous, with exposed brains and an unusually long tongue. Get rid of that thing immediately. It's disgusting. You've heard the vice president's guess, right? Members wore varied expressions. If what Rocco said was true, they were in a world that deviated from the original plot. Without God's eye view, they were lost. Right, this crawler is much stronger than in the original work. I barely managed to kill it. Lucian added. Everyone's faces darkened further. Though there was no time limit, staying in this broken world held little appeal. Detected new force invading the instance. Instance type change. Instance type, confrontation. Just as everyone gathered to discuss a strategy, the system alert sounded. Rocco frowned. What's happening? We haven't heard of other factions joining guild instances. After thinking for a while, Hart solemnly said, Blood Alliance. Bang bang bang. The 3 steel doors at the end of the passage closed one by one. The pale lights began flickering. Warning, warning, system under attack by unknown data. Fern's hologram appeared before them. Unknown data is infiltrating my central system. Someone wants to eliminate me. Help me. How can we help? Can you locate the source of the infiltration? Hart asked urgently. Everything seemed too coincidental. Producing piercing sounds. The walls started converging toward the center. Destroy the steel doors before the walls close in. Chapter 55. Escape to life. Outside the Fern's room, although the barrier and laser beams were momentarily at a stalemate, the walls on either side were slowly closing in towards the center. The 3 steel doors were extremely sturdy. Despite the group's repeated attacks, they couldn't be breached. President, these doors are too strong. We can't break them down anytime soon. Lucian said anxiously. The shadow that had split off from his body attacked the steel door incessantly, but only managed to cause minor deformations. Hormone Kara, give everyone a status boost. Those with lower destruction talent, go brace the walls on both sides. Hart maintained the barrier and turned to address everyone. Everyone come inside the barrier. Let me try using fire. As he directed the guild members into the barrier, Hart used his dual focus to release flames, sharply raising the temperature in the confined space. Under the intense heat of the flames, the steel door gradually turned red. Amidst the hopeful gazes of the group, the fire melted through the steel plate, leaving a 2-meter-wide hole in the door. Seeing the escape route finally clear, everyone sighed in relief. The ice talent user immediately lowered the temperature. So leave this place. It doesn't feel safe here. The events outside the Fern's room served as a wake-up call for Hart. Previous instances were too smooth, making him believe he could survive and develop further. But reality hit him hard. If not for the shield talent replicated from the Galactic Empire instance, which blocked the laser cuts, the guild might have all perished. Now, they faced not only various dangerous creatures in the instance, but also had to remain vigilant against hidden player forces. Boss, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Lucian's voice interrupted Hart's thoughts. He realized the guild members had already climbed quite a distance. Shaking his head, Hart used both hands and feet to climb up the elevator cable. Though the shaft was deep, thanks to his enhanced attributes from leveling up, climbing wasn't overly strenuous. As they passed each sealed elevator door, guttural roars came from behind, keeping the group on edge. Dark and tense, morale was low. After climbing for what seemed like forever, light finally shone into the dark elevator shaft. The oppressive underground environment lifted everyone's spirits. Seeing daylight, how could they not be excited? Finally leaving this hellhole. I wonder if we're even in Raccoon City. Lucian took a deep breath, appearing relaxed, momentarily forgetting to move forward. Rocco nudged him. Save your sighs for later. Don't stop now. To melt the steel door is Jedediah's signature move, but it's much more powerful under President's control. Rocco continued, embellishing his narration as Lucian listened intently. Hart was surprised below. He hadn't known Rocco had such storytelling potential. About 20 meters from the surface, Rocco's stories significantly eased the tense atmosphere. Worried about ambushes outside the elevator shaft, Hart confirmed nothing was chasing them before stepping out into the sunlight. Warm sunlight bathed them, but the city lay eerily quiet, littered with wrecked cars and military tanks abandoned on the roads. Bullet holes marred the streets, evidence of military efforts post-zombie outbreak. Dead zombies piled up everywhere, heads shot through. Black birds circled overhead, possibly infected. Guild members climbed out one by one, staring at the hellish scene, momentarily lost in confusion. Chapter 56, Traces of the Invading Force. Just as everyone was lost in thought, the scent of living humans attracted nearby zombies. At the end of the road, a considerable number of them gathered into a throng. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. The sudden gunfire shattered the city's calmness. Rocco calmly blew on the gun barrel. With infinite ammunition, these low-tier zombies couldn't cause much trouble. Seeing him angry yet unwilling to vent his frustration gave her a strange sense of comfort. However, she dared not take the next step. Even Rocco had asked her privately about it. According to her, they lived day by day, unsure of what tomorrow might bring. Giving her heart to someone meant letting their smile, laughter, and voice seep into her soul. If one day that person died, it would be unbearable. So she chose to bury her feelings deep inside. Alright, stop fooling around. We need to focus on the real task. Let's find a map like Ziqiang suggested to pinpoint our location. Following Hart's command, the group ceased their banter and searched buildings along the road for a potential map. To lure out hidden enemy forces, Rocco was busy firing whenever he saw zombies. A large number of zombies were attracted by the gunfire, which was peculiar since after almost an hour of searching, wave after wave of low-tier zombies appeared without a single high-tier mutant among them. Lucian had killed a crawler in the underground lab. Found it. Found it. Yul ran out of a building, waving a map. Quick, see where we are. I can't read English. Hart reached out for the map, then froze mid-air. I can't read English either. Who's good at it? As he scanned the group with questioning eyes, Rocco and Keenan looked away awkwardly. The black-clothed man visibly relaxed. The young master was already displeased after the lab attack. If he didn't gather all 10 talents information before the ACE Guild reached Raccoon City, worse than death awaited him. As Hart suspected, the invading player force was indeed the Blood Pact. The black-clothed man belonged to the Bloodsickle branch, specializing in ambushing opposing players. Their management was strict, selecting members who delighted in killing. Their motto: complete the mission at any cost, or suffer 6 days and 7 nights of torment upon failure. Chilled by the thought, even the cold-blooded man shuddered. Watching Hart's group move farther away, he rolled over and transformed into a blackbird, flying out of the building. Night fell, and the ruined city lost its former glory. Without light pollution, the Milky Way reappeared in the night sky. Exhausted from traveling all day, the group cleared a supermarket to settle for the night. Due to the rapid T-virus outbreak, most goods remained intact. After scavenging, Rocco prepared dinner. Watching him bustle about, Hart couldn't help but tease. I never knew you could cook. Why didn't you make me a meal on the island? Rocco flipped him off. You kept sneaking around. I was running from wild men. Had I time to cook? Hart chuckled awkwardly. On the island, you promised to watch my back. Don't put it on me. He motioned for Keenan to continue keeping watch while he informed the others about the situation on the rooftop platform. Lucian, however, wasn't too concerned. It's just some curse user. I don't believe he can do much. Karen immediately flicked him on the forehead. A curse master. Don't underestimate them. Curses aren't something to toy around with. I once encountered a curse master. As long as there's a medium, he can almost ignore distance and power levels to kill people. Even Skullcrusher nearly fell victim to him, Imelda recalled, her body still trembling at the memory. At the time, Skullcrusher was after that player, and under coercion, I had to act together with him. We eventually cornered the player in a cave. Just when Skullcrusher was about to crush his skull, the player simply tore off a piece of Skullcrusher's clothing, and immediately the curse took effect. Skullcrusher didn't even have time to react. Red cotton ropes grew rapidly inside him. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. If not for his holy light-type talent, which took a great deal of effort to dispel the curse, he might have stayed there in that scenario. Listening to this, Lucian stopped boasting about facing the cursed player one-on-one. Hart's originally grim expression became even more intense after hearing Imelda's account. He realized a frightening fact, that the player who attacked on the rooftop might be even stronger than the one Imelda had met. Each mutated bird was an individual move. Boss, they discovered the mutated birds killed by Alejandro, and have likely figured out there's a curse master among us. No problem, knowing is fine. Besides, none of them possess holy light-type talents. They're planning to head to Raccoon City tomorrow. Should we arrange some entertainment along the way? Your job is to keep monitoring them. Leave the rest to me. Little Knife has everything set up. This is your last chance. Don't disappoint me again. Yes, I won't let you down. The black-clad man disconnected, patting his chest in relief, casting a deep look at Hart before transforming into a black bird and vanishing into the night sky. The next morning, everyone enjoyed a simple breakfast made by Rocco, thoroughly content. Without time limits for tasks, they could rest peacefully. If it weren't for the zombies roaring outside, it felt almost too comfortable. Come, President, have some breakfast. Rocco did quite a good job. Seeing Hart descending the stairs looking exhausted, Imelda quickly brought a meal over. Looking at the lunchbox, Hart admitted it was pretty tempting, with chunks of beef and corn kernels. Not bad, quite filling. After a hearty meal, Hart led the guild members towards Raccoon City following the map. Outside the city center, the damage to the road and surroundings was greatly reduced. Looking at the waist-high wild grass and saplings growing through cracks in the asphalt, eyelid, his voice filled with concern. Back at the lab, those player factions had been plotting something. There was no reason they wouldn't take advantage of such a good opportunity. Besides, he had this constant sense of being watched. But after observing all along the way, he hadn't found anything suspicious. He could only keep his doubts buried deep down, knowing that they had to go to Raccoon City or else they couldn't complete their mission. As they got closer to Raccoon City, Hart's unease grew stronger. "Boss, there's something ahead." It looks like a person, Yul, who was driving, called out as he noticed the situation up ahead. Due to the distance, Hart couldn't immediately make out what the humanoid figure standing in the middle of the road was. "Yul, slow down and approach carefully, keeping a safe distance," Hart instructed cautiously. Ding ding ding. As the distance gradually closed, Yul honked the bus horn, but the figure in the middle of the road didn't move. "Boss, something's off. If it were a live person, they would have reacted by now." The bus stopped 200 meters away from the figure. Yul leaned forward, narrowing his eyes as he peered ahead. "What's going on?" Rocco woke up abruptly when he felt the vehicle stop, coming to the driver's seat to inquire. Hart nodded towards the front. "See that silhouette in the middle of the road? It hasn't moved. I'm afraid it's a trap, so I told him to stop and observe." It's kind of exciting to see a live tyrant. Under Hart's watchful gaze, Lucian slowly approached the tyrant. "Be careful." Karen couldn't help but call out, clearly worried as the distance between him and the tyrant shortened. "Don't worry," Lucian waved at her reassuringly. As he got closer, his nerves began to tingle. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. When he finally saw the full form of the tyrant, Lucian understood why it seemed odd from the bus. It wasn't standing upright but was half-crouched, leaning on a large cannon barrel, exuding a heavy oppressive aura. Lucian took another cautious step forward and suddenly noticed that the tyrant's eyes were open. Instantly, his muscles tensed, a huge wave of danger washing over him. At that moment, the tyrant moved, effortlessly lifting the massive rocket launcher. Swoosh! A missile, trailing white smoke, shot toward Lucian. In an instant, Lucian used his ability to flash back to where his shadow was located. "Rocket launcher. Boss, quickly use the barrier," he shouted as soon as he returned. Hart, who had been watching intently, instantly activated the barrier around the bus. Boom! The missile struck the barrier directly, the explosion sending flames and smoke that momentarily obscured every cleared the entire structure and were using it as a temporary base. In a conference room, a player in a white robe sat meditatively inside a large blue pentagram, his expression solemn. Beside the array sat a scar-faced man in his 30s, the leader of this blood-scythe team, Barrett. Suddenly, the player sitting in the center of the pentagram spat out a mouthful of blood, looking grotesque as the pentagram shattered explosively. Crimson blood stood out glaringly against the pristine white robe. Ugh, spatial slicing. A slash mark appeared on the player's shoulder. Before he could finish speaking, he was decapitated and vanished into the spatial rift. ##### Chapter 59. Arrival at Raccoon City. In the meeting room, Barrett's face was dark, his expression gloomy as if about to drip water. One must understand that the deceased cloaked player was a pillar of blood scythe. His talent could not only control and possess others, but also serve as defensive support. Most crucially, the deceased was a confidant of the Ichabod. To die here like this, while the mission target remained alive and well, thinking of the punishment that would come after the Ichabod's furious wrath, made even someone as ruthless as Barrett feel a chill. "Birdie, notify everyone to move out. If we don't handle this job cleanly, we're all finished." Hearing the leader's words, Birdie touched it, giving no face at all. "Does he think our blood scythe commander is some harmless wimp? Don't push me, or else." Staring at the slash marks left from spatial slicing, Barrett drummed his fingers on the table, deep in thought. "Humph, since Hart is so strong, perhaps I should drive the tiger to devour the wolf." As Barrett pondered, a scream echoed from downstairs. It seemed to be Nate, sent to summon Silas. Damn it, that madman. Listening to the growing commotion below, Barrett grew uneasy, standing up angrily and storming downstairs. Upon descending, he saw Nate enveloped in countless straws, forming a grass ball, while Silas stood nearby, idly playing with a fleshy orb he'd carved from a dead body. "You deserved it for disturbing my enjoyment." Silas's voice was grating, like rusty metal scraping together. Another scream erupted from Nate as the originally yellow straw gradually turned red. Nate coughed up blood, unable to speak. Seeing Barrett, his eyes lit up, silently pleading for help. Enraged, Barrett shouted, "You've gone too far. Release him immediately." Silas gave a sinister laugh. "Boss Gao, even if I stop now, he won't survive. Let me absorb him. It's better to use the waste. Trust me, as long as the city layout matches the original story, finding the hive will be a breeze." Ding! Karen, hearing his boasting, gave him a smack on the head. "If you know, fine, but don't get too cocky." Seeing the lady speak, Lucian rubbed his head, forcing a smile. "Lady, I won't boast anymore, okay? Don't hit me until I'm dumb." Karen smiled. "Good judgment. If you were dumb, I'd take care of you." Half joking, half serious, Lucian paused, then laughed even more loudly. "Hey, are we eating wedding candies yet?" Other guild members gathered, overhearing Karen's comment, teasing them. Even the usually carefree Karen blushed deeply and turned away, silent. After the playful banter, Hart led everyone into the city. Since Raccoon City was the epicenter of the T-virus outbreak and densely populated, even before reaching downtown, large numbers of zombies, drawn by the scent of living humans, swarmed toward them. Everyone immediately entered combat mode. With the sheer number of zombies, they formed a massive encirclement around the group. Boom! A fiery blade slashed out, sending zombie heads flying. But during the attack's pause, the decapitated zombies didn't lose their movement abilities as usual. Instead, they sped up, charging directly at Hart. Chapter 60. Parasite Las Plagas. "I can't handle Henry. He's deadweight. Can you assign someone else to deal with him?" Hart chuckled. It was clear that Henry had frustrated Keenan enough to make him talk more than usual. "I thought you could motivate him, but it seems Henry is too much trouble." "Forget it. let Rocco handle him. Relieved, Keenan rushed off to find Rocco, while Henry remained seated, staring blankly at the ground. Seeing that he had calmed down, Hart walked over and patted his shoulder. Henry lifted his head dazedly. Seeing Hart, he trembled and said, "President, I really can't do this. I don't have your or Keenan's abilities, nor do I know how to use weapons. I'm just a burden." Hart frowned slightly, knowing better than anyone the potential within Henry. "Don't undervalue yourself. You're strong. You just need to face your fear." Hart was about to say more when a sudden shrill whistle interrupted him. It was Lucian's warning signal. A megahints later, Lucian staggered into view, collapsing to his knees as soon as he appeared. Acting quickly, Hart caught him and noticed something wrong immediately. The touch of his hand met a slimy, sticky surface, and a faint stench of blood filled the air. "Lucian, wake up. Who did this to you?" Hart administered healing immediately after a moment's thought. If Lucian had encountered danger, he would have retreated into the shadows instantly. The only explanation was that he had been attacked suddenly at close range, unaware of the danger. Bang bang bang. Rocco fired a warning shot, and the foreigners instinctively crouched, shouting something incomprehensible towards the group. Hart's English was terrible. All he could make out were words like "fuck" and "God." Embarrassed, he asked, "Anyone understand what those foreigners are saying?" Everyone looked at each other hesitantly until Henry raised his hand. "I can understand. Before coming here, I worked for a foreign company." Rocco grinned. "Impressive. Looks like you're a scholar, Ellis. Listen and tell us what they're saying." After Yull relayed the conversation, "They say don't shoot. They have no ill intentions and just want to join us." Hart raised an eyebrow. "Tell them to leave and say we already have enough people." Henry translated Hart's message, but after a pause, the 5 strangers approached with their hands raised high. Rocco fired another warning shot, bullets landing at their feet, but this time they ignored it, continuing their approach. "Something's wrong. Rocco, shoot." Seeing they still ignored warnings, Hart gave the order to shoot. Bang bang bang. Rocco fired without hesitation, bullets hitting the targets accurately, knocking them down. Just as Rocco turned to admire his marksmanship, the 5 bodies twitched. Already dead, they rose again. Their bodies split open, revealing dripping mouths within, and they lunged at Rocco with alarming speed. "Watch out. It's Las Plagas." Chapter 61. The Brendan appears. Before the words had even finished, Rocco was flung away by a tentacle. "Rocco!" Hart roared in anger, slashing his blade at the parasitized host. Clang. The moment the sunwheel blade made contact with the tentacle, it emitted the sound of metal clashing. Hart was taken aback. He hadn't expected the parasite's tentacles to be so hard. The 5 parasitized hosts didn't give him more time to think. Lucian and Rocco's injuries caused everyone to panic slightly. Boom. A purple bolt of lightning struck from the sky, directly hitting one of the hosts. Instantly, smoke rose from the host's surface, and the smell of scorched flesh filled the air. Seeing that one hit had succeeded, Keenan's face showed a hint of a smile, and everyone felt more at ease seeing one host eliminated. The sound of Keenan's attack naturally drew Hart's attention. Seeing the host motionless after being struck by lightning, he felt a surge of joy. However, just as he was about to focus on fighting the parasites, the lightning-struck host suddenly moved. "Watch out. That thing isn't dead." Hart shouted and wiped the drool from his mouth as he spoke. Barrett cursed silently under his breath, calling him a lunatic, but if he acted, their chances of success would be greater. On the other side, Hart finally killed a parasite. Looking at the still wriggling chunks of flesh on the ground, he felt a chill. These things couldn't be instantly killed even by spatial cuts, and they could split into 2. If a single blow didn't kill them, they would divide into separate individuals, making them very difficult to handle. Without the attribute boost from his sacrifice talent, he might not have been able to kill it. Despite his declining stamina, he had no time to rest. Keenan's lightning ability was countered, and without Yull holding off 2 parasites, the remaining members might have been slaughtered long ago. Seeing Hart successfully eliminate a parasite, the guild members all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the guild leader was free, eliminating the remaining parasites was only a matter of time. Swoosh. Just as Hart repeated the process, cutting down 2 more parasites, a sense of danger enveloped him. Instinctively stepping to the right, an arrow grazed his cheek and embedded itself in the ground. "Everyone be careful. The invading force has appeared." Hart deflected a tentacle with his blade, warning everyone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another volley of arrows fell. Said, "If today's events are reported to the top, you should know the consequences." The subordinates exchanged looks before responding in unison. "Boss, don't worry. That guy has always been a troublemaker due to his strength. His death will be a relief." Unaware of being betrayed, the Brendan thought only of consuming Hart to enhance his curse power. His appearance naturally raised Hart's alertness, but he was preoccupied with the parasites and couldn't act. Seeing this, the Brendan's smile widened, his speed increased, and straw began emerging from his body, writhing in midair. The sound of rapid movement attracted the attention of many low-level zombies, who rushed out from various corners to feast. But before they got close, within a 10-meter range, the zombies paused and then collapsed in droves. With a popping sound, straw pierced through their already rotten skin, growing wildly. Under the leadership of Keenan and Yull, the rest of the team successfully killed another parasite, sparking cheers. As the Brendan neared, Hart noticed the abnormality among the surrounding zombies. When he saw the straw emerging from the zombies' bodies, he shouted, "Everyone, be careful. The cursed caster has appeared." ##### Chapter 62. The First Clash. Back in Laguanchi City, Hart had mentioned the curse practice. Hart reminded his companions. The Bloodside members hiding in the distance watched the Scarecrow's actions through binoculars. F***K. This idiot just charged straight in? Barrett cursed as he saw the Scarecrow charge straight ahead, losing the opportunity for a surprise attack. Yeah, if he'd sneaked up quietly, the battle should have ended by now. one of the subordinates couldn't help but remark. Blaze wore a delighted expression and whispered into Barrett's ear, "Boss, isn't this perfect? They aren't pushovers either. His recklessness plays right into our hands." Barrett smiled upon hearing this, no longer angry. "You're right. But once they're hit by the curse, make sure to finish them off promptly. Don't mess up." With that, he turned his attention back to the battlefield with great interest. On the other side, Hart unleashed a blade of fire, which the Scarecrow met calmly. Countless straws writhed and intertwined, forming a grass wall that managed to negate the flaming blade. Seeing his attack fail, Hart's eyes narrowed. According to logic, a grass wall should be vulnerable to fire, yet the current situation highlighted the extraordinary nature of the straw. Hee, so you're Hart? The Scarecrow stood arrogantly in the middle of the road, eyeing Hart sideways. "Who are you working for?" Hart held his Nicaran blade in an attacking stance. When the Scarecrow didn't respond, he added, "I don't think so." The streamer replicated at least 300 talents in the Galactic Empire instance. There must be a way out. The commenter above knows nothing. Only holy light-type talents can break curses, and they are rarer than curse types. I sent the sacrifice talent under the Templar Knight's domain. Doesn't count as holy light-type? Wah, Elden Hart, please hang on. Caught a female fan. Reporting her stats. The appearance of a female fan skewed the chat comments, turning what was a serious discussion about Hart's injuries and the battle into a flurry of flirtatious remarks. In the end, viewers were only seeking entertainment. Once the streamer was gone, they would move on to new ones. The live streams from Limbo Nation were merely pastimes for them. Hart's consciousness began to blur, and in a hazy state, he saw his comrades desperately attacking the Scarecrow. Thunder flashed, black scythes danced, and anxious faces were everywhere. In this moment, Hart felt a rare warmth in this world of survival of the fittest and the strong preying on the weak. This is what comradeship feels like. It's wonderful. As his consciousness started to fade into darkness, a golden flame abruptly appeared. His attributes soared, spreading throughout his body, and the lost strength began to return. The growth of the straw inside him slowed, and his hand, gripping the knife, drained from him, collapsing to the ground. None of them noticed the dry, yellow straw silently piercing through the back of his neck. Chapter 63, Rest and Recuperation. Seeing the Scarecrow's body slowly collapse, Hart let out a sigh of relief. The wariness towards cursed practitioners had deepened even further. He quickly cast a few recovery spells on himself to stabilize his condition. "President, are you okay?" Imelda walked over with bloodshot eyes, asking in concern. "For now, nothing too serious. How is Rocco?" Hart closed his eyes to feel the state of his body. "The vice president is fine. He just passed out," Imelda said through sobs. Although the Scarecrow was dead, the straw that grew from the curse had not vanished, causing him some worry. By the way, did the curse disappear from the skull splitter after killing the cursed practitioner? Hearing this question, a look of suspicion crossed Imelda's face. "It seems to have been lifted. Why do you ask? Could the Scarecrow's curse still be active?" Looking at the caring girl before him, Hart couldn't help but recall their experiences in the dream world created by Omega. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. "No, as you see, I'm fine. Just curious. I'll go check on Billy." With that, Hart darted off. Watching his slightly disheveled figure, Imelda smiled faintly. What a fool. After clearing up, they found a relatively safe place, a hospital, where they found some unlooted medical supplies. Gathered around a fire, everyone was silent. The battle with the Scarecrow had left them feeling powerless. Rocco, with bandages wrapped around his head, looked like an Indian man. "Why the long faces? It's just bloodsickle. We'll handle them. The most dangerous Scarecrow is gone. No need to panic. Billy is out of danger and recovering." Seeing everyone still looking dejected, Rocco became frustrated. "You all talk tough usually. Now a little setback as you like this? Our priority is to find those Blood Alliance bastards and get revenge." His anger tugged at his wounds, making him wince in pain. His reprimand woke everyone up, and their gazes sharpened. "Right. Take revenge on those bastards." Hart felt relieved seeing the team regain spirit. As it was time for guard duty changes, he glanced at the people inside and smiled before heading up to the rooftop. Upon arriving, he saw Keenan gazing at the setting sun, lost in thought. Hart didn't disturb him, just walking beside him to watch the bloody sunset. Keenan sensed Hart's presence. "President, you're injured. You shouldn't be on watch duty." "That's impossible. Rocco and Billy are hurt. The others are either cowardly or not strong enough. If Blood Alliance suddenly attacks, we won't even get a warning." Just getting closer to the railing near Hart. Whoosh! Hart swiftly drew his blade and spun around, positioning it precisely at the intruder's throat. "PP President, it's me." Henry was clearly frightened, stuttering. Recognizing Henry, Hart sheathed the blade. "It's you. Why aren't you resting inside? What are you doing here?" Henry was still shaken. I sensed your sacrifice talent hadn't lifted, and I was worried." Chapter 64, The Mole. Hart looked at Henry with some confusion. Ever since entering the instance, he had always acted quite weak and never cared about his teammates' well-being. Plainly put, he was a self-centered individual. As long as he remained safe, others' fates were none of his concern. Someone like him suddenly inquiring about his injuries would naturally raise suspicions for anyone. Especially now, Hart relied solely on the flame within his body to stabilize his condition. If this flame were to extinguish, the attribute boosts from his sacrificial talent would vanish. The remaining curse inside his body, without any restraint, would go berserk and destroy his body. In other words, this flame was what kept him alive. Moreover, the Union's mole had yet to be exposed, and obviously, Henry was not among those Hart trusted. The intense mental struggle distorted Henry's face. Eventually, he convinced himself again, calmed down, and reverted to his usual timid and cowardly demeanor. Finding a secluded corner, he extracted a small communication device from a hidden pocket in his clothing. After cautiously ensuring no one was around, he activated it. Mr. Gao, I observed closely. Hart is indeed injured and remains in the sacrificial state. Please keep your word and help me complete the mission after you eliminate them. Then introduce me into the Blood Oath Alliance. Barrett, on the other end, replied with amusement. Rest assured, you'll get all the promised benefits. But then his tone turned cold. But let's be clear. If you expose yourself, the agreement automatically becomes void. Dial tone. A series of busy tones followed as the call was abruptly hung up. Initially angry, Henry then deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, smoothed out his clothes, forced a servile smile, and returned to the group gathered around the campfire. Hunt noticed his pallor and asked, Henry, why do you look so terrible? Are you unwell? With the guilt gnawing at him, Hunt's question made Henry even more nervous. No, nothing. I'm just a bit scared. You know how my talent sometimes doesn't work. Everyone believed him to be timid and unwilling to risk everything. Without his mind-reading ability, Hart wouldn't have imagined he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Amused by the idea, he planned to turn the tables on Barrett. Raising his head towards the circling black bird, he mused, let's start with you. High above, the black-clothed figure found it strange as Hart had been staring at him unusually. Certainly not found out about me, right? No reason. Better off leaving. Deciding to retreat, considering his weak combat abilities, he flapped his wings, flying away rapidly. Hart, however, wouldn't let him escape so easily. Leaping up and utilizing an air current, he soared straight toward the black-clothed figure. Damn! Initially flying slowly to avoid detection, the black-clothed man realized too late that Hart was already right in front of him. Any attempt to flee was futile. All he could do was watch as Hart's large hand enveloped him. Gah, gah. Holding the transformed blackbird struggling to make bird calls, Hart couldn't help but laugh. Hashtag chapter 65. The miserable black-clothed man. Hart held the blackbird that kept struggling in his hands. His expression was a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. The reason for this was simple. This guy's internal monologue strength from phase 2. The black-clothed man was immediately knocked unconscious. What sin have I committed? Damn, I'm a person, not a bird. Don't stew me. Returning to the fire where everyone was resting, Hart deliberately waved the blackbird he held. I caught a bird on the rooftop just now. We'll stew it later for Billy to nourish him. Rocco perked up when he saw the bird. Hey, you're pretty good. I've been craving some meat. Eating canned food every day makes my mouth tasteless. Put plenty of water in it. I want a bowl too. Henry, however, didn't share the same leisurely mood. He recognized the bird the president held as the Blood Alliance member responsible for contacting him. When he saw the president glance at him, he felt as if he were plunged into an ice cellar. His first thought was that he had been exposed, and this was a test. But then he reconsidered. The black-clothed man remained in bird form, and the president's words didn't seem unusual. Relieved, Henry said, President, it's quite troublesome to stew a bird, plucking feathers and removing the guts. Let me do it for you. Hart looked at Henry, noting his inner thoughts. He marveled at Henry's decisiveness. Clearly, Henry was well-versed in the black-clothed man's talent, which directly altered physical form. This meant that once many birds, but most are infected and mutated. I've been on lookout for so long and only saw this one alive. If you're hungry, go catch one yourself. Besides, this bird isn't ordinary. Forget about it, Rocco. Ignoring the pale-faced Henry, he turned to leave. All right, enough fooling around. I'll check on Billy. Rocco, are you coming with me? Rocco naturally followed, watching them leave. On Henry's ashen face appeared a hint of malevolence. Sure enough, the president has noticed. Henry's face contorted. From the president's actions, he deduced that something had been discovered. But there was no turning back. The Blood Alliance had accepted him for his intelligence. Now, with the black-clothed man down, if he approached Barrett now, all blame for the mission's failure would fall on him. Then, forget joining the Blood Alliance. Surviving this scenario would be questionable. He urgently needed leverage, something to impress Barrett and secure his safety and smooth entry into the Blood Alliance. You forced me. A measly guild. Nothing but trouble. Trying to challenge the Blood Alliance. Isn't this asking for death? That bastard Yuri Tao didn't explain clearly before. You made me choose this path. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Thinking this, Henry's expression grew darker. He already had a plan. Back in Deer Park City, he had been responsible. Karen hesitated, glanced at the unconscious Lucian, shook her head, and politely declined Hart's offer. No need. Being here allows me to see him. It brings me peace of mind. If I were to rest now, I wouldn't be able to sleep anyway. Hart wanted to say more, but Rocco discreetly kicked him and shook his head, signaling him not to insist. Xiao Jing, our president caught a bird earlier. We'll stew it later to help Zicheng regain strength. You can trust him with this body. He'll be fine. Karen nodded, her gaze softening as she looked at Lucian. She wiped the sweat off his forehead with a towel. I believe he will make it through this. It's just that we've caused everyone so much trouble. I'm really sorry. Rocco quickly interjected. What are you talking about? We're all guild brothers. Moreover, Zicheng got injured for all of us. Don't talk like that again. Hart joined in to comfort Karen, alleviating her guilt. After instructing her to take care and rest, he pulled Rocco out of the ward. Outside the ward, Rocco looked puzzled. Hey, Gary, why did you rush out like that? He then glanced at the blackbird in Hart's hand. Oh, I get it. You're going to stew this bird for Zicheng, right? I'm good at this. Hart rolled his eyes at drooling Rocco. It's not just any blackbird. This is a Blood Alliance player with a talent for transformation. I captured him. Transformed, landing directly on the fire. Hart blew away the smoke, watching amusedly as the man frantically patted out the flames on his buttocks. You devils. You know I'm human and still roast me, the man cried, collapsing onto the ground in tears after extinguishing the flames. Based on Hart and Rocco's behavior, the black-clothed man understood they were purely tormenting him for amusement. Please, great lords, I'm just a spy. Let's negotiate. Ask anything, and I'll tell you. Just don't hurt me, the man sobbed. Rocco saw he was compliant and got straight to business. Speak up, and remember, if you lie, you'll regret it. The man nodded frantically, revealing everything. His name was Garth, a member of Bloodscythe, one of the assassination teams under Blood Alliance. Due to his transformation talent, he was appointed as a scout by Captain Barrett. This time, he infiltrated the instance dungeon on young Lord Jedediah's orders to sabotage Hart's guild. Bloodscythe had 10 members initially, with 7 remaining. Rocco interrupted him. That doesn't add up. Shouldn't there be 9 left? Didn't you lose 2 members inside the dungeon? Garth looked embarrassed. Not exactly from combat. Brendan killed them? How can your own people kill each other? Hart asked in disbelief. The man explained, you see, Great Lords Brendan, because of his immense power, has always acted arrogantly within the guild. Known for his offensive skills at that. Deeply aware of Hart's strength, he did not dare entertain thoughts of escape, for fear that this mighty god would end him with a single displeased glance. Boss, I've told you everything. Please, give me a way out. How about letting me off the hook this time? To survive, pride meant nothing. These two didn't seem to be indiscriminate killers. His chances of being released weren't insignificant. Once back, he could just say Henry flipped the table. With his communicator in hand, everything would be up to him. Hey, he was indeed a genius. Now it depended on these two bosses giving him a chance. Though Garth appeared submissive on the surface, his mind churned with thoughts, entertaining Hart so much that only Yuri Lau, the dramatic veteran in ACE, could match him. Thinking of this, Hart couldn't help but glance at Yuri Lau, who was glaring at Garth, then burst into laughter. Seeing this, Garth assumed he was clear, growing even more humble, eyes darting as he cautiously asked, Boss Hart, your laugh means you agree to let me go, right? Yuri Lau was confused by Hart's laugh. Gary, you're not really going to let him go? He knows our situation inside out. We should keep him until the mission is complete. Hart patted Yuri Lau's shoulder, looking at Garth with a playful expression. Rocco is right, you can't leave yet. If you do, act, and I'll cooperate unconditionally. I want Henry to experience fear too. Gary, handle this. I'll pretend I know nothing. It hurts too much. I'll go outside for some fresh air. Henry came for me, thinking he was new and just adjusting. Who knew, sigh? With that, Yuri Lau sighed heavily, appearing disheartened, and left the room. Left alone with Garth, Hart saw Yuri Lau's depressed state but didn't know how to console him. Only silence greeted their departure. Wong President, what should I do next? Garth, angered by Henry's ruthlessness, urgently asked after Yuri Lau left. Hart chuckled. This isn't urgent, your Blood Alliance's scout. I need time to trust you fully. In his hand appeared a purple droplet. This is a poison formed from a talent. Take it, and then we'll discuss acting. A simple precaution. If you obey, there will be no trouble. Garth hesitated, then grabbed the poison, swallowing it without hesitation. I trust President Wong. You won't make things difficult for a small fry. Now, what's the next step? A straightforward man, you've earned some trust from me. Satisfied, Hart nodded. Soon, you'll return to bird form and be handed over to Henry. The rest depends on you. I'll follow your lead. But what if Henry decides to finish me off recklessly? Don't worry, I'll ensure your safety. I've already informed Rocco. Meanwhile, Henry said, Humph, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? You were away for so long. It's impossible they wouldn't find some traces. Furthermore, when Hart hinted earlier that this black bird was unusual, Garth's face turned grim. Fortunately, birds' facial muscles aren't well developed, so he wasn't worried about Henry seeing through his disguise. Internally, he cursed Hart, but his immediate concern was to ease Henry's suspicion. Hey brother, aren't you being too sensitive? If they knew you were an insider, wouldn't they just capture you directly? Wouldn't that be simpler? Henry's expression softened as Garth's argument had merit, though he was still uneasy and wary. Or maybe you've switched sides and are trying to stab our boss in the back. Seeing Henry say this, Garth inwardly sneered. Henry saying this meant he believed him somewhat. Thinking about nearly dying at the hands of this fool made him feel indignant despite considering himself sharp-witted. However, he continued without pausing, pressing his advantage. Oh come on, little brother. If they really wanted to trick the boss, would they need you? They could have tortured me directly instead of using you to carry out their plans. Henry pondered internally and realized Garth had a point. Maybe they really didn't find out? With this thought, he slowly loosened his grip on the blackbird's wings. Feeling the pressure on his body lessen, Garth felt relieved. He had success to gain acceptance. Just as Hart said, he underestimated him. Still, Henry's brain was clearly not very smart. Noticing Garth's silence, Henry misinterpreted it as shock over his plan. How about it? Is it flawless, right? Soon, we'll be one family. Brilliant plan. I await your good news, Garth replied, inwardly berating Henry while complimenting him verbally. Henry felt flattered. You stay here in the cage and wait for my good news. Carefully putting away the bottle, he left the room in strides. Garth watched him go, shaking his bird head. A person like Henry could hardly cause any trouble. Reflecting on the past few days of surveillance, he felt tired. It was time to rest. Relaxing, he prepared to sleep. You're quite honest, Ellis. Hart's voice suddenly echoed in the room, startling him. To be aware of this secluded location, where only Henry had access, Hart must have used a special ability. Wong. Chairman Wong, did you use telepathy? Telepathy? Nonsense. Hart laughed and removed his disguise, revealing himself. I was worried you might change your mind, so I came along to check on you. Garth broke into a cold sweat. He had indeed considered betraying everything to Henry, but the idea of getting killed stopped him. Now he realized that this hesitation saved his life. Hart smirked, deciding to scare him further. Right you were, your hesitation mind. The bonfire blazed brightly, and the team members who had finished dinner found comfortable spots and went to sleep early. For them, these past few days had been surprisingly comfortable. No need to travel, no time limit for the game. Since the Brendan's demise, Blood Alliance had been unusually quiet. All the gates were sealed with massive rocks brought by the guild leader, ensuring no zombies could sneak in. They had turned end-of-the-world survival into cozy farming and low-profile development. This was arguably the most comfortable period since entering Limbo Land. Unlike those who chose to bury their heads in the sand, Keenan felt a strong sense of impending crisis. After securing the task of exposing the mole from Hart, he hadn't rested much. On one hand, he worried about an unexpected attack by Blood Alliance. On the other hand, he didn't want to disappoint the guild leader, whose intention to nurture him he could not fail to notice. After several days of observation, Keenan had narrowed down his suspect to Henry. Initially, he had excluded Imelda and Yul because they had left the instance together with the guild leader, lacking both motive and opportunity to betray them. The vice president's recruits had stayed in Limbo Land for some time and could have come into contact with Blood Alliance members. Therefore, the suspicious character naturally fell on the timid and fearful Henry. Indeed, it was proven by his business. Pulling Yul aside, he added, "We have a mole within our guild, passing information to Blood Alliance. I've identified a suspect." "Mole? Who is it? We should slice him right now." Yul was visibly furious. Hart had saved his life in Galactic Empire, and the warmth he felt in ACE was irreplaceable. He couldn't accept someone wanting to harm the group. "I suspect Henry, though I lack conclusive evidence yet. But he can't hold back much longer and will act soon," Keenan explained. "Why go through all the trouble? I can grab him right now, interrogate him. How can a wimp last 5 minutes against me?" Yul's impulsiveness shone through as he prepared to catch Henry immediately. Keenan quickly stopped him. "You brute! Interrogating a teammate without cause, how would the others react? If morale collapses, can the guild continue developing?" Fine, I'll listen to you. Tell me what to do. Watch him closely when we get back, don't let him act rashly. If he does something unusual or leaves alone, tail him discreetly. Why don't you keep an eye on him? Are you stupid? Do I seem like someone who fits in? Henry isn't a fool. He'd notice if I did." After agreeing on the plan, Yul began monitoring Henry's every move, while Keenan reported to Hart. Unbeknownst to Henry, his every action was under Hart's control. He continued dreaming of joining Blood. Chapter 70, Carnage. The Brendan stared at Barrett with a chilling gaze, filled with hatred. After absorbing Birdie, he naturally knew about the Bloodside members' scheme to manipulate others into doing their dirty work. And the Barrett standing before him was the one who had given this instruction. Without his tacit approval, no one would have dared to carry out such a deed. Brendan's anger boiled up. "Leader Gao, we've always coexisted peacefully and worked for Ichabod separately. Did you really sell me out like this?" At this point, Barrett stopped speaking further, only watching him tensely. "You've always been arrogant. Don't blame us for being ruthless. I had no choice. How else could I gain everyone's trust without making an example of you?" Upon hearing this, Brendan laughed maniacally, his dried straw moving erratically. "Hee, well said. Using my life as a means to gain everyone's support? Very well. Now, I don't need to care about Ichabod. Since you attacked me first and left me without a body, your lives will be my nourishment after rebirth." Barrett subtly thrust a chain into the ground. He knew this was his only chance. Normally, by now, Brendan would have used a curse attack. Clearly, he was still recovering from his recent rebirth. Therefore, Barrett planned to use his strongest attack to finish him off immediately. Curse. But now, he was cornered, truly fitting the saying. A tiger on flat land is mocked by dogs. A dragon in shallow waters is teased by shrimps. "Leader Gao, forcing me to this extent gives you bragging rights. Unfortunately, you won't have this chance." Hearing this, Barrett redoubled his offensive. "They say a dying man speaks the truth, but you're still spewing nonsense." Brendan's expression turned manic. Ignoring Barrett's provocation, he suddenly abandoned control over his dry grass. Seeing this, Barrett felt a surge of joy. Despite his reduced power, Brendan remained formidable. Now that he had given up resistance, Barrett couldn't help but feel elated. "Ha, don't forget my name when you meet your maker. I'll be waiting for your revenge." Just as Barrett was about to deliver the final blow, Brendan's body disintegrated on its own. At this moment, attracted by the sounds of battle, Barrett's subordinates rushed in. Realizing something was wrong, Barrett shouted loudly, "Everyone, be careful, quickly retreat." But Brendan didn't give them a chance. The scattered dry grass turned into sharp needles, piercing into the bodies of the subordinates. Amidst cries of agony, Barrett watched in horror as the subordinates shriveled rapidly from the cursed dry grass. A chill ran up his spine. I was all too scared. Barrett sneered and angrily scolded. "Are you afraid of Brendan more than me?" As he spoke, the chain flew and barely missed their faces, embedding itself into the wall. The subordinates realized that if they disobeyed, the next target wouldn't be the wall. Reluctantly, they picked up the buckets and walked toward the room, knowing they had no choice but to follow orders. Chapter 71. Poisoning. 3 underlings, coerced by Barrett's threats, reluctantly carried the oil drums and entered the house. However, what puzzled Barrett was that upon entering, all 3 of them abruptly halted their steps. Due to the angle, Barrett couldn't see what was happening inside. Seeing the 3 subordinates stop, he roared in anger. "What are you standing there for? Get back to work." But none of them responded. Barrett felt something amiss as one of the men was trembling slightly. His heart sank, a premonition of doom clouded his mind. "If you 3 don't answer, don't blame me for being ruthless." Barrett cautiously walked towards the room, while continuing to threaten the men inside. Seeing that they remained unmoved, he swung his chain, piercing it into one of the men's bodies and yanked violently backward. Bang! The moment the chain pierced through, Barrett's mood plummeted. There was no sensation of cutting through flesh on the chain. Garth looked at him calmly, inwardly mocking. "This fool is still so excited. Soon, you'll know despair. What good days. These past few days haven't been too bad for me. Alas, confined in this cage, I won't get to see your disappointed face when your plan fails." Despite his thoughts, Garth maintained a facade of urgency to avoid arousing suspicion. "Eldon depends on you. When you join the Blood Pact, I'll certainly put in a good word for you before Boss Gao. Seeing Garth's humble demeanor, Henry's smug expression grew even stronger. Thank you in advance, Eldon. Wait here patiently, and I'll return shortly. Since birds lack facial expressions, Henry didn't notice Garth's gloating. He continued dreaming about joining the Blood Pact. Meanwhile, Yul followed Keenan's instructions, secretly monitoring Henry's every move. Outside the door, Yul listened intently to the conversation between Henry and Garth. Knowing the net should now be cast, he discreetly left and found Keenan, who was on guard duty. That traitor is making his move. Using the opportunity to gather drinking water, he plans to mix the mutated T-virus into it. To gain entry into the Blood Pact, he's using our lives as a pledge. Yul was infuriated. Although his time in the guild was short, the camaraderie built up made him feel like this was home. Regardless of how powerful or influential the Blood Pact was, it held no allure for him. Not far from where they were staying was a water station. Perhaps due to the rapid outbreak of the T-virus, much of its inventory remained untouched. Barrels of drinking water were neatly stacked in storage, providing ample supplies recently. Ironically, Henry himself had discovered this warehouse. Carefully, he retrieved the bottle containing parasitic tissue from his coat, and using a syringe brought from the hospital, injected the parasite-infested liquid into several barrels of water. After shaking vigorously, ensuring there were no visible signs from outside, Henry's face flushed with a sickly excitement. Looking at the barrels of drinking water, he imagined his future of wealth and luxury within reach. Yul recorded everything from the shadows, suppressing his urge to kill the traitor outright. He took one last look at Henry's deranged expression before quietly leaving. ####Chapter 72, Exile. Stone. He watched the several buckets of virus-contaminated drinking water in front of him, a satisfied smile on his face. After completing this task, he felt quite pleased, humming a tune as he pulled the cart toward the hospital. On the other side, Yul had already returned to the hospital after obtaining evidence and handed the video over to Keenan. After further discussion, they decided that the president should gather everyone together to expose Stone. He laughed wildly, ending the clip there. Seeing this, everyone was visibly upset. Normally, Stone was always submissive and seemed terrified of death. They all tacitly understood to protect him when in danger, placing him in the safest position during emergencies, afraid he might get hurt. Even Rocco and the president often showed concern for him, especially the president, who comforted Stone when he was demoralized and even entrusted him to the vice president and Rocco to continue encouraging him, making sure he got extra food when he missed meals. Everyone saw this treatment. No one could imagine that the person who had been protected and cared for by the guild would be the traitor. And to join Blood Alliance, he even went so far as to use the lives of fellow members to pave his way. Imelda couldn't hold back. President, what will be done with this traitor? How about banning him from entering the hospital and letting him fend for himself? Saves us the trouble of dirtying our hands. One female member suggested angrily. Her proposal gained support from others. Hart thought for a moment and found this not a bad idea. It would save them a lot of trouble and possibly give them a chance to find Bloodsickle's whereabouts. Deciding this was a mutually beneficial approach, Hart slowly said, "That's settled then. Soon, everyone will guard the entrances to prevent Stonehey from coming in. Let him fend for himself." Pulling the cart, Stonehey remained oblivious that his plan had been exposed. He hummed lightly as he walked unhurriedly. "Get lost. Don't taint my eyes." Realizing his plan had failed, Stonehey panicked momentarily before shouting viciously, "I just wanted to live. That damn president. Why provoke Blood Alliance instead of minding his own business? Don't you know Blood Alliance's strength? Can our tiny guild even stand against them? If you want a better future, no one would stop you. But you shouldn't sacrifice everyone's blood to pave your path." Hart's voice echoed from above. As he finished speaking, he landed gracefully. Seeing Hart, Stonehey's face twisted with resentment. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't crossed paths with Blood Alliance, none of this would have happened. Everything is your fault, not mine. I was only driven by you." Compared to Stonehey's madness, Hart remained calm, his gaze filled with regret. "Before entering this scenario, I mentioned the feud with Blood Alliance and said that if anyone didn't want such a powerful enemy, they could leave without restraint. You chose to stay back then. Now it seems Blood Alliance had already bought you over before then. Stop making excuses for your selfishness. I've always treated every member like family. Given the situation, ACE Union no longer has a place for you. Out of respect for our past, I won't kill you. Leave. From now on, you are no longer my brother." With that, Hart turned and walked back into the hospital building without looking back. "Thing in my power to ensure your survival." Everyone below him was deeply moved. Though the president wasn't eloquent, his words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Eldons and family. These words were simple and easily attainable in their old world, but in Remnant Kingdom, where only the strong survived, they held immense value. Human nature is selfish. Who wouldn't want to live better than others? Only in this lawless, morality-free land was the darkness of human nature fully exposed. "It's just blood oath. We aren't afraid of them. Want to hurt my brothers and sisters? Gerhard won't allow it. Yeah, if it weren't for Vice President saving me in the last game world, where would I be now? From now on, we're family. President, no matter what, we're always brothers. Let blood oath go to hell." Seeing everyone so passionate, Hart smiled contentedly. Despite this dark and cold-hearted country, A still shone with a beacon of hope, and that was enough. As the members expressed their feelings, Karen burst into the room, her usual composed demeanor replaced by excitement. "President, Billy has awakened. He's awake. Wah." This was the best news Hart had heard in days. Concerned about Billy's injuries, he rushed to his ward without another word. Entering the room, Hart saw Lucian sitting up in bed, looking much healthier. Bloodside's appearance had alerted Hart to their weakness. His union was too small and weak. While upgrading infrastructure took time and points, he needed to focus on personal strength first. Even if Blood Oath didn't abandon their retaliation, a show of strength might buy them valuable development time. Meanwhile, after some searching, Henry finally found Blood Oath's hideout. Strangely, there were no guards around the perimeter. Even when he boldly entered the office building, no one stopped him. Did they move? The thought wouldn't leave him. Without finding Barrett, his connection to Blood Oath was severed. According to their contract, only successful sabotage would secure his entry into Blood Oath. Now unable to find Barrett, all his plans would come to naught. Desperate and heedless of Barrett's displeasure, Henry shouted as he searched each floor. His heart sank deeper with each uneventful level. The silence inside was eerie and despairing. Finally, on the 7th floor, he found signs of fire and unfinished canned food scattered near the embers. Overwhelmed with excitement, he shouted, "Boss Gao, where are you? I have important information." His voice echoed through the hallway, but no one responded, until he saw a figure emerging from a room at the end of the corridor. Henry called out eagerly, "Hey, buddy, I'm Henry, the mole placed in ACE by Boss Gao. I have crucial information. Please don't mess with me like this." Seemingly irritated by his incessant chatter, the scarecrow croaked hoarsely, "Come here if I told you to. Stop blabbering." Seeing the scarecrow angry, Henry dared not say anything more and forced himself to move forward. He stopped 3 meters away from the scarecrow, too terrified to go any further. "Heh hee. Silas boss, what do you need from me? I'll definitely get it done properly." Guaranteed satisfaction. From 3 meters away, Henry could clearly see every expression on the scarecrow's face. After speaking, seeing no signs of impatience from the scarecrow, Henry thought quickly. "Boss, how about this? You tell me your instructions, I'll inform one of the brothers to let Brendan know I've returned, then I'll immediately carry out your orders." After finishing, Henry cautiously glanced up at the scarecrow. The scarecrow still gave no reaction, only his eyes, filled with an intense longing, watched him like a starving predator observing its prey. Henry was terrified. The pressure from the scarecrow was immense. Most importantly, when he intentionally raised his voice to attract attention from others in the building, neither Barrett nor the other members appeared. Considering the scarecrow's usual behavior, Henry feared the worst. Brendan and all the members might have already been killed by this madman. Staring blank, straw needles pierced into his body, absorbing everything within him. Losing large amounts of blood, Henry shivered involuntarily, his vision gradually fading to darkness, his body convulsing uncontrollably. His consciousness faded as the scarecrow enveloped him entirely, and the quiet office was filled only with the sound of suction. After a while, the scarecrow slowly withdrew, reshaping itself back into a human form. With a sigh of relief, the scarecrow checked its own state. It was still full of wounds, and far from being able to cast curses. Damn it, these trash. Absorbing 9 people only restored me to 30% strength. From Henry's memory, the scarecrow learned the location of Hart and others, but realized he wasn't in any condition to confront Hart now. "Let you live a little longer. Next time you won't be so lucky." After some consideration, the scarecrow decided to retreat, walked to the window, gazed deeply in the direction of the hospital, and activated the teleportation device with a mixture of hatred and resentment. A flash of white light and the scarecrow disappeared from the office, leaving behind only Henry's clothes fluttering in the breeze. Billy's injuries were completely healed, and with no lingering concerns, the group began searching for the laboratory containing the air antibodies. Initially, everyone remained cautious. However, another issue loomed before him. The teleportation device had vanished, leaving him with no means to exit the instance. Since he had infiltrated the instance via a guild artifact, this meant that after Hart's team completed their mission and left, Garth would be stranded in this T-virus-infested world, living out his days here. At this thought, Garth's expression darkened further. By Hart's side, who overheard his thoughts, pondered for a moment and extended an invitation. "If you don't wish to end your life in this instance world, I do have a way, but it depends on whether you're willing." Garth glanced at Hart and fell into deep thought. Of course, he knew what Hart meant. He had to quit Blood Oath and join Hart's guild. This way, once Hart completed the mission, he could leave the instance. But if he did so, Blood Oath would never forgive him, especially as a member of the Scarlet Sickle. Betrayal came at a steep price. However, staying in this world was not an option for Garth, and he found himself caught in a dilemma. Hart sensed Garth's wavering and urged him further. "Don't hesitate. Do you really want to stay in this world forever? Moreover, failing this mission means certain death even if you return to Blood Oath. Why not join me? You've seen how ACE treats its members. Everyone is equal. There's no rigid hierarchy like in Blood Oath. They benefit from your hard work while caring nothing about your well-being." To him, prolonging his survival in limbo was more important than which faction he joined. Besides, ACE's atmosphere seemed far better than Blood Oath's after these past few days. "Of course, feel assured. Moreover, I'm under your poison, so there's no reason for me to betray you." Garth's attitude made Hart feel comfortable. Dealing with intelligent people saved a lot of unnecessary trouble. "Good. Once we're out of the instance, I'll provide you with the antidote. If you wish to stay in our guild, you're always welcome." With Garth's guidance, Hart's team quickly arrived at the entrance of the underground lab. Compared to the labs in Luoyuan City, this one was truly booby-trapped. Despite some scares, they navigated through hidden traps with Garth's warnings, proving the importance of intelligence gathering. After obtaining the air antibody smoothly, the team felt an unreal sense of accomplishment. Leaving the lab, Hart prepared to release the air antibody when Garth stopped him. "Leader, I have a request." Seeing Garth's solemn expression, Hart sobered up and asked, "We owe this success to your guidance. What is it you need?" Garth hesitated before speaking his mind. "Earlier, everyone was anxious, so I didn't mention it. Now that we have the mission item, I'd like to retrieve Gao Tu's body and others." Gao Tu was harsh but good to his subordinates. He said if he died, he wouldn't be buried. Notification sounded in Hart's ear. As he had expected, after returning to Limbo, the system would automatically restore players' physical conditions to their optimal state. This was why he had urgently sought out the mission item. Silas's curse had persisted, and the suppressing effect of his sacrifice talent had become increasingly ineffective. Once it lost its efficacy, he might die directly from the lingering curse of Silas. Choose to clear. A green light enveloped his entire body. Hart clearly felt the residual curse within him dissipate under the illumination of the green light. Without the curse, Hart deactivated his sacrifice talent, and an overwhelming sense of exhaustion instantly enveloped him, penetrating deep into his soul. Without even checking the reward information, Hart burrowed into his blanket and fell into a deep sleep. Note asterisk: the translation adheres to the provided guidelines and maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks. It also preserves the natural flow and tone of the previous content while ensuring accuracy in names and coherence in storyline. ##### Chapter 76, The 7 Deadly Sins. Waking up again, it was already late at night. Hart glanced at the guild channel, where everyone was chatting animatedly, especially Rocco, who seemed to have emerged from the shadow of Henry's betrayal and had returned to his usual carefree self. He kept interested in this guild-oriented dungeon. There were barely any comments during the stream practice. But leveling up smoothly was still quite exciting, especially the last item, successfully converting a hostile player and receiving the mystery gift, filled Hart with anticipation. However, there was no rush to open it. Given his notoriously bad luck, he decided to go with a bit of mysticism and wait until midnight to open it. He mentally recited and opened his character attribute panel. Name, Hart. Permission code, 2177. Level, LV6, 200/610 levels as 1 stage. Strength, stage 2-2, attack, load-bearing related. Agility, stage 2-2, movement, attack speed related. Stamina, stage 2-3, health, defense, resistance related. Spiritual power, 10, spells, perception, mana related. Charisma, 2, summoning, social related. Luck, 2, item opening, crafting related. Extremely difficult to increase. Talent, mimicry, can replicate, recognize, and interact with things encountered. Replicated talents, disguise, martial arts mastery, body hardening, infinite ammo, air manipulations. His attributes became. Name, Hart. Permission code, 2177. Level, LV6, 200/610 levels as 1 stage. Strength, stage 2-4, attack, load-bearing related. Agility, stage 2-4, movement, attack speed related. Stamina, stage 2-4, health, defense, resistance related. Spiritual power, 10, spells, perception, mana related. Charisma, 2, summoning, social related. Luck, 2, item opening, crafting related. Extremely difficult to increase. Talent, mimicry, can replicate, recognize, and interact with things encountered. Replicated talents, disguise, martial arts mastery, body hardening, infinite ammo, air manipulation, flame control, movement acceleration, recovery, fear aura, expand. Having exhausted his attribute points, Hart sincerely washed his face again. Looking at the 2 lottery options, he decided to play it safe and use the lottery tickets first before opening the mystery gift. After an exaggerated treasure chest special effect, boom, a matte finish skateboard with no patterns appeared in front of him. Congratulations, player. 3rd prize won. Seeing the notification, Hart couldn't help but groan inwardly. Even with surprisingly, they were enormous, about 1.5 meters long, making them more like a large weapon. The inner edges of the scissors had fine, dense saw teeth. Hart couldn't help thinking that if someone were sliced with these, it would be more like a clean cut than a slash. After playing with the scissors for a while, Hart had a better understanding of Bernard's medical kit. It likely contained tools he had used for murders. Truly, what a so-called medical kit. However, the equipment spawned from this box was indeed powerful. Overall, it wasn't a bad deal. Calming himself, Hart decided to seize the moment and open the mystery gift as well. Unlike the lottery tickets, the mystery gift's drawing interface was clearly much more advanced. A pitch-black roulette wheel floated before his eyes. I trade my 10 years of single life in Adriel for a golden legend. The wheel slowly came to a stop. A burst of golden light appeared, swallowing the entire wheel. Whoa! It really came out. Hart couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Congratulations. Player has obtained golden skill, the 7 deadly sins. Translation notes. Adriel is retained as the name of what seems to be a game or setting-specific term. Unlike the lottery tickets, the drawing interface for the mystery package was significantly more sophisticated. A pitch-black wheel floated before him. Destruction and annihilation effects. Sloth * blessed by Belphegor significantly enhances defense and resistance, while boosting all 4 base attributes by 100%. Greed * blessed by Mammon boosts base attributes by 50% and continuously enhances them during combat. Gluttony * blessed by Beelzebub, devouring targets after killing them results in a random skill gain. Grants immunity to all diseases and curses. Lust * blessed by Asmodeus boosts base attributes by 200%, with double the effect if the enemy is female, allowing transformation into a demon. The series of percentage symbols in the skill description left Hart nearly blinded. After all, percentage-based skills were nothing short of divine powers, their strength only increasing with higher levels. Despite some negative effects, these boosts were incredibly potent. Moreover, what intrigued Hart most was the gluttony effect. Could the absorbed attributes be retained after the duration ended? If so, he would immediately ascend to new heights. After spending so much time in the world of dying, he finally obtained a powerful skill. Not to mention that certain forbidden martial arts techniques, he preferred not to use them because they were live-streamed in-game. He certainly didn't want to perform moves that would earn him titles like Butt Ripper appliances, including a wine cabinet and fresh vegetables in the fridge. He marveled at the unimaginable luxury. Taking a leisurely stroll around the apartment, he uncorked a bottle of red wine, filled the bathtub with warm water, and enjoyed a blissful soak with his wine. There was no mission prompt yet, so he figured a moment of relaxation wouldn't hurt. Suddenly, the task notification rang out disruptively. Enter city, Jiangyu. World description asterisk Jiangyu province in China, located in the southeastern region, has excellent transportation and geography. Known for its cultural heritage and natural beauty, it faces an impending paranormal revival. Supernatural resurgence asterisk this world will soon confront a resurgence of spirits and demons, leading to nightly ghost walks and chaos. Spatial barrier asterisk a barrier between parallel worlds and the main world, preventing overlap. Main objective asterisk survive for 48 hours in this world. Mission overview asterisk a survival mission lasting 48 hours. Side mission asterisk investigate the cause of the weakened spatial barrier. Startled, Hart sat up in the bathtub, eyes wide with shock. No wonder he felt uneasy. The task description was unsettling. If taken literally, he was now in Jiangyu, China, a part of the real world. These days, the world is going to change. You naughty little Zhang, you finally called home. Do you know how worried your mother and I have been? His father's robust voice came through the line, laden with reproach but unmistakably full of concern. Corey, don't ask. I signed a confidentiality agreement. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Take care of yourselves and stay alert for any unusual events. Contact me immediately if anything goes wrong. Don't just report good news. These 2 days I will be... You damn little Zhang. Are you telling us straight? Have you been chosen by that so-called limbo country? This matter has caused a stir in the city, and your mother and I are very worried about this. Warning. Detected disclosure of information to main world characters. Cease immediately or all informed parties will be eliminated. Hart wanted to say more, but the warning from limbo country made him stop. If he continued, not only would he suffer, but his parents would also be wiped out. Having no choice, he lied to comfort his parents. Steven, don't overthink it. The chances are so low, and my luck has always been good. That won't happen to me. After comforting his parents, Hart slumped onto the sofa. The worst had happened. The weakening of the dimensional barrier was causing the parallel worlds and the main world to merge. This might be one of the reasons for the supernatural revival. Suddenly, his phone began buzzing incessantly. Messages poured in from both familiar and unfamiliar contacts. The night is so beautiful tonight. Won't you come out to see? Chilled to the bone, Hart noticed messages from his parents with the same content. Creepily, after reading the messages, he felt an urge to step outside and admire the night sky. He knew that according to the world's introduction, the supernatural revival was unfolding, and such strange messages were undoubtedly spread by a powerful ghost entity to instill its deadly influence. Despite knowing this, the urge within him wouldn't subside, nearly reaching uncontrollable levels. Sweat dripped down his face as Hart realized that even with his enhanced mental fortitude, he struggled to resist this impulse. Ordinary people, without such advantages, were surely in grave danger. His parents were definitely in peril. Beep, beep, beep. The busy signal sent his spirits plummeting. His immediate reaction was dread. It's too late. Something happened. Fear enveloped him as he stared at the message on his phone, dazed. Forcing himself to calm down, he reminded himself that if his guess was correct, the only person who could rescue his parents right now was himself. Buzz buzz. The phone vibrated again. Looking at the number on the screen, Hart breathed a sigh of relief. The worst hadn't happened. He answered. The news channel was broadcasting a live update on the recent paranormal events. Jiangyu News, bringing you up-to-date information. Hello, dear viewers. I am Anastasia. Regarding the unusual events occurring nationwide, are they truly paranormal incidents or unsolved mysteries? We are honored to have invited Director Zhang from the National Abnormal Events Investigation Team to answer our questions. Let's give a warm welcome to Director Zhang. Clap, 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 clap. Hello, dear viewers. I am Fulton from the Abnormal Events Investigation Team. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. Director Zhang, many people are curious about the widespread abnormal occurrences recently. Can you explain the cause of these events? Well, 3 days ago, we noticed something unusual. Firstly, there was a large number of bird deaths. Yesterday, we found the first victim. From our on-site investigation, we discovered highly active magnetic remnants near the victim at the incident location in a park. Starting at 1 p.m. yesterday, a massive eyeball-shaped object appeared in the sky. Anyone who made eye contact with it exhibited similar symptoms and died within a very short time. Therefore, we immediately reported the situation and warned the public through the news at 7 p.m. yesterday. The host occasionally asked follow-up questions, but couldn't provide a definitive explanation. Without electricity, the corridor was pitch black, but thanks to his night vision ability, he could move unhindered. As he reached the ground floor, contrary to expectations, the outside remained bright despite the lack of artificial lighting. The pale moonlight cast a soft glow on everything, giving a melancholic beauty to the scene. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the courtyard. As soon as the moonlight touched him, a voice, indistinguishable by gender, reverberated in his mind. The night scenery is beautiful tonight, isn't it? Shall we look up together and enjoy the view? Suppressing the urge to look up and ignoring the voice, Hart headed toward the exit of the residential area. Along the way, he saw many people lying on the ground, all of whom had stopped breathing. Strangely, their faces were blissful smiles, as if they had seen something beautiful before dying. In open areas, more people had died, sinking Hart's heart deeper into despair. The airborne anomaly was more deadly than he had imagined. According to the system's intelligence, this was only the early stage of paranormal resurgence. If left unchecked, it would grow stronger over time, absorbing more energy. It was clear that looking up at the eyeball led to death. Given his current mental fortitude, Hart could resist for now, easily enduring the 48 hours without taking action. But this wasn't a game world. It was reality where people he cared about lived, and thing wasn't a god. Only alien technology could explain everything about the remnant realm. In any case, it seemed unnecessary for it to invade the Blue Star world. Suppressing these thoughts, Hart remembered that an online viewer had mentioned living in the Jinsho neighborhood. That person must know the area well. With this in mind, he opened the live stream interface. Which kind sir just said he lives in this neighborhood? Is there a police station nearby? Due to the overwhelming number of comments, it took Hart some effort to find the relevant reply. Yes, but it's a bit far. Walk straight down Construction Road from the main entrance of the neighborhood, and you'll see it. Following the viewer's directions, Hart arrived at the police station. Due to keeping his head down to avoid seeing the ghostly eyes in the sky, his progress was extremely slow. Fortunately, there were no vehicles or pedestrians on the road, which would have otherwise caused trouble. Upon reaching the police station, his goal was still to contact the officials responsible for dealing with anomalous events. Time was running out, and he hoped to inform them of how to handle the anomaly before facing the bizarre occurrences in the sky. This way, when he returned to the remnant realm, people in the real world wouldn't be completely helpless. As expected, the provincial police leadership was discussing stability maintenance plans at that moment. His sudden intrusion naturally caught their attention. As soon Hart immediately recognized the figure descending as the Walker from Jiangyu News. Walker, hello. My name is Hart. I came today to discuss the true nature of the eyeball in the sky. Hart adopted a humble demeanor, knowing that state assistance would make handling the situation much easier. Hart, originally from Heilongjiang province, attended Jinggang University and worked as a designer after graduation. You mysteriously disappeared 2 months ago. Instead of responding directly, Walker recited Hart's background. A missing person for 2 months suddenly appears in Jiangyu without any travel records. Could it be related to the remnant realm? Honor mused silently as he examined the young man in front of him. Hart wasn't surprised. Government agencies' capabilities far exceeded ordinary people's imaginations. Checking his records before coming downstairs would have been effortless. Walker, your guess is quite interesting, Hart remarked cryptically, leaving everyone in the room puzzled except for Honor, who appeared shocked. This young man could read his thoughts. This revelation confirmed Honor's suspicions about Hart's extraordinary origins. Hart simply nodded slightly, maintaining eye contact. Internally, Hart was pleased. Just moments ago, he had discovered a bug in the remnant realm. Using his mind-reading talent, he had glimpsed Honor's thoughts, indirectly cleared his throat, and began slowly. The world is facing a paranormal awakening. The eyeballs in the sky are manifestations of an entity known as the Eye of Fear. Chapter 81. The Fearsome Dr. Callan. The Eye of Fear? Fisher and Honor exchanged glances, each seeing a trace of unease in the other's eyes. Hart, can you give us more details? Honor clearly grew interested and immediately urged Hart to continue. Hart nodded, choosing his words carefully before he began. As I said, the world is currently facing a resurgence of the supernatural. In other words, what we're witnessing now is only the beginning. The bizarre occurrences in the sky are still in their initial stages. They haven't fully regained their peak strength. Upon hearing this, Honor's expression turned extremely serious, while Fisher felt an intense unease. If what this young man was saying was true, they had grossly underestimated the gravity of the situation. Your point is that such events will become commonplace in the future? Seeing Hart nod, Honor lost his usual calm demeanor. Hart, wait a moment. I need to make a call. He pulled out a satellite phone from his pocket and dialed a number. It was evident that the situation had surpassed his authority. To avoid more severe consequences, he chose to report it directly. Hart watched him silently. With Honor's decision to report, Hart's goal of drawing attention security personnel and rushed toward him. Startled, having just returned from the biohazard realm, Hart nearly drew his blade instinctively upon seeing the figure in a white lab coat rushing towards him. Fortunately, Honor noticed his reaction and quickly restrained his hand. This is Dr. Callan, head of our Anomalous Events Investigation Group. Embarrassed, Hart blushed. Sorry, Benito looks quite disheveled. I thought he was a zombie. Reflexes, sorry. Unlike Honor's nervousness, Callan showed no fear. His gaze on Hart burned with intense interest, making Hart feel very uncomfortable. It was as if he were a priceless treasure discovered by a notorious thief. Your Hart? Come, follow me, Callan said, grabbing Hart's arm and dragging him away. The grip was so strong that Hart wondered if Callan had used some secret enhancement serum on himself. His strength must have been around stage 1 level 8, rivaling that of an elite special forces soldier. Honor intervened hastily. Wait, the senior officer is waiting for him. If you drag him to the lab, I won't be able to complete my mission. Callan paused. It's fine. Just tell the senior officer it's urgent, and I'll bring Hart to the lab first. He'll understand. Ignoring Honor's protests, he dragged Hart towards the lab. Excitement evident in his voice. Hart realized that the nation knew about the Afterworld nation and had studied it more deeply than he imagined. From just his displayed speed, they deduced his attributes were at stage 2. What puzzled Hart was how Callan managed to study the Afterworld nation's power system so thoroughly, given the strict restrictions on sharing information. Seeming to read his thoughts, Callan smiled. Don't be curious. The nation's capabilities far exceed your knowledge. Hearing this, Hart felt a chill. Despite not saying much, after being selected by the Afterworld nation and experiencing its realms, his strength had greatly improved. But in his heart, he still subtly distinguished himself from ordinary people. Especially this time, coming to the real world and entering the military compound. When he saw the fully armed guard soldiers, he was merely somewhat curious. He took it for granted that he could move freely here. Unless nuclear weapons were used, nothing else could pose a threat to him. However, just now, Benito had given him a lesson. To be so well informed about the Afterworld nation's power system clearly wasn't something one could learn overnight. The translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring natural fluency and coherence with the previous content. It also preserves the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 82. Conversation. Even before the Veiled Nation had revealed itself into many parts like a jigsaw puzzle, each fragment they regain increases their strength. Ghosts can't be killed, and ordinary people need to harness ghosts to combat them. However, this method has a drawback. The ghosts become stronger, and when a person can no longer contain them, the ghosts will fully resurge. By then, those who once fought the dragon will become the dragon themselves, wreaking havoc. Callan listened intently, showing a thoughtful expression. We've studied this extensively. Fundamentally, ghosts are magnetic fields that carry memories and biological instincts. Gold can completely isolate these fields, making it a tool to imprison ghosts, though this method is difficult to implement now. Hart was astonished by Callan's knowledge. As a player in the Veiled Nation, he only learned about countering such phenomena from game information. Yet, Callan had managed to gather so much information despite lacking the same advantages. By the way, based on what I know, I believe this paranormal resurgence is related to the spatial barrier, Hart continued, diving into the heart of the matter. Upon hearing spatial barrier, Callan's expression changed drastically. Spatial barrier? You mean the spatial barrier? After Hart confirmed, Callan excitedly dragged him past several security doors to a larger laboratory. Inside, several researchers dressed similarly to Callan greeted them. An elderly leader clearly disapproved of the newcomer. The researcher thought, can't let this little one escape. Might as well draw more blood. If he returns to number 1, we won't lose. Maybe 2,000 milliliters? Or 3,000 milliliters? What about 4,000 milliliters? His body should handle it. This thought chilled Hart. Even with his enhanced attributes, 4,000 milliliters would be too much. Ordinary people would surely collapse. At that moment, Hart felt trapped. I want to escape, but I can't. He knew he needed these seemingly unreliable experts to investigate the weakening spatial barrier. Just as he struggled, Callan returned with tea. Watching Callan, Hart's heart sank. Was this a research lab or a bandit hideout? More troubling, Callan and Ethan exchanged glances, which didn't escape Hart's attention. Does little Hwai get it? Did you put the drug in? Ethan winked at Callan. Of course, double dose, 1 sip down, 3 seconds flat, Callan grinned. Clever of you. Quickly, pass the tea over. People from number 1 can be arrogant, so we resort to measures like this for research, Ethan explained. Callan handed the tea casually. Try this, Ethan's personal collection. Not just anyone gets to taste it. Hart accepted the cup reluctantly, noting its rich aroma. A truly fine tea. But Hart, caught between praise and embarrassment, Troy was indeed uncomfortable since he had given approval. Just as he was about to speak, Hart suddenly grew serious. Troy, Benito, my primary purpose in coming here today is to report some hypotheses I have about the recent supernatural revival. Seeing his solemn expression, Troy knew Hart wasn't joking. He swallowed his words and assumed a listening stance. Hart organized his thoughts and began. Have you heard of spatial barriers? Similar to Callan's reaction, when Troy heard spatial barriers, his eyes narrowed. He then called everyone in the lab to stop their work. Let's pause everything. Head to the conference room. The crowd quickly flooded into the conference room. Hart looked at the researchers below and thought of the scene he had imagined earlier. He felt extremely uneasy. Before being chosen by the land of dying embers, he was just an obscure designer. He had never been in front of a crowd like this before. But since he had come here to address the spatial barrier issue, he steeled himself. Cough, it's like this. Based on the intelligence I have, the cause of the supernatural revival is the weakening of the barrier between the main world and a parallel dimension. Unfortunately, that parallel dimension is a world overrun by ghosts and monsters. Upon hearing this, the researchers erupted into discussion. Parallel dimensions really exist. At least I can ensure my survival, Hart replied with a calm smile. This time, it wasn't just for himself but for his family and country. The enormous eye in the sky still hung high, filled with madness and hatred. Before leaving, Troy handed Hart a small signal transmitter, which confused him. Troy explained, don't underestimate this device. It's been modified and tested at Kunlun 3, capable of transmitting signals. Hart understood, even though Troy's explanation was vague. He had heard various legends about Kunlun. Standing in the courtyard center, surrounded by staff members, Hart felt exceptionally calm. In full view of everyone, he closed his eyes and slowly ascended toward the Eye of Fear. With his eyes closed, Hart couldn't gauge the distance. The wind roared past his ears, and time seemed to stand still, elongating each moment as he kept ascending. The air grew thinner around him, intensifying his desire to open his eyes. How high was he now? Had he already passed through the Eye of Fear? Would continuing upwards push him out of the atmosphere? Suddenly, he encountered something sticky and cold, a liquid. Hart was puzzled. According to common knowledge, ghosts should lack corporeal form, and he was certain he was flying straight up. How could he possibly have plunged into a cloud? Troy had confirmed clear skies to prevent lightning strikes during his ascent, making solid sensation came from his toes. Hart was startled. He cautiously stomped again, and there was actually a series of dull thuds. The originally cold liquid also began to warm up at this moment. This couldn't help but give him an illusion, as if he wasn't in the vast sky but rather in the warm pool water downstairs in a bathhouse. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Chapter 84. A door appears out of nowhere. This left Hart utterly puzzled. After all, he was in midair. Yet the sensation under his feet unequivocally told him that there was solid ground beneath him. After a moment of thought, Hart realized that he had already entered the Eye of Fear. In other words, from this moment on, he must be extremely cautious and must not trigger its deadly patterns. Otherwise, death would be all that awaited him. So now that he was within the Eye of Fear, how did one explain the surrounding environment? Through some exploration, Hart formed an idea in his mind about what lay beneath his feet. Judging by appearance, it was a bathtub, but its surface was covered with crystal-like protrusions, and it was connected to the walls. Fearing that he might trigger the killing rule of the Eye of Fear, Hart didn't dare open his eyes. Just feeling around made it difficult to identify what this thing was. For now, let's call it a bathtub. He carefully stepped out of the bathtub, and under the influence of the Eye of Fear, even endless walking would never reach the end. Thinking this over, Hart decided to change his strategy. He stopped following the wall. Stretching out his hand, a stone pillar appeared in it. With the stone pillar as a cane, he tapped the ground cautiously in front of him, confirming it was flat with no hidden pits, before moving forward. Strangely, after walking along the wall for so long without reaching the end, when he had thrown stones in the opposite direction of the wall, echoes always came from the ground. However, after leaving the wall and taking only about 10 steps, his cane touched a door. Having lost his sense of direction, Hart couldn't be sure if the door was parallel to the wall or in another configuration. But the presence of a door calmed his agitated heart. There was at least an exit to this space. He wasn't trapped in an infinite loop. Feeling around, he found the doorknob. Just as he opened the door, he hesitated. He didn't know what dangers lay behind it or if it was safe. After some hesitation, Hart decided to open the door. Walking along the wall for so long had frayed his nerves, and he wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. Deciding to act, he activated all his defensive abilities, hardening his body, creating energy barriers, and more. 5 minutes of unease enveloped him as his cane encountered obstacles on both sides. He was surrounded by doors, and there were no gaps between them. Hart laughed bitterly. This cursed place had given him a multiple-choice question, one that couldn't be avoided. Choose 1 out of 4. This is really testing me. First, the door directly in front of him was definitely off-limits. The entity that had pierced the door gave Hart ample reason not to risk it. Besides, the sounds of commotion behind it, crying and fighting, suggested danger. With his eyes closed, his combat efficiency significantly reduced, there was no need to stubbornly walk into danger. 3 choices remained, and perhaps it was better to assess them before deciding. Using the same method as opening the first door, Hart explored the remaining 3 doors. Both the doors on his left and right posed varying levels of danger. Especially the door on his left. His stone cane was immediately shredded upon insertion, with a smooth break and faint heat emanating from the broken ends. Ultimately, Hart chose the door behind him. After checking again, he slowly opened it fully and stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, he intended to close the open door to prevent the entity from bursting out and causing trouble. Who would have thought his attempt to close the door meant nothing but emptiness? The original tss. He tossed the handset aside, yet the voice from the phone blocked his ears. Even his talent couldn't block it out. Strangely, after a while, emotions not his own began to emerge in Hart's heart. Fear, despair, evasion. These negative emotions overwhelmed him. In his daze, he saw a thin boy. The boy was dressed in tattered clothes, which vaguely resembled a hospital gown. His body was dirty, covered in black mud. His emaciated face was deathly pale. His wide-open eyes were hollow, void of any life. Hart realized something was wrong. He knew he was being affected by the fear eye, and this boy must have been what it looked like before it became an anomaly. Because those eyes were too similar to the eye in the main world. If there was any difference, it was that the boy's eyes were only filled with emptiness and despair, not yet tainted with resentment and hatred. Hart made mental comparisons as memories flooded into his mind, despite his superior mental strength. The sudden influx was too massive and complex, overloading his brain. Warm liquid flowed from his nostrils. It was blood, resulting from the influx of memories into his brain. Struggling to leave the space, Hart took a step and was pulled into darkness by a wave of intense dizziness. Damn it, brat, still sleeping. What did I do wrong in my past life? We're able to protect you anymore. Young Sherman, seeing his tearful mother, didn't fully understand what she meant but wiped her tears away. Amaya, don't cry. Xiao, you will be good. Unable to control his body, Hart could only silently watch as events unfolded. Just as little Sherman waved goodbye to his mother in the wheelchair and twisted the door handle, darkness engulfed everything once more, like a video ending. Light returned before a gravestone. The photo on the tombstone was of little Sherman's mother. Grief filled Hart's heart, alongside unfathomable fear and confusion. He knew this was Sherman's feeling back then. His protective shield, his mother, was gone, and custody fell to his stepfather. Damn it, almost done. Come home with me, brat. How unlucky can I be, getting custody? The man roughly pulled Sherman, ignoring his cries, and dragged him onto an old motorcycle. Hart sensed Sherman's terror and unease. A question emerged. He had first seen Sherman in a hospital gown. Given his state, it wasn't ordinary illness. Now, Sherman looked much younger than the ill figure. It was clear he had experienced something horrific during this period. Hart instinctively felt that all this must be related to Sherman's stepfather. As expected, without Margot's intervention, Sherman's life grew even harder. Into the deranged figure Hart saw. The scene changed, revealing a familiar object, a bathtub. This was how he entered the Fear Eye's world. The only difference was that the tub lacked crystalline protrusions. Go in, wash up. A voice behind him echoed. Hart felt Sherman's humiliation, stunned in place for a few more moments, until the voice behind him spoke again to urge. Only then did Sherman slowly enter the bathtub. At this moment, Hart also got a clear look at the appearance of the man behind. The man was dressed in a prison guard uniform, with a lecherous smile on his face. His eyes, as they looked at Sherman, were filled with fervor. Hart cursed inwardly at the perversion. Then, as he followed Sherman's perspective and saw the hand gripping the edge of the bathtub, Hart froze. The 5 long fingertips were painted with blood-red nail polish, making the originally pale fingers appear even more alluring and eerie. ####Chapter 86, Split Personality. Hart was utterly stunned by the scene before him. How could Germain be reduced to this state in such a short time? Moreover, through his perception, Hart realized that Germain's personality had split. At this moment, it was the feminine personality that was dominant. Behind him stood a prison guard in uniform, clearly one of the main culprits for his transformation. The guard, seeing Germain so obese among other menial chores. In this small prison cell, the worst of human nature was laid bare. The inmates didn't pity Germain's weakness. Instead, they took advantage of him, venting their youthful frustrations on him. Finally, after the abuse ended, Germain's pale skin was covered in bruises. His legs shook, yet he got no respite. Holding the dirty underwear thrown at him by an inmate, Germain dragged his weary body to the bathroom. Ironically, only at this moment did he find a fleeting peace. Looking at Germain's reflection in the mirror, Hart saw large eyes that had lost their liveliness, now filled with despair. His already pale face took on a sickly pallor, enhancing the haunting beauty of his delicate features. Hart had to admit that at this moment, Germain possessed an eerie beauty, a male figure with feminine charm. Such a person would likely be admired under normal circumstances, but here, it was a nightmare he couldn't escape. After washing the inmate's underwear, Germain stared blankly at his reflection, then suddenly broke into a dazed smile. Twisting his slender waist, he walked back to the cell. Sir Qian, your underwear is clean. Can I rest a bit now? I have to go with Chief Yuri tomorrow. This was the first time Hart heard Germain speak in the prison. Pinching his voice, Germain's tone was unervingly sweet. Hart felt goosebumps rise on his skin. Where did you go after killing the stepfather? Howard's face darkened. What could I do? After the murder, the dominant personality locked me away. If not for Sir Qian today, I wouldn't have come out. Aside from Clementine, the other personalities cowered in fear. Howard scanned them. Who's in charge now? Where's Kara? At the mention of Kara, Clementine's face fell. I don't know. She said she went to find the dominant personality and never came back. Now Mackenzie is in charge. She pointed to the outcast woman. Howard grabbed Mackenzie by the collar. Is this how you lead? Letting those perverts molest you? Seeing her silence, he threw her to the ground. From now on, you follow my orders. Tomorrow, I'll show those perverts what fear means. As the split personalities gradually dispersed, Germain's mental world returned to calm. Hart, observing their behavior, formed a hypothesis. With Germain's split personalities and hidden dominant personality, would they remain fragmented when he eventually became the Eye of Fear? The Howard personality seemed to match the characteristics of the Eye of Fear. Perhaps this personality would ultimately control the spirit. The next morning, Howard took control of Germain's body early on. Ensuring the inmates were still sleeping, he cautiously approached Lionel's bed. Last night, Mackenzie revealed that Lionel had a small knife and a seductive smile. It was clear that after killing his fellow inmates, Howard had relinquished control of the body. It seemed that Mackenzie had now taken over. Unlike Howard's domineering personality and confrontational attitude, Mackenzie had always been shrewd and calculating. The moment Mackenzie saw Yuri too, she threw the knife away, her face filled with panic as she said, Yuri too, you're finally here. I woke up like this, and I'm so scared. Her pitiful appearance would have almost convinced everyone of her innocence, if not for the cruel smile on Germain's face when they first arrived. A guard cautiously interjected, Boss, isn't Eric insane? Something seems off with him. This dissonance left Yuri too uncertain. After years in prison, he had seen all kinds of prisoners, but Germain's behavior was unsettling. He knew that Germain had always been mild-mannered, yet just moments ago, he had acted completely out of character. The cell door had remained locked the entire time, and Lionel, who had facilitated many connections for Germain, was a seasoned kickboxer from a local gang. The other inmates were no pushovers either. How could a seemingly weak and feminine Germain have killed them all? But the situation was too severe to cover up. Germain, cooperate and come with us. Don't resist, or you'll regret it, Yuri too warned. He signaled his guards to open the cell door. Germain, a beat incident, which involved a young man named Germain. Dr. Chun understood immediately. Ah, I see. Leave it to me. Everything will be handled. Dr. Chun had been the prison doctor since the age of 28 and knew all about Yuri too's peculiar preferences. Over the years, he had helped cover up similar incidents. One case that stood out was Burnell, a young man whose injuries were so severe that even the steel door had been damaged beyond repair. Dr. Chun had issued a certificate to suppress the matter, receiving generous compensation afterward. When he examined Germain upon arrival, he had been astonished by the young man's feminine features, though short-haired, and had predicted that Yuri too would take interest. Now, his prediction had come true. Satisfied with Dr. Chin's understanding, Yuri too finished his tea. I'll take care of the female prisoner for you, he said, leaving the office with a swagger. Hearing this, Dr. Chen smiled even wider and hurriedly escorted Yuri too out. Returning to his office, he rubbed his hands excitedly, thinking of the female prisoner he had long desired. Amidst his excitement, he paused, wondering how he had become this person. Was it from choosing to work in prison? Or did it start when he first covered up Yuri too's actions and reaped the rewards? No definitive answer came to mind. Perhaps it was simply a result of his professional decline and the desire for excitement in an otherwise comfortable life. Moment, Boss Yuri felt a twinge of regret. He had gone through such great lengths to protect Germain, only to now be told that he was a toxic flower too dangerous to touch. How could he be content with this? Germain was, after all, the most satisfying person for him after he developed his twisted desires. Can't you think of a way to eliminate his violent personality? After pondering for a while, Boss Yuri asked hesitantly. Xerxes sighed heavily, his expression serious. It's not as simple as you think. Based on my observations, Germain's condition is extremely severe. Just from the first observation, I identified 5 different personalities. But strangely enough, no matter how much I investigate, his dominant personality seems to have vanished. This situation is quite rare, Xerxes added. Boss Yuri was taken aback. Are you saying that all his previous behaviors were controlled by his secondary personalities? Then he chuckled wickedly. Heh, this isn't necessarily bad. I only need his body. Xerxes cursed inwardly at this pervert, but, fearful of Boss Yuri's power, dared not show it. Instead, he smiled awkwardly. If that's the case, it should be manageable. Boss Yuri raised an eyebrow. What method? Suddenly realizing something, a cruel expression flashed across his face. Leave it to you. Remember, don't kill him. If you succeed, your reward will be generous. Thus, standing outside Germain's cell, they determined his fate. In the spiritual world, Hart witnessed everything and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. If Germain hadn't encountered the perverted Boss Yuri, perhaps the Eye of Fear would never have appeared. Judging from the parallel world created by the Eye of Fear, this must have happened in the last century. Back then, prison facilities were inadequate, and many things went undetected. In the modern era, with advanced surveillance and improved management, such situations would be unlikely. Poor Germain, once a vibrant young man, was now lost in this prison. Hart was certain that Xerxes had used some special methods, which led to Germain's current delirious state. After all, Boss Yuri said that as long as Germain remained alive, Xerxes could do whatever he wanted. Just as Hart predicted, the next morning, Germain was brought to the examination room. After injecting him with a sedative to ensure he couldn't resist, Xerxes dismissed the guard. The following scene was hard for Hart to watch. To destroy Germain's spirit, Xerxes resorted to every possible means. Some of these methods seemed nothing short of torture in Hart's eyes. After several days of torment, Germain's ribs and poor appearance was no longer appealing. Germain became like an abandoned doll in solitary confinement, forgotten by everyone. Hart noticed that Germain's condition worsened during this period of isolation, sinking into deeper despair. Mackenzie could not bear the neglect and ultimately dissolved. At that moment, Germain's dominant personality finally awoke. After assimilating various memories, Germain fell into complete madness, attempting suicide multiple times. During a high-level inspection, he rushed out of the crowd, plunging a shard of broken glass into his chest in front of the officials. This incident caught the attention of higher-ups, who applied for his medical release. Fearing exposure, Boss Yuri conspired with Xerxes to turn Germain into a mentally incompetent fool. The scene turned dark again, but this time, Hart also lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, Hart found himself in control of his body, surrounded by the room conjured by the Eye of Fear, reflecting Germain's living space. To his shock, the mirror showed him as Germain. The world around him had changed. A basin of water looked like boiling blood, and doctors entering the ward seemed like ghostly figures on a one-way mirror. Everything caused him profound suffering. The phone in the ward became his nightmare. It rang incessantly whenever he was awake. Over time, the ringing grew. There wasn't even basic inquiry, let alone the regular outdoor time given to normal patients, which caused Hart immense suffering. He wanted to escape but realized he couldn't use his innate skills anymore. Thus, amidst the tug-of-war between pain and reason, Hart endured. Time passed unmeasurably, and in a daze, he seemed to hear an indignant roar that made the entire ward tremble slightly. Finally, the pain subsided, and his memories started returning. Recalling everything, Hart was drenched in cold sweat. Most frighteningly, from 3 days ago, his memories had begun to become jumbled, sometimes making him almost believe he was Germain. Fortunately, his mental strength was strong enough to regain clarity, or he could not bear to imagine the consequences. Hart understood that he must escape soon, or else he might be assimilated by the Eye of Fear. After several days of observation, he noted that the nurse who delivered his medication every day was always the same person. Outside the ward door was a long corridor, and each time the nurse unlocked the door herself, indicating no security personnel were stationed outside. This gave Hart a chance for escape. He reviewed the plan in his mind, confirming its feasibility, and lay on the bed, eyes closed, waiting for the right moment. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed noticeably in the empty corridor. Nurse, recovering, tried to chase him but found the door already locked from the outside. As Hart bolted into the long corridor, the surroundings revealed their true nature. Snow-white walls peeled away, replaced by pulsating chunks of flesh. The nurse, now screaming like a night owl, was horrifying. Hart dared not linger, but his inability to use his talent severely hampered his escape speed. The light at the end of the corridor seemed to grow farther. After running desperately for a while, he realized the writhing flesh stretched the already long corridor, and the exit was slowly closing. Observing carefully, he knew his current pace wouldn't allow him to escape before the exit sealed. Moreover, as time passed, the Eye of Fear focused more on him. Slowly, eye-like shapes formed on the flesh-covered walls. A wave of imminent danger loomed over Hart. If those eyes fully formed, his escape plan would fail utterly. Really troublesome. If I had known this, I should have exchanged for a speed-boosting item before entering this scenario, he muttered, thinking fast while running. Suddenly, he recalled a nearly forgotten, seemingly useless item, nitro-accelerated skateboard. He vaguely remembered feeling annoyed by its description when he drew it, and since his natural speed had surpassed the skateboard's boost, he had stashed it away. Quickly opening the equipment panel, Hart silently prayed the item was still available in his realm. But now, hearing her words, Joel instantly realized, "You are Germain." Hearing her name, the nurse's face showed a fleeting trace of nostalgia. Germain, such a distant name. She quickly recovered and said madly, "The weak Germain is dead. I am now the Eye of Fear." Before Joel could react, Germain launched an attack. Countless tentacles burst through the fleshy spheres, intertwining and merging into a massive hand that smashed directly at Joel. Germain's madness was unexpected. After experiencing her pain from when she was alive, Joel felt more sympathy for the unfortunate boy. If fate had been kinder, Germain would have lived under the sun instead of struggling endlessly in the darkness of this abyss, only to meet her end. Joel was not overly compassionate, but had basic human decency. Seeing Germain with her independent will, and not being fully consumed by malevolence gave him hope. His initial plan was to try persuading Germain since the people who directly harmed her had already been killed by her hands. What remained was the influence of dark energy after she transformed into an anomaly, leading to her current state. However, Germain did not give him that chance and attacked immediately. Though Joel felt sympathy for Germain, he absolutely would not sit idly by. Fortunately, the 7 Deadly Sins skill was now usable. Joel was full of anticipation for this skill. It was his first golden grade, draining away nearly half of her power. Germain panicked. In the cruel rules governing anomalies, where the weak feed the strong, she had merely followed orders to break the barrier between the parallel world and the main world, paving the way for a greater entity. Beforehand, she was assured that nothing in this main world posed a direct threat to her. Thus, she slowed down her efforts on the spatial barrier and instead expanded her presence in China to absorb more negative energy. How could she have expected that someone who had entered her constructed ghostly realm, someone she toyed with at will, could cause her such significant damage. Finally, the black light forming the small snake released her, ceasing its drain. By then, Germaine had lost over 65% of her power. The snake circled a few times in the air before merging into Joel's body, infusing him with vast energy, causing him to shiver in pleasure. The serpentine shadow smiled humanly, flicked its tongue at Joel, and gradually faded away. Meanwhile, Joel, absorbing 65% of the Eye of Fear's power, opened his eyes, feeling unprecedented strength. Yet, influenced by Leviathan, all human emotions vanished, leaving only burning envy. As Leviathan dissipated, the force suppressing Germaine also lifted. But how could she dare face Joel now? Her mind was filled with one thought: escape. Dignity was unbearable. Since becoming the Eye of Fear, Germaine had never faced such humiliation. Yet here he was, enduring it all and silently questioning the fairness of the situation. Germaine's thoughts raced wildly. Despite inwardly criticizing and cursing the person before him, he could do nothing more than retreat and plot his escape when Hart acted next. Stripped of his powers, he felt like a toothless predator or a plucked eagle, completely incapable of making a move. He kept his eyes darting around, ready to slip away the moment Hart attacked. Hart, observing Germaine's trapped and silent state, almost wished for his telepathic talent. It was hard to gauge what Germaine was thinking, especially given the current situation. To understand the truth behind the weakening of the spatial barrier, he had no choice but to rely on Germaine, who was indeed the Eye of Fear, the one responsible for the supernatural resurgence. If Hart knew what Germaine was really thinking, he would likely spew out a mouthful of blood and roar, "You've led me astray." After waiting long without action from Hart, a large question mark metaphorically floated above Germaine's head. Was this a staring contest? Hart's gaze was intensely captivating, influenced by Leviathan's jealousy, giving off a continuous aura of envy. Both held their thoughts, and the stalemate continued. Unlike Hart, Germaine was growing increasingly angry. The blood puppet's core abilities, used frequently in hunting rogue demon hunters. Today, he experienced the irony of his actions turning against him. Noticing Hart lost in thought, Germaine grew increasingly anxious. How long would it take this man to think? Exceeding the set time limit would invite severe consequences. Worse, prolonged torture awaited him. For his safety, Germaine submitted, speaking softly, "Let's make a deal. You have questions. Ask them, and I'll answer honestly." Hart's eyes lit up. He thought Germaine would resist to the end, struggling to find a way to initiate dialogue. Now, Germaine's willingness to talk brought relief. Only under Leviathan's influence were all emotions suppressed. Otherwise, Hart would reveal his uncertainty. After a pause, Hart asked calmly, "Your willingness to speak is commendable. So tell me, are you the source of this supernatural resurgence? What's your purpose in weakening the spatial barrier?" Germaine froze upon hearing spatial barrier. Had it not been for his benefactor granting him part of its power and revealing the relationship between the main world and parallel worlds, Germaine wouldn't even know about the spatial barrier, let alone how to destroy it. Many thoughts flooded his mind. His first reaction was that this man named Hart must also be a pawn like himself, tasked by a higher power to weaken the spatial barrier to prepare for their arrival in the main world. This was not to be underestimated. Just as Germaine was frantically speculating, he had begun to regard himself as a pawn sent by some big boss. But in a sense, it wasn't entirely wrong. Wasn't Hart now essentially working for the nation of the lingering dead, following their every command, living and dying at their will? With this thought, Hart forced a look of sympathy onto his face, while inwardly he couldn't help but grumble. This damned negative effect of Leviathan's jealousy, even making a facial expression is such a struggle. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested, ensuring continuity with the previous content while preserving the original tone and style. The translation remains natural and fluent, without introducing any grammatical errors. ##### Chapter 92. Startling news. Hart walked up to Germaine and patted him on the shoulder. "Eldon, you hit the nail on the head with that statement." Seeing that Germaine did not resist, Hart feigned a sympathetic expression and continued. "Those big shots really don't treat us like anything. Wherever they tell you to go, you must go. If you can't complete a task, death is just around the corner." Germaine, seeing how genuine Hart sounded, became more convinced of his suspicions. His mind raced, thinking that perhaps he could persuade Hart to let him off easy. After all, they were the upper limit to how powerful it can become. Additionally, it's a weapon. Before entering the dungeon world, Rocco had sent him a brief message about the equipment situation for players entering Phase 2. The brief mentioned that players entering Phase 2 had already developed their talents to a considerable extent. With the addition of attribute points, unless one was a freak like Hart who could infinitely replicate talents, most people would need other ways to enhance their strength. There were 3 methods. Chapter 92. Startling news. Hart walked up to Germaine and patted him on the shoulder. "Eldon, your words truly resonate with me." Seeing Germaine didn't resist, Hart feigned empathy and continued. "These big shots really don't treat us as anything. They order you around like pawns, and a single failure means death." Germaine felt that his suspicions were increasingly confirmed by Hart's heartfelt words. He started considering whether he could persuade Hart to let him off easy. After all, they both worked for higher-ups. In essence, they were all seeking protection. The conflict between these power players had little to do with small fry like them. With this thought, Germaine decided to be honest and share some information with Hart. "You guessed right, brother. This time I received an order from a high-up to secretly weaken the spatial barriers of the main world." As Germaine revealed the truth about weakening the spatial barriers, Hart also received a system notification. The second method was acquiring powerful skills similar to the 7 deadly sins that Hart drew, offering high efficiency at a relatively low cost. The third method involved growth-type equipment. This type required no forging costs. Although starting weak, they possessed extremely high potential, eliminating concerns about obsolescence. Among these 3 methods, growth-type weapons were the rarest, as they were obtained solely through hidden quests within Fuban worlds. This alone deterred most players since hidden quests only appeared with extremely low probability after completing side quests. Ordinary players struggled just to finish the main quests. Tackling side quests seemed life-threatening. Thus, very few players could obtain growth-type weapons. Given this rarity, how could Hart not be tempted? Moreover, convincing Germain wouldn't be difficult. With this thought, Hart wiped away his drool and seized the moment. Let's be clear, we serve different masters. My mission was to investigate the spatial barrier weakening. I assume my boss doesn't know it's your group behind it. Relieved, Germain realized there might not be a fight to the death between them. Life mattered more to him than favors from powerful figures. That's great news. Then we don't need to fight to the death. You can tell your superior it's the Tomb Guardians from the west causing trouble. I'll continue weakening the spatial barriers. What do you think? To ease Hart's doubts, Germain retrieved a blue-lit pearl from beneath the ground using his tentacle. Germain sighed and explained, the story is complex. It's said that these high-ups were exiled from the main world. Strictly speaking, they are failures. Why they were exiled is unclear. But, refusing to accept failure, each carved out a piece of the main world to prepare for a comeback. Over time, these fragments grew into parallel dimensions existing alongside the main world. First, obtaining sets of equipment through the production of the instance worlds, or forging them by blacksmiths in the remnant nation. However, this method was very expensive, and the quality of the forged equipment couldn't be guaranteed. Most importantly, said equipment had a peculiar characteristic. Individual pieces had attributes similar to ordinary equipment, sometimes even lower. But once the said attributes were activated, it opened up an entirely different realm of power. Second, pursuing powerful skills, such as the 7 deadly sins type percentage skills that Hart drew. This method was relatively cheaper and faster to see results. Third, obtaining growth equipment. Such equipment required no forging costs. Although the lower limit was low, its value lay in its immense potential for growth, preventing concerns over equipment becoming obsolete. Among these 3 methods, the third was the rarest. Skills and sets could be traced or obtained through effort, but growth weapons were matters of luck, only obtainable through hidden quests and instances. Great. Then we don't have to fight to the death. You just tell your superior it's the Tomb Guardians from the west causing trouble, while I continue to weaken the spatial barrier. No conflict. What do you think? Fearing Hart might still have doubts, Germain hurriedly controlled his tentacles to dig into the ground, searching for something. Soon, he withdrew a blue-lit bead and presented it to Hart. This is a token of goodwill, to prove my sincerity. Please accept it, Eldon. Though Germain smiled as he offered the bead, Hart could see the reluctance on his face. However, Hart dared not accept it casually. What if this was a trick? Germain's harmless demeanor was only because he couldn't overpower Hart. Had not the sin of envy stolen 60% of his power, giving Hart an overwhelming advantage, he would have already converted Hart into a puppet. After careful consideration, Hart politely declined. Germain was taken aback by Hart's refusal. He had gone through much effort to obtain this item. After a moment's thought, he realized Hart feared foul play. Embarrassed, Germain laughed awkwardly. Heh, you are indeed cautious. I was too presumptuous. Afraid Hart would change his mind, he quickly put away the blue bead. Hart saw his action and knew this item must be a precious treasure. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Despite this, if given another chance, Hart would still do. Thus began Hart's education on the complex world he had stumbled into, setting the stage for his future endeavors. Hart had not expected that with his casual provocation, Germain would spill so many explosive pieces of information like beans pouring out. What surprised him the most was that there seemed to be many forces similar to the one behind Germain, and they all shared the same goal, to one day return to the main world. This realization couldn't help but worry Hart. Given this situation, it seemed that the spatial barriers being breached was only a matter of time, and the dramatic changes in the main world were now irreversible. Chapter 93, The Contract. Germain saw the solemn expression on Hart's face and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. It seems this fledgling has been frightened. Pausing for a moment to clear his throat, he continued, next is the characteristics of each force. As for the names of the forces, I cannot disclose them. I believe you can understand that. Hart nodded in response. He secretly guessed whether Limbo Country had also been founded by some powerful figure exiled from Earth. Understood, of course. Please continue, Hart replied with a casual laugh, urging Germain not to waste time. As far as I know, there are 4 existing forces, each taking different paths. The force I belong to mostly consists of spirits, which ordinary people understand as ghosts. It is located in the west and is the oldest among the 4 major forces. Among the other 3, one focuses on mechanical modifications. Many people there are half or full cyborgs, with very strong combat power. Another force taps into the inherent talents of the human body as an energy source, which is known as psi-powers. Germain paused here and glanced at Hart. I assume you are from this force, right? Hart did not deny it. After all, Germain's description matched many aspects of Limbo Country. Seeing Hart not contradicting him, Germain's suspicions were confirmed, and this relieved him. After all, Limbo Country maintained friendly relations with his own force. During recent conflicts, they chose neutrality. Frictions between players from the 2 countries were rare, which made Germain feel fortunate. If he had met a player from the mechanical country, they would likely have fought immediately, with lethal consequences. This last force has a rather special situation. Among the 4 major forces, it used to be the most dominant. But later, for unknown reasons, it fell into internal strife. Finally, it sealed off its parallel universe directly and has not reappeared since. After introducing the various forces, Hart gained much insight. Initially, he thought Limbo Country was like something from a novel, created by a bored deity. Now it seemed otherwise. This world was more dangerous than he had previously believed. From Germain's account, these forces were such devious intentions and aimed to break through the spatial barrier. The main world would face the entire nation. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, Hart agreed. Understanding this, he mentally commanded the tentacles, binding Germain to retract. Regaining his freedom, Germain stretched lazily. Alright, we'll part ways here. I'll keep consuming the spatial barrier, and you can do whatever you want. I won't meddle further. As Germain turned to leave, Hart called out, wait. Germain froze, turning back with an unfriendly look. What? Do you want to fight again? Don't test my patience. Hart remained undeterred. Having seized 65% of Germain's strength gave him leverage. Want your power back? Hearing this, Germain perked up. Losing so much strength drastically reduced his capabilities. If his enemies found out, they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Considering this, his tone softened. Deal. You're planning to return my strength? What are your conditions? Just don't ask me to stop consuming the spatial barrier. Satisfied with this reaction, Hart felt certain he had hooked Germain. Knowing that Germain was susceptible to such tactics, holding this leverage would facilitate negotiations. Returning your power isn't impossible, but I have one condition. Stop massacring people in the main world. Generally safe yet. This place was ultimately within the ghostly domain created by Germain. If he regained his power, there was a risk that he might change his mind due to what had happened. After all, anyone who had been tied up for so long would harbor resentment and anger. Thinking of this, Hart said, since the contract has been signed, I will certainly return your power, but it will be before I report back. Germain inwardly cursed Hart for being cunning, knowing that Hart had reason to be cautious. Indeed, he did have such plans. Being reduced to this state by a novice was something he found hard to swallow. Who would have thought Eric is so crafty? Forget it. Forget it. Getting back my power is the priority. He got off easy this time. With that thought, Germain forced a stiff smile. Of course. As long as you return my power, the timing can be determined by you. Seeing Germain's insincere expression, Hart sneered coldly. Under Germain's hateful gaze, he opened a gap in the ghostly domain and walked out with confidence. As soon as he left the ghostly domain, Hart immediately experienced free fall. In the midst of the chaos in the ghostly domain, he had completely forgotten that the exit was high up in the air. Fortunately, outside the ghostly domain, his various abilities resumed normal function. Otherwise, Hart would have become the first flight ability user to meet their demise from reckless falling, and flew towards the military base. As soon as Hart landed, Callan and his group gathered around him. Hart was slightly surprised by how quickly they found him. Perhaps noticing his confusion, Callan explained, don't be amazed. The tracker on you transmits your exact aerial position, much like an aviation recovery system. Hart laughed, never thought a simple civilian like me would be tracked using such advanced technology. It's quite an honor. Corbin didn't respond but asked worriedly, Gary, what's the situation with the Eye of Fear? Is it resolved? 2 hours ago, reported casualties started plummeting. Hart looked at Corbin's hopeful face and shook his head somberly. The matter is complex, involving too many factors. Let's discuss it in the meeting room. Hearing this, Corbin realized the issue wasn't simple and immediately ordered soldiers to notify the top leader. Military efficiency was impressive. Within 10 minutes, the conference room filled with personnel, and the top leader entered surrounded by soldiers. The elder seemed very interested in Hart, walking up to pat his shoulder. A good young man who stands up in times of crisis. Well done. Hart was flattered. Seeing someone usually seen only on TV standing right in front of him, affectionately patting his shoulder, felt surreal. After the leader took his seat, a brief silence settled over the room, with everyone's eyes on Hart. He scratched his head sheepishly, then began. It's a complex issue. Much joy. For a long time, the Abnormal Events Investigation Group, AIG, had never stopped searching for supernatural powers. Members of AIG could be found in places like Kunlun, Shenangjia, Tianchi, and Lopner. But after so many years, despite some gains, they were only insignificant findings, far from what Hart described as powerful enough to turn the tide of the battle. Furthermore, due to the resurgence of the paranormal, localities daily reported numerous paranormal events, leading to a severe shortage of personnel in the AIG. As for Amadeus, it was even more understaffed. It was still in its early stages, just an outline. Apart from the management level, the existing personnel were borrowed from the AIG. Currently, maintaining order across various regions alone left them overwhelmed. How could they find a clueless source of power within such a short time? Seeing the heavy atmosphere in the meeting room, Hart sighed inwardly. Although this is difficult, it's our last hope. Can we mobilize the military? After all, there's strength in numbers. The leader pondered for a while and then spoke. All right, Gerald, the military will fully cooperate with your actions. You are responsible for everything. I hope you can find this hidden energy in the main world as soon as possible. Hearing this, Gerald stood up and gave it. Even the oldest Tomb Guardians only sent Germain to act covertly rather than launch a full-scale attack. There must be something even the mastermind feared. Unfortunately, no further information was obtained from Germain, who proved slippery indeed. Only after careful consideration did Hart realize this. On the surface, Germain appeared foolish, but in reality, after the reversal of their strengths, every move Hart made was subtly guided by Germain, leading to an obvious outcome. Germain achieved his goals, preserving his life and reclaiming lost power through a contract. This was truly killing two birds with one stone. It took Hart some time to realize this and understand the cunning behind Germain's actions. He couldn't help but admit he underestimated Germain. If not for his jealousy and resulting weakened power, the final outcome might have been different. Even now, although Hart still controlled 65% of Germain's power, allowing him free passage through the ghostly realms, given Germain's character, he was likely already hiding deep underground, making him almost impossible to find. However, regret wouldn't change anything now, so he had to swallow his frustration. To search for the ancient relic, we need to cast a wide net. Our immediate priority is to integrate the spirit masters appearing domestically. Hart interrupted the discussion, catching everyone's attention, and continued. You know that spirit masters gain power through possession by ghosts. However, these malevolent spirits gradually consume the spirit masters' bodies. When the spirit master dies or is consumed entirely, the ghost will awaken. Hashtag chapter 96, return. Hart wrote down the key points he had just mentioned on a notepad beside him. Once the fierce ghost revives, its power will return to its full strength. So, it's not an exaggeration to say that an exorcist is like a walking time bomb. Moreover, the stronger the exorcist, the more powerful the ghost within them, and the destruction they can cause will increase exponentially. Callan and Corbin both looked grim. They had initially thought that the emergence of exorcists would be a sharp weapon against supernatural threats, but now, it seemed like a double-edged sword that could easily harm them if mishandled. For a moment, Corbin even considered halting the entire plan, as most of the core members of the Amadeus organization had already become exorcists. This should have been mentioned earlier. How do we explain this to their families? Hart said sternly, this concerns the survival of the entire world. Sacrifices are inevitable. If we don't find a way to combat the forces from the parallel dimension, there won't be a good outcome then. But this inevitably activates the ghost's power, leading to the revival of the fierce ghost and the exorcist's death. But there is a way to delay this. That is to control a second ghost. After a pause, Hart revealed the method to delay the ghost's revival. Callan and Corbin exclaimed simultaneously, control a second ghost? How is that possible? During Hart's stay in the Eye of Fear, Callan had successfully captured a ghost using gold due to its ability to imprison spirits. Their experiments showed that ordinary people could barely handle one fierce ghost, let alone a second one, which would surely cause their bodies to explode under the strain. Seeing the two deep in thought, Hart continued without delay, it's feasible. When the second ghost enters the body, they fight for dominance until they reach a delicate balance. Ultimately, both ghosts' consciousness falls into a deep slumber. This way, the exorcist can freely use the power of the two ghosts without worrying about revival. Ghosts in a dormant state can't harm the exorcist. Hart then explained the specific methods for controlling two ghosts, including the finer details, ghost selection, and ways to induce temporary sleep. Theoretically, this method could infinitely stack the number of ghosts within the body. However, he warned that as an exorcist's power increased, they would become more deeply influenced by the ghosts. In the obtained item, 1 growth weapon exchange token. Do you wish to be immediately transported? Hart chose not to be immediately transported. Corbin, zimming. Time's up, I have to go back. But I have a premonition that I'll return soon. With a burst of light, Hart vanished from sight. Back in the familiar white room, he had survived once more. Unlike before, this time, he felt little joy upon returning. He didn't even check the rewards from the completed quests. Instead, he posted an announcement in the guild channel right away. The barrier between the land of lingering and the main world is about to break. All members are advised to stay briefly in the land of lingering and gather at the guild headquarters after returning. ##### Chapter 97. The harsh truth brought back. After tidying up, Hart hurried to the guild headquarters. As soon as he arrived at the base, all the guild members who hadn't entered the instance crowded around him immediately. After all, the news the guild leader had brought was truly shocking. As players, they naturally knew what it meant for the spatial barrier of the main world to be about to break down, as stated by Hart. What worried them most right now was the safety of their families in the main world. Players in Limbo Nation, after acquiring immense power, had largely lost their original selves. Some had even become cruel and bloodthirsty after repeated, where's Rocco? Did this guy change? When did he become so proactive in dungeon runs? Move aside, move aside. Imelda squeezed through the crowd. Rocco said the Blood Alliance is too oppressive, and he needs to enhance his strength to seek revenge on those bastards. Hart's lips twitched. He didn't expect the Blood Alliance's ambush to have such a profound impact on Rocco. After all, the guild was founded to avenge Jamie. Later, realizing the gap between the guild and the Blood Alliance, Rocco focused on recruitment and maintaining relationships within the guild, planning development before seeking revenge. In his words, with the current members, overthrowing the Blood Alliance seemed like an impossible dream. Who knew that after Raccoon City, it really gave Rocco a shot of adrenaline. Not only Rocco, but Keenan and Lucian were also absent. Hart decided to inform them separately once they returned. He organized his thoughts and began speaking. This time, I entered the instance world and discovered that the world I entered was actually the main world. And the situation there isn't looking good. There are 2 entities equivalent to Limbo Nation that have targeted the main world. Now the main world is facing a paranormal awakening, which is one of the entities weakening the spatial barrier. This news sent the guild members into an uproar. They were well aware of the concept of paranormal awakening. Many knew if the guild leader's trip back was a lucky coincidence. If it turned out to be just another instance, it would have been a waste of effort. Thus, they were relieved that Hart assured them their families were safe. Thank you, guild leader. After a moment of mutual understanding, the guild members bowed collectively to Hart. For them, their families were the driving force behind their persistence in Limbo Nation. After a brief moment of unease, Hart calmly accepted the gesture. He knew they had been very restrained. In his place, he might have embraced them in gratitude. Calming the members down, Hart addressed them seriously. I've reassured you about safety, but now let's focus on the important matters. I have a feeling that peaceful days are coming to an end. In the main world, I met someone from another country. According to him, the creator of Limbo Nation was unaware of their covert activities. However, the controller of Limbo Nation may have noticed some clues, allowing me to return early. With the completion of my task, the controller has certainly obtained some information. The war between these major powers will likely happen soon. One of the factions consists entirely of paranormal entities, and the others aren't clear yet, but they're definitely formidable. Although it's harsh, I must say that before the war begins, focus on enhancing your strength. We are about to face even more severe trials. Note, I've kept the structure. Hearing his words, the crowd's expressions improved somewhat. Though the leader's words were only speculation, it provided hope, right? Gradually, the members pulled themselves together. They knew the future couldn't be avoided now. Instead of wallowing in sorrow, they might as well heed the leader's advice and focus on improving their own strength. In a world governed by survival of the fittest, personal power was the only path forward. All else was merely bluff and bluster. The guild members left with mixed feelings. Hart stood rooted in place for a long time, his mind filled with scenarios of future all-out battles and the potential destruction these would bring to the main world. As he watched the last member leave, Hart let out a deep sigh. If they had a choice, who would willingly live day to day without knowing what tomorrow held? Unfortunately, fate dictated otherwise. Selected as players of the nearing death realm, they were now forced into a conflict with other forces. The rulers behind the scenes wouldn't care about their lives. To them, all players were mere pawns, expendable resources. What mattered was only the final outcome, and failure would mean only a loss of certain interests. Hart smiled bitterly before walking into the teleportation array within the base, returning to his residence. He hadn't had time to check the rewards from the instance world due to needing to inform everyone promptly. Thinking about the growth weapon, mental strength, 10, spells, perception, mana-related. Charisma, 2, summoning, social interaction-related. Luck, 4, item opening, crafting-related. This attribute is extremely hard to increase. Talent, mimicry, can mimic, replicate, recognize, and contact objects. Replicated talents, disguise, combat proficiency, body hardening, infinite ammo, air manipulation, flame control, movement acceleration, recovery, fear aura, expand. Seeing his luck attribute rise again, Hart jumped with excitement. His guess was correct. It meant he was finally leaving behind his unlucky days, finally achieving better luck. Most importantly, Hart believed this luck attribute was not as simple as it appeared. After all, if it were only related to opening chests and crafting, there would be no reason why it couldn't be increased using attribute points. Since items can be replaced, some equipment obtained from NPC characters also possessed powerful special effects. Some specific instances even allowed carrying skills outside the instance. Therefore, instinctively, Hart believed the luck attribute wasn't simple. It just hadn't shown its extraordinary qualities yet. After making adjustments, Hart's attributes became. Though his luck was now at 5 points, giving him ample confidence, he still prepared mentally. After all, this was a growth weapon. Getting a suitable weapon would undoubtedly greatly enhance his combat power. Dashing into the bathroom, Hart meticulously cleaned himself thoroughly. After bathing, he changed into fresh clothes and even used points to exchange for an incense burner and 3 sticks of incense. Actualizing the coupon, he placed it before the incense burner, muttering under his breath, "It must be a blade. Please give me a blade. I don't handle other weapons well. I'm willing to trade Germain's eternal bachelorhood for a blade." After the prayer, Hart didn't hesitate, grabbing the coupon from the table and holding it high, shouting, "Open!" Buzz. With the use of the coupon, a golden red glow burst forth, enveloping Hart completely. Simultaneously, he sensed the surroundings change. When he regained his senses, he found himself at the foot of a towering mountain peak. Clang, clang, clang. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a series of metallic sounds came from overhead. Instinctively, he looked up and saw 5 streaks of light shoot out from the mountain peak, piercing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 5 streaks of light that shot down from the mountain peak landed not far in front of Hart. Ordinarily, he wouldn't mind, but a growing attribute Tang Dao lying right before him was an enormous draw. After much hesitation, Hart decided to take the risk. After all, this was a reward. They couldn't very well give a reward and then cheat during its redemption. That would be too despicable. Even as he thought this, he couldn't help muttering to himself, "It's not impossible, given how Limbo Kingdom is known for its perverse sense of humor." Just as Hart cautiously approached the 5 weapons, a childish voice rang out, startling him from his heightened alertness. "Look at you, bumbling along like a fool, wanting to be one of our masters. Whoever follows you will truly have terrible luck." A huge question mark formed above Hart's head. The voice came from ahead, yet there was no one else here besides him. Could these be guardian spirits of the divine weapons? Not seeing anyone around, Hart instantly went into battle mode. In novels and movies, every divine weapon has a guardian. According to the tropes, obtaining such a weapon required defeating its guardian. "Ha ha ha, see how tense you are, trying to outsmart the air?" Another voice sounded, still childishly soft and cute, reminiscent of a baby's first words, soft and sweet but filled with mockery. Overall, while not particularly harmful, the insults were stinging. At this point, Hart identified the source, the 5 weapons themselves. Embarrassed but also, dealing with women was outside his expertise. He couldn't resort to raina-cutting technique. If he did, he likely wouldn't obtain the divine weapon. While Hart pondered, the other weapon spirits chimed in. "Foul Dominic, what taste do you have? Why choose that picky woman? Men should silently wield axes," growled a rough male voice from the axe. "Swinging axes is too low class. Where's the cool factor? A single sword shines over 50 states. Wander far and wide with a sword in hand. It speaks of us," said a youth in a genuine Beijing accent from the sword. "Wrong, wrong. I represent justice and authority. Strike down unjust rulers above, disloyal ministers below," intoned a deeply magnetic middle-aged man's voice from the Jian. "Bah, and I can stab like a dragon. Choose me." Suddenly, Hart felt like he was watching a comedy show. Each weapon had distinct accents and unflattering personalities. These weren't supposed to be divine weapons? Did they introduce themselves to lose all dignity? Where was the majesty and mystery? Though he could only vent silently, he knew these seemingly frivolous spirits likely possessed formidable power, evident from the blade of force that repelled him. The argument among the spirits continued, escalating until they began fighting, filling the space with continuous metallic clashes. Hart was left vulnerable, self to Wang Hao. As the 4 weapon spirits were profusely apologizing for what had just happened, Hart seized the opportunity while the Dao spirit was distracted and made a run for it with the Tang Dao in hand. Hey, get your dirty hands off me. I'm not clean anymore." With the Dao spirit's piercing screams trailing behind him, Hart vanished from the divine weapon space. Hashtag chapter 100, stormy skies ahead. Congratulations to player 2177 for obtaining the Tang Dao, Ruo Shui. Item name Ruo Shui. Item type weapon. Quality divine tier. Equipment attribute growth-based weapon. Special characteristics 1. Growth can consume metal to enhance itself. Current level LV.1, 0/100. 2. Crushing stars during attacks has a 20% chance to stack an additional weapon damage. Chance can be increased. 3. City breaker triggers when an attack is blocked, has a 10% chance to ignore defense. Chance can be increased. Note once enraged, tread carefully, do not provoke. Note though beautiful, don't overindulge, headaches will follow. A troublesome artifact spirit. May she rest in peace for her unfortunate user. Just as Hart had exited the divine artifact space, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his right bonding before lapsing into silence again. Hart gazed at Ruo Shui's attributes displayed on the equipment panel, his mouth watering. These stats, percentages, and growth potential. Where could he find a better weapon? Unfortunately, he couldn't use it now, which was frustrating. The blade's glow was too sharp, and pulling it out would likely increase its potency further. Just as he was in despair, the silent artifact spirit suddenly spoke. I'm hungry. Surprised, Hart felt a mix of relief and anticipation. Better she make demands than stay silent. But what did a hungry artifact spirit eat? Not like people who drink alcohol and eat meat. As if reading his thoughts, the artifact spirit wailed, covering her small face. Weapons or armor made of metal. Realizing this, Hart quickly checked his inventory for something suitable. After some searching, he pulled out a spear, a piece of loot from the wild man in his first encounter with Rocco. The sight of the spear lit up the artifact spirit's eyes, but Hart hesitated, unsure how to proceed. How do you eat this? The artifact spirit was speechless, tempted to unleash a barrage of blade energy but, for the sake of food, maintained patience. Place the spearhead against the blade body, and I can absorb it. Understanding, Hart's eyes gleamed. He now had a chance to see the entire Ruo Shui. Carefully, he picked up the Dao from the delighted, Hart checked Ruo Shui's updated attributes. Item name Ruo Shui. Item type weapon. Quality divine tier. Equipment attribute growth-based weapon. Special characteristics 1. Growth can consume metal to enhance itself. Current level LV.2, 0/200. 2. Crushing stars during attacks has a 22% chance to stack an additional weapon damage. Chance can be increased. 3. City breaker triggers when an attack is blocked, has a 12% chance to ignore defense. Chance can be increased. Seeing the improved attributes, each with a 2% increase, Hart couldn't help feeling elated. If only he could use Ruo Shui freely, he wished he could feed it his Nicaran blade. The bloodstained spear was merely a regular grade weapon. The Nicaran blade was crafted by dedicated artisans in Fitzroy's world, using more refined materials and superior craftsmanship. Upon reaching level 2, the artifact spirit let out a contented belch. Well fed. There wasn't much to consume in that divine artifact space. She glanced at Hart. Alright, put me away. Don't drool over the knife like a creep. You're odd. Perhaps because she had benefited from him, her tone softened, making Hart feel happier. It seemed full cooperation with Ruo Shui was within reach. Just as Hart reveled in discovering the artifact spirit's weakness, an announcement from the land of respite yanked him back to reality. War notification. All players, please note, the war has officially begun. The martial merit system is now active, and the shop has added a martial merit exchange function. Detailed information has been sent to each player's mailbox. Please check it promptly. ***. Although he had anticipated this, Hart did not expect the war between realms to commence so swiftly, plunging him into worry. The reason for the Remnant Land issuing the war announcement so quickly was undoubtedly due to Germain's rapid consumption of the spatial barriers, which posed a significant threat to the rulers of the Remnant Land. They aimed to seize a degree of initiative before Germain fully breached the spatial barriers. In an instant, all players in the Remnant Land felt the ominous foreboding of a storm on the horizon. Translation notes ***. Maintained the original tone and structure. Kept the names Hart and Germain consistent with previous content. Retained paragraph and line breaks as in the original text. Ensured natural fluency and coherence with previous context. Chapter 101. Grim Reaper, Grim Reaper. Hart sighed softly. Ever since he had learned a part of the truth about the world from Germain, his sighing had increased exponentially. There was no other reason. It was simply that what they were and science intertwined. According to intelligence, this nation had both mages and players piloting mechanical combat units. The classification of warriors in this nation was somewhat vague due to this complexity. This resembled the main world somewhat. An unarmed ordinary person could become highly dangerous once they picked up a weapon. Hart silently noted this down. After all, now that the war had begun, if he encountered players from Mist Nation, he must not be misled by their appearance. Their actual combat strength was often far more terrifying than it appeared. The second part introduced the new martial merit system, which was easy to understand. Players could earn martial merits by killing enemy faction players. Using these merits, one could redeem items from the newly added martial merit store in the system mall. What caught Hart's attention most was the third part of the message. To put it simply, the ruler of the Linger Nation, in order to better Geely players in combat, outright stated that all war spoils, regardless of what they were, could be taken out of the Fuba. Note, the terms Geely and Fuburn are not properly translated in this context. Here is the improved version. What caught Hart's attention most was the third part of the message. To put it simply, the ruler of the Linger Nation, in order to better motivate players in combat, outright stated that all war spoils, regardless of what they were, could be taken out of the Fubun copy world. Equipment, skills, weapons, lifespan extensions, and large guild facilities were available. Without exaggeration, as long as one had enough martial merits, anything desired could be exchanged here. Please prepare. About to enter the game. Countdown. 60 seconds. The sudden system notification interrupted Hart's thoughts, leaving him puzzled. How long had it been since he left the last instance? Less than 3 hours. Normally, after the previous instance world settled, the Linger Nation gave players a period of tranquility for rest and recovery, usually 5 to 6 days, or at least a couple of days. Hart sensed keenly that this instance world was unusual. But there was no choice. If he didn't enter the instance world, he would be forcibly eliminated. He hadn't lived long enough yet. Suppressing his doubts, Hart arrived at the teleportation point. Welcome to the planar battlefield. This time, the opening prompt was a deep male voice. As Hart expected, he wasn't entering a derivative world of the Linger Nation, but a real battlefield. Entering planar battlefield, Grim Reaper world. World introduction. Grim Reapers. Highly concentrated spirit particles beings with abilities exceeding humans, capable of battling hollows due to their high concentration of spirit particles. They are also a favorite food of hollows. Grim Reapers are responsible for protecting humans, guiding and purifying hollows back to Soul Society, maintaining balance between the two worlds Yet, despite this, 2 players were still cleanly eliminated, indicating overwhelming strength. Likely, due to his outstanding performance in the previous instance, successfully uncovering the Eternal Nation's plans, Hart attracted the ruler's attention. The purpose of bringing him in early was probably to target that Eternal Nation ghost. However, this was secondary. The immediate priority was to complete the main mission. Considering this, Hart opened the mission brief. Mission brief. Join any faction, such as Soul Society, Blue Cyclone Force, Quincy, Vizard, etc. Mission information. Choosing a faction will affect subsequent events, missions, and the final showdown. Mission deadline. 7 natural days. Failure punishment. Forced elimination. Merit mission. Clear Eternal Nation player. Mission brief. Eliminate by any means necessary. Mission information. The Eternal Nation player Ghostface is extremely dangerous. Approach with caution. Mission reward. Martial merit X10. Mission deadline. Before the player leaves the planar battlefield world. Failure punishment. None. The first stage mission was relatively simple, merely finding a faction to join, but it would impact future developments. However, what Hart was more concerned about was that the mission brief clearly stated that choosing a faction would affect the development of events, subsequent missions, and the final showdown. Though, was the definition of the final showdown mentioned in the mission brief. As mentioned earlier, the confrontation between Blue Cyclone and Asif is also considered a showdown, but compared to the ultimate battle between Joe and the Soul Society, it's minor in comparison. The consequences and destruction caused by the two are not on the same level at all. Chapter 102, Soul Society. The world of Shinigami can roughly be divided into 3 phases, and the first phase is when Brant enters the Soul Society. During this time, many of the major bosses have yet to make their appearances, and the captains of each division are at their initial power levels. Although they are troublesome, Hart has confidence in dealing with them. The second phase occurs during Todd's conflict, where the captain's powers are weakened to varying degrees. Meanwhile, Brant experiences explosive growth and strength during Todd's final battle. The third phase is far more formidable. After Todd's sealing, the Quincy ancestor, Joe, appears on the scene. This guy is a master at causing trouble. He first launched a large-scale attack on Hueco Mundo, easily defeating the Arrancar army led by Norma and using the Ginger Shire from Hueco Mundo to construct an impressive palace as the base for the Vandenrake. He then killed the Spirit King, leading to the collapse of Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the world of the living. In this phase, the captain's strengths all saw looks unfamiliar, must be new. Why bother? If something happens, the Shinigami will take care of it. The residents were curious about Hart's strange attire. Standing among them, he stood out significantly in both appearance and demeanor. Despite being hailed as a paradise, Soul Society remains a rigidly hierarchical feudal society ruled by the Shinigami. The entire Soul Society is divided into 2 parts, Siriidii, where the Shinigami reside, and Rukongai, which surrounds Siriidii and houses far more residents than there are Shinigami. The environments of the 2 areas differ drastically. Siriidii, where the nobles and Shinigami live, is beyond the reach of Rukongai's residents. The Shinigami's job is to maintain the balance between the real world and Soul Society, but ultimately, they are concerned about maintaining their authority. Since Soul Society is so vast, the nobles and Shinigami do not engage in production work, thus requiring a large civilian population as labor to support their luxurious lifestyles. Without these civilians, Soul Society would lose its foundation, which is unacceptable to the nobles. Therefore, in dealing with hollows, there were 2 opposing viewpoints in Soul Society. One advocating for the complete extermination of hollows, and another rejecting this notion because hollows are also souls that should be reincarnated after death. But does true reincarnation exist in Soul Society? When Shinigami die, they either become... Hart actually harbored some admiration for Todd, as he was essentially a revolutionary who sought to overthrow the Shinigami's rule over Soul Society. The flaws and darkness of feudal rule were too terrifying. It's just that Todd failed, and no one else with such rebellious spirit emerged until Joe reappeared. Coming back to reality, Hart noticed the increasing number of curious residents gathering around him. To avoid complications, he quickly moved through the crowd and left. Finding an isolated corner, Hart used his disguise talent to conceal himself. Until he could get hold of local attire, he didn't plan on showing himself. His modern clothing was too conspicuous among the ragged Rukongai residents. Being a spectacle in the streets was not pleasant. After getting a basic understanding of Rukongai's conditions, Hart was perplexed by the technological backwardness of Soul Society. There was not even electricity, despite the residents once being modern people whose era produced countless scientists. The entire place resembled Japan's Edo period. The only explanation was that the nobles in the central area forbade technological development. This reminded Hart of Ellen, who built railways only to use horses to pull the trains. Perhaps the nobles deliberately hindered scientific progress to maintain their authority, as scientific development would bring about liberation of thought. The advancements brought about by technology and information are clearly things the rulers do not wish to see. Boom, boom, boom. The boulders crashed into the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Choked by the sudden burst of debris, Hart hurriedly manipulated the airflow to disperse the dust. Once the dust settled, he saw that the boulders had formed a towering stone wall. After realizing what these stones were composed of, Hart finally understood why the inhabitants of Rakongai dared not approach this area. The giant boulders in front of him were made of ki-suppressing stones. Not only did they block spiritual particles, but the emitted murderous aura was toxic to weaker spirits and could even annihilate them instantly. Rumble, rumble. Amidst the rumbling, a door slowly opened within the stone wall. From the shadows emerged a gigantic man holding a colossal axe. It was more fitting to describe him as a giant, rather than just a muscular man. He stood over 9 meters tall, making Hart seem incredibly small in comparison. His left arm, armored in silver, added to his formidable appearance, while his massive axe-shaped weapon bore the character C. Thuer in blood-red color. Hart confirmed the man's identity after recognizing his appearance and the inscription on his axe. This was indeed Ariv, the gatekeeper of the Sankaman. Despite his rough and thick appearance, Ariv possessed remarkable strength. He could slay 30 hollows with a single strike. Hart's fire manipulation skills wouldn't suffice against Iof's Sampakudo, which could reach the temperature of the sun's core upon Bankai release. Here for surrender, not trouble, Hart replied calmly, meeting Ariv's gaze directly. Hearing this, Ariv's face showed a hint of disappointment. As a gatekeeper, he rarely got opportunities to leave or engage in fights, making him feel somewhat lonely despite his reputation. Surrender? Ariv rubbed his broad chin. Despite regretting not having a chance to fight, he maintained his duty as a gatekeeper by scrutinizing those wishing to enter the central area. Feeling Ariv's assessing look, Hart grew anxious. Joining the Shinigami might be a good choice, especially since many pivotal events happened in the Serii. Revealing his human identity would risk being labeled a traveler, which was strictly prohibited in Soul Society. Seeing the awkward silence, Hart tried another tactic. Using his innate ability, he crafted a recovery potion and handed it to Ariv. A small gift, please accept it. Ariv's expression softened upon receiving the potion. Checking its contents, he sensed the potent life energy contained within. It far surpassed the standard medical supplies issued by the medical team. Given his love for combat, this potion would be invaluable. Recognizing the smile on Ariv's face, Hart knew he had passed this test. Simultaneously, he mused over how troublesome it can be dealing with lower-ranking officials. Sometimes, you need genuine offers to win their favor. You stay here and don't move. Otherwise, you'll be classified as a traveler, leading all divisions to hunt you down. Note: the translation maintains the paragraph structure, tone, and context from the original Chinese text while ensuring it reads fluently in English. ####Chapter 104. Successfully entering. With the saying that, one cannot afford to be too proud when receiving favors, having accepted a benefit from Hart, Ariv softened his demeanor. He no longer maintained his stern expression and instead offered some warm words of caution before turning back into the White Path Gate, evidently to report on Hart's arrival. Seeing Ariv disappear into the White Path Gate, Hart heaved a sigh of relief, confident that the bottle of restorative potion would help him enter Serii as a researcher without much trouble. Despite Ariv's seemingly simple role as a gatekeeper, he wielded considerable influence. His younger brother, Ichigen Saka Jirubu, held the rank of 4th seat in the 7th Division of the Godi I-13, and he was also good friends with the captain of the 10th Division, Ian. Given Ariv's straightforward nature, he would likely seek advice from his friend, Captain Ned, when faced with a complex situation. Hart's expectations were not unfounded. After about 30 minutes of waiting, Hart began to doubt whether the restorative potion had reached the medical team. It seemed unlikely given the thoroughness of Ned's deputy, Vanessa, whose job was to support her captain. Rumble. Just as Hart grew increasingly skeptical, the White Path Gate finally creaked open. Out stepped a blonde woman. Spotting Hart lying in the open area, she spoke with interest. You're the stray spirit who has come to surrender? She shook the bottle of potion in her hand. Did you make this potion? Hart's heart lifted at this confirmation. His plan had worked. The restorative potion had caught the attention of the medical team. Yes, this potion is my creation, he said calmly, brushing dust off his clothes as he stood. Upon receiving affirmation, Vanessa's eyes flashed with insight. She recalled what Geraldine had told her after examining the potion. This potion lacks spiritual particles but contains a dense concentration of life essence, something even she couldn't replicate. Meanwhile, Ned and Ariv emerged lazily from the gate. Noticing them, Vanessa frowned slightly. Inside the gate, after informing Ned of the potion's evaluation results, he had delegated the task entirely to her, disliking the deathly aura emanating from Hart. Vanessa looked at Hart. If this potion is truly yours, you may enter Serii. However, I have one question that I hope you answer truthfully. Hart's spirits soared at first, only to be dampened by her next words. Women sure do ask a lot. He muttered inwardly, suppressing his annoyance to respond. Ask your question. I will answer honestly. Ned glanced at Vanessa, knowing her curiosity had been piqued by the discussion inside the gate regarding Hart's aura. Though somewhat inappropriate and potentially upsetting, he decided not to intervene, thinking it might serve as a welcome warning to this new recruit. Why do you carry such a strong aura of death? Have you killed many people in your past life? Vanessa, understanding her captain's intentions, asked directly. I lost count. Reading their minds through his ability, Hart noted Ned's dislike and Matsumoto's curiosity, along with the intended intimidation. He didn't dwell on these thoughts. Entry into Serii took precedence. Vanessa, taken aback, approached Hart, irritated. If you refuse to answer, you won't be allowed into Serii. Hart sighed in exasperation, reflecting on all the lives lost in various scenarios during his journey, especially in the ancient battlefield scenario. I really can't remember, he reiterated helplessly. As tension mounted, Ned intervened, placing a hand on Matsumoto's shoulder. Realizing Hart's difficulty in providing an exact number, Ned broke the silence. Follow me. Ignoring Matsumoto's fury and Hart's either, responding warmly to the greetings of the Shinigami who stopped to greet him. Interestingly, the power structure within Siri was rather intricate. The 13 squads enjoyed a certain degree of autonomy, each responsible for vast territories. Hart observed the buildings and scenery of Siri with interest, purely for appreciation. He wasn't secretly memorizing routes or plotting mischief. That would be ludicrous. This was Siri, headquarters of the Shinigami, guarded by Jadainru Shigekuni and other squad captains who resided here when not on missions. There were also countless ordinary civil servants with Shinigami status, too numerous to count. Unless Hart had lost his mind, he wouldn't even consider causing trouble here. At this moment, all he needed to do was wait for the main plot to unfold. Once significant events occurred, then he could act. Based on his observations, they were still in the early stages of the storyline, with many key characters yet to make their appearances. Moreover, biding his time was key to victory. Just like Blue Stars, despite being strong, he only dared to rebel after accumulating enough power by laying low for a long time. Thus, Hart was in no rush. He intended to be a model citizen, following orders without argument, though if struck, he would definitely defend himself. However, what made Hart uncomfortable was that while the concentration of Raisher and Siri was incredibly high in this new realm, despite the challenges, Hart remained determined. Biding his time and waiting for the right moment to strike was crucial. He had survived many perilous situations before. This would be no different. With each step, he moved closer to his ultimate goal, ready to face whatever lay ahead in Siri. Chapter 105, Probing. As Hart walked, he quietly pondered his next move. Ahead of him, Adair stopped in front of a two-story building. This was an unused house that had clearly been arranged by Adair for Hart's residence. The wooden structure exuded the distinct charm of a typical Japanese building. What surprised Hart most was that the place came with a small karasansui garden. Upon opening the door, a faint smell of decay greeted him. Although the furnishings inside were rather old, overall, Hart found it satisfactory. The three of them sat on the floor as Adair voiced a long-held question. Can the potion you provided be mass-produced? You don't need to worry about the materials. We can supply them. Hart thought for a moment. It was evident that even the upper echelons of Siri had great interest in the potion he had provided. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given him accommodation before he held any official position. However, Hart understood the principle of a man might covet what you possess. He needed sufficient leverage to gain more benefits and potentially higher status. Yet, this healing potion came from these concerns, but they seemed unmoved and even disregarded his suggestions, which irked him deeply. As the captain of the 10th Division, he kept his loyalty intact but felt increasing disdain towards Hart. To Adair, Hart's sudden allegiance must conceal some hidden agenda. Following orders, though unwillingly, he still arranged for a room near the center of Siri for Hart. Adair fixed his gaze on Hart, his tone cold. I'm not interested in your past, but I need to know your purpose here. Hart hadn't expected such directness. He rubbed his cheek. Purpose? Perhaps after wandering so long, I wanted to find a place to settle down. Siri seems like a good choice. Adair tried to discern something from Hart's eyes but failed. Hart spoke sincerely, his gaze unwavering. However, this didn't alleviate Adair's suspicion. Instead, it heightened his perception of Hart's danger level. Though Hart showed no strength, the intense aura of death surrounding him was undeniable. Adair looked at Hart intensely. Your answer isn't satisfactory. Facing Adair's stern expression, Hart inwardly raged, wondering how such a handsome individual could be so cynical. The higher-ups agreed, yet here was a division captain complicating matters. Realizing he couldn't lash out directly without dire consequences, Hart felt exasperated, tapping his fingers on the table. Must I fabricate a lie? Would saying. Just then, the door opened gently, and a soft voice said, Pardon the interruption. I am Missy. Hart turned to see a woman with a gentle demeanor and parted black hair. This talented lady from Soul Society hid a fierce spirit beneath her serene exterior, being one of the longest-serving captains of the 13 court guard squads. Originally named Tiana, she was the first Shinigami to hold the title of Kenpachi. Underestimating her due to her appearance would lead to a grim end. Hart's heart sank. Dealing with Unohana would be much trickier compared to Adair. Their levels of cunning were incomparable. Hello, I'm Hart. With the protection of the Borderline Kingdom, he wasn't worried his name would cause suspicion. The potion you created, I am quite interested in. Could you disclose the formula? Geraldine smiled gently. I'm truly sorry, but this restorative potion is unique to me in all of Soul Society. It's not about materials or formulas. It originates from a talent inherent to my people. Moreover, even for me, producing one bottle is extremely laborious. Chapter 106, Joining. Hearing Hart's words, Geraldine's face revealed a slight smile. This made Marjorie, who was standing beside her, feel somewhat worried. After all, this gentle older sister was once a Valkyrie-like existence, deserving of the title Kenpachi, without a doubt. That title, you will follow me from now on, Geraldine said with satisfaction, noticing Hart wasn't overwhelmed by her imposing presence. She had two objectives here. First, to snatch talent. Although the Godii 13 worked together daily, there was only a surface-level peace. Behind the scenes, there was constant intrigue and competition. The Siri upper echelons welcomed such internal struggles, as they believed it kept the Godii 13 in check. Her second goal was to confirm the potion formula, but learning it couldn't be mass-produced and was a family trait of Hart made her skeptical yet unconcerned. She was confident she could control him under her watch. Geraldine, having achieved her goals, smiled. Tidy up today, and familiarize yourself with the environment. Report to the squad tomorrow. With that, she bid farewell to the three people present and left the room. Marjorie breathed a sigh of relief as Geraldine departed. The tension between Hart and Geraldine had been palpable, almost leading to a confrontation. Now she felt at ease, glancing at Caden and saying, Captain, let's go. Ned nodded, though he disliked Hart's aura. Since Geraldine had accepted him, he couldn't say more. He gave Hart a glance and walked out, prompting an apologetic laugh from Marjorie, who quickly followed. With their departure, the room returned to silence. Hart lay comfortably on the tatami mat, pondering his next move. Just its spirit energy was insurmountable. As for finding an existing Zanpakuto, very few existed with origins traceable, and some might be monitored by certain entities. Hart preferred a low-profile life, and planned to join the squad tomorrow. If necessary, he'd use weak water to bluff his way through. Zanpakutos came in all shapes and sizes, until Bankai, their true nature remained hidden. Like Bo's Beniheim, which appeared as a cane. Facing challenges head-on isn't an option, he mused, preparing to improvise as needed. However, the upcoming research was worrying. To secure funds, he'd inevitably need to deal with Curtis, the captain of Squad 6 and holder of vast resources. Byakuya was aloof and strong, both in nobility and capability. Even normally aloof captains like Basim avoided conflicts with him. Without financial support from Squad 6, the perpetual deficit in Squad 12 would halt all projects and affect team members' livelihoods. Among the captains, Curtis held significant sway. Meeting him seemed unavoidable unless Geraldine could be persuaded to seek his aid personally. For now, Hart needed to figure out how to develop recovery potions, Bleach World Edition. In the Bleach World, healing usually involved replenishing spiritual particles. Given their bodies comprised immense energy, providing enough energy could heal physical damage. However, Hart's potion fundamentally served Captain Curtis frequently, which would undoubtedly save him much trouble. Are the materials ready? Can we start the experiment now? Bridget still maintained her gentle expression, even making Hart admit that she exuded an intellectual beauty. However, thinking about her ultimate fate made Hart sigh inwardly. To train Alonso, she had died in battle, which might be the best death a combat enthusiast could wish for. Clearing his mind of these thoughts, Hart nodded at Bridget, signaling that they could start the experiment immediately. Although basic materials were all prepared, the experiment didn't go as smoothly as Hart had hoped. As he feared, the energy level of the elixir of life was too high. When mixed with spirit particles, Ryatsu, it significantly reduced the healing effect of the potion. Moreover, the mixture became unstable after forming, leading to a potential explosion due to the incompatible energies. But Hart didn't lose heart. He had a solution, diluting the elixir of life to promote its fusion with spirit particles. While this would lower the healing effect somewhat, it would still be far better than the existing potions in Soul Society. Most importantly, with this method, Hart only needed to provide highly concentrated elixir of life at fixed intervals. Other members of the medical team could handle the rest, freeing up more time for him to complete subsequent system tasks without being bogged down by experiments. With this decision made, Hart began diluting the maximum health rapidly. Effects are doubled for Shinigami, Arankar, and Hollows due to the energy fusion of the elixir of life and spirit particles. Note asterisk created amidst repeated explosions, embodies the researcher's efforts, made by player number 2177. Note asterisk due to potion limitations, stacking is not allowed. For Shinigami, Arankar, and Hollows, a minimum 8-hour interval is required between doses to avoid assimilation by the elixir of life. Hart looked at the purple glowing potion and felt immense satisfaction. Strictly speaking, this was the first item he'd personally crafted as a player. Seeing Hart pause, Bridget assumed the experiment had failed again. Though she felt a pang of regret, she admired his persistent effort over the past days. It's okay, we can try again, she consoled. Besides, Curtis is wealthy. I'll apply for more funds. Hart smiled. Who said it failed? Handing her the potion, he grinned. Take a look. The effect is excellent. Bridget examined the pale purple potion glowing faintly in the test tube. Even without drinking it, she sensed its potent energy. Though not as strong as Hart's natural creations, this potion could be mass-produced and was superior to Soul Society's current offerings. Through telepathy, Hart understood her thoughts. She had finally put aside her side, shaking his head helplessly. This former greatest villain of the Soul Society seemed like a completely different person after being recruited under his command. She showed him utmost respect, and her personality had undergone a tremendous transformation. Sometimes, he even felt a sense of dislocation, finding it hard to associate the current Bridget with the former battle enthusiast. Chapter 108. Traces of Eternal Nation Players. After bidding farewell to Kyla from the Crosby Temple, Hart returned to the 4th Division barracks. Although she still harbored deep distrust towards Hart, since the Captain Commander had given orders, she believed Hart wouldn't cause any trouble. After all, this was Siri IDI, the headquarters of the Shinigami. With just one person like Hart, no matter how strong he might be, could he possibly surpass Lord Crosby? Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but laugh at her own hesitation. It seemed that after joining the Godii 13, her life had become too peaceful compared to her previous battles. Kyla called over a squad member and said, "Go and bring Hart here." Yes. The squad member immediately complied, turning around and heading towards Hart's quarters. Before long, guided by the squad member, Hart arrived at the room where Kyla was waiting. After leading Hart in, the squad member respectfully bowed to Kyla and left the room. "You are fortunate. The Captain Commander has agreed to formally admit you as a member of the Force." "There's nothing else, Captain." Hart was content with the assignment. After all, potion making was now on track, requiring him only to provide life source periodically. With this easy task, under Kyla's watchful eyes, Hart turned and left the room. Life became much easier afterward. With official membership, the overt surveillance ceased, though several hidden observers still monitored his every move. Hart ignored them. Monitoring wasn't a concern since the second phase of the mission hadn't yet begun. He could indulge in a period of relative relaxation. However, unbeknownst to Hart, in the 1st Division barracks, the captains were gathered in the Captain Commander's office discussing his disposition. Crosby Emmett sat in his customary authoritative pose, listening quietly to the various captains' opinions. Two factions emerged regarding Hart's fate, preserving this golden goose who created such powerful potions, or eliminating the potential threat. The noble faction led by Curtis advocated keeping Hart alive to benefit their rule by lowering Shinigami casualty rates with his potions. Naturally, they wanted to keep him under strict surveillance, preferably confined. The opposing faction, led by Samara of the 2nd Division, insisted on killing him. An unknown entity, kill him off. dead men don't betray. I agree. Now that the potion is made, his aura is ominous. He could be a danger to Seattle. Snap. A captured Shinigami was ruthlessly twisted, his neck broken before the horrified gaze of 3 incapacitated teammates. His body was swallowed whole by the perpetrator. This is Soul Society. Are you trying to ignite war? Ignoring the Shinigami's plea, the assailant savored the experience. Such pure energy. Absolutely delicious. Ah! Screams of agony filled the air as the entire team was slaughtered, their remains devoured completely. Satisfied, the assailant licked her lips under her large black cloak, her face concealed. This assailant was the target of Heart's Valor mission, an Eternal Nation player. Given their shared essence as beings of energy, they resembled Shinigami.so for her. The Shinigami and Soul Society were nothing more than walking energy feasts. Having just devoured a few weaker Shinigami was equivalent to 3 months of arduous cultivation for her. This couldn't help but make her feel excited. The sensation of growing stronger had her entranced, not to mention the enjoyment of hunting. Eternal Nation player, where are you? ##### Chapter 109, Neutral Territory. On the other side, Hart, who was overseeing the production of potions in the laboratory, suddenly sneezed. Just now, he had a strong feeling that self, you must take care of your health. Hart smiled faintly upon hearing this, but didn't say much. He took the food Maggie brought and began eating heartily. Though he appeared responsible, if not for the fact that supervising the potion production could gain him Soul Society prestige points, Hart would have long quit. Since the potion's successful development, it had received excellent reviews among the Shinigami, greatly increasing its demand. And it was then he discovered that each delivery of the potion increased his Soul Society prestige points. To accumulate enough points to exchange for items, Hart spent 5 straight days in the laboratory. The 1,500 Soul Society prestige points quietly displayed on the status panel were the result of those few days' efforts. By the difficulty of obtaining these points, 1,500 Soul Society prestige was a significant amount. After finishing his meal, Hart planned to visit Curtis of the 6th Division to see what he could get in exchange. As for why he waited until he had accumulated 1,500 prestige points, one reason was that Curtis was typically cold on the outside but warm inside. Being a noble, he was naturally proud. If he found out that the prestige points weren't enough to exchange for something valuable, it would be awkward. After lunch, Hart tidied up and left the 4th Division's quarters. Walking along the neat streets of Soul Society, he pondered the intelligence he had gathered over the past few days. Intrigue wasn't his strong suit either. Not to mention, he had the cunning Todd ahead of him and Benny behind him. Even Bridget might outsmart him. Truly, it was a sad story. Walking cautiously all the way, fearing he might run into Todd at any corner, Hart finally arrived at the entrance of the 6th Division's quarters. Contrary to expectations, after explaining his purpose, he didn't even meet Curtis but was directly led to a house by Jin Helena. Although he didn't meet Curtis, Hart didn't feel disappointed at all. Instead, he felt relieved. Clearly, the Eternal Realm had already arranged the exchange point. He needn't worry anymore about interacting with Curtis. None of these captains were easy to deal with, and Byakuya's attitude toward him was unknown. Now everything was easier. He entered the house, where an emaciated old man sat listlessly at the counter. Noticing someone coming in, the old man's eyes lit up slightly. After examining Hart, he spoke in a raspy voice. From the Eternal Realm? Hart was taken aback for a moment, almost manifesting weak water to slash at the old man. But realizing this was a system-arranged location, he presumed it was safe. Seeing Hart's tense expression, the old man couldn't help but laugh, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. Young man, relax. Buttes enhanced by 20%. 3. Cleansing Blaze, chargeable unleashes a powerful flame attack, causing burning damage. Price, 15,000 Soul Society prestige points. Despite appearing small from the outside, the sheepskin paper contained a wide variety of items and equipment. Hart scanned through each item, momentarily dazzled by the choices. This old man truly lived up to his reputation as a shopkeeper in the Warplanes, stocking everything from Zanpakuto to various enhancement items. What surprised Hart the most was that even the potion he had only recently developed was listed here. However, after glancing at his available prestige points, Hart felt a bit perplexed. It wasn't because he lacked prestige points, he could always accumulate more over time, but rather, he was torn over what to exchange. Exchanging a Zanpakuto for Week's Water seemed a bit low on return on investment. After all, in the world of Shinigami, Zanpakuto were in no short supply. Once the later stages of the mission kicked off, obtaining a Zanpakuto would be as easy as picking one up. #### Chapter 110, Investigation Team. After some hesitation, Hart decided not to proceed with the exchange just yet. After all, the prices here were much higher than he had anticipated. Although with his current points, make it 500 prestige points. Consider it a friendly gesture. Only then did Hart turn back, inwardly cursing the old fox. He immediately paid the 500 prestige points. Where's the information? The old man pulled out a scroll from under the counter and handed it to Hart. Here it is. If you ever have something valuable, feel free to bring it to me for pawn. Then, he produced a black feather from his robe. As long as you're within the planar battlefield, following this feather will lead you to me. Hart took the feather, toyed with it for a moment, and then carefully put it away before leaving the house. On his way back to the division's base, he couldn't resist taking out the feather again, placing it in his palm. The feather slowly floated up, shimmering faintly and spinning until its base pointed toward the direction of the old man's house. Seeing this, he couldn't help but marvel internally at the old man. It seemed he had underestimated the wiry old fellow. According to what the old man said, he could be found anywhere within the planar battlefield, meaning the old man could freely traverse the battlefield created by several nations. Most critically, the controlling powers behind each nation apparently allowed this. Considering this, even though bathed in the afternoon sun, Hart felt a chill run down his spine. If the old man had backing from some power, it would be one thing, but if not, he would be an incredibly terrifying existence. This hypothesis was too evidence. These teams faced the same enemy, neither Hollows nor Soul Reapers. This alarmed the upper echelons. An intruder capable of defeating 3 teams suggested formidable strength. After deliberation, the Godii 13 decided to form an investigation team composed of elite members from each squad to thoroughly investigate the matter. When Elira heard about this, she volunteered but was rejected due to her insufficient strength. Desperate, she turned to Hart. As the 4th Division was also participating, captain-level members wouldn't join, but Hart's healing abilities made him a top choice. Although prepared for the worst, Elira wanted to try every possible means. Hearing her tearful plea, Hart hesitated. He wasn't against helping, but he was currently in hiding and didn't want to attract Blueshian's attention. However, seeing Elira's tear-streaked face, he relented. All right, stop crying. I'll help you. I'll apply to the captain right away. If he doesn't approve, I won't have any other options. With the intelligence in his hand also playing a crucial role, Hart made his decision. The old man hadn't lied. The intel contained invaluable information about the Eternal Kingdom player named Moira. She was at the ghost level, equivalent to stage 1 in the Dying Kingdom. What worried Hart was the highlighted red line stating that Moira could absorb the energy of #####, Chapter 111, Confrontation. Despite her words, Bridget did not intend to stop Hart. First, over these past days, Hart had indeed dedicated significant effort and diligence in researching potions, always carrying out his duties responsibly. Second, she was also quite curious. After concealing his true abilities for so long, this event that forced him to reveal himself would certainly show his real strength. Standing in front of the desk, Hart had already anticipated this point. That's why he came directly to Bridget. He knew that she wouldn't miss this opportunity to probe his true capabilities. Since that's the case, then it will be a bother for you to make a trip there. Report to the White Way Gate early tomorrow morning. Bridget smiled pleasantly. I wonder what could have caught the interest of a little fox like you. She thought silently as she watched Hart leave. Hart felt some regret as soon as he walked out of the captain's office. He had forgotten to ask about the list of team members for the investigation squad. I hope Fabio isn't idle enough to involve himself in this despite being the captain. The next morning, Hart arrived at the White Way Gate early. Due to the special nature of this mission, the members of the investigative squad were all well-known figures from the Soul Society world, people like Godwin, Liana Kachiki, and Yasachika Tatsukura. After scanning the crowd, Hart was relieved to see no sign of Fabio. After dragging Moira along for a bit, his sense of danger grew stronger. He knew Moira was losing patience and was about to strike. Whoosh! A rapid gust of wind came from above before he even saw Moira's figure, her attack arriving first. Boom! Hart calmly dodged to the right, avoiding Moira's first strike. An explosive sound followed, sending dust billowing into the air. Welcome, visitor from the Eternal Nation. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please take your leave quickly. A pale arm emerged from the dust, Moira greeting Hart with a confident tone, as if victory was assured. As the dust gradually settled, a figure cloaked in a large black, hooded cloak appeared before him. Due to the cloak, Hart couldn't see her face clearly, but her blood-red lips peeking out added an eerie beauty. Her voice was melodious and seductive, contrasting sharply with her ruthless words. Not responding is very impolite, you know, Moira remarked, puzzled by Hart's lack of reaction. This opponent differed greatly from her expectations. Anyone under attack would usually retaliate, or at least spout some tough talk. Instead, he just stared at her intently after dodging, as if they were having a private meeting. Narrowing the distance further, Hart finally saw Moira's face. Clear, bright eyes, arched eyebrows, long lashes, severed space, realm. Moira traced a mystical arc in the air, causing ripples to spread around them. A transparent energy surged, enveloping Hart instantly. He knew he had been pulled into Moira's ghostly domain, meaning the others couldn't enter here. However, with his spatial cutting ability, Hart wasn't worried about lacking an escape route. If worse came to worst, he could cut through space and flee. He wasn't particularly afraid of the Eternal Nations players using ghostly domains. Seeing that she had successfully lured Hart into her domain, Moira's lips curled into a tempting smile. Now, no one can interrupt us. Hart's mouth twitched. Your words could easily be misunderstood. In this situation, shouldn't I strip first as a sign of respect? Shameless fool, Moira snarled, clearly angered by Hart's jest. Optimize. Within the ghostly domain, Moira's strength multiplied exponentially. Accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, a black glowing surgical blade shot straight at Hart's head. Seeing this, Hart was about to swing his blade to block, but his intuition told him that he wouldn't be able to parry this attack. In the split second, Hart took a step back to the right, avoiding the straight path of the surgical blade. Clang. Once the surgical blade entered Hart's attack range, he swung his sword directly at the blade's body. Weapon of choice. A fleeting shadow flashed, and Moira vanished from sight with a roar, the ground beneath her collapsing in a burst of dust due to her forceful impact. Wind slash. The silver polearm shot towards Hart's face, its sharp blade coated in a layer of green energy, enhancing its penetrative power. Before the blade reached him, Hart already felt a faint sting on his cheek. He tightened his grip on the sword in reverse hold, meeting the polearm with a flash of sparks. Screech. A grating sound erupted as the two weapons clashed, the polearm passing over Hart's head, severing a strand of hair. Missing her mark, Moira's attack rhythm was disrupted, nearly causing her to stumble and fall. Hart seized this opportunity without hesitation, spinning around with a kick aimed at her abdomen while switching his grip on the sword to deliver a fiery blade wave with a whoosh. Bang! Moira, unable to dodge, was kicked in the abdomen, the immense force sending her flying into the air. Before she could react, the flame blade wave trailing long flames was right before her eyes. Given the weightiness of the polearm and being airborne, Moira had no time to block. In a split second, she twisted her body mid-air, trying to avoid the vital areas. Boom boom. Moira crashed heavily into a building, the following flame blade wave demolishing the already ruined structure. Debris and dust enveloped her. Don't come any closer. Ah. Seeing her reaction, Hart involuntarily twitched his lips. What is going on? You ambushed me first. What's this about now? As Hart approached, Moira scrambled backward on all fours, crying, I'm a female ghost. Please, don't come any closer. Wah. Under the passive effect of the Reina-cutting sword technique, Moira's psychological defenses finally crumbled. She sobbed uncontrollably, looking pathetic. Hart, watching her crawl backward on all fours, felt both amused and helpless. Yet he knew being kind to enemies would ultimately harm him. The Nicaran blade, corroded by dark energy, had dulled. He pointed the tip at Moira on the ground, preparing for the final blow. But then, unexpectedly, the vulnerable Moira revealed her true form. Completely unleashing her ghostly essence, she temporarily suppressed the passive effect. Roar. A beast-like wail erupted from Moira's mouth. Under sheer survival instinct, she sealed her consciousness, losing rationality, driven purely by instinct. This gave her the strength to fight back desperately. Wielding the polearm, she unleashed her energy wildly, her bloodshot eyes streaming blood tears as she charged at Hart. Clank clank. Caught off guard by her sudden move, Hart struggled to counter. Only had time to slash out 2 blade waves towards where he remembered Moira was positioned. But he knew deep down that the chances of the blade waves hitting were slim. With survival at stake, if Moira had the intention to escape, she would certainly not miss her chance. She must have already fled the area. Chapter 113. Awkwardness. Just as Hart had expected, the dense fog around him began to disperse after a while. He could also sense that the ghostly domain covering this space had vanished. Though he had failed to kill Moira successfully, he had managed to injure her severely. Without some time for recovery, she wouldn't be able to show up again anytime soon. Ripping sounds came from nearby. The energy fluctuations caused by Moira's ghostly domain did not escape the perception of the investigation team members. But when they arrived, the ghostly domain was already gone. After several attempts, they couldn't break into the ghostly domain. Out of helplessness, Vanessa suggested they wait around here, as she cared more about Hart's safety than their mission objectives. After all, he was now considered an important figure in Siri-IDI's higher echelons, and had successfully developed healing potions, proving effective in multiple real combats. She was also responsible for this mission. Usually, such missions didn't require her participation at her deputy captain level. However, Jediah personally asked for her to join when forming the roster list. The remnants of the battlefield with interest. After a moment, he said to Hart, I thought you were only focused on research. Who would have guessed your combat skills are so formidable? Based on the energy ripples left behind, you're definitely on par with captains. Having his disguise ruthlessly exposed, Hart, who had intended to stay low and develop stealthily, felt embarrassed. Are these soul reapers all dogs with sharp noses? They can tell my strength from just these traces? Now there's no point hiding my true abilities. Ayanami's reminder awakened Vanessa. She had been overly concerned about Hart's safety and hadn't noticed the battle signs. After inspecting them, she looked at Hart with a subtle expression. You really know how to hide. Even I wouldn't be a match for you. It's amazing that Jediah worried about your safety. Hart felt bitter. He knew from now on, he couldn't hide in the lab like before and gain reputation in Siri-IDI easily. If there were any combat missions, he wouldn't be able to avoid them anymore. Wasn't I focusing all my attention on developing potions? Besides, no one asked about my abilities before. This isn't my fault. Moira had fled and would definitely hide away to recover. Following her scent for a distance, her aura disappeared completely. After discussing, they decided to return to Siri-IDI first and report to Jediah. They had confirmed the lost 4 squads were all dead, penetrable, shielded by a thick wall. Thank you. Suppressing his surprise, Hart forced a harmless smile and replied respectfully. Jediah only glanced at him casually. You continue to surprise me. Your spiritual energy is quite strong. Hearing this, Hart felt like being watched by a prehistoric beast, his hair standing on end as cold sweat broke out. Pure curiosity, you believe me, right? Forcing out these words, even Hart thought they sounded incoherent, but Jediah wasn't bothered. Relax. You've contributed to Siri-IDI by developing the healing potion. But, bam. With just a tap of his cane, cracks appeared on the floor. You'll live in the next room from now on. I'll notify Todd. Hart smiled bitterly, accepting this arrangement. Reporting the mission details, he breathed a sigh of relief stepping out of the room, his clothes soaked in sweat. The elder in the room lived up to his title of the Millennium's strongest soul reaper, subduing Hart with just his aura. Thinking of living next to this terrifying presence in the future, Hart inwardly groaned. If he had another chance, he definitely wouldn't act recklessly like that. Knowing full well that he was facing a towering figure, Hart had still rashly used his mind-reading ability to probe the elder's thoughts. However, things had already come to this point, and Hart had no other choice. Grandfather Austin he wanted to meet appeared in front of him, Todd, and alongside him was Megan. Seeing him walk into the headquarters, Megan asked, I heard you were attacked. Can you tell us more about the situation? Then, noticing Hart staring intently at Todd, she added, Oh right, Captain Todd is here to inquire about this incident too. One of the missing teams from the 4th squad belonged to the 5th squad. Hart nodded. After thinking for a moment, he concluded there wasn't much to hide about this incident, except how to explain Moira's origin and her reason for attacking him. The person who attacked me is called Moira. Before I came over to join, we had already developed a grudge. This attack won't be the last one. She will come back. Hearing this, Megan raised an eyebrow. So what made you and her enemies? Without waiting for Hart to respond, she seemed to have guessed the answer. Is it because of potions? Seeing Megan fill in the blanks herself, Hart continued along those lines. Yes, it's because of the potions. She wanted to imprison me to continuously provide her with potions. Megan believed Hart's explanation somewhat since she initially had similar thoughts, given the extraordinary effects of the potions he created. At this point, Todd suddenly spoke. Can you describe the battle scene in detail? Why does she hunt Shinigami? Looking into Todd's eyes filled with unreadable emotions, Hart silently cursed him for making things complicated again when it was Hart inwardly cursed Todd's family multiple times. If there was anyone he least wanted to see now, it was Todd. Responding patiently to his questions was the last thing he wanted to do. Ironically, the enraged Megan left abruptly, declaring she was going to find Moira, leaving only a few subordinates behind. I have a damn urge to say something but I shouldn't, Hart thought as he saw her leave, pretending to want to follow her. Captain, wait for me. I fought her, and if it's about avenging this, how can I miss out? Unfortunately, just as Megan signaled for Hart to follow, Todd intervened. Hardy, I still have questions to ask him. Borrow him for a while. It won't take long. Megan couldn't argue. Since Captain Todd has more questions for you, you won't be joining this mission. Coldly uttering these words, she vanished immediately. Damn you. Soon, only Hart and Todd were left. Todd's gaze burned into Hart, his hands subtly resting on Sojio no Kodawari. This small movement didn't escape Hart's notice. Brushing up his mental defenses, he braced himself against Todd's hypnotic attack. What's your purpose here? With no one else around, Todd dropped all pretenses and demanded an answer almost accusingly. Meanwhile, Sojio no Kodawari was subtly released. In an instant, Hart felt a powerful surge of energy invade his mind. The energy was peculiar. It seemed ordinary yet his eyes were already filled with lethal intent. For years, he had believed he had hidden his true thoughts well. Yet, this young man who had only recently arrived at Siriidii had directly exposed his intentions, which couldn't help but make Fabio harbor murderous thoughts. Hashtag chapter 115. Fabio, after all, was still Fabio. As a hegemon, he stared intently at Hart for a while, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually dissipated. Do you know, if there's not a trace of desire in a person's eyes, they must be pretending. Your pretense isn't convincing enough. Is that so? That's quite an insight. Hart chuckled lightly. The tense atmosphere between them eased up immediately. Who would have thought that these two men, who were glaring at each other with hostility just moments ago, would now be chatting amicably? If there were a third person in the room, they might think the two were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. But the reality was far from what it seemed on the surface. The reason why both gave each other a way out mainly stemmed from mutual wariness. Fabio had been planning for so many years, and now was the crucial moment. He would go to any lengths to ensure the smooth implementation of his plan, even if it meant enduring some humiliation temporarily. Hart capitalized on this mindset and confronted him so boldly. Of course, he didn't dare to act rashly, even though he successfully. Hart walked into his laboratory, where he had been working on his improved potions. Looking at the bottles on the table, he sighed. Since Elder Iof spoke, he might never return here again. Actually, his personal belongings weren't many, especially in recent times as he almost always rested in the lab. The accommodation Ned arranged for him saw little use. Just as he finished packing, Celeste appeared, looking visibly worn down over the past few days. Her parents dead early, her brother was her only family in the Soul Society. They joined the Siriidii, thinking they had escaped hardship, yet a routine mission led to their eternal separation. Celeste fell to her knees upon seeing Hart. Startled by her actions, Hart urged her to get up, but she stubbornly remained kneeling, making him feel helpless. Don't do this. What's on your mind? Just tell me. Lady, is there really no chance for my brother to be reincarnated? Captain Hardy refused to answer and forbade me from finding you. Celeste's voice, hoarse from grief, showed she was still mourning deeply. Hart felt a pang in his heart. After some contemplation, he decided to be honest. Yes, he was consumed by someone named Moira. There's no chance of reincarnation. Since the investigative team returned, Celeste already knew about her brother's death. Though devastated, she clung to his proposal wasn't unconsiderable, given that the Siriidii was becoming intolerant of him since revealing his true strength. Being a powerful outsider inevitably raised suspicions. Had the noble families not needed his potion formulas, Hart would likely have been imprisoned or executed already. Now it mattered little. The nobles merely hoped to extract more value from him. Tell Fabio, cooperation isn't impossible, but I need mini Zanpakuto. Jin's expression turned puzzled, unsure of Hart's request. Why did a seemingly powerful Shinigami need Zanpakuto? Still, as a loyal subordinate, Jin knew ignorance was bliss. I will convey your request. And he disappeared around the corner. Agreeing to Fabio's proposal was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather one forced upon him by the information inadvertently revealed by Celeste. As the person responsible for his daily care, she had been strictly forbidden from contacting him. From this incident, it was clear that some individuals in the Siriidii's upper echelons had already begun preparing to cut their losses. The only reason they hadn't acted yet was likely due to internal disagreements. And as a loyal supporter of Emmett, Hardy's source of information was self-evident. The stone walls of the 1st Division headquarters were now within sight. This truly is a perfect prison, Hart muttered as purifying high-concentration spirit particles. After a few days of research, Hart held up a crystal-clear sphere of spirit particles and smiled satisfactorily. Underestimating these things would be unwise. Although the energy couldn't be absorbed by Hart, it was invaluable to Shinigami. High-purity spirit particles directly boosted one's strength without side effects. Hart added a twist. Substances that could corrupt spiritual power or trigger internal explosions. The idea of mass-producing these spheres, and having them absorbed by the Shinigami of the 13 squads, made Hart chuckle. Their lives would be entirely in his hands. After considering various approaches, he decided to bypass Iof, as the old man was too shrewd. The modifications Hart made were subtle enough not to be noticed by ordinary eyes, but Iof's keen senses might catch on. Worse yet, to maintain stability, Iof might suppress this innovation. This reminded Hart of the late Qing dynasty. Without the Opium Wars showing the rulers the horrors of modern warfare, there would have been no self-strengthening movement. Similarly, Soul Society has enjoyed peace for too long, lacking the urgency for radical changes. With his resolve firm, Hart opened the lab door. Predictably, 2 guards stood outside. their expressions wary upon seeing him leave. Please inform Captain Todd Shibaretsu that I have a new discovery and would like her to come and inspect it. Her vice captain. If not for news of Heart's new discovery, she would still be searching. Don't hold out, show it. Seeing her eagerness, Heart produced the concentrated spirit particle sphere and handed it to her. Her eyes fixated on it immediately. You purified this? How? Her reaction assured Heart. If even someone like Todd was fascinated, others wouldn't resist either. Just some research, Heart shrugged casually. Todd rolled her eyes at his nonchalance, resisting the urge to ingest it herself. This can enhance a Shinigami's Ryatsu without side effects or tolerance issues. Growth is slow for safety reasons. Impressed, Todd Shibaretsu eagerly listened as Heart explained the benefits, reminiscent of a peddler selling melons. You mean this can boost Ryatsu directly? Alma asked with disbelief, considering that for so many years, Siri-IDI had been vigorously researching methods to enhance Shinigami Ryatsu, but all efforts had been largely fruitless. Either there were severe side effects or numerous unknown flaws. There was even an incident where a volunteer Shinigami nearly became a hollow during an experiment. Heart nodded, yes, it directly increases Ryatsu without any side effects. Chapter 117. Soaring Reputation. After receiving Heart's affirmative reply, Bridget's face showed even more shock. She looked at the spirit particle cluster in her hand with an even more eager expression. However, they weren't foolish. How could the captain easily give them something so precious? The only explanation was that while it appeared tempting, it must carry some risk. Bridget had likely brought them in as guinea pigs. Yes, sir. Can I refuse? One guard clearly didn't have the same fiery gaze as the other. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at the spirit particle cluster. Being a veteran, Bowen clearly remembered how a colleague chosen as an experimental subject died before his eyes 50 years ago during a similar test. Seeing his hesitation, Bridget didn't pressure him further. Instead, she handed the spirit particle cluster to the other guard. The opportunity is given to you. Whether you seize it or not is up to you. Without hesitation, the other guard grabbed the spirit particle cluster and swallowed it immediately. Bridget smiled slightly and watched him closely, observing his reaction after ingestion. 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and the guard showed no discomfort. Through perception, Bridget detected a slight increase in his spirit pressure. With a successful test case, Bridget no longer hesitated and swallowed the high-concentration spirit particle cluster herself. Instantly, dense spirit particles exploded in her mouth. Rich and pure energy rapidly merged with the spirit particles in her body, sending warm currents throughout her. Bridget let out a day's worth, but recorded every single spirit particle cluster strictly to prevent leakage. After making the arrangements, Bridget left without a word. She couldn't help but wonder about Heart, who had provided something irresistible to all Soul Reapers even while under house arrest. If he had no ulterior motives, it seemed too implausible. Yet she couldn't pinpoint anything wrong. After personally experiencing the benefits of the spirit ball, besides the enhancement effects mentioned by Heart, she felt no discomfort. Although she had suspicions, the best solution, killing Heart, was too extreme because the benefits he brought were immense. Healing potions were now standard equipment for field operatives, and the high-concentration spirit particle clusters would be highly sought after once released to the Godi I-13. Just thinking about it, she couldn't bring herself to kill him. Who knew what else he might offer? She believed this was also why the higher-ups kept him under house arrest despite knowing his questionable background. It was like drinking poison to quench thirst, but it was hard to resist. Watching the three leave the lab, Heart checked his reputation panel. The system had just informed him that he gained 3,000 more reputation points. Adding the 1,500 points he previously had, he now had 8,000 reputation points, and the number was still rising. As his reputation increased, Heart looked at the black feather in his hands. With this steady influx of reputation points, the items listed on the parchment would undoubtedly cause a stir within the Death God teams. After all, such an enhancement method without any side effects is hard for anyone to refuse. This time, the spirit particle clump differed from the improved recovery potions. It couldn't be easily replicated by others. In other words, this high-concentration spirit particle clump was Heart's carefully crafted safeguard for himself. The first batch of spirit particle clumps had already been delivered. Upon receiving the news, the captains would surely swarm into the laboratory in a frenzy. Given that these clumps could only be made in limited quantities each day, and the 13 guard squads had numerous members, supply would fall short of demand. Which captain wouldn't want to secure more benefits for their squad? The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, he was awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Heart, did you make these? Squad 11 would like to reserve a day's worth. Seeing no response from inside, Alonso directly pulled open the resting room door. Seeing Heart still asleep, he roughly yanked the blanket off him. It's this late already, wake up. Just so you know, today's spirit particle clumps are all ours, Squad 11's. Half asleep, Heart felt a chill and then heard Zaraki's anxious voice. Ah, Captain Zaraki. I wanted to sleep a bit longer. Making the spirit particle clumps last night kept me up quite late. Seeing his sleepy state, Zaraki grew. Zaraki hadn't cared much. It was just a safeguard. He believed that offense was the best defense. If you were strong enough, severe injuries wouldn't happen. But now, with the spirit particle clump, which targeted his itch perfectly, his interest was piqued. Heart, feeling increasingly annoyed, had indeed stayed up late considering his next moves. Zaraki's loud voice seemed distant in his groggy state. Fine. I'll give them to you. Let me sleep. Upon hearing his agreement, Zaraki's face lit up with delight. Without making a fuss, he repeatedly checked the signed documents before leaving the rest area with a smile. Just then, other captains arrived one after another. Unlike Zaraki, they didn't barge in but waited outside quietly. The door slowly opened, and every captain's eyes gleamed as they prepared their pitches to secure more clumps from Heart. However, it wasn't Heart who emerged but the spiky-haired, eye-patched Zaraki. Everyone's hearts sank. Haha, you're too late. Today's quota is all ours, Squad 11's. Now scram. Grinning widely, Zaraki looked smug as the stunned captain stood speechless. When did you, a battle-only brute, become so crafty? Samara exclaimed, pointing at Zaraki. Despite her frustration, she maintained her elegance. Come bite me. Tell me if you're not mad. The angry faces of the other captains. Realizing they couldn't change the situation, the captains muttered curses and left empty-handed. After mid-morning, Hart stretched lazily. Though woken up earlier by Zaraki, this nap felt even more refreshing. Walking out of the rest area, he saw 2 guards approaching. Sir, you're awake. The captains nearly fought over the clumps this morning. Although he had anticipated something like this, Hart still felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment after hearing Captain Kurosaki Kenpachi's account. Each captain had their own agenda, but in the end, they were outmaneuvered by the brute Captain Kenpachi. What kind of situation was this? Was it true that the early riser gets the worm? Still, this brute was indeed formidable, managing to withstand the pressure from the other captains. Running away outright, was that acceptable? But these matters didn't concern Hart much. What he cared about was the effectiveness of the spirit particle group, which exceeded his expectations. Thinking of this, Hart smiled faintly. I suppose Captain Todd can't be sitting pretty now. Note: adjusted names and context for consistency with Bleach lore and natural English flow. Each captain had their own agenda, but in the end, they were all outmaneuvered by Alonso. What kind of situation is this? Does the early riser really get the worm? But that brute really did show his mettle by holding off the pressure from all the captains. Todd smiled. Don't worry. I have confidence that I can shield us from Anwar's scrutiny. Hart raised an eyebrow. Though he'd had similar suspicions before, hearing it confirmed from Todd's own mouth still left him impressed. No wonder you're the boss-level character. Todd, let me be frank with you. Just the 4 of us planning to defy all of Soul Society is incredibly risky, Hart said. Todd's heart skipped a beat at this, and his gaze turned serious. He knew that besides himself and Jin, no one else knew that Dalen was his man. To have Hart point this out so directly was unsettling. The urge to eliminate him to avoid future trouble began to gnaw at Todd's mind. Don't keep thinking about killing me. It makes me doubt whether we can cooperate pleasantly in the future. Through his mind-reading ability, Hart saw through Todd's thoughts and spoke them aloud. There was no choice. Todd's murderous intent had already surfaced. If he didn't deter Todd, he could easily fall victim to betrayal. Knowing how strong Todd's control over his subordinates was, Tozen was ultimately killed by Todd himself. It made sense that even Jin attempted to assassinate him at the last moment, albeit unsuccessfully, dying in Liana's arms. Todd's expression shifted several times before the killing intent gradually faded. You continue to surprise me. That's natural. How could I partner with Captain Todd without some skills? Seeing the killing intent dissipate, Hart leaned back more relaxed. Todd stared intently forward. But who will deal with Anwar when the time comes? You, me, or Baron? Todd laughed awkwardly. He currently lacked the benefits of the Hogyoku and stood no chance against Anwar. But with the Hogyoku, his strength would skyrocket, allowing him to evolve into his ideal perfect being as long as his will wasn't affected. In fact, Todd had already created the Hogyoku, though frustratingly it was incomplete and couldn't provide him with power. Additionally, Bo also studied the Hogyoku and had created an incomplete version, which was carried by Liana Kachiki, who introduced Asif to the Shinigami path. Todd's plan was straightforward, combining the 2 fragments of the Hogyoku to see if they could complement each other, forming a perfect Hogyoku. You don't need to worry. Once I have the full power of the Hogyoku, Anwar won't be a concern. Todd spoke confidently, believing firmly in the Hogyoku's capabilities after extensive research. In essence, the Hogyoku was similar to a wish-granting device, the only difference being its unstable power, which ultimately led to Todd's defeat when the Hogyoku abandoned its creator. Hart nodded, acknowledging that Todd's plan was almost flawless, given the century-long preparation. Ultimately, Todd successfully extracted the Hogyoku from Liana Kachiki, setting him on his path of evolution. Alright, but I'm under house arrest now, so I can't participate in some parts of your plan. Hart pulled out a translucence contained within the spirit particle cluster. Note: Fubun should be translated based on context, possibly as parallel, virtual, or alternate, depending on its usage. If uncertain, please provide more context for a precise translation. And right at this moment, a new energy link was established. Hart's eyes gleamed with sharp light, finally putting his mind at ease. Fabio had consumed the high-concentration spirit particle cluster he provided, and the energy link he sensed originated from the detonation device contained within the spirit particle cluster. After all, this was the result of Fabio's meticulous planning over many years. Even though his arrival caused some deviations in this version of the world, it didn't significantly impact Fabio's overall plan. At this moment, a new energy connection was established. A sharp light flashed in Hart's eyes as he finally felt reassured. Fabio had ingested the high-concentration spirit particle cluster he provided, and the energy connection he sensed originated from the detonation device contained within the spirit particle cluster. After all, this was Fabio's carefully planned achievement over many years. Even if his arrival caused some deviations in this version of the world, it didn't affect Fabio's plans. And right at this moment, a new energy link was established. Hart's eyes gleamed with sharp light, finally putting respond, instead retreating another short distance to give him some freedom. Thus, Hart aimlessly wandered around Siriidii, feeling the thread-like energy connections. He smiled knowingly. His efforts had not been in vain. According to his perception, at least 40% of the Shinigami had hidden mechanisms inside them. This is going smoothly. Suddenly, loud explosions erupted from the White Road gate. The guards immediately tensed, walking beside Hart. Sir, we should return. But Hart replied nonchalantly, it's rare for me to get out, and besides, why miss the excitement? Sir, you're putting us in a difficult position, the guard said, his face filled with concern but unwilling to force anything. Apart from the question of whether they could subdue him, their orders were to monitor and protect Hart, not use force on him, so they could only try to persuade him. Hart paid no mind and sprinted toward the White Road gate. Come on, follow quickly. The 2 guards exchanged glances, reluctantly following. If he tried to escape amidst the chaos, they'd be in trouble. At the White Road Gate, Crawford and Brant were fiercely battling. Crawford's towering figure loomed like a mountain before Ichigo. Come at me! From any angle. Though still a novice in the Shinigami world, Ichigo wasn't afraid due to Liana Kachiki's power bestowed upon him. Furthermore, most importantly, fights are one-on-one. My opponent is the sugarball-headed fellow. Crawford, clearly annoyed by Oraheim and Chad's actions, refused interruptions. When Hart entered Siri-IDI, Crawford's combat desire flared but circumstances and Zechariah's arrival prevented a confrontation. Now, with a rare chance to fight, he wouldn't allow anyone to interfere. Ichigo yelled to Oraheim and Chad, "Stay out of this, it's my fight." Seeing Ichigo's determination, they reluctantly watched. "Prepare yourself." 10,000 thorn stab. Crawford swung his massive axe towards Ichigo. The force generated incredible wind pressure. Clang. To Crawford's surprise, Ichigo parried with his sword. Eyes gleaming, Crawford attacked ferociously with consecutive strikes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dust obscured Ichigo's view. By the 8th strike, Crawford looked astonished. "Why are you still standing?" As the dust cleared, Ichigo remained in his defensive stance. "It's over." Ichigo opened his eyes. "Then it's my turn." Tensai Zangetsu sliced through the air elegantly as Ichigo prepared to attack. Shaken from his shock, Crawford responded, "Not finished yet." Pulling out a second axe, he lifted both high. His silver-armored muscles bulged, even shattering the armor. Within the door, none other than Godwin. "Jonas, you broke the law by allowing unauthorized individuals into the Siri-IDI. Losing an arm is just a mild punishment for your actions. Do you have any complaints?" Jin said coldly, shaking the blood off his Zanpakuto as he stared at Jonas. "No complaints. It was my fault," Jonas replied, his face pale, but he had no real grudges, given that he violated the rules first. Hart, who had been watching from a distance, was somewhat surprised by Jin's actions. From what he knew, Jin wasn't a particularly bloodthirsty individual. Today's behavior was indeed unusual. After some thought, he realized this must be Fabio's directive. After all, Brant and his companions came to the Siri-IDI to rescue Liana Kachiki, who had been sentenced to death. Fabio had spent considerable effort ensuring the Central 46 Chambers passed judgment on Liana, and his goal was clear: to obtain the incomplete bound soul burial within her, sealed by Bo. Having planned for years, Fabio wouldn't tolerate such interference. Unfortunately, Hart knew that although Jin had stopped Jonas and even severed his arm, it couldn't prevent Liana's eventual rescue. Seeing Jonas injured, Brant felt a surge of anger. He had fought with the big man earlier and admired his bold personality. Pointing Tensai Zangetsu at Jin, Ichigo shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" Pressure. Even Ichigo felt immense pressure. Watching from a distance, Hart experienced Jin's formidable power for the first time. The strong spiritual pressure emanating from the white door left him impressed. "Shoot him, Shinso." With those words, Shinso transformed into a silver dragon streaking toward the astonished Ichigo. By the time Ichigo reacted, Shinso was upon him, forcing him to block with his Zanpakuto. The powerful force sent him flying and crashing into Jonas, who was still kneeling. The impact was too great, even for Jonas's massive frame, hurling them both backward. "Farewell, interesting fellow." Jin struck and promptly slammed the white door shut, without hesitation. Observing the aftermath, Hart felt a bit disappointed. The anticipated variable didn't materialize. Asia hadn't intervened. Under guard supervision, Hart approached Jin. "Captain Jin, quite the day for a doorman, huh?" Jin wasn't surprised by Hart's presence. Since developing spirit particles, Hart's status in the Siri-IDI had become more secure. Even if Hedjadiah intended to confine him, he had to consider Hart's feelings. So, his appearance was reasonable. "You're not much different. Did you distribute today's quota of spirit particles? If there's any surplus, can you give it to me first?" Jin's words were half serious. On one hand, after experiencing the effects of spirit particles, he became deeply. Liana's actions violated a strict prohibition. As a prominent noble family, the Kachikis had no grounds for objection. As the head of the Kachiki clan, Byakuya had much to consider. The prosperity and honor of the entire family depended on him. Despite his heartache, he could only silently accept the verdict. Upon completing the pronouncement, the judge departed. At that moment, Shuhei Hisagi blocked Byakuya's path. "You're heartless. That's your sister." Byakuya tightened his fist inside his sleeve. Could he bear to watch his sister be executed? But if he protested, what would happen to the Kachiki family, a legacy spanning generations? They couldn't decline under his watch. Seeing that Curtis did not respond, Shuhei Hisagi gave him a harsh glare before storming off in anger, leaving Byakuya alone in the empty courtroom. Back at the laboratory, Hart began to contemplate his next move. He knew that in just a few days, when Liana's execution was to take place, Fabio would make his move. This also signaled that Fabio would officially rebel against the Soul Society, and Hart would soon face his next decision, whether to join Fabio in his rebellion. Previously, Hart had always harbored ulterior motives, aiming to gain some of Fabio's trust, so he could have him ingest the spirit particle cluster with its hidden mechanism. Now that the plan had succeeded, Fabio had ingested the spirit particle cluster, giving Hart a crucial ace unexpectedly. Main quest, the Hollow Core Battle, Phase 2. Quest objective, assist Fabio Huyojia in obtaining the Hollow Core and successfully escaping the Soul Society. Time limit, 10 calendar days. Rewards, second tier attribute points *5, epic level lottery ticket *1. Failure penalty, forced annihilation. Hart stared at the newly activated Phase 2 task with mixed feelings. Why had it taken so long for this phase to activate after completing the first one? It had been like waiting for an assassin who never showed up. If not for this, would he have stayed in the Soul Society for so long? He should have left earlier. Did he enjoy being guarded by two burly men day and night while making spirit particles and potions? Of course not. He stayed because he believed this place might be key to completing Phase 2 of the mission. But now, after joining Fabio's faction, the task suddenly triggered. Could it be the whimsical humor of the afterlife realm? Indeed, it seemed that only rebellion made anyone notice him. But now that things were set in motion, there was no turning back. The punishment for failing the mission was too severe, and he had no immunity items. Now that he was on board with Fabio, he couldn't disembark even if he wanted to. All he could do was bite the bullet and proceed. Most importantly, the rewards were extremely generous. Putting aside the attribute points, just the epic-level treasure chest alone was tempting. However, before all that, Hart planned to go to the neutral zone to exchange for the cleansing blaze set. Behind him were still the 2 dead weights, though he knew they were just going through the motions. These 2 guards had received plenty of benefits from Hart, especially the high concentration spirit particles. Money talks even in the Soul Society. Rare visitor indeed. Didn't think we'd meet again so soon. You've got your ways, said the old man with yellow teeth, still acting mercenary-like, but surprised to see Hart. He originally thought he wouldn't see Hart again in this world, since he heard that Hart was under house arrest in Squad 1's quarters. That's nothing. I don't have much time. Today, I'm here to exchange for the cleansing blaze set. Hart glanced at the 2 guards waiting outside, as he had said. Although he managed to send them away, his time there was still limited. Do you wish to spend 15,000 Soul Society reputation points to exchange for the epic set, Cleansing Blaze? Exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. 15,000 Soul Society reputation points deducted. Current remaining points, 0. After joining Fabio's faction, Hart could no longer earn Soul Society reputation points through potions and spirit particles. Fortunately, he had accumulated enough points over the past few days to cover the exchange. That's why he sent Celeste to fetch Hart. Upon hearing this, Hart smiled inwardly. This was undoubtedly part of Fabio's plan to feign death and escape. Fabio must have used a decoy, combined with his abilities, to make everyone believe he was dead. Fabio was probably hiding in the shadows, observing everyone's reactions and reveling in his control. Hart mused about Fabio's psychology. He was not only cunning but also had an intense need for control. Such people often feel lonely. Fabio considered himself unmatched in intelligence, believing only Benny could rival him in the Soul Society. His ultimate defeat by Asif, in Hart's view, was perhaps a deliberate act. Loneliness drove Fabio to cultivate a worthy opponent to fill his void. Fabio had multiple chances to kill Ichigo during his growth, but chose not to. When Ichigo invaded the Soul Society, even Godwin feared Ichigo might interfere with Fabio's plans. A clever person like Fabio couldn't have missed Ichigo's potential. So, fate takes its own course, beyond human manipulation. Captain Fabio. After turning a corner, Hart saw the poor soul nailed to the wall. The sight was brutal. Blood flowed unabated, and Captain Ida had not given up treatment. Seeing Hart arrive, a glimmer of hope appeared on her face. He should have a way, Ida thought, surprising herself with the urge to rely on someone else for the first time in years. Lord, the death of her idol hit the young girl hard. Despite others' attempts to comfort her, she appeared lost and dispirited. Seeing the girl's lifeless eyes and her overwhelming sorrow, he couldn't help but glance at the transparent figure on the Great Eastern Wall. Just look at what you've done. But even so, Hart admired Fabio's fake death scheme. It not only allowed him to operate from the shadows and facilitate the rescue of Liana Kachiki, but also concealed his true identity during the operation. Who would suspect a dead man? This move showed Fabio's resolve. It was now a do-or-die situation with no turning back. Standing atop the Great Eastern Wall, Fabio seemed to sense Hart's gaze, gave a faint smile, then vanished. The assassination of a captain of the Godi I-13 was a major event, especially in the heart of Soul Society, Siri-IDI. It was like a slap in the face for all Shinigami. Soon after, 3 more captains arrived, and upon seeing Fabio's corpse, they were all visibly shocked. Although Fabio usually hid his true strength, he was still a captain with considerable power. To be killed like this left everyone feeling deeply disturbed. Hart felt relieved as more people gathered around. Acting had been exhausting. He had to maintain a sad expression while inwardly laughing. Finally, with the crowd growing, he found a chance to slip away. From afar, Hart watched Jin depart. You really aren't afraid of being hunted by that woman? His guards, who had been maintaining order earlier, had not accompanied him. This provided an opportunity for Jin and Hart to meet. Jin smiled slightly. There's nothing to fear. I just finished what Fabio asked me to do. He wanted me to tell you, your Zanpakuto is ready, and how much you can carry depends on you. Hart smiled, understanding Fabio's intention. With Fabio officially dead and no culprit identified, he now had the perfect opportunity. All Shinigami present could vouch for his efforts to save Fabio. This truly gives me a golden opportunity, Hart murmured, gazing at the clouds above Siri-IDI. Ah, sir, wait for us. 2 guards finally caught up to Hart. They had been busy maintaining order and only noticed his absence moments ago, causing them panic. Relieved to find him, they called out. It's you two. There were too many people, so I left early. Let's head back to the lab. Hart kept up friendly conversation to avoid raising suspicion. Time was precious as he needed to strengthen Weakwater within the next 3 days before leaving for Hueco Mundo with Fabio. Night fell over Siri-IDI, and Hart, confirming the guards were lax, quietly used his disguise talent and slipped out of the lab unnoticed. Siri-IDI at night was eerily quiet and empty. After circling around without encountering any, Eldon, what's going on? After searching in vain, Javier came to the wooden residence where Dorian lived and asked, Jirubo, you're the one leading the team. Dorian greeted his brother warmly. I'm not entirely sure. The killing chi stone was triggered, but after my search, I found nothing. Hearing this, Javier's expression turned grave. If it were any other time, he might have dismissed such an incident. But now, with the captains of the 13 court guard squads having been assassinated, everyone in Siri-IDI was on edge. Most crucially, they hadn't yet caught the murderer who killed Captain Herb. However, one thing was certain. Whoever infiltrated Siri-IDI must be quite powerful. Just as things were reaching a critical juncture, the killing chi stone had been triggered again with no signs of anyone entering. This left Javier feeling uneasy. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. The person who triggered the killing chi stone could very well be the one who assassinated Captain Herb. Perhaps they struck due to unforeseen circumstances. From the current situation, it seemed the killer likely finished their mission and was preparing to leave Siriidii when they inadvertently triggered the mechanism. Upon realizing something was amiss, they quickly withdrew, which explained why there were no traces of them. This only reinforced Javier's speculation. It was unlikely the case. Otherwise, how could there be no trace? So be cautious and don't rush into a fight. Javier knew his brother well. He was a battle enthusiast, someone who could be considered reckless. Once his blood was up, he wouldn't care about the opponent's strength or identity, believing in fighting first and asking questions later. This was why Javier risked telling Dorian despite the information being classified. He didn't want his brother to get hurt. Alright, I still need to check everything again. Remember what I told you. Even Dorian, despite being a fighter, took heed of his brother's warning. Knowing his limits, he had no intention of confronting someone capable of killing Herb. Life was precious, especially given the struggles they went through together in Rakongai. There was no point risking everything for their employers. Rest assured, I'll stay in and sleep until there's something big. Satisfied with his brother's response, Javier sighed with relief. Everyone, follow me. The safety of the inner court depends on us. We can't let the murderer cause more harm. Leaving Dorian behind, Javier led his team to conduct a thorough search of Siriidii. All this was observed by Hart, hidden in disguise. Seeing search teams working in pairs, he felt frustrated. Ideally, he wanted to encounter isolated death gods to make quick kills and avoid detection. With his skill set, he could take out— That's unnecessary. We're short on manpower now, but the other captains should be arriving soon. I can handle searching this direction alone. The officer hesitated, not daring to suggest otherwise. After all, questioning his captain's capability could jeopardize his future within Squad 7. Inside his transparent energy cocoon, Hart stretched lazily. Finally, they've started splitting up to search. His target was clear: Adelard. How much experience could ordinary Shinigami Zanpakutos provide? It was proportional to their Ryatsu after all. As the fourth seat, Adelard had considerable strength, and Hart recalled he wielded one of the most formidable flying weapons. Such a Zanpakuto would undoubtedly be weak water's best nourishment. Kylie had been complaining for days about being hungry. Flying at incredible speed, Adelard remained oblivious to being marked by Hart. He meticulously examined every possible hiding spot. Clank. A metallic sound echoed, followed by sudden pain. Adelard realized he was under attack by the mysterious killer. As he reached for the signal button, a familiar body appeared before him, its thick neck decapitated. The feeling of death is like this, but failing to send the signal. What a failure. After spinning wildly, Adelard's head hit the ground with a heavy thud, silent from attack to death. Effective. Leanne unleashed her initial release ability, her speed suddenly intensifying as she darted toward Hart, delivering a powerful leg sweep. Despite her petite frame, her attack carried immense force. Hart felt a gust of wind slash against his cheek, but managed to catch her ankle mid-step, thanks to his combat experience. Realizing her attack was countered, Leanne used her held foot to launch herself forward, her fingertips flickering with deadly light from her Zanpakuto. Clang. Unable to block in time due to proximity, Hart activated his hardening skill, deflecting the blow with his elbow. Impressed yet undeterred by Hart's resilience, Leanne's Zanpakuto abilities were already in play. With each successive sting, her pattern would evolve into an 8-pointed B sigil, guaranteeing a fatal strike. As she prepared to strike again, Hart exerted force, flinging her away. He knew her initial release technique well. While Leanne's attacks were formidable, Hart understood that avoiding multiple stings would prevent the fatal effect. Cough. Choked by dust, Leanne was more surprised by Hart's strength, having struggled against him in the brief encounter. Her pride stung. She demanded, "Who are you? Why did you kill Captain Herb?" From their engagement, Leanne was certain this man in dark garb was the murderer. Hart internally groaned at her melodramatic approach. Didn't she realize the world's scorching sun? With no time to hide, Hart decided to go all out. To escape, he needed to take out Samara quickly. From the start of the battle, he had been secretly gathering power. Coincidentally, his suit's charging skill was now ready. Blazing flames erupted instantly, driving away the darkness that enveloped Siriidii. Boom, boom. Samara felt a wave of heat approaching, but she was mid-air, still using up her previous momentum without new force to rely on. Moreover, her speed made it hard to adjust her stance in time. With the massive attack range from Hart, there seemed to be no place to run. In a flash, Samara grabbed a clone and propelled herself with all her might. Using this force, she narrowly escaped the pure world's scorching Sunday. Landing safely, Samara observed the buildings around her melted into slag by the intense heat, feeling lucky to have narrowly avoided certain death. If not for her clone, a direct hit would have severely injured or killed her. There was no time to waste. Sensing powerful energies approaching, Hart intensified his attacks, driven by urgency. Clank, clank. Though Samara was at her limit, driven by survival instinct and duty as a Shinigami, she fought with unparalleled strength. Their clash produced metallic echoes non-stop, and the shockwave danced to retaliate. She was in a dire state, with a deep gash across her chest bleeding profusely. After this attack, she lost all combat ability, overwhelmed by dizziness. She held on by sheer will, hoping to witness the intruder's demise. Unexpectedly, the explosion she anticipated never came. The attack vanished without a sound, causing Samara great unease. Though she knew the power of Suzumabachi Thunder Whip well, it should not have ended so quietly. Dazed and blinded by dust, Samara grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a blue blade flashed before her eyes. There was a crisp sound, followed by a dizzying sensation. She realized her head had been severed. A tear of blood rolled down, and Samara closed her eyes forever. Hart dared not linger, swiftly grabbing Suzumabachi and fleeing the scene. The battle, though seeming long, lasted less than a minute. By the time the other captains arrived, Samara was already dead. Iof's expression was grim. Within a day, 2 captains were assassinated, and 1/4 seat member was dead. A line had been crossed. Find them. I don't care about nobles or Shinigami. Investigate everyone. The arriving captains fell silent, fearing Iof's wrath. Only Godwin, knowing the truth, was secretly astonished. Fabio had spoken highly of Heart's prowess. Jin admitted to underestimating him. After devouring so many Zanpakuto, Weak Water's level had noticeably increased. Equipment name * Weak Water. Type * Weapon. Quality * Divine Level. Attributes * Growth-Oriented Weapon. Special characteristics * 1. Growth * can devour metal to strengthen itself. Current level LV6, 100/600. 2. Star Shattering * during attacks, there is a 30% chance to stack 1 additional weapon damage. Chance can be upgraded. 3. City Demolishing * when an attack is blocked, there is a 20% chance to ignore defense. Chance can be upgraded. Seeing the skill activation chances increase, Heart felt delighted. What surprised him most was that after devouring so many Zanpakuto, the spirit within Weak Water seemed to have been overfilled and fell into a deep slumber. This meant that during this period, he could use Weak Water freely without worry. Although its power would decrease without the spirit's assistance, Heart didn't mind. For such a long time, he had been craving Weak Water, dreaming of using it in combat. The next morning, every time he thought of those dreams, he wished he could go back to sleep. But now, his dream had come true. On the other side, at the Captain Commander's office, Anwar gazed sternly at the captains below, his eyes sharp like a hawk, kneeling before Yush, begging him to find the killer. The scene was intimidating, and Mike, being tall and muscular, looked like a small mountain when kneeling. His emotional plea, with tears streaming down his face, added to the pressure. Other members also demanded vengeance for Captain Samara nonstop. Kasagio, I asked you a question. Are you deaf? Iof, seeing Omida's helpless state, became angrier. Commander, we searched the entire Siriidii and found nothing. I suspect. Do you even eat anything? With someone like you in charge of Siriidii's intelligence, I fear for our future. Iof was enraged, momentarily forgetting he had appointed Omida as captain. No one dared to speak up. They saw Iof's anger and knew better than to intervene. Actually, I have a suspect. After being scolded, Omida decided to voice his suspicion directly. Iof perked up. Oh, who is your suspect? What evidence do you have? Omida hesitated for a moment before naming Heart. Explain your reasoning. Iof considered it carefully, though he had visited Heart yesterday and questioned the guards, finding everything normal. According to the guards, Heart was making spirit particle clusters in the lab when Samara fought the black-clothed figure. He had also... Todd's comment blocked that path. Insisting further would imply the murderer had power rivaling Iof, which was impossible. I'm just offering a hypothesis. This chapter maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring the translation is natural and fluent. It adheres to the tone and style of the original text while ensuring the storyline and logic remain coherent. #### chapter continuation. The meeting and speculation. Kyla wasn't willing to let it go easily. After all, Omida Kasajo's accusations were based on the premise that Emmett had made a mistake, a situation she, who had always followed Iof's lead, could not tolerate. Captain Omida speaks lightly. Even if we set this aside, everyone can see Heart's contributions to the Siriidii. He is currently under house arrest merely because of doubts about his loyalty. Does it make sense for him to risk so much by committing such a grave crime when he could continue as a valued researcher? Omida Kasajo was left speechless. Kyla's argument was reasonable. Since Heart created the high-concentration spirit particle clusters, his status in the Siriidii had indeed become more stable. Moreover, the widespread use of these clusters had made many lower-ranked Shinigami, who lacked sufficient power, grateful to the creator of this miraculous potion. If not for the recent incident involving Liana Kachiki, his house arrest would have likely ended long ago. Such a valuable asset didn't need to take such significant risks. Bitter. The look in his eyes when he saw Kyla was filled with resentment. Heart initially entered Siriidii as a technical researcher. If not for Kyla snatching him away, Heart would have undoubtedly been part of Squad 12. If Heart were just an ordinary researcher, it wouldn't matter much. But who would have thought such a godlike presence would appear? Now, all newly arrived Shinigami revered Heart as their savior while casually disparaging the Research and Development Institute. They often mentioned that despite the institute consuming so many funds each year, its results still fell short compared to Heart's. This made Rochelle extremely uncomfortable. Even if he didn't care about reputation, the sight of white gold flowing from Heart made him squirm. If Heart had joined the Research and Development Institute, many of their financial issues would be easily resolved. However, now he could only fantasize about it. Rolf Commander, did Heart mention what direction his research is taking? Is it an auxiliary potion, or something else? Emmett gently replied, a weapon, a powerful one. If successful, it would mean the end of the Hollows. Iof's voice wasn't loud, but to the assembled captains, it was akin to thunder striking. After a brief shock, the captains couldn't help but fall into skepticism. Hollows had existed for so long, and generation after generation of Shinigami had dedicated themselves to purifying them. Over the pleasant week, her skill placed her mid-level among captains. Anyone who could kill her without revealing even a trace of Keto energy was unusual. In Iof's perception, the remaining energy wasn't from a Hollow or a Quincy. So he focused on Heart, confirming at his lab before dealing with Samara's incident. Upon discovering things weren't right, he found Heart immediately. Before he could ask questions, Heart silenced him with the ongoing weapon research. Now, the captains fell silent again. The more perceptive ones, like Curtis and Kyla, realized that whether Heart was truly the culprit didn't matter. As long as his research progressed successfully, neither Siriidii nor Squad 13 or Samara's family would dare act against him. There was no evidence implicating Heart in the murders. His alibi, confirmed by Emmett, was unbreakable. Iof looked at the various expressions of the captains below him, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Last night, he hadn't slept, wrestling with this dilemma. From any angle, he had no reason to convict Hart. He couldn't fabricate a charge to eliminate him outright. If word got out, it would discourage future recruitment of formidable talents for Siri. Continue investigating the murderers of Samara and Conrad. And tomorrow is Liana Kachiki's execution. Ensure there are no disturbances. Iof grew more troubled the more he thought about it, dismissing everyone. Alone in his vast office, he pondered deeply. God, walking along, Jin felt chills rising. Hueco Mundo was his and Todd's fallback. It couldn't be jeopardized. Killing Hart now seemed nearly impossible. It was obvious his security level was high. A reckless assassination attempt would fail miserably. As he returned to his squad quarters, ensuring no one tailed him, he manipulated a bookshelf in his office. Creak. A hidden door slowly opened. Without hesitation, Jin stepped through. Sir, something seems off, Baron said hurriedly as he rushed in to find Fabio, who was leisurely drinking tea. That old man Iof says Hart is developing a weapon. If successful, hollows will cease to exist. Fabio raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, clearly not too concerned about the news. Oh, really? This survival plan of his does surprise me. Lord, something's not right, Godwin rushed in, finding Fabio who was leisurely sipping tea. That old man Iof says Hart is developing a weapon. If he succeeds, the hollows will cease to exist. Fabio raised an eyebrow, clearly unperturbed by the news. Oh, really? This survival strategy of his actually surprises me. Chapter 129. Execution. When Godwin saw that Fabio didn't appear overly anxious, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Sir, Hart's actions are akin to hanging a sword over our heads. And any chance to get out was welcome. Soon, under the escort of the Central 46 Chamber's subordinates, Liana arrived at the execution ground. She wore a white kimono and remained calm on the platform, as if she weren't the one about to be executed. Standing afar, Hart kept surveying the surroundings. He knew Asif would definitely appear, and his arrival meant the beginning of Fabio's plan. Thinking of this, he instinctively gripped the hilt of Ruashue at his waist. He couldn't avoid the upcoming battle since he was part of Fabio's camp. Boom boom. A loud rumbling announced the start of the execution. A massive firebird formed slowly in midair, then shot directly toward the suspended Liana. Below the execution platform, Curtis stood expressionless, looking away from Liana. As head of the Kachiki clan, he could do nothing to save her, only watching helplessly as his sister faced death. His hands clenched into fists hidden within his sleeves. In reality, Byakuya had a cold exterior but a warm heart. This led many unfamiliar with him to believe he was a cold-blooded and callous person. In truth, he cared deeply for those he considered friends. Unfortunately, few earned his trust. Liana watched the approaching firebird without fear, instead recalling precious moments with her friends. Faces flashed through her mind like a slideshow, finally settling on a handsome face with spiky. The onlookers gasped. Everyone knew the firebird's immense power, yet this young substitute Shinigami had managed to stop its first strike. It was astonishing, causing whispers among the captains discussing the blonde-haired intruder. After missing its target, the firebird retreated to gain distance for another attack. Realizing this, Ichigo tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto. The second strike would be far more powerful. Behind him, Liana pleaded. Stop, Ichigo. Please don't do this. You can't withstand the second dual slash. Both of us will be destroyed. Ignoring her pleas, Ichigo focused on the firebird. Just then, it moved, engulfed in flames, creating intense heat and sonic booms as it charged forward. Hashtag chapter 130. The escape begins. A wave of scorching heat rushed towards him, and Brant's expression was grim. It was evident that the firebird's second attack had significantly increased in power. He wasn't sure if he could withstand this strike, but Liana, standing behind him, was someone he wanted to protect no matter what difficulties he faced. Tensa Zangetsu sliced through the air in an elegant arc as Ichigo exerted his full strength from midair and flew straight toward the firebird. He had to save Liana. If this rescue attempt failed, she would likely be executed. After all, the first rescue had already ended in failure. Boom! A violent explosion followed, releasing the energy contained within the platform, sending shockwaves that formed an energy ring in the sky. The cliff where the execution platform stood was completely bisected by Ichigo's single strike. Forget your talk of not saving you, or telling me to go back. You're quite the noisy woman, Ichigo remarked as he cradled Liana in his arms. I told you, I'd get you out. Liana. As those involved in rescuing Liana rejoiced at their success, Curtis silently drew his Zanpakuto. Seeing this, Ichigo handed Liana to Conrad and charged at Byakuya with Tensa Zangetsu. This was the second time Byakuya had obstructed the rescue. Byakuya, you bastard. Liana is your sister. Can you just stand by and let her be executed? Ichigo was furious. In his view, Byakuya should not have interfered, especially since Liana was his sister. Byakuya remained silent, only responding with cold strikes from Senbonzakura. Clang, clang. Their blades clashed, and Ichigo looked at Byakuya with disdain, thinking how heartless Liana's brother truly was. Conrad saw Ichigo holding off Byakuya and carried Liana away. Hart watched with interest, curious who would replace Samara in pursuing them. At this moment, Emmett commanded, all vice captains, pursue Conrad and bring back Liana Kachiki. Thud, thud. Two dull thuds echoed as the guards slumped to the ground. Hart hadn't killed them, as he had developed some feelings for them over time. Sighing, he placed several spirit particle orbs in their clothes. Let's go. Lan Xian should have succeeded, Hart said to Godwin without turning around. Jin looked somewhat embarrassed, having just attempted to kill Hart but was discovered. They weren't friends, they were merely temporary allies. However, Jin reasoned that Hart wouldn't attack him now, and their priority was escaping Siri. Alright, let's go. Lord Lan Xian should be ready. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed Hart and Jin leaving. As expected, Lan Xian had cornered Conrad. Conrad, put Liana down and step back, Lan Xian calmly ordered, approaching the incredulous Conrad. Captain Lan Xian, But you're supposed to be dead. Conrad's voice trembled, confused by Lan Xuan's reappearance. I said, put Liana down. Lan Xian grew impatient, knowing he had little time before Iof could intervene. Soon, Engzihuo Yewu informed all Shinigami of Lan Xuan's betrayal. Listen up. What I'm saying is true. Lan Xian did not die but plans to betray Soul Society. Cease unnecessary conflicts and hunt down Lan Xian. Hart received this message as well. While cursing Lan Xuan's delays, he hastened to meet the wound appearing through Ichigo's chest. Oh my, I intended to cut you in half, but somehow missed. Lan Xuan's fingertips locked tightly onto Tensa Zangetsu as he spoke softly to Ichigo, who was bleeding profusely. Conrad attempted to assist, only to be slashed down by Lan Xian. Then, Lan Xian slowly walked towards Liana, lifting her into the air with one hand. In Brandt's despairing gaze, Lan Xian reached out to extract the bountiful orb from Liana's body. At that very moment, a massive Zanpakuto descended from the sky. Hart flashed behind Lan Xian, drawing Waishaoi to block the strike. Lan Xian, I have no patience for your games here. Get the bountiful orb quickly. The attacker was none other than Koma Village Zazen. Your plan will not succeed unless you step over my dead body. Hart massaged his temples. He had heard such declarations too many times. He was truly tired of them. Chapter 131. Return. To Hart, Ajay was undoubtedly a chatterbox who would eventually die because of it. Hart immediately drew his blade and engaged him in combat. As the battle progressed, Ajay grew increasingly astonished. What kind of cursed weapon is this? Demon sword. Demon sword. The reason for Ajay's alarm was simple. During the constant collisions between the Zanpakuto and weak Ingram then decided to kill her. He shifted slightly, signaling Godwin to act. Kill her, Divine Spear. Godwin didn't hesitate to unleash Divine Spear. Blood splattered, but it wasn't Liana who was struck, but rather Curtis, who had rushed in to save his sister. Give up, Ingram. Byakuya's arrival seemed to signal their defeat as other captains gradually arrived. Among the crowd, Hart spotted Old Man Iof. The situation turned instantly, and a Zanpakuto was placed against Hart's neck, wielded by Ulysses. Godwin was also subdued. Anwar slowly walked forward and quietly asked the restrained Hart, why did you betray the Soul Society? Did you also kill Samara? Old man, let's not delve into this anymore. Actually, I wanted to be on your side, but Siri seems very wary of me. Crack, sizzle. Just as the Shinigami successfully controlled Hart and the others, the originally blue sky suddenly developed cracks, which expanded until they exploded with a sharp sound. A ghastly pale face appeared through one of the cracks. Below, Ulysses exclaimed in shock, Vasto Lord. Boom. As the crack widened, more Vasto Lord emerged. When Ulysses noticed the situation worsening, a golden beam descended from the sky, pushing him away. Just as he steadied himself and prepared to attack, Anwar halted him, thus didn't receive any rewards. Heartache. Hart lamented, frustrated by the allure of items in the martial merit shop. If he had known earlier, he would have put more effort into battling Hachigen and killed him outright. Despite regret, he knew that even if Hachigen was less skilled in combat, his escape skills were top-notch, making a killing blow extremely difficult. Ingram was drawn to Hart's cry, Hart, from now on we're in the same boat. Why don't you lead some chaos back in Soul Society soon? Clearly, Ingram still respected Hart's strength, but Hart was unmotivated. No interest, goodbye. Immediate teleportation. A white light flashed, and Hart vanished from the reverse barrier. This stunned Ingram, as a powerful force penetrated the supposedly impenetrable reverse barrier and carried Hart away. Even Ingram felt powerless before this force. This realization left him feeling defeated. Sir Ingram, what kind of power is that? Dowson stared wide-eyed, his voice trembling. He followed Ingram because of his strength and ambition, but now faced an even greater force that chilled him. I don't know, but one day I will have that power. Ingram murmured, looking at where Hart had disappeared. Back in the Remnant Kingdom, Hart was unaware of the impact of his departure on Ingram and others. Currently, fueled by frustration, he struggled with a large lobster. Hart found it hard to imagine what the landscape would look like when the full scale were started. Perhaps only then would it truly be a battlefield of hell. Chapter 132, long-awaited routine. However, those are matters for later. The immediate priority is still to quickly enhance his own strength. With this thought in mind, Hart opened the attribute panel. After leveling up 2 more times, he was eagerly anticipating the boost in his attributes. Name, Hart. Authority number, 2177. Level, LV9, 0/900. 10 levels, Form 1 stage. Strength, Stage 2-8, related to attack and carrying weight. Agility, Stage 2-6, related to movement and attack speed. Stamina, Stage 2-6, related to health, defense, and resistance. Mental power, Stage 2-5, related to spells, perception, and mana. Charisma, 2, related to summoning and social skills. Luck, 5, related to item activation and manufacturing. This attribute is extremely difficult to increase. Talent, Mimicry, can simulate, replicate, and understand things that have been recognized and contacted. Replicated talents, Camouflage, Combat Mastery, Body Hardening, Infinite Ammo, Air Manipulation, Flame Control, Movement Acceleration, Recovery, Fear Aura, Expand. Marilyn and Devin have just returned. Rocco laughed it off, changing the subject to avoid talking about it anymore. Hart understood his feelings. Henry was brought up by Rocco, who was heartbroken when he turned traitor. But now Rocco has finally moved on. Hart hesitated for a moment before deciding to head to the Union base first and put off the lottery. Marilyn and Devin definitely wanted to know more about the current situation in the main world. A flash of light, and Hart arrived at the Union base. He hadn't been there in a while, and it was much busier than before. Clearly, Rocco and the others had added many improvements, including 3 types of functional NPCs, which surprised Hart. President, you're back? I thought I might surpass you in level this time in the dungeon, but as expected, you've pulled ahead again. Lucian rushed over first. He had gained a lot in the last dungeon world, obtaining an experience boost item. He initially planned to boast about it, but saw Heart's level and instantly felt that the experience boost item wasn't appealing anymore. Even with the item, he couldn't keep up with Heart. Indeed, compared to a cheat, all items and luck mean nothing. Look at how rosy-cheeked each of you is. You must have gotten plenty of benefits, huh? Come on, don't hold back. Your mouse will split to your ears. Heart couldn't help teasing upon seeing Devon's expression. I did get an experience boost item, but it made no difference. Eternal Country are composed of anomalies. You should also have seen the detailed power divisions from the announcement. I just came out of the Death World, and my Valor mission target happened to be players from the Eternal Country. Unfortunately, I failed to eliminate them. Rocco and the others nodded, acknowledging they understood the general situation. Are our families safe? You can rest assured. Believe that the country won't renege on its word. Moreover, once the spatial barrier is completely destroyed, the main world will need to ally with us. After all players from the Lingering Country are extracted from the main world. With this connection, the overseers of the Lingering Country will surely provide some support as long as they haven't lost their minds. After Heart's analysis, Rocco and the others visibly relaxed. They were most concerned about the safety of their families and feared being pitted against the main world. One hopes so. Otherwise, it'd feel pretty bad to act against our fellow citizens. Devon sighed deeply. Heart agreed. After so much time spent killing, even the most principled person could be changed. Initially, he was extremely averse to killing. If not for the forced execution mechanism, he might not have even killed newcomers. Now, he no longer resisted killing. Sometimes, he even enjoyed the catharsis it provided. This was the terrifying aspect of the Lingering Country. Once you got used to the rules here, finally, if it weren't for me accidentally disrupting the energy source of the Gundam, it would have been hard to say who would win. Most importantly, they didn't emit any aura at all. They looked just like ordinary people, said Billy, still shaken by the battle. The player from the Mist Nation almost succeeded in a sneak attack at the beginning, relying on this lack of aura. Heart mentally raised the danger level of the Mist Nation players. After all, whether it was the players from Lingering Realm or Eternal Realm, they all had very distinct characteristics. Naturally, there was no need to mention Eternal Realm. Each player there was composed of oddities, easily distinguishable no matter what kind of scenario they were in. As for the players from Lingering Realm, due to various talent and attribute point boosts, their aura was also very unique. But these Mist Nation players could blend into a crowd without standing out at all. This was particularly troublesome because many game scenarios had large numbers of civilians. It was impractical to slaughter everyone in an area just to prevent potential threats from Mist Nation players, as that would make them nothing short of mass murderers. For now, Heart hadn't thought of any effective way to solve this problem, so he could only issue a warning to all guild members through the guild announcements. After exchanging more information with the group, Yuri mentioned, Finian, you are currently the one among us who will reach the second stage the earliest. This is the main reason we called you here today. Heart instantly understood Yuri's intentions. Players who reached this, after checking the item's description, Heart nearly threw the small bag to the ground in frustration. What nonsense is this? Name, Immortal Bean. Type, Consumable. Quality, Epic. Origin, Dragon Ball Universe. Effect, Satiety, Healing. Satiety. Eating one bean prevents hunger for 15 days, during which energy consumption is handled by the bean. Healing. Eating one bean restores all health and stamina. Note, eat it, and I dare say you're a roach that can't be killed. These beans are heavenly, rare on Earth. As long as you have a breath left, you're good to go. Asterisk asterisk. Note, as long as you can't be killed, you can take hits until you drop. Anyway, you won't die with these beans. Asterisk asterisk. Once again, Heart was infuriated by the nonsensical notes, but he knew the value of the item. In the Dragon Ball universe, these beans were legendary, often saving the protagonist when he was critically injured. Despite having a healing talent, recovery took time. Food and injuries were significant concerns in the game scenarios. With these immortal beans, those problems were perfectly resolved. Holding the small bag of immortal beans, Heart couldn't wait to dive into the next scenario. He ignored the infuriating notes. If he ever met the person who wrote them, he'd definitely give them a friendly chat. After using the epic lottery ticket, Heart wanted to enter the next game scenario immediately, but remembered he still had Upon seeing his new stage 3 strength attribute, Heart was stunned. He didn't expect such a drastic change upon reaching the third stage. The true attribute jumping to 100 points was shocking. Considering Heart had equipment that boosted stats by percentages, he initially found the increase impressive yet numerically less appealing. Now, however, it seemed to max out right away, overwhelming him with raw power. He felt the surge of power within, hesitating to make big movements. It was like a frail person suddenly waking up as Hulk, unable to control the newfound strength. Just moving his arm produced enough force to destroy a writing desk with a fierce gust of wind. The rapid increase in strength meant even slight motions exerted maximum force. Looking at the shattered desk, Heart winced at the cost of repairs. Last time, he was charged heavily for damaging a doorframe by Lingering Realm. Now this writing desk, one of his few pieces of furniture, would likely mean a hefty expense. To prevent further destruction, Heart removed all his equipment, especially the Cleansing Sunset set, which added a 20% boost to all attributes. It took Heart a considerable amount of time to adapt to the surge in strength. Finally gaining full control, he collapsed onto the bed. Honestly, the wall clock had circled twice. During that time, Heart barely dared to move, stiffened with caution. This was very troublesome. Use. A familiar gift box effect appeared before his eyes, vibrating for a bit before suddenly opening. Congratulations, player. You've won second prize. Heart couldn't help but complain inwardly. This is supposed to be an epic lottery. Why is it always the same? Don't know that I'm a non-epic? Really messing with my mind. The purple light faded, revealing a plump little bag before Heart, with a crookedly stitched, immortal character that seemed oddly familiar. And when Heart examined this epic item, He wished he could throw this small bag to the ground in frustration. Trick me, will you? Name, immortal beings. Type, consumable. Quality, epic. Origin, Dragon Ball World. Effect, satiety, healing. Satiety, eating one bean eliminates hunger for 15 days, covering all energy consumption during this period. Healing, fully restores health and stamina upon consumption. Note, eat it, and I'll call you an unkillable cockroach. This bean should only exist in heaven. How often do you hear of such wonders in the mortal world? As long as there's a breath left, everything is manageable. Note, just keep fighting even if you're dying. After all, with this bean, you can't die. Hart was once again annoyed by the whimsical notes, but anger aside, he recognized its value. This item was Leg 2-6, related to health, defense, and resistance. Mental power, Stage 2-5, related to magic, perception, and mana. Charisma, 2, related to summoning and social interactions. Luck, 5, related to opening items and crafting. This attribute is extremely difficult to increase. Talent, mimicry, can replicate objects, skills, and abilities observed and touched. Replicated talents, disguise, combat mastery, body hardening, infinite ammo, airflow control, flame manipulation, movement acceleration, regeneration, fear aura, expand. Hart stared in shock at his newly boosted strength attribute after breaking through to stage 3. He didn't expect such a drastic change in attribute values. The true attribute becoming 100 points was indeed shocking. Hart possessed equipment that increased percentages, which initially puzzled him because, although the enhancement was significant, the raw numbers weren't impressive. Now, it exploded off the charts. He could feel the overwhelming surge of strength within him, and he hesitated to make any big movements. It was as if a frail man had suddenly turned into Hulk overnight. He couldn't control his newfound power. Just moving his arm sent a fierce wind that destroyed the writing desk. The rapid increase in strength made every slight motion equivalent to full-strength attacks. Watching the shattered remains of the dead on a tremendous change. How powerful would the Blood Alliance Guildmaster be? This was a question he had to consider, as according to intelligence, Jedediah was deeply favored by the Blood Alliance Guildmaster. Moreover, within the Blood Alliance, there were considerable forces that could be mobilized. If they were to officially go to war with the Blood Alliance, it would be necessary to prepare in advance. This wasn't just his own business. Just as Hart was deep in thought, the system notification arrived. Please prepare yourself, you are about to enter the game. Countdown starts in 60 seconds. Without time to think more, Hart hurriedly entered the teleportation room. The 60-second limit was indeed troublesome. Once exceeded, he would be directly wiped out, truly merciless. Welcome to the land of limbo. Grand music played, and the completely emotionless voice resonated in Hart's ears. It made him curious. Typically, the opening announcements were not this elaborate. Usually, it was just a voice ending things, nothing like this version complete with background music. But surprisingly, the background music felt fitting and even epic. Entering the plain battlefield, Fate Stay Night. World Introduction. The Holy Grail War. It is a power capable of immediately fulfilling any wish. Only one master and servant pair can obtain this power. It is essentially a massive ritual system. Despite the world introduction, his current location did not seem to be part of the Fate universe, but rather an ancient battlefield. A large question mark floated above his head as he suppressed his confusion and began searching the area. First, he needed to determine where exactly he was. As time passed, his anxiety grew. The space was enormous, filled with dead soldiers, identifiable by their armor as medieval European heavy infantry. Suddenly, a strong stench of blood rushed into his nose. On the horizon, a vague black shadow appeared, accompanied by faint sobs echoing through the space. In the dead silence among the corpses, this movement drew him in. Regardless of whether it was friend or foe, at least he could confirm where he was. Without hesitation, Hart dashed toward the shadow. Upon reaching it, he discovered a mound of corpses. At the top of the mound, a blonde woman knelt, sword in hand, weeping silently. They're all dead, my subjects, my friends. Recognizing the tuft of hair atop her head, Hart identified the woman as King Jeremy Cameron. Inside the Fubern world should be translated to Inside the Fubern world, for accuracy, but it seems there's a term missing proper translation. Typically, Fubun translates to dungeon or instance in gaming contexts. Therefore, it would read more naturally as. Dying here means everything is over. Amiya Alair shouted angrily, revealing the command spell marks on his hand. Simultaneously, a dim magic circle in the storeroom suddenly flared to life. Clanging metal sounded as a gleaming katana deflected the incoming spear. Isn't it bullying to target a kid? That's beneath you. As light faded, Hart appeared in the tiny storeroom. Ardal staggered back several steps until he reached the door. Under Amiya Alair's astonished gaze, Hart turned around. Were you the one who summoned me, Ellis? Indeed, Hart had entered this world as a heroic spirit, originally intended to be Cameron. Sensing the summoning before she recovered from her sorrow, he responded first, leading to this scene. Seeing Amiya Alair's silence, Hart chuckled bitterly. After all, Amiya was still a rookie who couldn't even reinforce himself. Ardal watched Hart, feeling a surge of battle desire. This man was strong, both in presence and attacks. Ardal could no longer contain his fighting spirit, and charged at Hart with his spear. Within moments, they exchanged dozens of blows. Translation notes. I've maintained the structure and style of the original text, ensuring the narrative flow remains consistent. Character names have been transliterated accurately using pinyin where applicable. I've preserved paragraph breaks and scene transitions to keep the storytelling coherent and engaging. This made Amiya Alair, who moved backward, pulling away from his opponent. Strength was not his forte, speed was. Upon increasing the distance, he darted rapidly in a crisscross pattern. Upon spotting Hart's weakness, he swiftly lunged forward with his spear glowing coldly like a hunting leopard charging at its prey. Hart sidestepped just enough to dodge the spear thrust. This left Artel's chest fully exposed within Heart's attack range. Heart wouldn't let such an opportunity pass as the weak water sliced upward ferociously toward Artel. Boom. Seeing this, Artel hastily used his spear for defense. The already fragile ground could not withstand their battle and exploded once again. Borrowing strength from his spear, Artel retreated swiftly. However, Heart couldn't give up on such a good offensive opportunity, unleashing continuous attacks one after another. For a moment, Artel could only defend himself, feeling more alarmed with each passing second. This man before him was incredibly formidable. Deep down, Artel had a foreboding that this man might be the toughest opponent he had ever encountered. Another fierce attack came towards him. Forced to block it with his spear, Artel was horrified to see that the incoming saber sliced through his spear and struck him forcefully. SSS, blood spurted out immediately. You despicable swordsman, using such a trick insults the sanctity of battle. He tracked the constantly turning red light, determined to lock it down before impact. With a clang, weak water resonated, deflecting Artel's attack. The red light was split into two halves, the overflowing energy reducing the buildings behind Heart to dust. You blocked my killing blow, Saber. TCH, what a miscalculation. It seems you've revealed your true power. Strangely, after this, Artel simply placed the spear over his shoulder, showing no intention to continue attacking. My master is a coward. He ordered me to retreat because my attack was blocked. So boring. Finishing, he ignored Heart and jumped onto the wall. Our battle isn't over yet. You can chase if you wish, but it won't be this easy then. Heart twitched his lips, admiring the bravado despite being at a disadvantage. His chest was still bleeding profusely, yet here he was, putting on a show without even flinching. Truly a remarkable example. Seeing Declan about to run off, Heart called out, "Hey brother, your chest is still bleeding. Afraid you'll bleed out? If you're done, wrap up first before leaving." Declan, forced into his bravado by Heart's words, felt a surge of anger but resisted the urge to turn around and pierce Heart several times. He knew continuing the fight would lead to his own defeat. The Holy Grail had not yet appeared, and being eliminated at high. Eavesdropping isn't polite. Deciding not to act, he called out sincerely. Outside, Talia stuck out her tongue at Red. "Looks like we're caught. Might as well check out what this saber looks like." Red naturally agreed. Unlike Heart, he found it difficult to refuse his master. Seeing Red didn't object, Paris gained confidence. The gate creaked open, and under Emilia Alaire's surprised gaze, Paris tilted her head. "Good evening, Emilia Kuin." As Paris greeted Emilia Alaire, Red stepped forward, subtly protecting her. This move surprised Paris. She knew Red strength all too well. For him to be this nervous, the saber before her eyes, who lacked any chivalry, was indeed unexpectedly strong. "Don't be so tense. If I wanted to attack, I would have done so just now. You chat. I'll go for a stroll." Seeing Red assume a defensive stance, Heart couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He hadn't realized that at some point, he had become someone that needed to be guarded against in these world dungeons. The original paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained, ensuring the translation is natural and coherent with the previous content. The names are kept in pinyin as requested. ##### Chapter 136, an irresistible reward. This subtle change also evoked a deep sense of sentiment in him. Somehow, he had become a considerable threat in the eyes of the natives in the game world. Lancer had already crossed paths with him and proved only moderately strong. More importantly, his master, Ewing Einburn from Fate/Stay Night, was extremely difficult to deal with. This man survived by chance during the Fourth Holy Grail War and had an exceptionally ruthless heart. Lancer wasn't originally summoned by Heart, but by Zoya of the Mages Association. Unfortunately, this unfortunate individual was betrayed by Ewing Einburn, who after cutting off his arm, used a command spell to forcefully make Lancer recognize him as his master. In the end, Artel was made to commit suicide by a forced command spell, making him one of the most aggrieved servants in Fate/Stay Night. The only remaining servant that caught Heart's attention was Giselbert, capable of tangling with the Golden Spark's noble phantasm, and eventually transcending his own mythology to earn the Golden Spark's respect. But these weren't pressing concerns right now. What mattered most was figuring out how to trigger the main quest, knowing well that the Holy Grail War was no joking matter. Various masters were already engaged in open and secret conflicts, just like Talia seeking an alliance with Francis. Just as Heart was contemplating his next move, the system notification chimed in. Player 2177's servant status has been successfully established. You can now check your servant attributes through the panel. Otherwise, an auto-execution protocol will be activated. Task description * touch the Heaven's Cup by any means. Task information * the Heaven's Cup will appear at the final moment of the Holy Grail War. Task duration * 15 natural days. Task reward * 3000 points, plus 6 true attribute points. Upon reading the quest prompt, Heart's face broke into a smile. Not a single detail mentioned Francis, meaning he could act independently in this game world without being tied down by Alaire. This was precisely what Heart wanted. Side quest updated. Please review. Just as Heart rejoiced over not needing to stick around Alaire, the system announcement sounded again, surprisingly bringing a side quest directly. Task content * kill Hugh. Task duration * none. Task reward * weapon enchantment coupon X1. When Heart saw the reward, he ignored all task details. It was a weapon enchantment coupon, an item that had appeared once at an auction in the Dying Kingdom, snapped up by a wealthy player at a high price. Enchantment coupons were rare, with no known stable method of acquiring them, especially weapon-specific ones. If Heart remembered correctly, the last auction only offered an epic-level enchantment coupon, which caused a frenzy among players. This unranked enchantment coupon was even rarer. If he got some powerful enchantment spirit, Heart's attitude seemed entirely inappropriate. Just like Hiram, though he was always argumentative and full of mockery, whenever it came to actions related to the Holy Grail War, he would execute them unconditionally. But this saber in front of her seemed completely indifferent to the Holy Grail War. You don't want the Holy Grail anymore? Maribel couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked directly. Hart laughed when he heard this. How could something like the Holy Grail compare to the land of dying? Even the wish-granting ability seemed trivial to him, so asking if he was interested in the Holy Grail was rather amusing. The Holy Grail holds less appeal to me than a good meal. Hart glanced at Francis, feeling somewhat hesitant. Originally, he planned to get rid of this baggage. However, the appearance of a side quest gave him a new idea. If the rewards were already substantial, wouldn't triggering a hidden quest be even more profitable? Hidden quests often involved major characters in the world, so after some thought, Hart decided to observe for a while longer. I'll leave Francis in your care. I have something to take care of. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Without giving Francis or Maribel a chance to object, Hart vanished into the night. Maribel looked at Francis, puzzled. Are you sure you summoned Saber? He doesn't look like a knight at all. Alaire also felt troubled. He touched the command spell on his hand and recalled Hart's words, "Sit room," observing a blue-haired boy. The old man was pleased because the blue-haired boy had volunteered to participate in the Holy Grail War, taking the place of Bridget. Hartley, you're much better than Finian. You will participate in this Holy Grail War. Hartley bowed respectfully, exited the basement with excitement. As the boy left, a smirk appeared on Zokin's face. To him, family members were merely tools for his immortality. Having Hartley as a distraction would allow him to manipulate events from the shadows, ensuring the Holy Grail would be his. Moreover, the lesser grail within Bridget was nearly ready, doubling his chances. How ugly you look when you smile, old insect. Zokin's smile froze as Hart's voice echoed in the basement. He knew this intruder was formidable, having breached his stronghold undetected. Still, Zokin wasn't overly panicked. His body was fused with the worm-like creatures, making him practically invincible. Hart didn't waste time. A flash of blade light severed Zokin's head, which crashed to the ground. Quick reflexes, but I haven't heard of an assassin participating in this war. Who are you? Zokin's severed head sneered, cracks appearing on his withered face as worms burst through the skin, leaving his decapitated body in tatters. The worms swarmed around Hart, who knew they were the true form of Zokin. To extend it, couldn't suppress her doubts and asked directly. Upon hearing this, Hart laughed outright. No matter how miraculous the Holy Grail might be, could it compare to the realm of dying? Even the wish-granting ability seemed trivial to him, so asking whether Hart was interested in the Holy Grail was quite laughable. The Holy Grail is less attractive to me than a fine meal. Hart glanced at Francis, hesitating. In his original plan, he intended to ditch this troublemaker. But the appearance of side missions gave him new ideas. Since the rewards for side quests were impressive, what if he triggered a hidden mission? He could earn a fortune. Hidden mission triggers were usually linked to the main characters in the world, so after some consideration, Hart decided to observe for a while longer. Francis will be in your care for now. I have something to take care of. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Without giving Francis or Talia a chance to object, Hart vanished into the night in a few swift movements. Maribel looked at Francis, utterly confused. You're sure you summoned Saber? This guy doesn't look like a knight at all. Note, Maribel should likely be Talia. If this is part of a larger translation, names should remain consistent with their already established English forms. A more polished version would be. Talia looked at Francis, utterly confused. You're sure you summoned Saber? This guy doesn't look like a knight at all. Alaire also felt troubled. He touched the command spell on his hand and recalled Hart's words, this command spell doesn't affect me. He chuckled bitterly, you're right. It doesn't seem to fit. And the command spell may not have much control over him either. Maribel was even more shocked. The command spell was a spell meant to command heroic spirits forcibly, and after so many Holy Grail wars, it had been proven effective without fail. Any powerful heroic spirit, as long as they were still in their summoned state, would be bound by the command spells. This was an undeniable fact. Yet, she had just heard something unbelievable, a master claiming they couldn't control their servant at all. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Note, Maribel should be Talia for consistency and natural reading in English. Corrected version. Talia was even more shocked. The command spell was a spell meant to command heroic spirits forcibly, and after so many Holy Grail wars, it had been proven effective without fail. Any powerful heroic spirit, as long as they were still in their summoned state, would be bound by the command spells. This was an undeniable fact. Yet, she had just heard something unbelievable, a master claiming they couldn't control their servant at all. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Any powerful heroic spirit, as long as they remained in that state, would be subject to. With the help of the servant's memory, Hart activated his disguise talent and followed the path leading to the basement. Soon, he found Hugh. In the dimly lit basement, an elderly man watched a blue-haired boy with interest. A hints ago, Bridget Matu had relinquished her participation in the Holy Grail War, and the youth had seized the opportunity to ask for participation. Zokin was pleased. Suzuki, you're excellent, far better than Finian. Very well, you will represent our family in this war. The blue-haired boy beamed upon receiving affirmation. Initially, he had little hope, but now he was participating in the Holy Grail War. He bowed respectfully to the elder and exited the basement with excitement. As the youth left, a cold smile spread across Zokin's lips. To him, blood relatives were mere tools on his path to immortality. Having his grandson participate and draw attention away would allow him to manipulate things behind the scenes. Wouldn't it be easy then to seize the Holy Grail? Besides, the lesser grail inside Bridget was nearly ready. With this double assurance, immortality seemed within reach. Old worm, your smile is uglier than a cry. Hart's voice echoed in the basement. The previously smiling old man instantly became wary. For someone to enter, the Matu stronghold undetected signified extraordinary skills. Yet the old man wasn't overly panicked. Magic. In these past years, Zokin had been obsessed with immortality. Moreover, as a magician who had lived over 500 years, he knew well that magicians couldn't directly contend with heroic spirits. Plus, the pressure Hart exerted on him was immense, making him sense the specter of death. This was the main reason Zokan desperately wanted to escape. The flight speed of the imprint worms was not slow, and there were many of them. Fortunately, Hart had a talent for flames, making bug extermination highly efficient. Boom! Scorching flames surged out, filling the basement with a dense burnt smell. Following this was a wave of stench, which made Hart quickly cover his nose. Damn, you old worm, you really stink. Zokan had no mood to banter with Wangwaki. Just one strike could have the number of imprint worms. Moreover, the surrounding space seemed isolated, causing him great fear. The heroic spirit before him was more powerful than he imagined. Initially, he thought it was an assassin summoned by some entity, but after battling, he realized otherwise. Assassins weren't known for their frontal combat abilities. They excelled in stealth and assassination, rarely facing enemies head-on. And none of his magical attacks had any effect. The numerous imprint worms were wreaking havoc in the sliced space, creating loud booms. No matter how hard Zokan tried, he couldn't escape this sealed space. At this moment, a system notification sounded. You have eliminated Hobart's avatar. Progress, 2/5. Hobart's original body remains alive, and will recover 5 days later. Hart looked at the notification with a headache. He thought the old worm was dead for sure. Who knew the human form and the worms were separated? No wonder he'd lived over 500 years. His survival skills were outstanding, despite average other abilities. However, thoroughly eliminating Hobart wasn't impossible. The imprint worms were within the Makino estate. A room-by-room search would suffice, or worst case, a complete incineration. The bugs wouldn't withstand his cleansing fire of the sun. Resolved, Hart's figure slowly vanished. His target tonight was just the old worm. The Makino family's servants were innocent, and he wasn't a reckless killer. As a centuries-old mage family, the Makino mansion was vast, almost like a castle. But the atmosphere was eerie, permeated by a faint insect odor. Initially, the Makino family wasn't like this, but it changed under Zokan's rule. Ultimately, the old worm caused much harm, but his reign of evil ended tonight. Hart was determined to kill the old worm tonight. With Zokan's consciousness asleep, finding him meant no resistance. Using his perception ability, Hart explored underground living creatures. Soon, here to kill me? Sitting up, Bridget didn't care about exposure, her eyes lifeless and hollow. Seeing Hart's soft water, hope flickered in her eyes. Hart sighed and jumped into the pool, removing his coat to cover the girl's body. I'm here to save you. Just tell me where Hobart's main body of imprint worms is located. A flicker of light appeared in Bridget Matthew's eyes, only to fade away quickly. You can't kill him. Hart's eyebrows raised. He was actually being underestimated by a young girl? Hey, I've already killed 2 of the old worm's avatars, and you're telling me I can't kill him? If not for the innocent people still left in the Makino household, he would have blown this place to smithereens long ago. At that point, if the old worm still survived, Hart would be willing to spell his name backward. Translation notes. Seeing the situation, Hart sighed, jumped into the pool, and covered the girl with his coat. I'm here to save you. Just tell me where the main body of Zokan Maki's worm from the Matthew family is. A glint of light flashed in Bridget Matthew's eyes, only to fade away quickly. You can't kill him. Hart raised an eyebrow. He was actually being underestimated by a young girl? Hold on. I've already killed 2 of this old bug's clones, and you're telling me I can't kill him? If not for the thought that there might still be some innocent people in the Matthew family, if not for the innocent people still in the Matthew household, he would have blown this place to bits long ago. At that point, if the old bug survives, may his name be written upside down. The style and tone are kept consistent with the previous content, maintaining the narrative flow and character interactions. Chapter 139. Annihilation. Didn't you notice that the worms inside you have lost their controller? Hart glanced at Bridget Matthew with a bad temper. This girl was so frustrating. Only after Hart pointed it out did Bridget finally realize. Having been tormented by the worms for a long time, her thoughts had become somewhat dull. Only now did she notice the worms' abnormal state. They were indeed in an uncontrolled condition. Did you kill Hugh? Bridget found it hard to believe. Years of torment and humiliation had long made her lose hope of escaping control. But if this man before her had truly killed that nightmare-like old man, then she would finally gain the freedom she hadn't dared to hope for in years. Hart scratched his head awkwardly. I killed him, but not completely. Bridget wasn't overly surprised. She knew all too well the kind of person that perverted old man was. To extend his life, he had even fused himself with the worms. How many of his avatars did you kill? 2, but as you know, killing all his avatars doesn't mean the old bug is dead for good. Affected her resolve to be so fierce. To escape control, she was willing to harm herself. What kind of hatred could make someone do that? Slash. Ah! A sword beam flashed, splitting the worm in 2. The pained screams of Hugh echoed from within the worm's body. You have eliminated one of Hugh's avatars. Progress 4/5. Since the main body of Hugh has not died, it will revive in 70 days. Under Bridget's hopeful gaze, Hart shook his head slightly. It's still an avatar, but he suffered heavy damage and won't awaken for another 70 days. Disappointment flickered across Bridget's face, but she smiled at Hart. It's okay. Having 70 days of freedom is enough for me. Hart's heart ached. This girl had such a difficult destiny. Sent to the Matthew family when she was young, she lived in hell for years. Finally, someone good appeared before her, wanting to resist Zokan to save her fate. Even when she suggested using the worms to transform her body to avoid further suffering, Zokan deceived her and that man. When Giselbert was summoned into the Holy Grail War, Bridget couldn't escape the worm's transformation either. That man broke down and eventually died in the war. And now was her second chance for true redemption. Although this period of freedom was short, Bridget felt deeply satisfied. Seeing this, Hart didn't want her to experience despair again. There's actually one, the old bug. Can you take me for some good food? Hart nodded. Preparations were complete. He scooped up Bridget and slowly ascended. Give the order to end this place of sin. Bridget was excited. After learning that Zokan would die soon, her long-suppressed, joyful personality resurfaced. Before being adopted by the Matu family, she used to be a sweet little girl who loved dolls. Fire. Following Bridget's command, the world-purging flame was unleashed. Scorching flames rushed towards the Matu mansion. Boom, boom, boom. With explosive force, the Matu mansion turned into a fiery ball. Zzz. Even from high above, the piercing cries of the worms rang clearly in Heart's ears. Countless worms formed a cloud trying to escape the inferno, but the flames were too intense, engulfing them until they ceased to exist. You have eliminated the main body of Hugh. The main body of Hugh's worm is dead, but its obsession remains. Because you killed Hugh, your reputation with the church decreased by 20 points. Current attitude, cold. Jorge's attitude towards you is now hostile. A series of system prompts appeared. Under Bridget's hopeful gaze, Hart said gently, "The old bug is dead. You're free now." Tears streamed down Bridget's cheeks. She had waited for this day for too long. Hart, who saved her from hell, became her god from that moment on. Her gentleness and smiles were only for him. Tokimi thought this more likely, as there was no other way to explain the command spell's complete ineffectiveness. In all the previous iterations of the Holy Grail War, no heroic spirit was immune to the constraints of the command spells. Even the original Aloysius was influenced by them to some extent. Therefore, the only plausible explanation for why Hart was not controlled by the command spell was that he might be a remnant from a previous Holy Grail War, possibly having gained physical form through immersion in the Grail's contents. This was terrifying, considering what the Holy Grail represented. A relic of Christendom. Even though the Lesser Grail appeared during the Fourth Holy Grail War, its contents were all the evils of the world. Only because Aloysius possessed demigod bloodline and had ruled a region for ages as one of the most ancient kings of heroes, coupled with his extreme arrogance, did he manage to counter the brainwashing effect of the Grail by affirming, "The king acknowledges, the king permits, the king bears the entire world," thus reversing the brainwashing and obtaining physical form without relying on a magician for magical energy. Such conditions, unwavering belief, divine bloodline, etc., were indispensable. According to records documenting the Holy Grail War, no heroic spirit before Aloysius had achieved this. This realization, the heroic spirit, he entered this world under that guise. Being accompanied by Bridget now complicated matters. He didn't want to further distress the unfortunate girl. Red Saber still stood guard on the roof, striking a cool pose. Seeing him, Hart couldn't help but feel helpless. The guy was obsessed with looking handsome. Red Saber merely glanced at Hart upon his return, taking no further action. To him, Hart was still Alaire's servant, and now a comrade in arms. He wouldn't attack the others inside. Inside, Talia and Alaire were discussing Hart in hushed tones when the door creaked open. Paris, feeling slightly guilty, greeted Hart. "Saber, when did you get back?" Hart smiled faintly but didn't respond. Instead, he stepped aside to reveal Bridget behind him. "Bridget, why are you here?" Paris rushed over, pushing Hart aside with excitement. Paris cared deeply for her younger sister, despite knowing little about Bridget's experiences. When she saw Bridget wasn't happy, she secretly worried about her. "Senpai, an II-san saved me." Bridget showed little emotion when seeing her sister. Years of suffering had hardened her, leaving her with a cold demeanor. Paris didn't mind. She was used to it. What alarmed Paris more was the word saved. Know the full story, and on the surface, she had indeed been groomed as Hugh's successor. Seeing her hesitation, Hart pulled a bewildered Francis out of the room. He didn't want Bridget's secrets to be exposed in front of him. After all, it was he who had brought light into Bridget's life now, not Alaire. Just as Hart dragged Alaire out of the room, he instantly became alert, his right hand gripping the hilt of Ruoshue tightly as he stared intently at the courtyard wall. "Bastard, your perception is truly unexpected." After all, they were unaware of the inside story, and publicly she was indeed being groomed as Hugh's successor. Hart noticed her hesitation and immediately pulled a bewildered Saber Amiya out of the room. He didn't want Shinji's secrets to be exposed in front of him. After all, it was he, not Amiya, who now brought light into Shinji's life. Just as Hart pulled Amiya out of the room, he suddenly became alert, his right hand gripping the hilt of weak water tightly as he stared intently at the courtyard wall. "Bastard, your perception skills are truly beyond what I expected." Note: in this passage, Old Bug has been replaced with Hugh, for a more formal tone. Chapter 141. King's Treasury, an experience package on the move? Hart immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer. With such an arrogant tone, it could only be before becoming a heroic spirit, amounting to an enormous collection. If he could absorb high-grade treasures like Heaven's Lock or Enuma Elish, it would be a huge boost for him. "Your target is me, right? Heroic Spirit King." With a swift draw, Hart stepped forward, pointing his sword directly at Aloysius. "Bastard, you dare point your weapon at me. You will pay for this." Hart's action clearly angered Aloysius. As the Heroic Spirit King, he always believed in obedience leading to prosperity and rebellion leading to destruction, let alone someone daring to brandish a weapon before him. A golden light emerged from the sky, and the king's treasury was ready. Hart laughed inwardly. His wish had been granted. "Wake up, don't sleep. There's delicious food coming." Using his mental power, Hart forcibly woke the sleeping Ricky. Just awoken, the spirit was still dazed, shouting, "What are you doing? Can't you see I was sleeping soundly?" The spirit soon switched to complaining mode. "Ah! Let go of me, you pervert, taking advantage of me while I'm asleep." She screamed as if her voice would tear apart. "That's enough. I know what you're up to. Look how much delicious stuff is ahead. It's all up to you how much you can eat," Hart said. Regardless of when or under what circumstances, whenever a woman wanted to play games, each one could easily win an Oscar for acting. At this moment, the Ricky noticed the treasures emerging from the "Give you a chance. If you submit and become my slave, I'll spare your life," Aloysius sneered, thinking Hart hesitated due to fear, and thus looking down on him even more. Hum. Hart couldn't bear this insult. Weak water transformed into a crescent moon, slicing straight toward Aloysius under Heart's lead. Screw you. You should be the one serving me. Seeing Heart's intense attack, Aloysius smirked. An ant trying to bring down an elephant? Swoosh, swoosh. The king's treasury unleashed all its might, sending countless golden treasures flying through the air, leaving golden trails behind. Heart deflected with the help of the spirit, revealing weak water's true power. Every treasure that touched weak water lost its golden luster, and its essence became weak water's nourishment. Without their essence, the treasures instantly lost their might, aging and rusting, shattering upon impact with the ground. Aloysius, initially watching with amusement, now frowned. He saw the treasures losing their divine nature upon contact with the crystal-clear blade, a strange attack he had never encountered. Ping bang. The clash of metal resonated alongside the breaking of treasures. Even Aloysius with his vast treasury felt overwhelmed. It wasn't due to the loss of treasures. He had accumulated countless artifacts during his reign. Rather, his attacks weren't harming Heart substantially, merely exhausting him. Knowing a skilled warrior like Heart would take much effort to tire, and seeing Heart on the offensive, Aloysius was distracted, allowing Heart to exploit the opening. Bending his legs, Heart launched himself towards Aloysius with incredible speed. Weak water glowed coldly, aiming for Aloysius's neck. Startled by Heart's speed, Aloysius reacted just in time, leaning back as weak water narrowly missed his nose. Heart wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Moving in closely, he attacked relentlessly, giving Aloysius no time to counter. Watching the fast-paced battle, Francis could only see blurred outlines of the two combatants. From inside, Talia and Bridget came out, holding hands, their past rifts seemingly healed. Observing the intense fight, Bridget was visibly worried. Big brother will be okay, won't he, sister? Talia also couldn't clearly see the battle unfolding before her. Hearing her sister's question, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, Hiram Red interjected. Saber has been Yadchurja the arrogant guy from the start, but the opponent seems to be handling it with ease. It's hard to say how it will end. Edit. Saber has been Yadchurja should be translated more naturally. Here is the improved version. Saber has been dominating the arrogant guy from the start. Contradict the class characteristics of a saber. After all, sabers were knights of swords, yet Heart wielded a dao, and his demeanor and actions bore no resemblance to a knight. To claim he was a saber, Aloysius found unbelievable. Additionally, considering Howell's statement that Heart could not be controlled by command spells, Aloysius concluded that Heart must be a servant who survived from a Holy Grail war in some realm and was likely tainted by the Holy Grail. Otherwise, a servant couldn't remain in the present world. With these thoughts, Aloysius smiled slightly. The king has grown bored. This concludes today's session. Swish, swish, swish. The chains of heaven appeared out of nowhere like a massive net enveloping Heart, catching him off guard and trapping him securely. Despite the predicament, Heart did not panic much. He knew the chains of heaven well. It was Aloysius's second strongest noble phantasm after the Enuma Elish. In this war, the current Giselbert was similarly restrained and met his end by it. You will not escape the bindings of the chains of heaven. Aloysius spoke confidently, initiating a dramatic pose now that Heart was trapped. On the sidelines, Bridget Matu saw Heart in danger and immediately turned to Talia for help. Big sister, please help brother Heart. At this rate, he'll be killed. After a brief hesitation, Paris, hearing Heart's hearty voice, immediately relaxed. Thank goodness, brother is okay. Though Hiram's sneak attack didn't cause substantial harm, it enraged Aloysius. To him, apart from Heart who showed some capability, the rest were mere trash. Not seeking each of them out was already a grace. Now, they dared ambush in mid-combat? A fake dares to sneak attack upon this king? Staring into the distance, Aloysius's gaze penetrated through obstacles directly onto Hiram. Hey, we're in a one-on-one duel here. Looking around disrespects me. Heart retorted as blue currents surged from his body, moving along the chains of heaven under Aloysius's astonished eyes. Zzz. The speed of the current was incredible. Even with Aloysius's formidable power, he could not react in time and was hit squarely by the electric shock. In this state of distraction, his control over the chains of heaven vanished, allowing Heart to break free. Boom, boom, boom. Heart transformed into a thunder god, unleashing relentless bolts of lightning. Under this overwhelming heavenly power, even Aloysius was stunned. Alaire and the others watched in awe, wondering if Heart was truly a saber. His mastery over lightning rivaled any caster and even exceeded their capabilities. Meanwhile, Bridget's eyes shone brightly, admiring the man who rescued her from hell, not only for his good looks but also for his immense power. As this was an innate ability, Heart expended minimal energy controlling the lightning. If he wished, he could strike down Aloysius non-stop for a year. Yet, he did not plan to kill Aloysius outright. He still needed Aloysius to handle Giselbert, who possessed remarkable endurance and fought ruthlessly. Additionally, Abigail von Einsburn required Roman's arrangements. Losing Aloysius, Roman's trump card, would spoil future plans. Deciding this, Heart ceased the lightning attacks. In the center of the storm stood Aloysius, no longer the arrogant ruler he once was. His clothes burned away, forcing him to reappear in his golden armor. Contrasting the pristine armor was his disheveled appearance. Once elegant blonde hair now resembled a bird's nest, and his face covered in soot. Despite this, Aloysius maintained his royal dignity, never uttering a plea for mercy throughout the ordeal. Chapter 143, Side Mission Refresh. However, Aloysius wasn't foolish either. After suffering such a significant loss, he did not choose to continue engaging in a head-on fight, but instead took this opportunity to retreat directly. A flash of golden smoke, and Aloysius vanished from the spot. Heart made no move to stop him. This wasn't out of arrogance or some cliché about letting a tiger back into the mountains. It was war. This was strange indeed, considering Giselbert was a fighting machine who had openly declared his intention to kill Francis upon meeting him in the original storyline. Even Hiram and Saber together couldn't defeat Giselbert, who remained unscathed after enduring an A-rank noble phantasm. If Abigail hadn't recalled Giselbert, the outcome might have been unpredictable. With such formidable combat strength and Abigail's eagerness to end this tiresome war early, it made sense for her to act directly. Surely they wouldn't hold back just because Hart had engaged with Aloysius. He was the type who faced strong opponents head-on. Lost in thought, Hart decided to ignore them for now, as their non-action spared him unnecessary complications. Let's head back, he said, turning to face the three. Back? Didn't you see there's a master up ahead? Paris asked, confused by Hart's lack of concern. Are we supposed to stay out here and catch colds? They clearly aren't going to attack. Why invite trouble by rushing over? But, Paris started to protest, but Hart cut her off. But nothing. Back to the house, rest. Ignoring Paris's objections, he pulled Bridget inside. Bridget and Alaire exchanged glances, a shared question in their eyes. A hints later, Paris stomped her foot inside. Fine, let's go back. Alaire followed Paris back into the house, while Abigail continued to stand unmoving, just as Hart expected. Yes, it feels like meeting an old friend. How can I not feel joy? This time, I'll observe the Holy Grail War from behind the scenes as a supervisor. The Holy Grail is mine. But now, Hart has appeared. He is the only variable in this game, and his arrival makes it even more intriguing. Aloysius laughed, looking at Roman's back. You haven't changed, so hypocritical. A flash of gold light, and Aloysius vanished. Roman chuckled softly and resumed reciting scriptures. Hell was coming soon, but it mattered little to him. Ever since he killed his mentor, everything had changed. Now, he relished in witnessing masters competing, slaughtering each other, and treading on one another. I declare in heaven, all earthly sins are forgiven. Roman's voice echoed through the church. Side mission updated. Infiltrate Ryudo Temple. Mission content. Find the key to unlock Ryudo Temple and successfully infiltrate it. Reward. Real attribute points X10, guild facility lottery ticket X1. While Hart was drinking tea and chatting at the Amiya residence, the system notification popped up. Immediately, he perked up. The system seemed to read his mind. He'd barely considered visiting Ryudo Temple when the mission prompt arrived. Well, this satisfied his curiosity and offered rewards. What more could he ask for? Hashtag chapter 144. The Clown King, Bridget Matu and Jorge. However, getting into Ryudo Temple is not that easy. However, this matter wasn't pressing. Hart naturally had his own thoughts. Setting up such a complex alternate reality would greatly increase the chances of triggering hidden missions. Could he resist the temptation? Last time, the hidden mission reward was a growth weapon, and if another similar opportunity came along, what if it led to something even better? But he couldn't search aimlessly like a headless fly since he hadn't figured out the stable trigger for hidden missions yet. Nevertheless, he suspected it had something to do with the protagonist of the alternate reality. After much deliberation, Hart decided to stay near Francis for some time. Being central to the story's progression, Alaire's potential awakening to unlimited blade works could significantly boost his combat prowess. Securing unlimited blade works for himself would also be a tremendous asset. Eldon, don't stay on the roof anymore. Bridget has made dinner. Come back inside, Bridget's voice called from below as Hart pondered his next move. Hart smiled gently, looking at Bridget with deep affection. This girl, whose fate had been so unfortunate, now showed more smiles after escaping the nightmare of the old worm. Okay, I'll come right now. He couldn't refuse the young girl's request. Just as he prepared to jump down from the roof, Hart sensed a servant presence from the southwest. Retta clearly detected the unfamiliar servant aura as well, instantly becoming alert. His hands flipped, bringing twin blades into position for battle readiness. Unless Shinji resorted to using command seals, which were limited in use, he could force Alice into action. But Shinji planned to become a true mage with the Holy Grail. Would he be willing to expend valuable command seal uses here? Noticing Hart's hesitation and Retta's battle-ready stance, Bridget instantly understood an enemy was approaching. Be careful, Eldon. Don't overexert yourself. Before Hart could respond, a boastful voice echoed from outside the courtyard gates. Bridget Matu, you bitch. Are you inside? Come out. Upon hearing this voice, disgust spread across Bridget's face. A familiar voice belonging to the monster who had molested her for 11 years, Jorge. The memory caused Bridget's body to tremble involuntarily, years of humiliation flooding her mind, turning her face pale. Hart noticed everything and flashed beside her. Don't be afraid. I'll make sure that scum disappears. Tears welled up in Bridget's eyes. She didn't know how Hart knew about her past sufferings, but that didn't matter. She only knew this man was like a ray of light piercing the darkness, rescuing her from her bleak fate. Her voice choked as she lifted her teary eyes, offering Hart a faint smile. Boom. Before they could finish speaking, the newly repaired courtyard gate shattered under immense force. Shinji's arrogant voice rang out again, defiant, completely disregarding Hart. Bridget, don't think that finding a partner means you can defy the family's will. If I were to reveal all the things you've gone through these past years, do you think anyone would still treat you as a partner? Shinji turned to Bridget, wearing a smug grin on his face. Don't. Hearing this, Bridget almost screamed her reply. The experiences of the past years were an indelible stain on her honor and pride, a thorn in her heart that even the destruction of the Matu family and Zokan's death couldn't remove. Seeing Bridget's tension, Shinji's smile widened. He knew that as long as he held onto her past, she would have no chance to resist. Then why don't you come over here and go with me to find grandfather? How he treats you will depend on how well you perform. Shinji thought he had Bridget right where he wanted her, scanning her body with a disdainful gaze. As expected, the light in Bridget's eyes faded away. She moved towards him dazedly, and Shinji's smile grew wider. He could already imagine the ways he would punish her. However, he had forgotten someone else, Hart. At this point, Hart could no longer suppress his anger at Shinji's despicable behavior. Bang bang. Aya! Shinji's body flew backward like a kite cut from its string, his screams echoing down the street. If it weren't for Alice catching him, Alice began to move at high speed, her agility always a strength as a rider. Despite her speed, she was surprised by Heart's equal pace. Clank clank. Heart parried the chain's word, then rushed straight toward Shinji, who lay paralyzed on the ground. His speed was so great that even Alice, known for her swiftness, couldn't react in time. Shinji felt a blur, and suddenly Heart was in front of him. The weak water blade shone brightly, slicing toward Shinji's neck. Panic-stricken, Shinji tried to crawl away, but how could he compare to Heart? As the blade was about to sever Shinji's life, there was a clang. The chain's word struck the weak water blade, altering its trajectory. The sharp edge grazed Shinji's scalp, cutting off a piece of it. Aha! Blood streamed down Shinji's face, staining his clothes. Alice, you idiot. You nearly got me killed, do you understand? Shinji, having narrowly escaped death, loudly berated Alice. There was no gratitude for saving his life, only undisguised contempt and fury. Alice remained silent, standing protectively in front of Shinji, facing off against Heart. She knew that this man was far stronger than herself. If their roles were reversed, she wouldn't have done any better. If he's just trash, is it worth your life? Heart flicked his blade into a flourish, his tone half mocking, half serious. Shinji knew all too well that as the eldest grandson of the Matu family, he lacked even a trace of magical talent, not even possessing the most basic magecraft circuits. In a family that prided itself on magecraft, this was an unforgivable original sin. Due to his lack of magecraft circuits, he was naturally ignored by Hayes, considered an unfilial grandson. If not for the start of the Holy Grail War and Bridget's complete lack of interest in participating, he might have never had a chance to rise up. In daily life, he was almost non-existent, treated as someone who could be ignored within the family. So Shinji envied Bridget immensely, envying her resources and the feeling of being valued. Upon discovering the relationship between his father and Bridget, he joined them without regard for ethics or morality. He then used this knowledge to coerce Bridget, indulging in beastly acts. Each time he saw Bridget's dead-like eyes, a sense of vengeful pleasure surged within him. But now, things were different. He aimed to obtain the Holy Grail and use its immense power to free himself and become a true mage. When that happened, he intended to make the entire Matu family see him differently and prove to his grandfather that he wasn't worthless. All these factors shaped the current Jorge. He enjoyed privileges, relished in bullying others, and derived satisfaction from Bridget's inability to resist. His self-seal lifted, and her petrification gaze initiated. Her originally pale purple eyes turned into rectangular crimson ones. Though Heart's anti-magic rating was A-class, rendering petrification ineffective, he still felt a heavy pressure, weakening him significantly. The containment barrier further limited his movement range. Alice seized the opportunity, attacking fiercely from all directions. Despite being bound by chains, Heart's arms could still move freely, allowing him to temporarily match Alice. Clang clang clang. Weak water deflected Alice's attacks, her expression growing increasingly grave. Although she seemed to have the upper hand by trapping Heart, only she knew the scales of victory were tipping in his favor. Alice had high hopes for her petrification gaze. Yet when Heart was affected, there was neither petrification nor significant weakening. The barrier only delayed the inevitable. It was ineffective against him. She had only one card left, the ultimate trump card, the Noble Phantasm, Jinjurn of the Noble Rider. This required immense mana. Failure to deliver a fatal blow would leave her defenseless. Finally free from the chain, Heart launched several spatial cuts towards the barrier. Boom, boom, crack. With a thunderous boom, Alice's barrier shattered under Heart's onslaught. Taken aback, Alice didn't expect Shinji had no such protection, quickly hiding behind a wall after seeing Red A's serious reaction. Swoosh swoosh. Shockwaves hit the crowd, leveling Francis's unfortunate courtyard. Cracks spread across Red A's Waverly Fim rings, threatening to break. Shinji was buried under the collapsing wall. As the light slowly faded, Heart and Alice came into view. Heart's clothes were tattered, his sturdy body covered in scratches, Heart's face was pale, and the stream of blood from the corner of his mouth confirmed that he was quite seriously injured. Alice seemed to be in a better condition, with no obvious external injuries and her clothes still neat. However, only she knew that she had lost this battle. After that one strike, her magical energy was completely depleted. If not for the powerful defensive capability of the Noble Phantasm, Jinjurn of the Noble Rider, she might have been torn apart. Even so, the internal organ displacement caused by the impact had left her unable to move, though her dignity as a heroic spirit kept her standing despite the excruciating pain. Chapter 147. Secret. Alice's consciousness was somewhat blurred. She knew this was the negative effect of overexerting her magic. Heart looked at Alice before him and showed the greatest respect for his opponent. A thread of soft water drew an elegant arc, and Alice's head soared high into the air. His continuous misuse of command spells on Alice, things might have ended differently. Why don't you just die? Bridget yelled angrily, her small face flushed with fury. Jorge perked up upon hearing this. You little wench, I wouldn't die even if you did. Where is Alice? That guy went where? Isn't he supposed to come and help? Suddenly, it was as if someone choked him, and he swallowed the unfinished words. The command spells on his hand were gone. He knew all too well what that meant. Alice had lost this battle. Hee hee, it's getting late. Ichabod here is quite tired, so I won't accompany you any further. Alice's death had taken away Shinji's last hope of holding any power. Not being a fool, he knew staying longer could lead to his demise. So, using this flimsy excuse, he slinked away from the ruins. He forgot about his injuries and pain, his escape swift and smooth, showing no signs of harm. Despite everyone's stares, he boldly bid farewell. Well, I'm off. Bridget, don't stay out too late or Grandpa will worry. Bye-bye. Watching this Clown King's performance, Heart felt absurd. Jorge was truly shameless. Even though he was clearly running away, he made it seem like he was saying goodbye to friends. Don't let him go, beast. Seeing this tormentor about to flee, Bridget shouted urgently. How could Shinji dare to stop? He feared Hart might cut off his head. This was the real reason Hart hadn't killed Shinji outright. Although the temple's barriers might not inconvenience him, one must always be cautious. Additionally, many eyes watched Ryugi Temple, both overtly and covertly. Zasetsu Sogo stood guard at the entrance, while Perry, Aloysius, and others surely had interest there. Even Abigail von Einsburn had once tried to disrupt proceedings for the underground magic array, the location of the Greater Grail and the starting point of the Holy Grail War. These considerations compelled Hart to prepare thoroughly. Otherwise, completing the mission without surviving to claim rewards would be pointless. Caught off guard by Hart's question, Shinji's frightened expression turned to one of elation. He might still live. Eldon, whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Just spare my life. Hart nodded nonchalantly, signaling for Shinji to speak. Shinji racked his brain for any information that might interest Hart. Since becoming a master through the false servant's tome, he'd focused more on flexing his authority than gathering useful intel. Thinking hard, he realized only information about the Matu family might pique Hart's interest. However, as an inconsequential family member, he knew little about hidden matters. Disappointed by Shinji's constipated expression, Hart thought, I've overestimated Jorge. How could this non-mage grandson possibly know about Ryugi Temple's key? Sparing your life might not be impossible. Arden felt as if he had received a great pardon. It's a key, stored in grandfather's study in a hidden chamber. I only saw it by chance. Hart pondered for a moment. Judging from its storage location, this key was clearly very important. Otherwise, the old insect wouldn't have placed it in such a secret place. However, whether it was the key to Ryudu Temple remained unknown. Just thinking about how the entire mansion of the Tosaka family had been leveled by his purifying burning sun made Hart feel a headache. Searching for a small key amidst such a vast wasteland would be like finding a needle in a haystack. But if they found it, the key mentioned by Arden was likely the key to Ryudu Temple. Ordinary objects couldn't withstand the intense heat of the purifying burning sun. Your information is quite satisfactory. Hart sheathed weak water and spoke to the cowering Arden on the ground. Shinji felt a surge of relief. With the sword put away, his life seemed secure. Bridget, who had rushed over just in time, watched Hart sheath his blade, her eyes filled with disappointment. She hoped her brother would kill that beast directly, but now it seemed he wasn't going to. She knew Hart had a reason for sparing Arden, and if she asked, Hart wouldn't refuse her. But she didn't want to force him. After all, Hart had saved her from hell, felt happy for her sister. Knowing what her sister had endured over the years, Paris believed the Tosaka family deserved to die 100 times over. She had always worried about her sister's emotional state, which she could see was often suppressed. Now, seeing her sister's return to vitality, Paris felt immensely relieved. At the sight of the former Tosaka estate, Talia was shocked despite being prepared to see the completely leveled estate. Her gaze towards Hart held a trace of fear. The Tosaka family, as a top-tier mage family in Fuyuki City, had protections on their residents. While Hiram might have been able to achieve this level of destruction, according to Bridget's description, Hart had leveled the centuries-old estate with a single blow, something Hiram couldn't accomplish. If it weren't for Bridget witnessing it firsthand, Paris wouldn't believe it. The residual magical fluctuations also indicated the power of the defensive array. Bridget, we depend on you now. I can't tell where anything is. Looking at the ruins, Hart sighed. He had enjoyed destroying the house, but hadn't thought about searching for useful items beforehand. With a sweet smile, Bridget reassured him. Don't worry, Oni-chan. Even though the mansion is in ruins, if that beast was telling the truth, the key should emit a magical aura. Her words immediately enlightened Hart. Right. My habitual thinking limited me. Sheepskin has magic sealing properties. It would have gone unnoticed if not for the trip. Intrigued, Hart carefully peeled away the layers of sheepskin. A golden yellow key appeared before everyone's eyes. Simultaneously, the system notification arrived. Player has obtained the key to Ryudu Temple. Alert. Hidden location Ryudu Temple has been activated. Its interior is extremely dangerous. Players must proceed with caution. Usage. The player can use the key to open Ryudu Temple's barrier. Follow the key's guidance to find the hidden location, Ryudu Temple. The notifications delighted Hart. His suspicion had been correct. In other timelines, the old insect had entered Ryudu Temple unscathed due to this key. But now, that opportunity belonged to him. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency and coherence with previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved as closely as possible to the original text. Thank you, Bridget. This is exactly what I was looking for. Hart affectionately ruffled Bridget's hair, making the young girl blush even more. On the side, Tosaka Paris watched with a mix of helplessness. Usually, Bridget barely acknowledged Alaire's existence, and even when facing her older sister, she had never been this docile. It was clear that her little sister had completely fallen for Hart. I'm fine. I was just thinking about the times I spent with my adoptive father. Though Alaire hid it well, Hart sensed deep sadness within him. However, Paris didn't notice this. Seeing Alaire smile, she grabbed him from the stone and headed towards her house. You guys stop standing around. We're all leaving now. There's nothing left to see here. Hart smiled at Paris's actions. Though she could be sharp-tongued, she was kind-hearted, recognizing Alaire's distress and attempting to cheer him up by changing the environment. Bridget glanced at Hart unconsciously. She was entirely focused on him and would likely stay by his side if he remained. Hart, naturally, couldn't let her be homeless, especially when lodging was readily available. Thus, Paris led Alaire, along with Hart and the two girls, back to her residence. Standing outside the villa, Hart marveled at the luxurious exterior. The Tosaka family's background was indeed impressive, making Paris a true heir and heiress. Back home, Paris became notably more lively, less reserved than she was at Alaire's place. Please sit, feel at ease, it's just me here. At this point, Paris's tone darkened, reflecting her loneliness since Ewing's death. leaving her without any family besides Bridget, who was adopted by the Matthew family. Her mannerisms were merely defenses for an ordinary teenage girl. Pulling out the glowing key, it floated and gradually melted into the air, forming a complex pattern that revealed a spatial distortion nearby. A corroded hole appeared in the barrier, its edges writhing as if trying to repair itself. Without hesitation, Hart drew weak water and leapt through the opening. Buzz! Inside the portal, disorienting noise and a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, as if entering another dimension. Recognizing this sensation from previous transfers in the Dying Kingdom, he regained his composure and observed his surroundings. With camouflage activated, he wasn't worried about detection but noticed the tall grass covering the area. Didn't anyone tend to the weeds in Ryudu Temple? Through the overgrowth, he spotted the faint silhouette of a temple in the distance. Undoubtedly Ryudu Temple. Warning. Player has entered the perimeter of Ryudu Temple. Repeated warnings jolted Hart, emphasizing the potential danger ahead. He raised his alertness, knowing his camouflage might not be foolproof within the temple grounds, especially considering the warning's emphasis. Even at the perimeter, he hadn't reached the main temple yet. Even with his current eyesight, when he looked toward Ryudu Temple, he could only faintly make out the scene at the mountain gate, where two square lanterns hung lonely before it. Though they emitted a soft golden glow, the sensation Hart felt was eerily unsettling, to the point that just one careful glance filled him with an immense sense of malice. Chapter 150, The Worm Monk. This discomfort made Hart feel that something was amiss. After all, Ryudo Temple was the site of the Holy Grail, and the Ryudo clan guarded it. Logically, such a situation should not have arisen here, with an eerie and malevolent aura permeating the entire temple. The only plausible explanation was that there were internal issues within the temple. Although the Ryudo clan had lost most of its experts during the Fifth Holy Grail War, and the monks no longer adhered to monastic rules, figures like Howl, Reina C, Alice, and Cody still existed. With these three present, Ryudo Temple should not have deteriorated into this state. This unexpected change made Hart both wary and puzzled. Crawling through the grass, he cautiously approached the mountain gate of Ryudo Temple. Rustle. A tall patch of weeds was trampled down as a figure emerged from the underbrush and arrived at the foot of the mountain. A straight path of stone steps led up to the summit, the only area in Ryudo Temple without a boundary field. Initially, Hart had no intention of taking this route. Though there were no boundary fields here, false servant Cody was nearby. He wanted to avoid unnecessary conflict unless necessary. However, the evident disturbances within Ryudo Temple now made this path the safest. Sir, why have you come to Ryudo Temple? Our temple is deep in the mountains, and many animals emerge at night. It can be dangerous for you to be out alone at this hour. Contrary to expectations, the monk's tone was gentle, contrasting sharply with his horrifying appearance. As he spoke, he revealed a pair of eyeballs in his hand, connected by countless veins, filled with unhidden malice. Since the monk's hand pointed directly at him, Hart decided to reveal himself. Noticing the monk hadn't yet attacked, Hart said, I'm looking for Ryudo Dusty. Dusty, the son of the abbot, had studied abroad, so Hart thought mentioning him might be believable. Unfortunate for you, sir, but Dusty and the abbot went down the mountain a few days ago. The monk grinned, revealing a terrifying smile. At this point, Hart was certain the monk was possessed or controlled by something. The monk's tongue remained motionless while speaking, despite having a clear articulation even with his mouth torn open, unusual for anyone. The monk, seeing Hart didn't respond, chuckled sinisterly. Since the person you seek isn't here, allow me to accompany you further. Squish squish. Suddenly, a strange sound emerged from the monk's body, followed by writhing movements. Blurring vision, Hart felt intense pain on his shoulder as a centipede emerged from the monk's chest, biting him. A bullet, rushing towards Hart without making a sound. The monk's fingers were shaped into claws, shimmering with a metallic sheen, aimed directly at Hart's head. If Hart failed to dodge this attack, the battle would end immediately. A greedy smile spread across the monk's face, as though he could already see himself ripping out Hart's spine. Through their previous encounter, the monk had sensed Hart's extraordinary abilities, and his own power was limited by the host body. This man's body seemed perfect for his needs. The monk had a premonition that if he successfully took over this man's body, it would greatly enhance him, to the point where even the abbot wouldn't stand a chance. Hart sidestepped, weak water readied for action, and all defensive talents activated. Just as the monk's sharp claws were about to touch his head, Hart thrust the knife upward with both hands. Screech! The monk had clearly underestimated Hart's reaction speed. He didn't expect him to evade the attack and retaliate within such a short time. Without mercy, weak water pierced into the monk's hand and twisted fiercely. With a mournful cry, the monk's hand was shredded to pieces. In pain, the monk instinctively retreated, but Hart wouldn't let him rest. Spatial cut instantly enveloped the monk, tearing his body apart with countless spatial rifts. Invasion! The monk seemed to want to warn his companions in the temple, but the words were cut short as he was destroyed. Proceed. Choosing another route wouldn't significantly change the situation. The grievance monk had mentioned many beasts roamed the mountain at night, and the monks of the temple had been parasitized by centipedes. Hart doubted any of the nearby animals could escape this fate. Moreover, during the battle, the grievance monk showed a clear interest in his body, evident in its unhidden greed. Through mind reading, Hart learned that its ultimate goal was to take over his body. It appeared that these creatures became stronger with a more robust host, somewhat akin to avatars whose power was limited by the host's strength. This realization filled Hart with immense pressure. If the abbot had been parasitized, dealing with him would be extremely difficult. However, dwelling on these thoughts was pointless now. His primary concern was entering Ryudoji Temple safely. Despite the deserted staircase, he knew there might be hidden dangers lurking in the shadows, beasts or parasitic centipedes. One misstep could lead to disaster. Though the rewards were high, this was only a side quest. Completing it, or not only affected the rewards. As someone not prone to greed, Hart valued his life most. He decided to cautiously advance further. If anything suspicious happened, he'd retreat immediately. Taking unnecessary risks was not his style. Surprisingly, the journey continued smoothly, and he neared the mountain gate without encountering further obstacles. Yet, Hart remained with emotions as he pondered his situation. Returning would be too dangerous, and his talent for disguise had already failed him here. If a single resentful monk could see through his disguise, what more could the entities inside the temple do? Therefore, if he decided to return, there was only one path left, forcing his way in. That would inevitably lead to a fierce battle, and Hart couldn't guarantee he'd come out unscathed. On the other hand, staying out might risk affecting the formation of the Holy Grail. This was the main quest, and without any immunity item, failing to obtain the Holy Grail within the specified time would mean certain death. After weighing his options, Hart decided to take the risk. After all, this was a crucial part of the Holy Grail War. If he couldn't resolve the issue inside, he wouldn't hesitate to expose it. By then, the magicians of Fuyuki City and the church would surely intervene. With his mind made up, Hart moved stealthily toward the temple gate. Due to the disturbance within the temple, Kareem, who had been stationed at the gate, was nowhere to be seen. Since Hart had killed the resentful monk outside, no new resentful monks had appeared at the gate. It seemed the dead monk had been responsible for external surveillance. Feeling lucky that the monk hadn't had a chance to sound the alarm, Hart silently thanked his luck. As he walked this route, he encountered no obstacles, and Ryudo Temple under its parasitizing monks. But Ryudo Temple housed no more than 50 monks, which didn't match the current numbers. This led Hart to suspect that the resentful monk's lord might have the ability to infinitely create such monsters. Furthermore, Hart noticed that besides the 3 victims, numerous large iron cages held terrified civilians, totaling over 120 people captured and brought to Ryudo Temple. Most intriguing was the magic pattern covering the main hall's exterior. A massive amount of mana was being drawn from underground, converging into the hall. Unfortunately, the closed doors prevented him from knowing what was happening inside. However, his instincts told him that the lord mentioned by the resentful monks resided there. Once the noise subsided in the courtyard, Hart peeked again and witnessed something astonishing. A resentful monk stumbled toward an iron cage. You, and you, come out. Seeing no response, he motioned for his companions to drag the 3 civilians out. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I have children. They're still young and need someone to take care of them. Please, let me go. The 3 selected civilians broke down sobbing, while those remaining in the cage looked on in horror, some still harboring a sliver of hope that they weren't chosen. Over the long period of captivity, anyone who dared resist had died. Now, everyone hoped to be the last to die, losing all will to fight. Ignoring the crying woman, the resentful monk bound the 3 victims to pillars, chanting incomprehensible words before entering the great hall. A hence later, he emerged holding a tray with 3 white beads. Seeing the white beads, the captives' faces, previously numb, filled with terror. Some fainted outright, while women and elderly men clamped their mouths shut, making no sound. Hart, observing this, grew curious. It appeared the beads were used for some ritual, just as he had guessed. True enough, after reciting an incomprehensible chant, the resentful monk pried open the civilians' mouths and inserted the beads inside. Despite their struggles, bound as they were, it was futile. Strangely, the moment the beads entered their mouths, the 3 immediately fell silent. The resentful monks circled the pillars, softly chanting. As they chanted, the bodies of the 3 began convulsing violently, especially their abdomens, which swelled like inflated balloons. Ayahawk! Suddenly, one of the victims, seemingly regaining consciousness, opened his eyes and screamed in agony. The leading resentful monk's body writhed, elongating its centipede-like mouth and biting the victim's neck, the body, and with a sickening plop, the head dropped to the ground. After completing this transformation, the 2 civilian corpses emitted 2 weak insect chirps. It seemed that all the strength had been spent in occupying the civilians' bodies. The resentful monk overseeing the ritual was well prepared, pulling out a black bottle from his robes. He casually picked up the severed head from the ground, forcefully tearing it apart from the spine. He then pressed the head against the chest cavity's open wound, uncapped the bottle, and poured an unknown liquid inside. Chapter 153, Lingering Malevolence. The insect-like voices within the commoners rose sharply as the liquid appeared, and Hart could even feel the longing in their cries. The monk presiding over the ritual slowly poured the liquid from a bottle into the gap between the head and chest of the bound commoner. After a few buzzing sounds, a blood-red centipede emerged from the chest, clutching the commoner's head in its mouth, emitting excited hisses that echoed throughout the entire temple. Hart watched the scene unfold, realizing he had just witnessed the birth of a vengeful monk. Such a bloody spectacle left him feeling chilled to the bone, despite his extensive battle experience. At the same time, an even greater mystery enveloped him. Having seen the entire process of the vengeful monk's creation, he was now more curious about what lay inside the main hall of the temple. It was clear that even the vengeful monk who performed underground space, this was clearly unsustainable. After much contemplation, Hart couldn't grasp the crux of the matter. Meanwhile, the large number of vengeful monks restricted his actions. Although he could use Purify World with Blazing Sun for a wide area attack, he dared not, fearing that destroying the underground array would prevent the Holy Grail from appearing, effectively ending his life prematurely. Finally, the ceremony in the courtyard concluded. Out of 3 commoners, 2 were successfully converted. The vengeful monk leading the ritual spoke up. Today, we have gained 2 new companions. Our master is unsatisfied with the conversion rate. Just now, the master gave us orders to accelerate the collection speed. As the humans around here have all been captured, after the Elder Council's decision, we will enter Fuyuki City starting tomorrow. Tonight, feast on all the flesh here. This confirmed Hart's greatest concern. An invasion of Fuyuki City was imminent. With hundreds of vengeful monks, disaster loomed. Even Hart found battling them strenuous. The city's mages would stand no chance. Perhaps a few heroic spirits could kill some vengeful monks, but their numbers were limited. With Hermes and Ryder's fates unknown, Alice already slain by Hart, only Aloysius, Finian, Hiram, and Giselbert remained as top-tier combatants. For a city as vast as Fuyuki, these few individuals couldn't possibly cover everything. Hart narrowly escaped the centipede bite due to his unique skills. An ordinary person would have lost mobility immediately. This worried Hart. Combat-capable individuals in Fuyuki City were few, and it was unclear if conventional firearms would affect the centipedes. Finally, the courtyard grew quiet. Climbing onto the wall, Hart peered down. What was once crowded was now eerily empty. The vengeful monks, having devoured the civilians, vanished without a sound. This presented an opportunity. His side quest was to infiltrate Ryudoji Temple. Now, only the courtyard wall separated him from completing it. With that thought, Hart activated his disguise talent and leapt over the wall. Side quest: infiltrate Ryudoji Temple. Completed. Rewards will be issued upon final settlement. Due to the player's discovery of significant changes within Ryudoji Temple, a hidden quest has been triggered. Hidden quest: save Fuyuki City. Quest introduction. The content of the Holy Grail embodies all the evil in the world, representing every negative emotion and malevolent force. Known as Ahriman in the beliefs of the Zoroastrian faith, it was summoned as an avenger during the Third Holy Grail War. Since then, the Great Grail of Fuyuki became a symbol of evil and calamity. Ahriman's consciousness fell into slumber until it was awake. Fragment awoke and began consuming Ahriman, controlling part of the Grail's energy. Vengeful monks, created from Zokans, will combine with the worms and black mud, parasitizing humans as centipedes. Quest objective: prevent the manifestation of all the world's evil. Mission reward: true attribute points x100. Legendary skill lottery ticket x1. Mission deadline: none. Failure penalty: none. Note: Hugh's lingering malevolence shares memories with the main body. Players should not entertain false hopes. Looking at the triggered hidden quest, although the rewards are substantial, Hart couldn't help but remark, "This old bug truly won't leave me in peace." Task reward: 100 real attribute points, 1 legendary skill lottery ticket. Task deadline: none. Failure penalty: none. Note: Hugh's lingering malevolence shares memories with the main body. Players should not entertain false hopes. Hart looked at the triggered hidden task. Despite the generous rewards, he couldn't help but mutter, "This old bug truly won't leave me in peace." Looking at the triggered hidden mission, Hart couldn't help but remark sarcastically, "This old bug sure has a persistent presence." Mission reward: 100 real attribute points, 1 legendary skill lottery ticket. Mission's ex-obsession entered the Holy Grail. It should have been powerless before Jareth. However, strangely, the system indicated that the old insect was devouring Jareth within the Holy Grail, Jareth's domain. Even though Jareth was in a state of dormancy, not reacting at all was very peculiar. This old insect was quite useless while alive, but it has become such a tough opponent after death, mused Hart. Given these developments, Hart had no choice but to confront the resentful monks within the temple directly. According to the system prompt, the old insect's obsession shared memories with its main body. Now, having harnessed part of the Holy Grail's power, it used this foundation and its unique bug magic to create these resentful monks. If this spread unchecked, with its terrifying capabilities of consuming flesh and growing stronger, there was no telling what it might eventually become. Therefore, Hart had to eliminate this potential threat before the resentful monks fully matured. After making up his mind, Hart didn't hesitate. He intended to strike first, before the old insect discovered him. The cleansing flame of the world had already started charging, and Hart's target was the main hall of Ludong Temple. From previous observations, he confirmed that even if this wasn't where the old insect resided, it was certainly a key location. Otherwise, the resentful monk who conducted the ceremony wouldn't have gone into the main hall before transforming. His resentful monk could finish his sentence. The enraged resentful monk transformed into its centipede form and bit down on the aggressive one's neck. The latter hadn't expected the sudden attack and was caught off guard. From his hiding spot, Hart found amusement in the chaos but also noticed a peculiar issue. The resentful monk being bitten continued to resist with its claws but did not transform into its centipede form. Based on Hart's observations, the centipede form was the resentful monk's strongest attack method. The resentful monk whose flesh was taken showed no restraint, injecting venom while sucking the energy from the aggressive resentful monk. In this life-or-death struggle, not transforming into its centipede form was puzzling. It seemed the aggressive resentful monk could not transform due to being bitten at the neck. This indicated the neck joint might be the resentful monk's weak point, a valuable discovery for Hart. With this new insight, Hart felt a surge of optimism. He had been struggling to find the resentful monk's weak points since their host bodies were immune to pain and could endure attacks without flinching. Moreover, the area around the centipede's origin seemed covered in tough bone plates, making direct penetration challenging. Now, with this new knowledge, he could aim for the neck joint, bypassing the defense and directly targeting the centipede core. Splat! As the two resentful monks were locked in combat, a bright blade flashed, severing light within the hall still unsettled him. Inside the hall, limbs and torsos were strewn everywhere, and countless white eggs piled up in one corner. A pool of blood bubbled at the center, surrounded by newly hatched pale centipedes wriggling in and out of skulls. A particularly large centipede lay curled quietly amidst the chaos, cradling a pile of freshly laid yellowish-white eggs. Hart wasn't sure if this was the high priest the resentful monk spoke of, but it was undoubtedly the place where the centipedes hatched. Initially, Hart thought the centipedes inside the resentful monks were created by the old insect, but this scene suggested otherwise. The purifying sun had already begun charging. Hart aimed for the grand hall of the Ludong Temple, as previous observations confirmed it as a key location, even if not where the old insect resided. Otherwise, the resentful monk conducting the ceremony wouldn't have specifically gone into the hall before transforming others. There must be something crucial inside for the resentful monks. At this moment, Hart hid in the grass near the hall, preparing to act. Suddenly, two resentful monks began quarreling at the corner of the hall. Fresh blood. You still have some hidden away? Hand it over quickly. That's my food. Why should I give it to you? You were the one who grabbed the most just now. Shut up and hand it over. I wasn't full earlier. Hey, quit pushing me. This is out struggle without revealing the centipede form was intriguing. From the intense defense of the bitten monk, it seemed not that it didn't want to transform but couldn't. In other words, perhaps the neck was a weakness of the resentful monks, which delighted Hart as he found a significant advantage. Originally, he had struggled to find a weakness in these beings since their parasitic bodies lacked pain sensation. Their attacks didn't make them retreat. Moreover, around the centipede form's area, there were hardened bone plates that made piercing through difficult even with his weak water-based blade. Now he had discovered the weakness. Striking at the neck joint would bypass their defenses and allow a direct hit to the centipede form. As the two resentful monks remained locked in conflict, a flash of bright light sliced through the air, severing their heads. The hidden centipedes barely managed to react before Hart crushed them. You have killed a resentful monk. You have received 10 Magician Association contribution points. These can be exchanged for rewards via Leandro. You have killed a resentful monk. You have received 10 Magician Association contribution points. These can be exchanged for rewards via Leandro. Hart felt elated seeing the contribution points pop up unexpectedly. He hadn't anticipated a reward for killing a resentful monk. Killing the one outside the temple gates earned him nothing. Leandro. Previously, when the resentful monks transformed civilians, they simply made the civilians swallow a white pearl. Now it seems the old insect's preparations were far more thorough than imagined. It had actually managed to create something akin to a maternal entity, continuously producing centipedes, with the number of insect eggs inside the hall too numerous to count. Chapter 155, Crisis. It was clear that this lingering fragment of the old worms will harbored grand ambitions, possibly influenced by Andromaniu. This fragment's methods were more extreme than before. While the old worm had also pursued immortality at any cost, he at least maintained a certain level of restraint and consideration in his actions. But this fragment was fearless and far more radical and evil. The old worm had evidently long planned his move against Fuyuki City. Have you seen enough, Saber? Didn't expect to meet again so soon, did you? Just as Hart was about to leave the hall to initiate the cleansing sun, the hoarse voice of the old worm echoed from within. Large numbers of Eden Sung, grievous monks, received the news and rushed out from their resting places, quickly surrounding the hall without a single gap. Seeing that he had been discovered by the old worm, Hart simply pushed open the door and walked straight in. In the blood pool, there was a violent churn, and a youthful figure emerged. Yes, I didn't expect you to have this move left, and even revert to your younger appearance. At the old worm's command, the grievous monks outside the hall surged in, filling Ryudu Temple with the sounds of insect shrieks. Cleansing sun. With more and more grievous monks rushing in, Hart unleashed the cleansing sun. Fiery heat swept through, incinerating the leading monks to ashes. Despite the successful attack, Hart, standing amidst the flames, felt no joy. The entire hall remained unscathed despite the intense fire. Moreover, the old worm standing on the blood pool remained unhurt, the flames seemingly suppressed by an invisible force. Realizing this was due to the underground magic array's power, Hart understood that since the old worm controlled part of the Holy Grail's power and knew Ryudu Temple well, manipulating the vast underground magic energy was expected. This placed Hart in a dangerous situation. Here, it was like the old worm's home turf, with the underground array acting as an endless power source supplying him with mana. This explained why the old worm remained unharmed by the cleansing sun unless Hart could instantly drain all the stored mana underground. The old worm would remain unbeatable with his defensive magic barrier. Understanding the predicament, Hart decided he must not linger. More grievous monks would gather over time, and if the old worm sealed off Ryudu Temple, he'd be trapped. Although discovering the monk's weakness reduced the threat, facing numerous dead grievous monks, Hart's stamina was rapidly draining. The old worm sent even mature centipedes, determined to kill him. Most importantly, Hart had almost no time to rest. Waves of attacks came relentlessly, with centipedes feasting on dead monks, growing stronger before attacking again. Such relentless assaults left Hart struggling. Behind him, the barrier continuously strengthened. He knew that once fully reinforced, he would be doomed. Frustrated, Hart swung his blade, creating a dense web of sword beams that sliced through approaching monks. Taking advantage of the pause, he turned back and fiercely slashed at the barrier. It trembled violently, showing some cracks. However, these were immediately repaired by unknown energy. Hart realized time was running out. The grievances monks continued their relentless attacks, leaving both sides heavily depleted. Hart's endurance was nearly exhausted. He's almost done for. Everyone, give it your all. Evolution is right in front of us. Besides, the first one to sever the intruder's head will receive extra essence from this priest. Have you seen enough, Saber? I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Just as Hart was about to leave the hall to activate World Cleansing Sun, the raspy voice of the old worm echoed from within the hall, killed his original body, nearly causing him to dissipate. If not for fortuitously merging into the Holy Grail at the last moment, he might have vanished entirely. I almost forgot to tell you. These grievous monks are prepared specifically for you. Kill him. Hugh clearly knew of Hart's formidable strength. His few tricks couldn't defeat Hart, but the purpose of creating these monks was precisely to counter Hart. At the old worm's command, the grievous monks stormed inside, filling the entire Paristu temple with their insect-like cries. World Cleansing Sun. As more monks poured in, Hart unleashed the World Cleansing Sunday. Scorching flames surged forward, engulfing the leading monks and reducing them to ashes. Despite the successful strike, Hart showed no joy while standing amidst the flames. Although he had cleared a wave of monks, the entire hall remained undamaged by the intense fire. Moreover, the old worm on the blood pool suffered no harm, as though the flames were suppressed by an invisible force. Hart instantly realized that the underground array of Parastu Temple was likely the culprit. With the old worm possessing part of the Holy Grail's power and knowing Parastu Temple well, manipulating its vast magical energy was unsurprising. However, this put Hart in a dangerous position. This place could be considered the old worm's home field, and the underground magic array. However, Hart's situation wasn't great either. Reaching the boundary, he found the passage broken by the key was sealed by the old worm. The old worm even used underground energy to reinforce the barrier, making it hard for Hart to reopen the passage even with his spatial cutting ability. The monks wouldn't give Hart a chance. Driven by the desire to enter the holy pool, they hunted with heightened efficiency. Soon, they pinpointed Hart's location, charging at him en masse. At the front were several priests directing the attack. Drip, drip, mixed red-green blood dripped onto the ground. Under the priest's direction, the monks systematically wore down Hart's stamina. Dozens of monk corpses lay around him, yet his stamina rapidly depleted. The old worm intended to kill him, sending even the mature centipedes from the hall. Most critically, Hart barely had time to rest. Waves of monks fell, but new waves kept coming. Centipedes hiding among them fed on dead monks, growing stronger before attacking him relentlessly. Such relentless assaults began to take a toll on Hart. The barrier behind him continued to strengthen. Hart knew if it fully solidified, he would be the one dragged to death. Growing increasingly frustrated, Hart slashed the air, forming a dense web of sword beams that cut down any monk who collided with it. Through the crowd of Yunsung-s, Hart saw a massive number of centipedes crawling down the mountain steps, their rustling sound like drumbeats striking at his heart. Whoosh! The whistling sound of breaking wind came from above, causing his pupils to constrict. Hart wanted to dodge, but being amidst the Yunsung-s made it extremely difficult. Several layers of light emerged on his body. This was the light revealed when defensive abilities were activated. Clang, clang, clang. Bone spurs struck him heavily. The immense impact made his mouth taste sweet. Though the bone spurs didn't pierce his body, they still inflicted significant internal injuries on Hart. During the gaps in attacks, Hart cast a recovery spell on himself, barely suppressing the internal injuries. Even so, the situation remained dire. Just as Hart felt helpless, a system notification quietly sounded. Player's swordsmanship proficiency has reached its peak level. Skill upgraded to Swordsmanship Master Da. The sudden skill upgrade made Hart's attacks even more ferocious. Originally, the Swordsmanship proficiency skill came with various special effects. Now that it had upgraded to Swordsmanship Master, Hart clearly felt more adept at fending off the Yunsung-s. Unfortunately, he had no time to check the panel. The priest commanding the battle, seeing Hart suddenly burst with stronger combat power when it seemed he was about to reach. Now, none of the Yunsung-s within 5 steps could get close. Hart wouldn't sit idle either. With Swordsmanship Master enhancing his skills, a thin red line appeared on the barrier behind him. Hart realized it was the weakest point of the entire barrier, revealed by the new skill effect. However, he didn't attack directly. Since the barrier was controlled by Alberic with massive energy convergence, aimed at preventing Hart's escape, he knew he only had one chance. If unsuccessful, Alberic would strengthen that weak point, making escape impossible. While resisting the Yunsung-s attacks, Hart secretly gathered strength for an all-out space cut to open the barrier. Seeing Hart gradually handling the defense more efficiently, the High Priest's face turned increasingly grim. It hesitated whether to join the battle. If it joined, the chances of finally killing Hart would decrease, risking someone else finishing the job. But given the current situation, the Yunsung-s below couldn't break through Hart's web of blades anytime soon. If Hart found an opportunity to escape, it would face the Master's wrath. After some deliberation, the High Priest decided to act, fearing the Master's punishment more than evolution temptation. Its predecessor was stripped of most energy and expelled from the mountain, fate unknown. Hiss. Suddenly, the High Priest drew a bone spur from its body, a weapon and its strongest attack. Zing. The High Priest moved swiftly, leaping toward Hart. Weak water, a stream. Their rustling sounds pounding in his heart like drumbeats. Note, Yeon Thung is translated as vengeful monks to better convey the meaning and context in English. Whoosh. The whistling sound came from above, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Hart tried to dodge, but surrounded by the Yunsung-s, it was nearly impossible. Note, for better readability in English, it might be clearer to define Yeon Thung earlier in the text with something like grievance monks, or another suitable term. Here's an improved version assuming grievance monks is used consistently. The whistling sound came from above, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Hart tried to dodge, but surrounded by the grievance monks, it was nearly impossible. His body emitted several glows, signs of defensive innate abilities being activated. Clang clang clang, bone spurs struck him heavily. Though they didn't pierce his skin, the tremendous impact made his mouth taste sweet, indicating internal injuries. During the lull between attacks, Hart cast a healing spell, barely suppressing his internal injuries. Even so, the situation remained extremely dire. Just as Hart felt utterly helpless, the system notification sounded quietly. Detected that player's blade mastery proficiency has reached the top level, skill advance to blade master. This sudden skill advance world's evils, meaning the Yunsung-s were born influenced by negative emotions and thoughts, making them natural sinners and villains. Thus, the Yunsung-s weren't united. They were filled with mutual deceit, and the Henri, standing out among many Yunsung-s, was undoubtedly the worst of the worst. After Alberic announced the reward for killing Hart, the Henri secretly decided that it must obtain its master's reward. That's why it did not join the battle directly. The bone spurs earlier were just a sign of its impatience, aiming to weaken Hart through ambushes and speed up the entire hunt. Once Hart showed signs of fatigue, it would launch an all-out attack and deliver the fatal blow. To it, the Yunsung-s and centipedes surging forward were merely insignificant obstacles. But now, the unexpected surge in Hart's combat power left the Henri stunned. Mastering the advanced blade skill truly lived up to its name, delivering exceptional offensive capabilities. Now, the Yunsung's rushing at Heart appeared riddled with vulnerabilities. Leaning on the advantages of the weak water, Heart had already managed to hold off the Yunsung's attacks. With this new level, no Yunthung could get within 5 steps of him. Heart, though barely holding on, was far from passive. Under the enhancement of the advanced blade skill, he noticed a thin red line on the barrier behind him. He realized this was the weakest point of the entire barrier, revealed by the corrosive spur. Timing its attack, the bone spur glowed green. Heart didn't dare take it lightly and swung weak water to block. Clang! A clear metallic sound rang out. To Heart's surprise, several green rust marks appeared on weak water after the impact. The previously dormant spirit of the weapon awakened upon this blow. Checking the situation, it said directly, "You fool, how long have I been asleep? Why did you let me come into contact with this foreign realm's corrosive energy? Do you know how troublesome this is to handle?" Heart turned black with embarrassment, communicating telepathically with the weapon spirit. "Look at the situation. I'm being attacked from all sides. If I die, you'll end up in a pile of insects." The weapon spirit clearly got scared. Focused on the corrosion on the blade, it hadn't noticed the surroundings until Heart reminded it of the numerous centipede corpses and pools of green ooze covering the ground. This disgusted it. Though it had seen countless battles as the spirit of this divine weapon, such vile creatures were a first. Instantly, the weapon spirit lost its arrogance. No, don't leave me here. These bugs are too disgusting. I'll do whatever you say." After Alberic announced the reward for killing Heart, the Henri had secretly resolved to secure the master's reward. That was why he hadn't directly joined the battle. The bone spurs early as is, assuming it's a specific term from the story's context that doesn't have a direct English translation. If you prefer a translated version for Yunthung, please let me know. Heart, despite his desperate position, wasn't passive. Under the enhancement of Blade Master, he noticed a thin red line appearing on the barrier behind him. He realized this was the weak point of the entire barrier, a special effect of the Blade Master skill. However, he didn't attack immediately, knowing Alberic controlled the barrier, channeling vast amounts of energy here to prevent Heart from escaping. He knew he only had one chance. If he couldn't open the passage successfully, Alberic would reinforce that weak point, sealing any escape route. With this in mind, Heart, while fending off the Yunsung's, secretly gathered his strength to use space cut with full force to open the barrier. For better fluency and accuracy, it should be. While defending against the monk-like enemies, Heart secretly gathered his strength. He planned to use space cut with all his might to open the barrier. Note, the term Yunthung was not translated in your text. I will assume you may want it as monk-like enemies for better context understanding. Please let me know if you prefer a different translation for this term. Seeing Heart gradually gaining the upper hand in defense, the Henry's expression darkened. It hesitated about joining the fray. If it followed the Yunsung's to attack Heart, the chances of it delivering the final blow would significantly decrease. Typically, it should be translated for consistency and fluency. For better fluency and clarity, consider translating Yunthung to Grievance Monk, as used earlier in the passage. However, given the current situation, the Grievance Monks wouldn't be able to break through Heart's defenses anytime soon. If Heart found a chance to escape, it would face its master's wrath. After much deliberation, the Henri decided to act, fearing punishment from its master more than the allure of evolution. The previous Henri was almost entirely drained of energy and driven off the mountain, now possibly dead or alive. SSSSSS. The Henri extracted a bone spur from its body, both weapon and its strongest attack. Zhun. Moving incredibly fast, the Henri leapt and charged straight at Heart. Bone spur and weak water clashed repeatedly, sparks flying as the monk's attack slowed. Note, I replaced Yunthung's with monks to make it read more naturally in English while maintaining the meaning. Corrosive spike. The Henri timed its attack perfectly, the bone spur glowing green. Heart, not daring to underestimate it, wielded weak water backward to block. Clang! A clear metallic sound rang out. Unexpectedly, weak water developed numerous green rust marks from this hit. The originally dormant artifact spirit was awake, and in the Henry's haste, he dragged an unlucky grudge monk in front of him as a shield. Before the grudge monk could even comprehend what was happening, it was cut into 2 halves by the blade glow. The Henry's surprise was evident. He couldn't fathom how this man had suddenly grown stronger, managing to slice through the bone armor surrounding the centipede's body. Even if Heart had relied on the Master Swordsman's enhancement just now, he would have only been able to pierce the grudge monk's weak points. There was no way he could have severed the bone armor encasing the centipede's body, let alone slicing through it easily now, with such a neat cut that it looked like a mirror. However, this made the Henri even more determined to act. If Heart escaped, it would not bode well for him. Everyone attack. The reward is doubled. 2 vials of eternal spring water. Upon hearing the increased reward, the grudge monks went berserk. For them, the eternal spring water was a coveted yet unattainable divine substance. Usually, only the Henri received the eternal spring water from their master, and compared to the chance of evolving, the immediate benefits of the eternal spring were far more tangible. It could directly enhance the vitality within the grudge monk centipedes, enabling their bodies to enter an evolution-like state. This process bestowed various abilities, like the bone spurs within the Henry's body, which appeared after moving in and out of battle 7 times. Seeing the grudge monks switching from offense to defense, Heart felt it getting tedious. Besides, with the old bug still around, being cautious was better. Under the enhancement of the Master Swordsman, the spatial cut slashed directly along the red line. The barrier shook violently under this blow. In front of Heart's hopeful gaze, the energy membrane blocking the passage exploded instantly. Seeing the passage opened, the Henri panicked and abandoned its parasitic body, charging toward Heart in its original form. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just as its attack was about to touch Heart, he slipped into the passage and vanished. The Henri and the swarm of grudge monks and centipedes froze. Their master's orders were supreme and must be carried out. Now, they had let the master's sworn enemy escape right under heavy assault, watching helplessly as Hart entered the passage. Fear rose in every grudge monk's heart. The moment Hart entered the passage, silence descended upon the main hall. They knew their master was enraged. The relatively intelligent Henri couldn't stand up anymore, its legs trembling uncontrollably. If anyone had to bear the brunt of the old bug's wrath, it would be the Henri. Just as it guessed, a ghostly light shot from the hall straight into the Henry's forehead, instantly losing control of its body, including the Church and Mage Association, to prevent the old bug from growing stronger. Once prepared, the outcome would surely be catastrophic. Thinking this, Hart decided to return to Talia's residence first. As part of the Tosaka family, one of the mage clans in Fuyuki City, Paris had considerable influence. There was no other choice. To these natives, Hart was merely a summoned servant, and the stubborn elders wouldn't heed a servant's words. Chapter 158. Conversation. At the Farbark family mansion. Note, Farbark is used here as an attempt to provide an English-sounding name, but since the context suggests this is a Japanese name, it might be better to keep it as Farbon, if intending to use a transliteration or find a more appropriate anglicized version that fits within the fictional universe's naming conventions. For a more contextually accurate and fluent translation, let's go with at the Farbon residence, or, for better fluency in English, at the Amiya residence. Given that Yunbon is a Japanese surname, the most accurate translation would be at the Amiya mansion. However, for consistency with the rest of the document which seems to mix transliterated names, we can also consider at the Farsaka mansion. The final decision should align with how other names are handled in the document for stylistic consistency. If Farbon, or Farsaka, is used, this information was significant. Catastrophe? Did you investigate this when you disappeared yesterday? Farbark Paris then seemed to connect the dots. Is this related to what the Matu family found? Hart glanced at Farbark Paris. Yes. What they found is a key to unlock the barrier at Ryudu Temple. Ryudu Temple. Unlike Amiya, Alaire, and Bridget, Farbark Paris exclaimed loudly upon hearing the name of Ryudu Temple. As the eldest daughter of the Farbark family, she knew some secrets about the Holy Grail War, and among them, Ryudu Temple was the most mysterious place. According to legend, the temple was very mysterious, with something sealed beneath it. Her father occasionally mentioned this place when he was alive. Why does it matter if it's just a Matu family temple? It seems pretty ordinary, Amiya Alaire said, unaware of its significance. To him, Ryudu Temple was just a temple that Ryudo Ishin had spoken of, and Ishin once invited him to visit. Idiot. If Ryudu Temple were ordinary, there would be no secrets in all of Fuyuki City. And don't mention Ishin to me. Farbark Paris smacked Amiya Alaire on the head. Part of her frustration came from Alaire's ignorance, but mainly because he mentioned a name she least wanted to hear. Hart found her reaction amusing. The relationship between Farbark Paris and Ryudo Ishin was as bad as expected. Ishin is fine, temple, now fused with the Holy Grail. Hearing this name again, Bridget's originally smiling face fell instantly. Matu Zoken had become her nightmare. Is that old worm still alive? What exactly is this obsession? It's Zoken's desire for immortality. Using some method, he separated this obsession and sent it into Ryudu Temple, where it fused with the Holy Grail. Farbark Paris was stunned. Fused with the Holy Grail? Isn't the Holy Grail supposed to be a manifestation of the rules? Since the last Holy Grail War, it hasn't been. Do you know how Aloysius managed to remain in the real world for so long? Farbark Paris pondered for a moment, recalling the events of the Fourth Holy Grail War that Howell had told her. Black mud. Exactly, though it should be called the sum of all evil. It represents all negative emotions in the world and is responsible for corrupting the Holy Grail. Through this, Zoken's obsession successfully merged with the Holy Grail and created vengeful spirits, creatures not of this world. They are extremely difficult to deal with and can theoretically grow infinitely stronger by consuming enough blood and flesh. I fought them at Ryudu Temple. Their main form is an unknown species of centipede. Moreover, Zoken plans to use the vengeful spirits to attack Fuyuki City. The room fell silent after Hart finished speaking. They all knew Hart's strength, so any entity he found challenging must be immensely powerful. Seems like it might be a transliteration error, so I changed it to Farbark, assuming that was intended. If Farbon is a specific stylization, please let me know, and I can adjust accordingly. Additionally, instinctively is used to maintain consistency in describing an automatic reaction. Not a battle but an alliance. Fuyuki City is about to face a calamity, and all masters participating in the Holy Grail War will be the first to bear the brunt. Farbon Paris's eyes widened in shock. The news was too astonishing, and judging by Hart's serious demeanor, this wasn't a joke. Note, Farbon Paris seems to be a mix of English and Japanese characters, which may be a mistake. Normally it should be Talia. I kept it as per your input, but generally, it should be corrected. For the best translation, it should be. Talia's eyes widened in shock. The news was too astonishing, and judging by Hart's serious demeanor, this wasn't a joke. A calamity? Did you investigate this when you disappeared yesterday? Farbark Paris quickly connected the dots. Is it related to the artifact found at the Matu family? Correction. A calamity? Did you investigate this when you went missing yesterday? Farbark Paris quickly connected the dots. Is it related to the artifact found at the Matu family? Further improvements for natural fluency and accuracy. A calamity? Did you look into this when you were gone yesterday? Farbark Paris quickly made the connection. Is that a mistranslation? Given the context and typical naming in Fate series translations, Farbark may not fit. Thus, unlike Amiya, Alaire, and Bridget, Paris gasped audibly at the mention of Ryudu Temple. As the eldest daughter of the Tosaka family, she knew some secrets related to the Holy Grail War, and among them, Ryudu Temple was perhaps the most mysterious place. It was said to be shrouded in mystery, with something powerful sealed beneath it. Her father had occasionally mentioned this place while he was alive. Ryudu Temple? Isn't it just a family temple? Seems pretty ordinary to me. Amiya Alaire, oblivious to its significance, thought Ryudu Temple was merely a shrine mentioned by Ryudu Itsushi. Once, Itsushi even invited him over. Baka. If Ryudu Temple were ordinary, there'd be no secrets in Fuyuki City. And stop mentioning Itsushi? Farbon Paris smacked Amiya Alaire on the head. Partly, she was upset by his ignorance, but mostly because he had mentioned a name she least wanted to hear. Correction. Farbon Paris tapped Amiya Alaire on the head with her knuckles. While she was irritated by his lack of knowledge, what mainly angered her was that he mentioned a name she least wanted to hear. For better fluency and naturalness in English, I made slight adjustments to the sentence structure and word choice. The term, smacked, can imply a harsher action than intended, so I used tapped, with typically the accepted spelling in English. Please confirm which one fits your context best. For consistency and accuracy, I will use Tosaka Paris for the final translation. Saber, please continue. Tosaka Paris, looking triumphant, turned back to Hart. Suppressing a smile, Hart realized now wasn't the time for jest. There's trouble at Ryudu Temple. The original monks have vanished, replaced by vengeful monks. Amiya Alaire panicked. Itsushi? What about Itsushi? There are no living souls left at Ryudu Temple. As for the fate of the original monks, it's unclear. Alaire fell silent, deeply concerned about his friend, knowing that if Hart's words were true, his own abilities wouldn't make much difference. What are vengeful monks? Familiars? Why have we never heard of them before? Bridget asked curiously. They're the creation of Zoken Tosaka. This is part of his hidden contingency plan, fueled by his obsession with immortality. Hearing this name again, Bridget's smile faltered. Mentioning Zoken Tosaka brought back nightmarish memories. The old worm is still alive? And obsession? The old worm managed to separate his obsession with immortality and transfer it into Ryudu Temple, where it fused with the Holy Grail. Farbon Paris was taken aback. Fused with the Holy Grail? Isn't the Grail a manifestation of the laws? Edit. Farbon, especially since they can grow infinitely strong by consuming enough flesh and blood. I faced one of these creatures at Ryudu Temple, where its true form is a giant centipede. Moreover, Zoken Tosaka plans to have the vengeful monks attack Fuyuki City. The room's atmosphere grew heavy after Hart's explanation. Everyone knew his strength, and if even he found this threat formidable, it must indeed be very powerful. His description of the centipedes multiplying and transforming humans into vengeful monks through parasitism justified his call for an alliance. Chapter 159. The plan begins. Understanding the critical points, Talia decisively led Hart and others to the church where Finian was located. On the way, Hart seemed rather worried. Cody and C-Senpai's fates were unknown, and Alice had been slain by his own hand. Now, the only surviving masters and servants were Hiram, Lancer, Giselbert, and he, Saber. There was also Aloysius, who survived from the previous Holy Grail War, but whether these forces could be united was still uncertain. As for Red A, Hiram, it was relatively straightforward since he was Talia's servant. As allies bound by common necessity, he would definitely assist. The rest were more unpredictable. Finian held Lancer and Aloysius under his control, yet since the last Holy Grail War, Roman seemed immersed in a world of hedonistic pleasure. Hart couldn't be sure if he would offer help. Giselbert's situation was even less certain. After all, Abigail von Einsburn herself was a lesser Grail, with limited time left. It seemed reasonable that she might choose not to intervene upon learning of Ryudu Temple circumstances. Given her artificial human nature and role as the lesser Grail, which sometimes required sacrifice, this wasn't surprising. With these concerns weighing on him, Hart and his companions finally arrived at the church where Finian resided. You stink from miles away. What brings you here? Before Hart and his group could enter the church, a golden light flashed, and Aloysius suddenly appeared before them, his eyes filled with disdain as they fixed on Hart. Since their battle, Aloysius had instinctively disliked Hart, who had greatly embarrassed him. Upon sensing Hart's presence, he immediately appeared to block them. King of heroes, we did not come to start a war but to seek an alliance. Hart ignored Aloysius's mockery and calmly stated their purpose. This surprised Aloysius immensely. Alliance? Have you lost your mind? We are competitors, and now you want an alliance. The world of all evils may soon descend upon Fuyuki City. Upon hearing world of all evils, Aloysius's mocking expression vanished. In the entire Fate universe, no one knew more about the Black Mud than he did. At the end of the Hart knew that Roman was a master strategist and manipulator, transformed by the experiences of the previous Holy Grail War. Alliance? That's unexpected. You must have learned something significant at Ryudu Temple, Roman commented with a sly smile. Hart wasn't surprised that Roman knew about his visit to Ryudu Temple. It was typical for such a seasoned strategist to stay informed about his opponent's actions. That's right. Hugh has taken over Ryudu Temple and gained partial power from the Holy Grail, creating cursed monks and preparing to attack Fuyuki City. After hearing Hart's account, Roman showed no interest, seemingly indifferent to the impending threat to Fuyuki City. Seeing this, Hart felt a sinking heart. If Roman chose to stand aside, his grasp on the situation would weaken significantly. While I'm not overly concerned about Fuyuki City's safety, Hugh's actions do cross the line. I accept your proposal. Just when Hart thought the alliance proposal had failed, Roman agreed unexpectedly. Though surprised, since his objective was achieved, he focused on moving forward. Since you agree, let's cease hostilities for now. The cursed monks created by Zokun were severely wounded by me and need time to recover, though it won't be long, likely within the next couple of days. They will likely activate the temple's barrier and attack Fuyuki City. Hart discussed specific details and timelines further with Roman. The key steps included 1. Ensuring Abigail's support, uniting all existing servant forces against the cursed monks. 2. Having Roman, along with Aloysius and Remy, observe Zokun's movements outside Ryudu Temple. 3. Getting Talia, as head of the Tosaka family, to report the situation to the Mage Association to secure their assistance. After parting ways with Roman, Paris proceeded to the Mage Association, while Hart and Amiya Alaire headed to the Einsburn stronghold. Chapter 160, An Unexpected Rejection. Outside the von Einsborn family castle, Hart looked at the gilded and resplendent castle before him. Despite being prepared mentally, he was still shocked by the sight. While all the mage families in Fuyuki City had deep roots, the residence of the von Einsborn family was undoubtedly the most luxurious of them all. Unexpectedly, Hart's entry into the castle was much smoother than anticipated. Guided by a servant, Hart met Abigail for the second time. "Welcome to my home," Dot said as she performed a classical courtesy. Beside her, Giselbert stared at Hart with eyes filled with fury. If not for Dot's presence, Hart guessed this giant would have attacked immediately. After all, Giselbert's immense strength came at the cost of sanity. "We've come to discuss an alliance with Miss Dot," Hart quickly stated, noticing the tense atmosphere. Before dealing with the worm issue, he wanted to avoid any unnecessary— "I accept your proposal, not for the civilians of Fuyuki City, but for myself," Dot declared firmly. She had resolved to destroy the Grail since it could no longer fulfill wishes. By doing so, she hoped to rewrite the von Einsborn family's tragic destiny. Relieved, Hart realized that with Dot on board, apart from the uncertain Castor and Kareem, all servants and masters were now united. "This is best. I'll inform you of the operation details later." After exchanging some pleasantries, Hart left the von Einsborn castle with Emilia Allaire. As they walked out of the castle, Allaire seemed somewhat downcast. Hart understood Allaire's resentment through his mind-reading abilities. He felt like a tool used only for certain tasks and harbored grievances against Hart. Hart empathized with Allaire. Without his interference, Allaire would have summoned a genuine saber and received protagonist-like treatment. However, Hart had disrupted all that, and thus, it was normal for Allaire to be dissatisfied. On the other hand, without those experiences, Allaire hadn't grown into the formidable person he became in the original timeline and posed no real threat to Hart. Although he knew Allaire was unhappy, Hart chose not to react. "Allaire, focus. We need to find Paris and the others," Hart reminded him. Startled, Allaire shook off his thoughts. Provoking Hart would be unwise and potentially lethal. "Oh, okay," he replied. In contrast to Hart's smooth progress, direction of the Mage Association, there's no way around it. Compared to civilian lives, they care more about the path to the root. Suggested edit. For better fluency and naturalness in English, I slightly rephrased the sentence. Bridget nodded, deeply understanding how a person would behave if they were fixated on something. Just take Avon as an example. His pursuit of immortality had spanned years. He made his son participate in the Holy Grail War, even someone without talent like Jorge. Zokin had been willing to use crest worms to modify him, despite knowing that this would cost Shinji his life. As for what Zokin did to Bridget, he went to extremes to alter her internal magic circuits. Therefore, Bridget wasn't angry at the Mage Association's refusal. She was only concerned about whether their lack of assistance would affect Hart's plans. Hart returned to Paris's residence with Allaire very smoothly. When Paris walked into the house looking disappointed, Hart already knew the result of their trip. Even if they refused, it won't have too much of an impact. "I only hope the Mage Association doesn't interfere." Hart's words puzzled Paris. "What do you mean by interfering?" "They won't." Bridget stopped her before she could ask further. "Reina, you underestimate the Mage Association's desire for the root." Paris instantly understood and grew serious. If the Mage Association really might intervene as Bridget suggested, she now understood why Hart only sought Howell's help and not the church's. In the eyes of major forces, nothing is more attractive than the path to the root. Some radicals may even consider approaching the old worm. After all, no human had ever merged with the Holy Grail before. This presented a new approach, a brand new path to the root. Impressed by Bridget's quick thinking, Hart commented, "You've got it. The old worm dares to attack civilians so recklessly because he's banking on this. The cunning fox knows those two powers will spare him regardless of his atrocities." Though initially stunned, Paris accepted it. She knew Hart spoke the truth. The Mage Association would spare the old worm. Allaire silently practiced magic, aware that Hart's plan far exceeded his current abilities. But as a protagonist, he didn't want to be sidelined, and thus strive to enhance his power. As everyone discussed the next move, Remy suddenly appeared. "Saber, something's happening at Ryudu Temple." Everyone tensed up. Unexpectedly, the old worm managed to create numerous centipedes rather than Oni monks after being severely injured. Hart asked about the number but was told it was centipedes instead of Oni monks, and Roman needed immediate backup due to their large quantity. This was clearly a desperate move by the old worm. He must have realized things weren't going well after Hart left. Although the centipedes lacked the protection from human hosts, this term or mastering the Holy Grail himself, he'd become a supreme god. Thinking of this, Roman struggled to contain his anticipation. He wanted to rush into Ryudu Temple immediately but hesitated, fearing unseen dangers from Castor and Kareem inside. He believed Hart's strategy was sound. The centipedes were just base forms, not fully transformed Oni monks, yet he sensed their exceptional nature, though weak against Aloysius's attacks. Bridget Matu nodded. She understood well what kind of situation someone could end up in when they developed an obsession. Just take Hugh as an example. These many years, he had always been pursuing immortality. To achieve this, he didn't hesitate to have his son participate in the Holy Grail War, even someone like Khotone who lacked talent. He was willing to use worms for grafting on him despite knowing Khotone's status as a master came at the cost of his life. Not to mention everything Zokin did to Bridget. To alter her internal magic circuits, Zokin spared no effort. So, Bridget did not show any anger at the Mage Association's refusal. She was just a little worried whether losing their support would impact Hart's plan. Hart, due to smooth progress, had long returned to Talia's residence with Francis. When Tosaka Paris entered the house with a disappointed look, Hart already guessed the outcome of their mission. Let them refuse. Without their assistance, there won't be much of an effect. I only hope the Mage Association doesn't meddle. Hart, on the side, Francis was quietly practicing magic. Given his current strength, the matters Hart planned were too far out of reach for him. But as the son of fate, he still didn't want to be sidelined. So, during his spare time, Francis kept working hard to improve his abilities. Just as everyone was discussing the next steps, Remy suddenly appeared in the room. Saber, there's movement from the Ryudu temple side. Hearing Remy's words, everyone in the room felt a sense of tension. Hart also felt quite surprised. Before he left Ryudu temple, he had severely wounded the Yunsung created by the old worm. Logically, it shouldn't be possible for the number of Yunsung to increase so rapidly unless they had captured many more civilians for forced parasitization. How many Yunsung are there? Hart asked the most critical question. However, what surprised Hart was that Remy just shook his head after hearing the question. What came out were not Yunsung but a large number of centipedes. Roman is already sniping them, but there are just too many, so he needs your help quickly. Hart immediately understood. This was the old worm panicking and couldn't wait for the centipedes to parasitize humans to transform into Yunsung before sending them out. It seemed the old worm was far more cunning than he imagined. After Hart escaped from Ryudu temple, the old worm likely sensed something wrong and could no longer Aloysius stared at Roman's eyes filled with desire and burst into laughter after a moment of silence. Truly fitting of you, Roman. As you say, this is true pleasure. Roman remained silent, but secretly plotted the plan he had formulated from the moment Hart found him. That plan was to gain the power of the Holy Grail to attain maximum pleasure. Since the moment he killed his master with his own hands, the original Finian had disappeared. His last internal struggle vanished completely after his resurrection. Now, he sought only pleasure. Killing Remy's previous master, or agreeing to Hart's alliance request were all driven by the pursuit of pleasure. However, the news Hart brought excited him tremendously. He felt the power of the Holy Grail was within his grasp. As long as he could enter Ryudu temple and defeat Hugh, his choices would multiply. Whether controlling the old worm or wielding the power of the Holy Grail himself, it would be an immensely pleasurable experience. By then, there would be no need to participate in the Holy Grail war. He would become a god of this world, an unparalleled existence. Thinking of this, Roman could barely suppress his excitement and wished to lead Aloysius and Remy into Ryudu temple immediately. If it weren't for the intelligence indicating Castor and Kareem had disappeared from Ryudu temple, he would have kicked. Even if he does countless evil deeds, these two forces would spare his life. Though Maribel found it hard to accept at first, she didn't press the issue. She understood that what Hart said was true. The Mage Association would certainly spare the old worm. For consistency and fluency, I made minor adjustments to ensure the sentence reads more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning. On the side, Francis silently practiced magic, as the matters Hart planned were still far beyond his current strength. But as the protagonist, he didn't want to be sidelined. So during his spare time, Alaire kept working to enhance his strength. Just as everyone was discussing the next steps, Kazuki Tsukamori suddenly appeared in the room. Saber, something is happening at Jinren Temple. Upon hearing Kazuki's words, everyone in the room tensed. Hart also felt quite surprised, as before leaving Jinren Temple, he had heavily injured the old worm's creation, Grievance Monks. Logically, it shouldn't be possible for them to boost the number of Grievance Monks in such a short time, unless they captured more civilians for forced parasitism. How many Grievance Monks? Hart asked the question most on his mind. Surprisingly, Kazuki only shook his head upon being questioned. It's not Grievance Monks, but a large number of centipedes. Roman is already sniping them, but there are too many, so he asked you to hurry over. Looks like Zoken truly mastered the Holy Grail's power. But do you really plan to help Saber? Aloysius, while unleashing Gate of Babylon to clear the enemies, glanced at Roman with an unreadable expression. Roman, watching the massive number of centipedes emerging from the barrier, quietly said, Aloysius, don't you think this is the true pleasure? If Zoken can obtain the Holy Grail's power, why can't I? Aloysius, seeing the yearning light in Roman's eyes, laughed heartily after a stunned silence. Truly worthy of you, Roman. As you say, this is the true pleasure. Roman remained silent, secretly planning what to do next, a plan conceived the moment Hart found him. Obtaining the Holy Grail's power would give him maximum pleasure. Ever since he killed his teacher, the original Roman ceased to exist. His last inner struggle disappeared after coming back to life. Now, he sought only pleasure. Whether killing Kazuki's former master or agreeing to Hart's alliance request, it was all for pleasure. Hart's news excited him immensely. He felt the Holy Grail's power was just within reach. Entering Jinren Temple to defeat Zoken would give him many choices. Manipulating the old worm or controlling the Holy Grail's power would bring ultimate joy. At that time, he wouldn't participate in the Holy Grail war anymore. He'd become a god of this world, an omnipotent existence. He'd appear? Hart asked Tracy. Kane looked deeply at the people behind Hart. Piper, Talia, Francis, all masters and servants still alive gathered together. This filled him with uncontainable excitement. With their help, breaking through Lu Dong Temple's defenses seemed possible. Once they breached the temple's defense, capturing Avon would be within reach. According to Hart, Zoken couldn't leave the array as of now. It was an unprecedented opportunity. Suppressing his excitement, Kane replied calmly. It started half an hour ago. I thought it was a small-scale probe, but more centipedes kept emerging from the barrier. Looking at Kane, Hart felt uneasy. He had just sensed a trace of malice from Kane, which then vanished when he tried to focus on it. Frustratingly, even telepathy didn't reveal Kane's thoughts. Only the second time this happened since Hart acquired the skill. Instinct told him that Kane's agreement to ally was not without hidden agendas, but he was unclear about Kane's true intentions. Hart knew all too well how complex this man was. He could kill his own mentor without hesitation. Not many ordinary people could do that. However, now wasn't the time to confront him. The priority was dealing with the old worm. Continue suppressing the centipedes. I suspect the old worm's final move is coming. As if responding to Hart, immediately after he spoke, the barrier passage widened, and numerous bone spines shot out. While fighting off centipedes, Hart noticed they were heavily armored. A bad sign, as the old worm had clearly invested heavily in a day or so. Also, a high priest emerged from the temple gate. Though the mountain wasn't tall, the size of the high priest visible from its base was impressive. Suddenly, Piper charged in with Giselbert. Kill them all, Giselbert. Piper commanded gracefully, though her words sounded brutal. Upon command, Giselbert plunged into the swarm, his unparalleled regenerative ability swiftly reducing the centipede numbers. With everyone's help, Hart's pressure eased. Just as he prepared to catch a breath, a sudden light flashed atop the mountain. "Watch out," shouted Hart. Despite the warning, the mindless Giselbert ignored it, continuing his rampage. A huge bone spine struck, colliding with Giselbert's fist. The explosive impact engulfed Giselbert in dust. Hart quickly cleared the dust, revealing Giselbert's injured arm bleeding profusely. Apparently, the collision overpowered even Giselbert's formidable physique. Seeing this, Piper urgently called, "Come back, Giselbert." Though disoriented, Giselbert managed to return thanks to his regenerative powers. Hart cast a healing spell to stabilize Giselbert's injuries. Strangely, after the attack, the High Priest disappeared, causing a sense of foreboding among everyone. The lack of pursuit after injuring Giz-3, Cody. No one knew the situation inside the temple, but it was easy to foresee that it would be a dragon's lair filled with dangers. Finian stared at the mountain gate, constantly calculating the disparity in strength between both sides. The current intelligence did not fully cover the situation inside Parastu Temple. "Still, let's take a rest and then charge in directly," Finian suggested. He knew this wasn't a brilliant plan given the current circumstances, but he had his own agenda, to deplete the old bug's forces as much as possible before the alliance completely disintegrated. Ideally, he wanted both sides to be severely weakened so that, with 2 servants under his command, he could reap the ultimate benefits. Hart glanced at Finian. Although their forces were well prepared, and entering the temple gates wouldn't result in casualties even if something unexpected happened, he felt this suggestion didn't align with Finian's usually cautious nature. But it seemed there weren't any better options at the moment. "Finian, you lead the way. I'll cover the rear," Hart decided after some contemplation, wary of Roman's true intentions. This old silver coin's mind was unfathomable even with telepathy. Finian shrugged and led Aloysius and Remy to the front of the formation. "All right, but don't lag behind," he said as they began climbing the stone steps towards the summit. The team followed suit, an oppressive silence falling over them. He almost resembled Lancelot. Intruders into Parastu Temple must die. In an instant, Cody vanished and reappeared above Remy, unleashing a rapid sequence of strikes. Remy tried to evade, but realized he was surrounded by the blinding sword beams. Forced to raise his spear in defense, he failed to block the strike entirely and suffered a deep wound across his chest. Cody landed gracefully, shaking off the blood from his blade with a flick, then coldly eyed everyone present. "Be careful. That's Assassin. His swallow return can't be blocked. Attack from a distance." Hart warned immediately upon seeing Remy injured. Since Cody was controlled, Roman suspected that Tucker and Giselle were also in the old bug's grasp. Remy, holding his wound and backing away, understood the severity of the situation. "What happened? How is a servant controlled?" he asked with a heavy heart. "It's probably due to Zuichiro Tosaka's influence. It seems he's gained more power from the Grail," Hart explained, observing Cody warily. Meanwhile, Aloysius whispered to Finian, "It's the Black Mud. Looks like Tosaka has made significant progress. We must act quickly." Roman nodded, and the chains of heaven flew out, binding Cody. Despite his struggles, escaping the chains was impossible. Aloysius readied his Gate of Babylon to unleash a torrent of weapons, aiming for Cody's heart. Parastu Temple, which came with certain limitations. Cody couldn't leave the grounds of Parastu Temple. Last time when he entered Parastu Temple, he didn't see Kojiro, so he had set aside this speculation. Now, thinking back, it was probably at that time that Tucker hadn't yet been controlled by the old bug, and was struggling somewhere in a corner of Parastu Temple. This translation adheres to the original structure and maintains the tone and style, ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. ##### Chapter 164. An unexpected dilemma. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Watching the endless stream of resentful monks emerging from the temple gates, Hart knew they couldn't afford to delay any longer. The old worm's decision to release both controlled servants indicated that this was a critical moment. With this thought, Hart immediately drew Ruo Shui and joined the battle. His target was Kareem, who stood at the center of the resentful monk horde. Ruo Shui shimmered with a bright light. Under the enhancement of a master swordsman, the resentful monks could not impede his progress. A blade of flame instantly slashed out toward Kareem. Hum. A magic array reappeared, but this time it was not for spatial transfer. The gleaming bone blades emerged from the array. Giselle summoned draconic teeth warriors. Clang. Ruo Shui bearers. The healers were hard to target, and large-scale attacks were deflected by the magic arrays. Golden Hiram, in particular, suffered the most. Every time he used the king's treasury, several magic arrays intercepted his attacks, making him extremely frustrated. Such a frustrating combat strategy slowed their advance to a crawl, while the energy fluctuations within the temple intensified, an ominous sign. The strength of both the resentful monks and the servants was tied to the old worm's power. "You bastards!" As Hart fretted, the constantly targeted Golden Hiram finally lost his temper. In a fit of rage, he drew Enuma Elish. "Bastards! Die!" Aloysius roared as he unleashed a slash filled with fury. Despite knowing the situation wasn't ideal, Hart couldn't suppress a smile at seeing the proud hero king reduced to such anger. Under the might of the noble phantasm, Giselle's spatial transfer magic became ineffective, and the sword chi shattered the magic arrays. The resentful monks and draconic teeth warriors turned to ashes, though Kareem managed to escape at the last moment. The strike obliterated all enemies at the mountain gate. If not for protective arrays on the temple structures, the entire entrance would have vanished. After the attack, Aloysius panted heavily in mid-air. Seizing this opportunity, everyone entered Ryudo Temple. Complicates things. The old worm can't win directly, so he's using underhanded tactics. Howell's expression was grim. He expected to find Hugh after clearing the nuisances, but hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Saber, do you understand what's happening here? Roman asked Hart, recalling his earlier warning. Hart paused his search. It's likely an illusionary array. I'm not sure how the old worm obtained it. Illusionary array? What's that? Paris asked curiously, unfamiliar with the concept in the Fate universe. You can think of it as a magic array that influences mental perception, causing those inside to experience illusions. Hart explained using terms familiar in the Fate universe. Dot quickly grasped the principle. So, our bodies are still in Ryudo Temple, but our minds are affected by mana to create these illusions? Hart nodded. Exactly. We need to break the illusionary array as soon as possible. Paris suddenly appeared nervous. If that's the case, we're vulnerable to attacks at any moment, considering we're surrounded by enemies within the temple. This realization changed everyone's expressions except for Hart. In Zoken's view, they remained frozen in their initial positions, ready to be attacked. Haha, what nonsense are you spouting? Especially you, Fox Girl, you've really dropped the IQ today. Ichijo, Odi and Giselle, and the rate at which it was consuming Andrealis increased. If they didn't stop Alberic in time, things would indeed go downhill fast. Unfortunately, Khalil wasn't particularly well versed in formations, and previously he had escaped similar situations purely by luck. Currently, Alberic's objective was very clear, to trap them here. As for why it hadn't attacked them, it was likely due to the limitations of the illusionary formation. Although it could create illusions by influencing mental energy to trap people, it had a fatal flaw. Once the people inside the illusionary formation were attacked externally, no matter how great the previous influence, they would immediately break free from the illusion. Khalil and his group were not easy opponents. Upon entering the illusionary formation, they had all taken protective measures to varying degrees. Alberic was currently at a critical juncture, and both Cody and Sea Sister were injured by Saber, temporarily unable to attack. As for entities like the resentful monk and the high priest, Alberic definitely wouldn't use them because they couldn't deliver a guaranteed killing blow. That is, to strike fatally before the group regained consciousness after being attacked. This could be considered good news for Khalil and company, but the time left for them was limited. Whether it was Cody and Sea Sister or Alberic completing its fusion. Do you know if this will work? Farbarn smacked Alaire on the head, causing him to clutch his head, looking at her piteously. Well, isn't it worth a try since it's a possible solution? Alaire muttered. Khalil waved to interrupt him. If it were feasible, we would have left already. Alaire smiled awkwardly, rubbing his head and squatted silently on the ground. Yin Yin seemed oblivious to the conversation, smiling. Don't just stand there. The vegetarian meals in our Willow Cave Temple are delicious. It's mealtime, let's eat. Khalil pondered Yin Yan's behavior. Initially, Yin Yin appeared as lifelike, even addressing Alaire and Farbarn personally. After Khalil revealed the place as an illusion, Yin Yin became more like an NPC. Khalil was uncertain if this change resulted from the tearing of the illusionary formation or the skepticism of everyone involved. For the group, responding to Yin Yan's invitation was tricky. Had this been a regular formation, their response would differ. However, in this illusory setting, they felt out of their element. The group naturally looked at Khalil, awaiting instructions. Let's go eat. Khalil grabbed Yin Yin and walked toward the temple interior. The others followed suit, glancing at each other. Roman, any findings? Aloysius whispered at the back. Roman examined the surroundings curiously. Fascinating, incredibly fascinating. Anyone was the most anxious, it was him. Edits made. Minor wording adjustments for fluency and naturalness in English. Changed it was him, to it was him. For better readability. The last time he had investigated the old worm situation, he concluded that with the power of the Holy Grail, the old worm was confined within the blood pool of Ludong Temple's main hall. However, it now seemed that the old worm's actions were much faster than he anticipated, first dealing with Kareem and Giselle while accelerating its assimilation of Andromanio. If they didn't stop the old worm in time, things would become dire. Unfortunately, Hart wasn't deeply versed in array theory. In previous similar situations, he simply blundered through them. Now, the old worm's goal was clear, to trap them here. The reason it hadn't attacked was likely due to the limitations of the illusionary array. While it could influence people's mental state to create illusions and keep them trapped, it had a fatal flaw. Once someone inside the array received an external attack, they would immediately break free from the illusion's influence. None of the group members were easy targets. Upon entering the illusory array, they all took some protective measures. Currently, the old worm was at a critical stage, and both Kareem and Reyna C were injured by the Caliban, temporarily unable to attack. As for creatures like the resentful monk and high priest, the old worm wouldn't use them. They couldn't ensure a one-hit kill before consciousness broke free. Trapped in this unfamiliar Huanjun, illusory array. The task of finding the array I felt overwhelmingly hopeless. Note, illusory array is kept for context but should be consistently translated as illusory formation or illusionary array throughout the text for consistency. For a more polished version, during the fight between Aloysius and Kareem, Alaire had thought about fleeing but refrained out of respect for Paris. Now, ensnared in this unfamiliar illusory formation, the prospect of finding the array's core seemed overwhelmingly daunting. Abigail's suggestion offered hope of escaping, so he quickly supported it. Why are you being so reckless? Do you even know if this method will work? Farbarnlean smacked Francis on the head, causing him to cover his head in pain, looking at her with hurt eyes. Correction. Why are you being so reckless? Do you even know if this method will work? Bridget Matu smacked Francis on the head, causing him to cover his head in pain, looking at her with hurt eyes. Further correction for accuracy and fluency. Why are you being so reckless? Do you even know if this method will work? Talia smacked Francis on the head, causing him to clutch his head in pain, looking at her with a hurt expression. For consistency, here is the fully revised paragraph. Why are you being so reckless? Do you even know if this method will work? Camillo seemed indistinguishable from a real person, even addressing Amiya Alaire and Tosaka Paris with familiar terms. However, after Hart pointed out that this was an illusion, Camillo immediately transformed into an NPC-like figure. Hart was unsure if this change was due to a tear in the illusion, or if their skepticism had weakened the entire array. The others were also uncertain how to respond to Camillo's invitation. If this were a magic array, they wouldn't be so indecisive. Unfortunately, since they were caught in an illusionary array, it was like giving a math genius a Chinese language test, completely out of their element. No matter how skilled they were in magic, here they found themselves at a loss. Naturally, all eyes turned to Hart, silently asking, "Saber, what should we do now?" "Let's go eat," Hart said, casually putting his arm around Camillo and walking towards the temple's interior. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. As they walked, Howl, at the back of the group, quietly asked Aloysius, "Have you noticed anything yet?" Roman was intrigued by everything around him, even stopping to examine the pillars inside the temple. This illusionary array is fascinating. It even simulates the texture and scent of objects. For now, let's follow Saber. I can tell he's extremely motivated to kill Hugh. Regardless of his intentions, he will. For those rooted in Fate's magic, dealing with an illusory array was like giving a math genius a Chinese test. Everyone naturally looked to Hart for direction. "Saber, what do we do now?" "Let's go eat." Hart put his arm around Camillo and walked toward the temple interior. Reluctantly, everyone followed. "Ewing, have you found anything?" At the back of the group, Aloysius whispered. Howl was curious, examining even the pillars within the temple. This illusionary array is fascinating. It can simulate the texture and scent of objects. For now, follow Saber. I can see how eager he is to defeat Hugh. Whatever his motives, he'll try his hardest to break this array. If necessary, you must use your realm-level noble phantasm to split this array. Don't treat it like a game. Earlier, you barely used a third of your strength. Howl spoke quickly and quietly with Aloysius. As a seasoned professional, he always kept backup plans. Aloysius smiled slightly, rest assured. Such a delightful task requires my full effort. Hart glanced at Howl and Aloysius at the end of the line. Sensing something off since entering Ludong Temple, especially given Aloysius's reluctance during combat, he deduced that Howl was holding back. This was typical of a veteran strategist, and Hart didn't dwell on it further. They weren't ready to confront each other yet, at least until they dealt with the old worm. Until then, Hart would remain cautious. Under Camillo's lead, the group arrived at the temple's cafeteria. Looking at the zen-like cafeteria before them, everyone let out a sigh of admiration. Camillo, seeing everyone seated, said, "Please wait for a moment. The vegetarian meal will be served soon." He then bowed politely to the group and exited the cafeteria. Under Camillo's lead, the group arrived at the temple's cafeteria. Seeing the serene atmosphere of the cafeteria, everyone heaved a sigh of appreciation. Once everyone was seated, Camillo said, "Please bear with us for a moment. The vegetarian meal will be served shortly." He gave a respectful bow and then left the cafeteria. Chapter 166, Delighted Ewing Einsburn. As Camillo left, the cafeteria was left with only Hart's group. Lexus, who sat to Hart's right, leaned in and asked, "What do we do now? Do you have any clues about the focal point of this illusion? I don't dare eat this meal if it comes." Hart glanced at Lexus but didn't respond. He hadn't refused Camillo's invitation because he wanted to conduct an experiment. He wanted to see if following Camillo's guidance and eating this meal would restore his state to what it was when they first appeared. After everyone started questioning the reality of this world, Camillo's behavior became clearly abnormal, more mechanical. Instead of acknowledging Hart's explanations about the principles of illusions, normally, without his previous stiffness, Hart concluded that doubting the reality weakened the illusion. Camillo's transformation proved this. "I know how to break this illusion. If everyone firmly believes this is false, the illusion will collapse on its own." With no visible defenses and urgency, Hart shared this insight. Camillo froze. "What nonsense are you spouting? Maybe we need an exorcist here." Signaling monks to take Hart away, Hart saw confusion spreading among the others. Realizing he had overlooked their weaker mental fortitude, he knew they were succumbing to the illusion. "Eldon, what are you saying?" said Bridget, standing beside him worriedly. Among them, only Hart and Roman still retained clarity. "Wake up. It's an illusion." Dot was the first to regain consciousness, looking shocked at Camillo, remembering nothing of falling into the trap. She had reminded herself constantly that this was an illusion, yet still fell under its spell, demonstrating its power despite her advanced abilities. Fortunately, thanks to Hart and Roman, Dot avoided permanent loss. Giselbert remained unaffected, protecting Dot upon her command. Alaire was the last to wake, given his connection to Camillo. Meanwhile, Camillo repeated mechanically, "My temple's meal is good," while other monks vanished. With the belief solidifying that everything was an illusion, the surroundings began to... The thought that he, Ewing Einsburn, would soon become the master of this power filled him with an immense sense of joy. However, before that could happen, it was crucial to weaken the little insect as much as possible. With this in mind, Ewing Einsburn immediately ordered Kazuki Sauron to launch an attack. A being that was once beyond dead has now been reborn, and it has even regained a physical form. What kind of power could achieve such a feat? The thought that he, Finian, would soon become the master of this power filled him with a sense of pleasure. But before that, he needed to weaken the little insect as much as possible. With that in mind, Finian immediately ordered Kazuki Sauron to launch the attack. Chapter 167. Just this? Connor had long been unable to contain his battle lust, a crimson glow constantly emanating from his body. Moving at high speed, he rapidly closed the distance to Inigo of the Intake family and thrust his lance forward, shouting, "Pierce through with the dead thorn lance." Connor knew that this man before him had already merged with part of the Holy Grail's power, so he immediately unleashed a killing move. Inigo watched Connor's attack approach mockingly. The lancer's prided speed appeared endlessly slowed in his eyes. Buzz buzz. The dazzling red light brought about the force of a mountain collapse. The old worm wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, and Hermes and Castor reappeared. They directly engaged Red Hiram and Giselbert. while two hidden great priests continuously threw bone spikes to disrupt them. Heart received special attention, Inigo's strength clearly enhanced by his new young body, emboldened further by the black sludge, which allowed him to directly engage Heart. The black sludge enveloped his body, forming an unusual armor around him. Strange attacks rained down on Heart relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The battle intensified. The weak water glowed brightly, striking toward the old worm's head. You restless dead spirit, go meet Yama. Inigo knew Heart's prowess, but now empowered by the Holy Grail, his mindset had grown arrogant. Facing Heart's fatal strike, Inigo did not dodge. The black sludge transformed into a scythe in his hand, meeting Heart's attack head-on. Clang, clang. What surprised Heart was that Inigo, who originally was an adept at close combat, could now withstand his attacks and even had spare energy. After a moment's thought, Heart understood. The black sludge had greatly boosted Inigo's attributes. Realizing this, Heart's fighting spirit grew even more intense. The energy waves from their clash tore through the air. Seizing the moment when Inigo was forced back, Heart sliced open the... Among the masters present, she was the only one who excelled in close combat, fighting fiercely amidst the monks. If Yeonsung needs to be translated more clearly for an English audience, you might consider explaining it briefly, like so. Talia employed the 8 extremes fist to fend off the Yeonsung monks harboring grudges. Among the masters present, she was the only one who excelled in close combat, fighting fiercely amidst the monks. In contrast, Talia, Abigail, Bridget, and Francis could only defend passively. Perhaps feeling bored, Alaire wielded a steel pipe, using magic circuits to enhance it into a formidable weapon, dealing with the monks Paris couldn't handle. Inigo grew increasingly alarmed. Despite sharing memories with his original body, he hadn't realized Heart's true strength until now. He thought Heart had merely benefited from being a servant in youth. With the Holy Grail's power reconstructing his body and the mysterious black sludge, Inigo believed he was invincible. However, he realized how wrong he was. Even with the black sludge's enhancement, he stood no chance against Heart. Now, Inigo shifted from offense to defense, barely holding his ground. If not for the Ludong Temple's healing array, he might share the same fate as his original body, decapitation. Elsewhere, Hermes and Castor, though Saber, you can't kill him. If the Holy Grail is now fused with him, once Inigo dies, the Holy Grail might disappear. Heart, who was about to slash and finish off the old worm, hesitated upon hearing this. Although he had always suspected that Finian's agreement to form an alliance had ulterior motives, he couldn't deny that what Finian said could indeed be possible. Note: the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. Chapter 168, Probing. Inigo's obsession with the Ludong Temple had been ongoing for a considerable amount of time. Given what happened last time, his resurrection was undoubtedly linked to the magic array beneath the temple. The underground array in Ludong Temple formed the foundation for the entire Holy Grail War. Each time, this array accumulated energy over approximately 60 years to initiate the Holy Grail War. Compared to previous intervals, the gap between the 4th and 5th Holy Grail Wars was exceptionally short, only 10 years. Inigo's obsession had persisted here for so long, creating centipedes and vengeful monks, and utilizing magical energy for resurrection. Now, he had merged with the embodiment of all evil in the world, gaining control over part of the Holy Grail's power. This couldn't help but make Heart cautious. After all, the main mission required touching the Holy Grail. The within reach could be lost. However, one sentence from Finian made Saber stop, giving Inigo more confidence. Heh Saber, go ahead. Didn't you want to kill me? Do it. Inigo laughed maniacally, seeing hesitation and anger in Heart's eyes. He understood that this man couldn't kill him, at least not before the Holy Grail appeared. Heart looked at the smug Inigo, desperately wanting to end his life but had to endure for the main mission. Old worm, order your subordinates to cease their attack. Inigo merely glanced coldly at Heart. Why should they stop? Isn't this fun? But then Inigo screamed in agony as Heart severed one of his arms. Stop! Stop! He ordered while clutching his wound in terror. Megan swiftly cast spells to force Aloysius back and appeared next to Inigo. Kareem wasn't as fortunate. After being infiltrated by black mud, he seemed to lose control. Upon receiving the command, he immediately stopped but tragically ran into Giselbert, who destroyed him completely. Heart coldly stared at the pale-faced Inigo. Do you really think I won't act? Keeping you alive is only for the sake of the Holy Grail. Not killing you doesn't mean I can't maim you. Inigo cursed inwardly, never expecting Heart to attack so recklessly. Losing an arm made Inigo more docile, pleading for mercy. Quickly moved a layer behind Heart. Roman was entirely focused on Inigo, observing him like a prized artifact. How incredible, a mere human fusing with the Holy Grail. Truly worthy of being the head of the Matu family, Roman said, his eyes glowing as he sensed Inigo's condition with magecraft. The more he observed, the more excited he became. Inigo's weakened state only intensified Roman's desire to control him, though he needed a pretext to act without drawing suspicion. Roman knew the alliance would dissolve after Inigo's defeat, and he wouldn't risk exposing his intentions until necessary. Since you have already merged with the Holy Grail, summoning it now shouldn't be a problem, right? Finian mused, addressing Inigo. The old worm laughed mockingly. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You want me to hand over my means of survival? You really are dreaming. Chapter 169, The Truth Revealed. Howell placed his foot on Hugh's chest. You have no bargaining power now. Hugh said nothing, only glaring coldly at Roman, his eyes filled with unbridled anger. As the head of the Matu family, he could lose and even die, but he could not let the Matu family's dignity be tarnished. Either kill me or stop this charade. Roman remained calm, smiling down at Zokin. No, you're not dying yet. Roman glanced at Heart. I've developed a magic technique to control someone's mind. But given the current situation, you won't fully trust me. Hart began to guess Roman's intentions. He didn't expect Roman to openly state the plan. This was forcing everyone into a difficult choice. Controlling the old worm meant controlling the entire underground array's energy. Handling Zoken alone was already strenuous. If Roman were in control, who knew what would happen? After all, servant strength is tied to their masters. Roman could enhance his magical power via Zoken, leading to significant boosts for Aloysius and Hiram. Refusing Roman's proposal would prevent them from completing the main mission. Zoken was obstinate. No amount of torture would make him summon the Grail, as it was his last chance to survive after being defeated by Hart. Abigail immediately rejected Roman's suggestion. You're right, I can't trust you. Paris was hesitant. Although Roman was her father's prize student, he had changed drastically since her father's death. Rumors suggested he was her father's killer. How could Paris trust him not to turn on them once Zoken was controlled? Yet, giving up the Holy Grail War was unthinkable. The Tosaka family had sacrificed too much. With pleading eyes, Paris turned to Hart. Saber, what do you think? Facing her gaze, Hart deliberated before deciding to let Roman proceed. But first, battle, he tried explaining he only needed to touch the Grail, not make a wish. But Abigail wouldn't listen, preventing anyone from approaching. Giselbert shrugged off attacks from Red A. Annoyed, Hart slashed and knocked Giselbert away, landing next to Bridget. Bridget, remember what I told you? I don't belong here. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Bridget's smile faltered. Eldon, are you abandoning Bridget? Translation notes asterisk. Names like Howl, Hugh, and Hart, which is a character name, are kept as they appear in Pinyin. Maintain the tone and structure of the original text. Adjustments were made for fluency and natural English expression while preserving key elements. Hart ruffled the young girl's hair and sighed. It's not that I don't want you. It's just that I can't take you with me. So, Bridget, you have to be a good girl and listen. In a moment, I will shatter the Holy Grail, and this way, you and Paris will be safe. Tears welled up in Bridget's eyes. She knew she couldn't stop Hart, so she could only slowly nod her head before throwing herself into Talia's arms and began to cry. Seeing this, Hart sighed again. Although this was cruel for Bridget, it was something she had to go through. Translation notes asterisk. Maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Kept character names consistent, knowing that upon completion of the rewards, he would officially become a Phase 2 player. This entitled him to return to the main world for a period of time, a privilege only available to Phase 2 players. It had been a long time since his last visit to the main world after the previous Fubon world mission. The main world was now undergoing significant changes due to spiritual anomalies. Although he had set up the Amadeus organization with help from government authorities and ensured his family was under military protection before leaving, concerns still lingered in his mind. Now, he had the chance to return and spend some time with his parents. How could he not be happy? Note, Fubon seems to be mistakenly left in Chinese. Here is the corrected version. It had been a long time since his last visit to the main world after the previous alternate world mission. The main world was now undergoing significant changes due to spiritual anomalies. Although he had set up the Amadeus organization with help from government authorities and ensured his family was under military protection before leaving, concerns still lingered in his mind. Now, he had the chance to return and spend some time with his parents. How could he not be happy? Announcement. President Hart is about to return to the main world. If anyone needs to send a message to their families, come to the guild headquarters promptly. Don't miss out. At this point, the rewards were settled. Comprehensive rating order when you return. I'm waiting at the headquarters now, Rocco messaged him, envy and longing evident in his words. Other guild members bombarded Hart with messages, anxious for news of their loved ones. They hadn't had any contact since entering the land of dying, unsure if their families were safe. A chance to know how they were doing was too precious to pass up. In the trade area, some Phase 2 players openly sold messages to families for 4,000 points each. But most guild members lacked the means to pay, needing points for essential gear in this harsh world. Now, with Hart becoming a Phase 2 player and their families safely protected by the military, they finally had a chance to report back. When Hart appeared at the guild headquarters, all members not in dungeons gathered around. President, here's the letter to my wife. Tell her I'll strive to improve and earn a place in the main world. And mine, please tell my mom I'm okay. It's been so long. She must be worried. Me too. Amidst the chorus of requests, Hart listened without irritation, understanding their feelings. Losing contact with families made them long for reassurance, especially in such perilous times. All right, I'll take your words and letters. Don't worry, and while I'm away, direct any issues to Rocco. Leaving the headquarters, Hart headed back home to rest. Completing 2 dungeons back-to-back had drained him, especially dealing with formidable opponent points, preparing to use the attribute enhancement chamber as instructed by the system. This realization took him by surprise. Hart's points had accumulated to as high as 9,000. Even after becoming a Phase 2 player, the monthly points to be surrendered had increased. But he still had 8,700 points remaining. It would be more than enough to enhance his realistic attributes. With this thought, Hart immediately got up and left the room, heading straight for the attribute enhancement chamber. Hashtag chapter 171. Attribute enhancement. Welcome to the attribute enhancement chamber. Please pay 100 points to activate the chamber. Hart followed the system prompt, paid 100 points, and activated the attribute enhancement chamber. Once the payment was completed, the chamber doors slowly opened. To his surprise, the interior of the chamber was filled with advanced technology. The walls were so polished that even with his keen eyesight, Hart couldn't find a single scratch on them. Players' base attributes are being detected. A red beam of light scanned Hart from head to toe, reminding him of the MRI experience in the main world. Player 2177, your base attributes are as follows. Strength, 110. Agility, 80. Stamina, 100. Mental power, 80. You have 16 remaining attribute points available for allocation. For real attribute points, ratio 200 to 1. You currently have 8,500 points. Hart mentally calculated with the remaining points. With the guild in a stable development phase, and the infrastructure mostly established by previous rewards and missions, the guild no longer required large amounts of points. He had already set aside monthly protection fees. The remaining 8,500 points could be converted into 42 real attribute points, significantly enhancing his combat power. He decided to allocate them as follows: plus 15 strength, plus 5 agility, plus 15 stamina, and plus 10 mental power. Attribute allocation complete. The enhancement process will involve intense pain. Would you like anesthesia? This service is provided free of charge. Hart naturally chose yes. Why not take the offered assistance? According to the Constellation Realm's usual behavior, all prompts reflected reality accurately. Of course, the bizarre remarks didn't count. They weren't written by normal people, just full of mischief. As the enhancement began, an unknown liquid quickly filled the entire chamber. Instinctively, Hart started holding his breath. Please do not panic. Allow the liquid to fill your lungs. It will provide oxygen. Half believing, Hart inhaled the liquid into his lungs. After initial Once outside, he immediately felt the surging power within his body. Despite the harsh anesthesia, the enhancement effect was undeniable. He hurriedly checked his attribute panel. Strength, 131. Agility, 90. Stamina, 115. Mental power, 95. Charisma, 2. Luck, 5. This substantial boost was impressive, but the sudden increase in strength made him feel somewhat uncoordinated. The rapid rise in all attributes caused some adaptation issues, similar to before. Looking at the cracks on the floor, Hart understood why the chamber was placed in his private residence. Initially, he thought it was considerate, but now it felt malicious. Repairing the broken door frame and boards after the last incident had been costly. At this moment, the Constellation Realm's cunning merchant nature was evident. With more players joining for potential nation wars, repair costs would bring considerable profits to the Constellation Realm. Indeed, buyers were never smarter than sellers. Despite this, Hart felt extremely happy. His strength had genuinely improved. He cautiously avoided moving too much, fearing further destruction. After some time, Hart gradually adapted to his enhanced body. He then took out the epic level lottery ticket he hadn't opened earlier, planning to enjoy himself before returning to the main world. Chapter 172, Village Chief. Ignoring the still annoying remark, Hart directly turned his attention to the Frost Giant's armor. It was indeed very powerful. Each of its 3 special effects was practical, integrating attack, defense, and support. Such a combination was rare in the equipment currently available in the Remnant Kingdom, let alone the unyielding special effect. What did that mean? It was practically a mini resurrection cloak. If one were to ask when players of the Remnant Kingdom had the highest death rate, it would undoubtedly be during ambushes. Without time to react, they were mostly outright finished. With the Frost Giant's armor, however, the situation was different. In receiving lethal damage, not only could an attack be blocked once, but 10% of health could be recovered instantly, providing a chance for a counterattack in dire straits. As for the Frost Halo, it was even more practical, directly causing severe slowing, increasing as enemies stayed within its range. According to descriptions, this slowdown had no limit. Once reduced to 0 speed, the enemy would lose all ability to act, leaving them at Hart's mercy. Hart liked the armor more and more the longer he looked at it. He immediately equipped it. Now with enhanced attributes and having completed his rewards, it was time to return to the main world. Walking to the teleportation array, Hart tearfully withdrew. Aviv then used the malevolent ghost power within him without hesitation. Flames burned through his chest cavity, and his skin glowed eerily green, as if the fire would soon break through. The black blood from the coffin, upon touching the flames, rapidly melted away. Inside the coffin, savage growls could be heard. The last scene Callan saw was Aviv lifting the blood-red coffin and walking into the village. Callan watched as static filled the screen and slammed his desk, releasing his suppressed emotions. Inform Aviv's family. Also, elevate the danger level of Huang Village to Class A and seal off a 10-kilometer radius around it. Civilians and exorcists are strictly prohibited from entering. After brief mourning, Callan regained composure and issued orders to the messenger. As Hart feared, paranormal activity across China had escalated significantly during this period, and apparitions appeared more frequently. Without Hart's early suggestions and preparation by establishing the Amadeus organization to recruit exorcists from the public, the situation would have been far worse. Even so, several major cities were occupied by powerful ghosts, with civilians killed or displaced, forming forbidden zones. Fortunately, thanks to Hart's advice on controlling multiple ghosts, the situation stabilized, at a great cost. Just recovering from the dizziness caused by the man tried to grab Hart's clothes while shouting to find the village chief for justice. After a moment, Hart released his grip on his Ruwashue blade, letting the man drag him towards the village shrine. Everyone come and see. This little rascal tried to rob my house. As the man shouted, the dead quiet village came alive. Many villagers emerged from their homes, pointing and talking about Hart, who stood in the middle of the road, held by the collar by a man named Alex. Stealing in Huang Village? Who gave him the guts? Yes, he must be with those 3 who came before. They might be back with a purpose. That makes sense. The 2 who escaped must have reported back. They're probably here to rescue them. Rescue? Look at how easily Alex dragged him around like a chicken. He's probably destined for forced labor in our village. Surrounding villagers murmured as they watched Hart. With his heightened spiritual awareness, Hart saw through the illusion. The villagers, including Alex, appeared as disemboweled corpses. Something controlled them, explaining his lack of resistance. He wanted to understand the nature of the village chief mentioned. As for the 3 people alleged to be co-conspirators, they were likely civilians who accidentally entered or exorcists. Before long, Hart was brought to the village shrine. Village chief, I caught a thief. He won't admit it. Please help, judge. Alex stopped outside the shrine, speaking cautiously with respect. A member of the Amadeus organization? Hart smiled as he looked at the village chief. Due to his strong mental power, he hadn't succumbed to any illusions upon entering the village. To him, the village chief appeared as nothing more than a blood-red coffin. Startled, the village chief's gaze toward Hart grew wary. Although this man lacked the aura of a spirit manipulator, his instinct screamed danger, potentially lethal even to itself. This realization explained why it hadn't immediately attacked, but chose to reveal itself. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you since you're not a spirit manipulator? The village chief probed, already sensing the implications of a Amadeus member appearing here. It realized it was being monitored by the state. Since its awakening, it had already claimed many innocent lives. Turning back wasn't an option. As for the captured Amadeus member, it intended to use them as leverage for negotiation. Hart glanced sideways at the village chief. You really are narrow-minded. Who says only spirit manipulators can eliminate you? Just a bloated coffin, yet you think you're a god? The village chief's eyes widened in shock, realizing that its true form had been seen through by this man, despite its expertise in mental attacks. Instantly, it understood. This man had never fallen for its illusions. Leading Ben here was likely a ploy to draw it out. The village chief summoned Aviv, who was half dead, through its puppets. You, these evil ghosts. If you want to kill me, do it quickly. I won't scream, not like a coward. Had Hart not arrived, the village chief might have enjoyed Aviv's despair. Now, it didn't dare move, its small eyes constantly darting towards Hart, fearing he would strike it down in a fit of rage. Seeing Hart smiling, the village chief steeled itself. Eldon, don't joke around. Your people came for you. How could I dare kill you? Aviv was bewildered, unsure if this was the same blood coffin evil ghost. Hadn't it eaten something bad to go insane? Noticing Aviv's confusion, the village chief was ready to die. Gao Eldon. Gao sir, don't tease me. This is the one who has come for you. Aviv turned to Hart. Are you from Amadeus? I've never seen you before. I'm not from Amadeus, but Callan is a friend of mine. I happened to come across this village today, and met an Amadeus member unexpectedly. Upon hearing Callan's name, Aviv's doubts eased. Benito, as the head of Amadeus, was top secret, so only a select few knew his full name. What should we do with it? It killed all the villagers here. It must be stopped. The village chief's face turned grim. It had thought its future was bright, only to encapsulate this. How did this happen? Did you help me? Even if Aviv was slow to react, he knew that Hart had done something to suppress the vengeful ghost inside him. Don't waste time. Quickly take me to Callan. You still have some time left. Aviv's gloom from earlier vanished. Even when teased by Hart, he wasn't annoyed but instead happily led Hart toward the Amadeus headquarters. Chapter 174. Reunion with Callan. After leaving Huang village, Aviv was still in shock. To him, Hart seemed far too mysterious. He knew all too well what the blood coffin entailed. A demonic entity with intelligence and ghostly abilities, dangerous enough to be classified at least A-level. In this world of rising paranormal activities, while it might not match up to the few S-level demons that had become off-limit zones, it was still a formidable force. Yet, in front of Hart, it had been utterly submissive, meek as a kitten, its fawning even making Aviv feel inadequate. Then, Hart casually suppressed the demon inside him that was about to awaken and even improved his physical condition. This only deepened Aviv's curiosity about Hart's true identity. As a core member of the Amadeus organization, Aviv had some understanding of China's hidden secrets, ultimately concluding that Hart must belong to a secluded family. The signal has been sent out. Someone should come to pick us up shortly. Aviv transmitted, Captain Gao, you're alive. Who is this? A military officer walked down from the helicopter, warmly greeting Aviv, showing that he had good standing among the Amadeus members. I owe my life to him. He sealed the blood coffin and greatly postponed the awakening of my ghost, Aviv said enthusiastically, introducing Hart and showing the golden box containing the sealed spirits. The officer raised an eyebrow. Initially, he thought Hart was just a civilian rescued by Aviv. But now, learning that Hart saved Aviv and sealed the blood coffin, the officer took Hart seriously. Well, brother, are you interested in joining our Amadeus organization? With your skills, you'll shine here. The officer extended a sincere invitation, assuming Hart would accept readily since Amadeus was one of the leading organizations in China, backed by the government with numerous privileges. However, to his surprise, Hart shook his head. No need for Amadeus. I just want to see Callan. The officer was taken aback. You know Benito? Callan was the leader of Amadeus, and for this person to know his full name indicated his importance. Your request can be granted, but it needs approval. Understand? Hart had no objections, aware of Callan's significance. No problem. Just tell him Hart has returned. The officer looked deeply at Hart, sensing the extraordinary relationship between Hart and Dr. Business, giving him a colonel rank. Hart had never ridden a military helicopter before, so there was no rush. He reclined comfortably, awaiting arrival. After a couple of hours, the helicopter landed. Upon disembarking, Hart saw Callan's disheveled figure. Ha, you've finally returned. Heard you saved a teammate. Impressive. Come, let's go see Corbin. He's been talking about you daily. Callan retained his brusque personality, ignoring Aviv and dragging Hart along. Aviv watched, amazed by the clear closeness between Hart and Callan. If he could latch onto Hart, his future at Amadeus would surely skyrocket. Aviv watched them turn a corner, then headed to his residence, his eyes filled with affection and guilt, acknowledging his longing for home after so much hardship. On the other side, Hart, who was pulled to Corbin by Callan, could only give a wry smile. It was the same old formula and the same familiar scene, being studied thoroughly by the same group of elderly men. Various instruments scanned back and forth over Hart's body while they muttered to themselves, his physical functions have improved again. Look at the speed of cell division. It's simply not human. Hashtag chapter 175, Hidden Families. Hart felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Although this was the second time he had experienced this situation, families far exceeds our imagination, but they aren't very interested in the outside world. Once confirmed by Ethan, Hart became immediately intrigued. Hidden families. This sounded like clans with deep historical roots. He had always been fascinated by strange occurrences in China and had studied them extensively. Can you tell me more about the specific situation? Hart asked curiously. Ethan nodded. Sure, but we need to finish taking samples first. Hart's face fell again, glancing at the bald head surrounding him, two streams of regretful tears flowing down his cheeks. Next time, I won't fall for Callan's tricks. After some time, the last elder scientist patted Hart on the shoulder satisfactorily, waving a test tube at him proudly before leaving with a smile. Hart was extremely vexed. In less than 30 minutes, he had been drained of 1,000 cubic centimeters of blood and various tissue samples collected. Most frighteningly, someone noticed he remained vigorous despite losing so much blood, and wanted to test his maximum hematopoietic capacity. Thankfully, Ethan stopped this proposal, or Hart might have fled outright. That day, Hart relived the terror of being controlled in a laboratory. Ethan now called Hart over cheerfully. Gary, didn't you want to know about the hidden families? Come with me. Zimming, you too. Upon hearing this, Hart perked up, finally reaching the most interesting part. Our team is from Amadeus, tasked with this mission, the captain replied. The name of Mount Shu spread wide across China, and the captain was clearly impressed by the newcomers' power, having saved their lives. The affairs of mortals are not ours to meddle in. Leave now or face my wrath. Through the video, Hart saw the captain's expression change several times, but eventually followed the order, evacuating the civilians. After the video ended, Hart was more curious than ever. Ethan, is the legendary Mount Shu really true? Ethan nodded. We've tried contacting them a few times, but they seem wary, never letting us into Mount Shu. Through Ethan's introduction, Hart learned of the 6 hidden families recorded by Amadeus: Mount Shu, Amei, Wutai, the demon-slaying Ma clan, Mao family, and Hu family. All demonstrated formidable strength, but shared a deep wariness of outsiders. It was rumored this stemmed from an epic battle. Hart immediately thought of the parallel space exile during the Great War between the 4 realms. After that, their rulers were forced into retreat, disappearing entirely afterward. This allowed other realms to make small moves without interference. After seeing my parents, can I visit these families? Which one seems least hostile? Hart pondered. Callan and Ethan exchanged knowing smiles, making Hart feel tricked once more. These 6 families. On the way to the base, Callan expressed his concerns about the state of Amadeus. Due to ghost tamers gradually losing human emotions over time, some began causing trouble, sometimes causing more damage than encountering a powerful vengeful spirit. The higher-ups were addressing this issue vigorously but were also wary of this uncontrollable force, requiring Corbin and Callan to find a perfect replacement urgently. This proved challenging since ghost creatures were inherently bizarre, and aside from Hart and ghost tamers, no one had found an effective countermeasure. The emergence of hidden families brought some hope to Corbin and Callan. However, after recent interactions, they realized things were more complicated than imagined. These families had lived in separate dimensions for unknown lengths of time. Apart from the Hu family wearing modern attire, the others seemed very ancient. It almost caused a comical misunderstanding when someone sent by Corbin to liaise with Amei mistook a ringing cell phone for a magical artifact, nearly resulting in a violent clash. Amei subsequently refused further contact with Amadeus personnel. Hart had foreseen these issues early on, proposing military management to mitigate problems, believing it would reduce incidents of misbehavior among ghost tamers. Now, it seemed too idealistic. But now, there were alternatives, which was good news, though he wasn't sure if the Hu family could be persuaded. If successful, China would gain much-needed confidence before major changes. At dinner, though simple compared to netherworld feasts, Hart savored every bite, enjoying this long-lost family atmosphere. Finian, tell me truthfully, are you one of those ghost tamers? Otherwise, why would the army bring us here? I heard they battle vengeful spirits daily. One wrong move, and it's death. Finian, listen to me. Don't do this dangerous job. Let's leave tomorrow. Don't rely on the organization. Before Hart could reply, his father intervened. Why say such things? A man should defend his country. Finian, don't listen to your mother. Stephen supports you. You heartless old fool, you're not the one fighting. Easy for you to say. She hammered Dag several times. Heh, you've been like this since young, never changing. Stop hitting me. I won't say any more. Hart watched his parents bicker, feeling warm. They had been fighting for years, but grew closer over time. Stephen, Amaya, this is my decision. Someone must do it. I'll go on a mission day after tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Hart's words stopped their argument abruptly. He saw their deep longing and worry, but knew nothing could change. As a netherworld player, he faced life and death daily. Fate was unchangeable. Over the next day, their happy family gatherings made Hart even more reluctant to leave. He even considered not going to the Hu family, knowing that sooner China possessed great power and a lofty status was always the revival of malevolent spirits. With the potion provided by Hart, this problem was now perfectly resolved. Callan also used this opportunity to suppress some opposition from higher-ups, so he did not hide Hart's identity. As a result, Hart's reputation within Amadeus reached its peak. Even the typically rebellious ghost controllers showed deep respect for him. Everyone understood that no one would complain about living longer, and befriending Hart meant having an additional means of self-preservation. After leaving Callan's office, numerous ghost controllers greeted Hart warmly. Naturally, Hart didn't refuse these gestures. More friends meant more paths. At his request, Callan did not send anyone to accompany him on his journey. Ordinary ghost controllers simply couldn't keep up with Hart's speed. Boom. Hart's figure soared into the sky. The many ghost controllers who wanted to familiarize themselves with him watched with wide eyes. Heavens, Colonel Wong is so powerful. Yes, I didn't feel any trace of ghost energy from him, but the malevolent spirits within me seemed to calm down all of a sudden, as if they were afraid. Is Colonel Wong part of a hidden family? How else could he be so strong? Basking in the gentle breeze, Hart reflected on the awe-inspiring display he had just given. This should keep some of the unweak and broke free using his mental strength. Looking back at the girl, the desire was gone. Of course, I'm here on official business to speak with your elder, Hart said calmly, unaffected by her allure. Seeing that Hart remained unswayed, the girl reined in her mocking expression. Few people could resist the Hu clan's charms. Please wait here. I'll inform the elder. She vanished, and Hart sighed in relief, narrowly escaping her trap. The Hu clan's charms were indeed formidable. A mere glance or gesture had nearly ensnared him despite his vigilance, increasing his anticipation of the Hu clan's capabilities. Follow me. The elder wishes to see you. The girl reappeared beside the statue, urging Hart not to linger. She touched the statue and disappeared. Hart followed suit, being drawn into the statue upon contact. Recovering, he found himself in the Hu clan stronghold. Unlike the icy outside world, this place seemed like a self-contained realm, lush and tranquil, fitting the description of a fairyland. Led by the girl, Hart approached a grand hall, the very place where the elder resided. Before he entered, a sultry voice emerged. I expected a distinguished guest to arrive in the coming days. Could it be you, little one? Hart felt a tingling sensation, knowing the owner of the voice must be a stunning beauty. Normally, he might fall, as the victors of the war, they should have been enjoying the fruits of victory instead of hiding. Something unusual must have occurred, and Hart believed it was worth gambling that they hadn't forgotten their mission. The Hu clan elder, behind the silk screen, fell into deep thought. The moment Hart entered their realm, she had confirmed the source of his power. This aura was all too familiar to her. It was the same aura emitted by the enemies they had fought so many ages ago. Had she not sensed the blue star blood flowing in Hart's veins, rather than the blood of those who were defeated, she would have almost wiped him out on the spot. You speak as if it's a simple matter. Do you know why my clan chose to retreat from the world? Chapter 179. Secret. Hart was taken aback when he heard these words. He had assumed that since the old ancestor of the Hu family hadn't responded for so long, she must have decided to reject him. Yet, unexpectedly, there appeared a sudden turn of events. However, he was also very curious as to why such a powerful force would choose to withdraw from the world. After the failure of the 4 major nations, there should be nothing on Earth capable of matching it. I do not know. Please enlighten me, old ancestor Hu. Ah. A deep sigh echoed from behind the gauze. I know where you come from and that your puppeteer has been working tirelessly over the years to return to Earth. Hart was not surprised by the old ancestor mentioning the puppeteer, considering the person opposite had lived countless centuries. The old ancestor's voice paused momentarily, as if lost in reminiscence. Back then, during that great battle, I was just a lowly minor demon who had just taken human form. At that time, Earth truly teemed with powerhouses. Various races coexisted peacefully. That wonderful era was precisely what is known as the mythical age in Chinese legends. Unfortunately, all of this was rewritten by one thing, which directly led to the destruction of the world and the banishment of those factions. Hart grew more curious as he listened. According to the old ancestor, she was only a minor demon at that time, barely qualified to participate in the battle. Moreover, if the time frame matched the mythical age, did it mean gods, Buddhas, ghosts, immortals, and demons all truly existed? Was the heavenly court real too? Hart couldn't contain his doubts and asked directly. Upon hearing the phrase, heavenly court, the old ancestor fell silent for a moment. How ancient a title. Even the mighty heavenly court ultimately met its demise. You're saying the heavenly court really existed, but now it has been destroyed? The old ancestor nodded. Do you know how the age of decline began? It started with the fall of the heavenly court, followed by the severing of the 9 continents into after his death. The only possibility left was the fragments of the god-slaying spear. Clever boy, the root cause is indeed the fragments of the god-slaying spear. In the era of the heavenly court's supremacy, especially after the calamity of Journey to the West, it became even harder to ascend to the ranks of immortals. Families like ours, with a proper lineage, fared better. Ordinary fairies had no immortal status, leading to discontent among some. Still, under the pressure of the heavenly court, there was relative peace. Until a demon cultivator found fragments of the god-slaying spear somewhere, dramatically increasing their strength. You should be aware of Crew's cultivation method. Hearing this, Hart understood. Crew sought to refine the entire primordial chaos into his domain. His path was self-evident. Hart roughly deduced what happened next. The demon cultivator, empowered by the god-slaying spear, rapidly gained power, aiming to become the second demon ancestor. Finally, the heavenly court suppressed them, seizing the spear fragments, which naturally sparked covetousness among various factions. The opportunity to recreate Pangu might even tempt sages, let alone ordinary fairies denied the chance of ascension by the heavenly court. In the end, that great battle led to the collapse of the heavenly court, and my own race, the 9-tailed foxes, was wiped out. Only our remote branch, ####, chapter 180, early return. For a moment, Hart found it hard to digest this information. He never expected that the origins of the nearing death realm would be so profound. It had even involved figures from ancient mythology, something he hadn't anticipated. But if he thought about it from another angle, it seemed reasonable. The various miraculous aspects of the nearing death realm were well known to him. Its ability to bestow innate talents on ordinary people without any side effects, enhancing their physical capabilities to such an extent that it already bordered on divine intervention. What he now worried about was the consequences brought by the fragments of the god-slaying spear. It became clear that the 4 major nations aimed to return to the main world with one obvious goal. Their controllers sought to coalesce into a new crew. In other words, the controllers behind these 4 nations were essentially parts of the primordial demon ancestor, transformed after being infected by the fragments of the god-slaying spear. They were no longer their original selves but different manifestations of the primordial demon ancestor, varying in strength due to differing amounts of power. Their wars probably followed the instinct of merging into one, and once they had absorbed the other controllers, the final rebirth would take place on Earth. Trisha's ancestor looked at the pensive Hart with a hint of admiration. She could see how intelligent this man was. Combined with his special identity, a bronze player suddenly facing a professional champion. The odds felt insurmountable. Yet the next moment, his resolve rekindled. Not for any reason other than his guild brothers and family, he must stop this impending disaster. Once resolved, the oppressive feelings lifted from his heart. Hart decided to return directly to Amadeus' headquarters to inform Callan, then head back to the nearing death realm to continue strengthening himself. Just as Trish's ancestor said, only when he reached the position of chess player would he have the courage and capability to confront those who held the pieces. Amadeus' headquarters. Callan paced nervously in his office. China's situation was dire, and the hidden families refused to lend a hand. The deficiencies of Ghost Masters added immense pressure. Now he placed his hopes on Hart, whose unique status made him more cooperative with the state, unlike other players returned from the nearing death realm who wreaked havoc with their extraordinary abilities. National security had already documented these individuals before the paranormal revival. Considering the potential consequences of restraint, they opted for surveillance without interference unless there was excessive misconduct. However, widespread paranormal activities forced them to recall the monitoring forces to prioritize emergency responses. The old man also wanted to meet Hart to consider whether his power could consolidate or restrain these unruly players. As for the hidden family, he hated his parents, citing an assignment abroad, which again made his mother cry. Transmission. A flash of white light, and Hart was back in the nearing death realm. Learning the truth, he developed a great interest in this mysterious land and its controller. Announcement. All members not in dungeons, assemble at headquarters. He didn't intend to reveal the truth to his guild members. It was too shocking, and it might cause psychological stress. But after considering it, Hart decided to tell them. First, they deserved to know, and second, he wanted to gauge the controller's reaction. If Trish's ancestor was right, the controller might be a god from mythology. Yet, for so long, the nearing death realm seemed like code, emotionless and strictly following pre-written rules. Minor transgressions within safety limits went unpunished, making him wonder if the controller was in some deep sleep. Boss, why did you return early? Is something wrong? Note, crew is transliterated as crew. Mercedes, Trisha, and all character names are kept consistent with Pinyin. Please ensure the tone and style are maintained as in the original, providing natural and fluent English translation. Billy was the first to arrive at the guild headquarters. Upon seeing Hart, he immediately started questioning him. In Billy's view, it was a rare opportunity to reunite with his family. Even staying for 10 days to half a month wouldn't feel too long. For Hart to return early, the only explanation was that something had happened, forcing him to come back ahead of schedule. Hart patted Billy on the shoulder. Rest assured, your family is fine. The protection provided by the military is flawless. I'll explain why I returned early once everyone has gathered. Note, the translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring natural and fluent English while preserving the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Chapter 181. The Second Guild Instance. Relieved to hear that his family was safe, Lucian felt a larger question arise in his mind. According to Hart's implication, the family members were well protected by the military, indicating that everything was under control and national machinery was operating normally. This suggested that the crisis brought by the spiritual revival in the main world had been somewhat resolved. Yet, whatever troubled Hart so much made Lucian uneasy. He knew Hart's character too well. Usually, he was cheerful, and if there wasn't something serious, he wouldn't be so grave now. However, seeing Hart's solemn expression, Lucian didn't pry further, but held back his doubts and waited quietly for everyone to gather. About 10 minutes later, all guild members arrived at the base except Yul, who was still in an instance. Rocco somehow obtained a folding fan and fanned himself flamboyantly. Little Huai, what happened that you had to summon everyone here with such urgency? This provided him some operational space. Currently, a war had broken out among the three nations. Based on available information, the highest level player in the nation of Limbo was only level 3, achieved through Blood Alliance's extensive resource investments into their president. Meanwhile, Hart had already reached stage 2 and, with his rapid advancement rate, catching up to Blood Alliance's leader seemed not too difficult. Defeating Blood Alliance would allow ACE to take over as the dominant player force, making it easier to unify player factions. Hart then explained the information obtained from the Hu family Sky Cave, emphasizing the severity of the situation. Though peace might continue for a while, everyone needed to focus on enhancing their abilities as soon as possible. Little Huai, I can't believe things have escalated this far. If the demon ancestor revives, the entire blue star might cease to exist, Rocco said somberly. Yes, so for now, let's hold off on entering instances until Irene returns. We'll conduct a guild instance together. I'll help everyone improve our scores and boost our strength quickly. Tadeo perked up. That's great. Following boss into the instance world is practically a sure win. That's enough chatter. Everyone go prepare. Rocco, wait a moment. After everyone dispersed, Rocco looked at Hart curiously. Why did you keep me behind? Rocco, I plan to act against Blood Alliance after we return from this instance. You've been managing intelligence on them. Tell me their current status. Understanding dawned on Rocco, and he felt a surge of excitement. After all this time, they could finally take revenge for Jamie and the repeated assassination attempts. Do you remember Garth? Of course, isn't he the one who turned into a bird in Raccoon City? Yes. Don't underestimate him despite his weak combat ability. Since becoming our mole, he has provided substantial intel. I understand the structure and personnel of Blood Alliance quite thoroughly. Even though Blood Alliance dominates the nation of Limbo's player guilds, their internal cohesion is not solid. In fact, we owe it to Jedediah. Jedediah, relying on his position as heir, has often flaunted his power within Blood Alliance. Reliable sources say that after their leader successfully reached stage 3 and disappeared, Blood Alliance has faced significant instability. Hearing this, Hart raised an eyebrow. Blood Alliance's leader's disappearance was excellent news. At his current combat level, taking on stage 2 players wasn't an issue. Don't just get excited yet, there's more. Rocco saw Hart's pleased expression and teased. Keep listening. Rocco sipped tea and continued. Originally, Blood Alliance operated under strict control, with few resources allocated to lower-ranked players. but with limited resources shared equally since his leader's disappearance. Satisfied, he began preparing for the guild instance. The next day, Yul returned from the instance, eager to join in the guild activity. After all, winning effortlessly is addictive. Please, ACE guild members, get ready. We are about to enter the instance world. Countdown 60 seconds. After giving Yul a night to correct himself, all members of ACE gathered at the guild base, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they watched the countdown timer in front of them. Please note that I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text while translating it into natural, fluent English. Chapter 182. Heading to the Leaf Village. Welcome to Nara no Kuni. Hearing this announcer's voice, Hart couldn't help but laugh. He was all too familiar with it. As a seasoned manga and anime enthusiast, he could recognize Victor Uzumaki's voice even if it were turned to Ash. Sure enough, the next moment, the system notification confirmed his guess. Entering Fubon World. Victor. Correction. Entering Fubon World. Victor. Should be changed to entering Fubon World. Victor. For better fluency and accuracy, it should be entering the Fubon World. Victor. Or more naturally in English, entering the alternate world. Victor. Or entering the Victor world. Since Fubon typically refers to an alternate or parallel world in gaming context, this is a large world or parallel world. Here's the revised version for better context. After this period of development, ACE only had 20 members, meaning they were the sole guild representing the Land of Remnants in this parallel world. The remaining 137 players were from Eternity and Foglands, and with Deadly Struggle mode activated, they were in a situation of perpetual conflict. The Victor world was very popular among players from Nara no Kuni because of its practical loot. However, high returns often came with high risks. This world contained formidable entities such as Domenico, Hashirama Senju, the Otsutsuki clan, various tailed beasts, and the Akatsuki organization. Note: I made a slight modification to ensure the text reads more naturally in English and maintains consistency in terminology. Survival in the Victor world always revolved around battles. Seems like we've hit the jackpot. Everyone, let's be alert. Adopting an attitude of making the best of the situation, Hart instructed his guild members to find a safe place to set up camp. The main mission had yet to refresh, and they weren't sure about their exact location, so establishing a base seemed the most prudent action. Billy, take 2 men and scout the area. Try to capture someone to confirm our position. Marilyn, set up watchposts and don't let us be ambushed by other players. After receiving the orders, Lucian greeted the injured member while asking Lucian. Billy wiped the blood off his face. We followed your orders and scouted the area but encountered a group of ninjas. We tried to avoid them, but somehow we were discovered. When Urtzi retreated, he fell behind and got hurt. Fortunately, the stab wasn't too deep, though it's dangerous. His life will be saved, but when he wakes up depends on fate. Just entering the Fubon world and already having a severely injured member made Hart uneasy. Did you see which village's ninjas they were? Having a severely injured member so soon after entering the Fubon world made Hart uneasy. Did you see which village's ninjas they were? Note: for better fluency, I've adjusted the sentence structure slightly while retaining the original meaning. Yes, from their forehead protectors, they belong to the Leaf Village, but we didn't determine the time period. Damn. Billy was emotional, but Hart calmed him down. Alright, Billy. It's impossible to be perfect every time. Go rest. Hart waved for Lucian to rest while he stared pensively at the direction Billy had returned from. The injured member was level 6, which shouldn't be easily harmed under normal circumstances. A mid-level chunin or higher must have attacked. According to Billy, they faced several chunins, indicating this was likely during a war period. Victor's world was characterized by constant wars between hidden villages. This situation continued until Victor became. There was no need to worry about ambushes. Do we even need to choose? Of course it's Konoha. Amabel spoke up first. Going to Konoha means we can eat the legendary Ichiraka ramen. I've been craving it for so long. Amabel's suggestion received unanimous approval from all the female members of the guild, while Hart and Rocco could only exchange exasperated glances. Sure enough, women are all food lovers. Note: I have maintained the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring the translation is natural and fluent in English. The character names are kept in pinyin as requested. Chapter 183, Joining. After a lengthy discussion, it was finally decided to choose Konoha Village. The reason was simple. Konoha offered far too many valuable resources. Things like first Hokage cells, Ronald's scientific research data, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and so on. Whether for directly enhancing personal strength or exchanging these items for points upon return through the system, every choice promised substantial gains. Having made the decision, Hart led the group towards Konoha. They chose to join as an organization. Although this would invite some suspicion after joining, it ensured that the team wouldn't be separated, a fair trade-off considering the circumstances. Konoha, being the capital of the Land of Fire, was naturally bustling with activity. Upon reaching the village gates, Hart's party was stopped immediately. Who are you? Billy had suppressed his urge for revenge when Hart decided on joining Konoha. The extended wait only fueled his discontent. While Billy complained, Hart noticed someone hidden in the trees at the village entrance. Since you've arrived, why don't you show yourself? Is this how Konoha welcomes guests? Well, you found me. Kari Hataki dropped down from the tree branch without hiding any longer. Not bad, you seem quite perceptive. Hart replied coolly, as the leader of ACE, I should have this level of awareness. What's Konoha's response? If rejected, I'll leave now. You're quite the impatient one. The Hokage has agreed. Follow me, Kari said, his demeanor serious. With that, Kari led them into Konoha, confirming their current time frame. The 5th Hokage Ember's face was already carved into the Hokage monument, indicating the death of the 3rd Hokage Bronson and Ember's reign. Kari turned around. The Hokage will meet with you privately. Please ensure your members do not wander around during this time. Don't worry, they will follow Konoha's rules. Hart understood the precautions. Satisfied, Kari guided Hart into the Hokage building. Secretly, Heart was quite excited to meet Ember, renowned not only for her age-defying beauty but also her ample assets. This is the leader of ACE. Heart's group brought them into Konoha. They were desperately short on personnel. This was also one of the reasons why Ember, despite not knowing the true nature of Heart and his group, still brought them into Konoha. There was simply a desperate need for more people. There are only so many people available to call upon. Baron and his root have been observing without taking action, and Wang Hua's appearance 正好能弥补人手缺乏的窘境. This is also why Ember, although unclear about Wang Hua and his group's background, decided to bring them into Konoha. One of the reasons is the urgent need for more people. Note, Ganwang means to observe without taking action, which implies Baron and Root were not actively contributing. Edited translation. There are only so many people one can rely on. Baron and his Root have been merely observing without active involvement. Wang Hua's arrival comes as a timely solution to the shortage of manpower. This is also why Ember, despite being unclear about Wang Hua and his team's background, decided to bring them into Konoha. One of the reasons is the critical shortage of personnel. In this critical period, having a powerful group like ACE join could indeed provide much needed support. Hashtag chapter 184, probing. Stardust Country, huh? That really is a mysterious place. Very well, Konoha welcomes all of you to join. I'll have Nikki arrange accommodations for you shortly. Ember, after dismissing Heart, I'll take all of you around Konoha. Billy, despite his straightforward nature, understood Heart's meaning. He realized that if he were in Ember's position, he would also want to test them. Still, he hoped this process wouldn't take too long, as they only had 6 days and no time to seek shelter in another ninja village. Their only hope was now pinned on Konoha. It wasn't long before Nikki emerged from the Hokage Tower. Follow me, Lady Ember has already arranged your quarters. Heart complied without objection. They were on the territory of others, and the main mission constraints left no room for troublemaking. Nikki led them along while introducing Konoha. That's the Hokage monument over there, where the likenesses of past Hokages are carved. Not far ahead is the Hyuga clan residence. Her introduction was detailed, covering most of the prominent clans and elite forces in Konoha. Here you are. This is your new base. You must be tired from traveling. Rest tonight, and register at the office tomorrow. I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Nikki courteously guided them into their quarters, and promptly excused herself. As she disappeared around the corner, Heart began contemplating her true intentions. On one hand, she was genuinely introducing them to Konoha, but on the other, she was clearly showing off Konoha's strength, warning them subtly. Lu Huai, it seems Ember doesn't fully trust us. Hunt's voice interrupted Heart's thought, but Ember placed their quarters near the former Uchiha residence. Oh, Ember has grown indeed. Investigate this Heart tonight. I'm curious about the strength of the leader of ACE. Understood. Oil Cheer Jin transformed into a shadow and vanished into the night. Baron toyed with the intelligence on Heart in his hands. I hope you don't disappoint me, Mr. Wang. Note, Yun Cheer Jin seems to be a mistranslation or typo of Oil Cheer Jin, which should be kept consistent as it appears to be a character's name or codename in this context. Further adjustments for fluency. Oil Cheer Jin received his orders and immediately turned into a black shadow, vanishing into the night. Baron twirled the report about Heart in his hands. I hope you don't disappoint me, Mr. Wang. This maintains consistency and reads more naturally in English. Night fell, and the group slept soundly under a roof. Following Heart's instructions, no guards were set up around the perimeter. Only he sat atop the roof, waiting for potential probes. He expected Baron's operatives. Given Baron's cunning nature, such high-profile newcomers wouldn't go unnoticed. With Hiruzen Sarutobi gone, Baron harbored ambitions for the Hokage position. After Hiruzen's death, Baron thought he'd become Hokage, but Cornell insisted on bringing back Ember, deeming her the best fit for the position. This deepened Baron's resentment, fueled by multiple transplanted combat instincts warning him that the man named Heart was a highly dangerous presence. This made him approach his mission with even greater caution. His well-honed combat instincts told him that the man named Heart was a very dangerous presence. Hashtag chapter 185, the pitiful oil female root member. Swish, swish, swish. 3 kunai cut through the darkness, heading straight for Heart's position. Attack without even a word? This is how Root entertains its guests. Heart easily deflected the 3 flying kunai with a smirk. Hidden in the shadows, Isaiah felt even more shocked that Heart had seen through his approach. After all, when Root was first established, it operated in secret. Other ninja villages hadn't even heard of Root's name. Although after the Uchiha clan was wiped out, Root officially disbanded within Konoha. Most of its members joined ANBU, while some who couldn't accept the reality chose to retire and ceased participating in any Konoha-related actions or missions. However, no matter what situation they were in, those who came from Root still faithfully executed Baron's orders. They merely lost their public identity. Ember likely never expected that a supposedly dissolved organization would still wield such influence, leading her to take a lenient stance on Baron's former forces after taking office. This was one of Ember's significant political mistakes. Now, a leader from an external village, Heart suddenly smiled mischievously. He remembered the Konoha secret technique he had drawn earlier. The current situation and Isayara's position perfectly exposed his delicate spot, reminiscent of the famous move created by Carrie's father, Hataki Sakumo. Apart from Carrie, only Victor had mastered this technique, and since Victor wasn't in Konoha, using this move would certainly bring unexpected fun. Thinking of this, Heart formed hand seals and thrust his finger like a sword towards the target. Konoha Taijutsu secret technique. 1,000 years of death. Still in shock from Heart's sudden disappearance, Isaiah decided to retreat, but a loud shout echoed from behind him, followed by excruciating pain. Carrie, son of a gun. Aha! Heart had used mimicry talent to imitate Carrie's voice, and since this was Carrie's signature move, Isaiah instantly believed Carrie had attacked him. Although Heart held back and didn't use full force, the 1,000 years of death was both damaging and humiliating. The blow sent Isaiah flying, leaving a trail of fresh red blood. Hart laughed so hard he couldn't stand straight. This taijutsu's secret technique was indeed powerful. Despite being gravely injured, Isaiah still adhered to the principle of not exposing his location. He endured the pain and vanished into the base in a few swift movements. Inside, everyone woke up due to the noise. Keenan reacted fastest, running outside upon hearing the pain from 1,000 years of death was far worse than he anticipated. He mentally cursed Hatake Carry's ancestors. "Oh Lord Baron, I have returned." Isaiah didn't dare go straight to heal his injuries. Knowing Baron's strict nature, unless a mission member died, they had to report back immediately regardless of circumstances. Baron frowned, smelling blood as soon as Isaiah entered. "You useless fool. I sent you to probe Hart, and you end up like this? Sir, Hart must be very strong. He disappeared silently before my eyes, which indicates at least special Jonin level." "Really? That guy is that strong. What about your injuries?" Mentioning the injury brought another wave of pain to Isaiah. "It's Hatake Carry. He took the chance to ambush me." This caught Baron off guard. Carry was loyal to Ember. "Are you sure it's Carry?" "No doubt. Only Carry can perform 1,000 years of death aside from Victor, who is currently training at Mount Mayaboku. It must be Carry." Baron couldn't help but look at Isaiah's delicate area. Even his stoic expression showed a slight twitch. As the leader of Root, he was familiar with these Konoha techniques. The power of the 1,000 years of death had already been demonstrated on the bodies of foreign ninja. The gruesome scene was truly heartbreaking for those who heard about it and tear-jerking for those who witnessed it. Chapter 186, Meeting with Baron. Baron freely vented his emotions in the dimly lit basement. As a shinobi from the same era as the third Hokage, he finally saw light at the end of the tunnel after all these years of suppression. Since the third's death, Ember had never turned her attention to him. Many influential figures believed that after disbanding Root, Baron was preparing to enjoy his twilight years. This was exactly what Baron wanted. Only a hidden hunter could be the most deadly. "I hope Raphael doesn't disappoint me." On the other side, Ember, who was about to rest, was woken up by an urgently rushing Nikki. "Lady Ember, something has happened. Don't panic, just take your time. Is there a problem with ACE?" Ember pondered for a moment before guessing. Nikki's eyes sparkled with admiration. "You really are Lady Ember." "Indeed, it is ACE. According to ANBU intelligence, there was just a battle there. Someone tried to infiltrate ACE's base but was repelled by Hart. The bloodstains on the scene suggest that person was seriously injured." Hearing Nikki's report, the sleepy-eyed Ember instantly became alert. "Have we identified the attacker?" "There's no clue. He's a master of counter-reconnaissance. Despite being heavily wounded, he managed to shake off the ANBU surveillance ninja within 5 minutes." Ember fell into deep thought. She had intended to test Hart's true strength, but if someone could see through Carry's disguise, she doubted. Now, how to handle Hart and his group was a pressing issue. After tonight's events, they would likely have reservations about Konoha. "I need to find a way to distance them from the village until the situation stabilizes," Ember mused while standing by the window in her nightgown, looking at Konoha bathed in moonlight. "Boss, who was that guy tonight? Was he sent by Ember?" After this incident, the ACE members gathered around Hart to discuss the intruder's identity. "Not Ember, it was Baron. The one who came was Wyatt. It seems Baron is quite interested in us." The team wasn't surprised. Knowing Baron's character well, they understood he was manipulative. Despite claiming to protect Konoha, he did little to achieve it. Even during Ronald's attack on the third, Baron remained idle, indirectly leading to the third's death. Worse, during Dalton's invasion, Baron stayed hidden, doing nothing to prevent Konoha's destruction. "You guys stay here. I'll meet Baron, that manipulative old man." Just as they discussed, Hart proposed, facing strong opposition from Yuri and others. "No, why?" Yuri here disagrees first. "If anything happens to you, we lose our leader." Others echoed Yuri. "Vice President Yuri is right. You shouldn't go." "It's decided. Everyone listens to Yuri until I return. I'll be back by dawn." Hart vanished, leaving Yuri and others staring at each other. With his camouflage skills and lazy shoes, no one could track him. "All right, since we have such a president, let's add more sentries." "This makes me uneasy," Yuri sighed resignedly, arranging accordingly. Seeing Yuri's troubled look, everyone smiled understandingly and dispersed. During the ambush on Toryun, Hart placed a mark on him, allowing him to easily locate Root's headquarters, a dilapidated building. This place perfectly fits Baron's character. Who would expect a powerful organization hidden beneath such unassuming ruins? Hart couldn't help admiring Baron's stealth tactics despite the foul smell inside the derelict building. Water dripped from the ceiling onto moss-covered floors, and the mold stung his nose. He stopped at an exposed sewer pipe, the entrance to Root's core, where Baron was surely waiting. Perhaps due to confidence in his secrecy, Hart saw no guards or sentries once inside. If not for the mark on Toryun, he might think he was in the wrong place. The underground network of pipes was complex, but Hart eventually found the final underground space. Unlike the foul-smelling sewer, this area was better maintained, with ventilation but dim torches casting eerie shadows. Finally, Hart found his target, Baron Shimura. Baron sat motionlessly, gazing at the flickering who preferred avoiding trouble. Since the talent bar became condensed, he hadn't bothered checking it for a long time. When Murphy hurled a dart that shattered the only light in the room, there was a brief moment of tension. After all, this place was where Murphy frequently resided. Whether or not there was lighting wouldn't affect him much. But the next second, Hart laughed. In the darkness, his vision remained unimpeded, allowing him to see clearly. Even Murphy's nervous expression did not escape his notice. At that moment, Murphy was performing an incredibly challenging maneuver, twisting out from under the table without making a sound. If Hart didn't have night vision, he might not have noticed him at all. Won't you get tired holding that pose? I didn't expect someone your age to be so flexible, Hart commented directly, unable to tolerate the sight any longer. Being precisely pinpointed, Murphy felt a chill. In such pitch-black conditions, even with the Sharingan, he couldn't see anything. The newcomer seemed entirely unaffected by the darkness, which made his body freeze momentarily. Suddenly, orange flames illuminated the entire room. Hart was covered in a cloak of flames, smiling as he observed Murphy writhing on the ground. It's impolite not to reciprocate. You sent people to infiltrate my base today, and now I'm returning the favor. Hart refrained from being absolute, as Ember hadn't outright refused cooperation yet. She was merely cautious. Moreover, Root was riddled with flaws, evident from the defection of several key subordinates. Murphy's stubbornness and obsession with the Hokage position were the root issues. I understand your meaning. Root needs manpower. Join us, and I assure you can establish roots in Konoha. I'll handle Ember, Murphy offered confidently, seeing no reason why Hart would refuse. Although he wielded considerable power, this was Konoha, the fire country. As a local faction leader, he found it incomprehensible why Hart would refuse. You're wrong. I'm here seeking cooperation, not to join you, Hart replied bluntly. Murphy's smile vanished instantly. To cooperate with you, I need to show sincerity, right? That's easy. Cornell is dying. Is this information weighty enough? Hart toyed with the flames on his fingertips nonchalantly. Murphy's eyes lit up. As a staunch supporter of Ember, Cornell played a crucial role in stabilizing Konoha internally. Being one of the three sages, his influence among Konoha ninjas was immense. Plus, he acted as Ember's eyes and ears, gathering intelligence abroad. Is this true? Don't lie to me, Mr. Wong. Cornell isn't easy to kill. What if I told you he will die at Dalton's hands? Murphy, don't sidetrack. What are you doing here? Ignoring Hart's attempt to divert attention, Ember assumed a combat stance. Already wary of Hart, discovering him emerging from the underground pipes instinctively made her suspect him as a spy from another hidden village. Seeing Ember's reaction, Hart breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared she didn't know this was Root's location. Her suspicion arose purely from witnessing him emerge from underground. It wasn't an insurmountable problem. Thank heavens, Lord Hokage. I was ambushed as soon as I arrived in Konoha. The attacker didn't seem like a village ninja. During our encounter, I used a few tricks to track them here, but unfortunately, I still couldn't find the ninja who ambushed me. After listening to Hart's explanation, Ember's expression eased somewhat. She had already known about Hart being attacked as soon as it happened, but had chosen not to intervene. After hearing Hart's explanation, Ember's expression softened slightly. She had known about Hart being attacked almost immediately, but had chosen not to intervene. Chapter 188, News of Death. Putting herself in their shoes, if she had been mysteriously ambushed, she would also try to track down the enemy's location. Hart's explanation was not unreasonable, especially since even she did not know the specific identity of the ninja who attacked Hart. This put Ember at a disadvantage on this issue. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, Ember said before turning and leaving. Though something fallacy in this moment. Although she usually treated Cornell indifferently and ignored his affections, it didn't mean she didn't care about him. After her brother and lover died, she considered herself cursed, unwilling to let anyone else die because of her. You are Ember, right? Little Cornell indeed fell in battle, Jody Sen in deep said as he walked in. The moment Ember saw him, she knew the news was true. Cornell was indeed dead. Victor should be returning to the village soon. Have the Umbu inform him to hasten his return. Jody revealed a symbol left by Cornell on his back to Ember. This is what little Cornell left on my back before dying. It might be related to Dalton. Unfortunately, his throat was damaged, so he couldn't speak. I'm not sure what these numbers mean. Staring at the symbols on Jody's back, Ember was lost in thought. The message Cornell wanted to convey before death must be crucial. Nikki, note down these numbers and decode them at all costs. We need to understand what Cornell wanted to communicate. Cornell really died? That's interesting. In the basement, Baron received the news from his subordinate and was more determined than ever to collaborate with Hart. According to the intelligence, the news of Cornell's death was confirmed by Toad Sage Jody, which only reinforced Baron's belief in Hart's foresight. Reactions to the news of Cornell's death varied across different parties. Child of prophecy, Jody's doubts vanished upon seeing Hart. Clearly, Hart was the outsider they spoke of. He is called Hart and recently joined Konoha. Ember quickly introduced Hart to Jody, feeling curious herself. The Toads at Mount Mayaboku, followers of the Toad Sage, rarely took such interest in outsiders, prompting her to scrutinize Hart further. What makes this Hart so special? Translation complete. Chapter 189. Defend Konoha? Hart was also a bit bewildered. He recognized the toad before him. It was one of Cornell's teachers who taught him sage techniques. Among the many toads in Mount Mayaboku, it was also one of the stronger ones. Furthermore, the toads of Mount Mayaboku were always proud and seldom regarded ordinary humans. Even Victor had to pass Toad Fumitai's test to gain their approval when he first trained with Cornell. Note, Tai seems to be a typo or encoding issue in the original text. I assumed it should be Taido, which translates to Fumitai. Please check this name carefully as it's crucial for consistency. To ensure fluency and accuracy, here is an improved version. Moreover, the toads of Mount Mayaboku were notoriously haughty, rarely acknowledging ordinary humans. Even Victor had to pass Toad Fumitai's test to earn their approval during his initial training with Cornell. Now, this Shirzin whom Hart had protect Konoha. Dalton is about to attack Konoha. Players must minimize casualties during this assault. Quest reward. Undetermined, rewards will be based on damage and casualty statistics after Dalton's attack on Konoha. Higher score means better rewards. Time until Dalton reaches Konoha. 24:00:00. A series of system prompts sounded, and Hart read through each one. He was surprised at Ember's immediate trust in what Shirzin had said, and also felt concerned about the second phase of the quest. This task didn't seem too difficult. His guild could handle defeating Dalton, but the reward system was quite problematic. Scoring would depend on both the extent of damage and the number of casualties, meaning they needed to focus not just on fighting Dalton, but also minimizing destruction. It was almost absurd to consider. The almighty push wasn't a joke. It was like an asteroid crashing into Earth, a huge area attack. Hart sighed inwardly, realizing that no amount of complaint would change the situation. If I had known joining the Hokage would be so troublesome, I might have chosen Baron instead. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. Joining Baron could lead to unforeseen complications. While he might avoid Dalton, Baron was fated to die later. A mission to protect Baron could be endless, especially given his deteriorating support in Konoha and eventual opposition to the entire village. This was especially pronounced in Heart, one of the reasons Ember kept a wary eye on him. Now, with the Toad Sage's evaluation, Heart seemed even more mysterious. But what truly worried Ember was Victor. She understood Cornell's place in Victor's heart, like a teacher and a father. Once Victor learned of Cornell's death, the consequences were unpredictable. Seemingly sensing her concern, Shirzin added, "Trust in Victor. Cornell's instincts won't fail. That child's heart is filled with light." Ember nodded, agreeing that they could only believe in Victor's inner light. With this resolve, she focused entirely on preparing for Dalton's attack. "Boss, you handled Ember well, but this quest is somewhat frustrating." Back at the base, Billy greeted Heart excitedly. Since it was a guild instance, everyone shared the same task progress, naturally seeing the updated second phase. "It wasn't me, but Shirzin. He mentioned the Toad Sage predicted we are outsiders who would rewrite the Victor world's history." Billy was momentarily stunned. Wow, this old toad has some stuff. Predicting our arrival. Well, at least we don't need to worry about the first stage anymore. Clearly, everyone was satisfied with this outcome. After all, even if the rewards were less, it was still manageable. Dalton, though strong, only had 6 paths. Chapter 190, Raphael. Time required a massive intelligence network. Hart didn't want to waste time explaining the system mission details to Carrie. "Don't get hung up on this. Time is tight. I'll lead a team to scout for Dalton's presence outside while you handle village defense." Carrie's doubts faded. If Hart were a spy, he wouldn't know about the village defenses anyway. This gave Carrie time to organize a battle plan. He smiled, "Then thank you, Wang-san, for the trip. Village defense is on me." "Agreed. I'll send my team to scout the village perimeter now. The rest is yours." With that, Hart rallied the ACE group to prepare and leave the village to intercept Dalton. Having the God's Eye view certainly helped. Knowing Dalton's location was crucial. After Hart left the village, Carrie reported to Ember at the Hokage office. "So, Hart's suspicions can be dismissed. Focus on preparing for Dalton's attack. Evacuate all civilians as possible. Where's Victor?" "Just 3 kilometers west. He's almost back." Ember nodded. Although Hart's plan seemed unrealistic, finding Dalton before he reached the village could minimize damage. As for Victor, she had her own plans. Since Dalton targeted Victor, it was better not to let Victor fight. As soon as Victor returns, have him see me immediately. Outside Konoha, Hart's group headed toward the giant tree where Raphael was hiding. "Allah, stand down. It's fine," Raphael weakly said. Though Hart knew Raphael's current state, seeing him in person was still shocking. Raphael's emaciated body was embedded in machinery, tubes running into him, evidence of the immense strain controlling the 6 paths imposed on him. "I thought it would be Victor Uzumaki coming here. So you're a Konoha ninja. How did you find us?" Raphael, looking at Hart's forehead protector, asked calmly despite his inner turmoil. "To think you torture yourself like this. Must suffering be so absolute? You wouldn't understand. This is for peace." Raphael, angered by Hart's jesting, believed everything he did aimed for an end to wars and suffering. "Hold on. Peace isn't achieved this way. Moreover, many secrets remain hidden in this world. If you abandon attacking Konoha today, you might live to see those secrets revealed." Chapter 191, Engagement. Clearly, Hagen had doubts about Hart's words. Without making the world feel pain, how could peace ever be achieved? "Talking is futile. I will not let you disrupt my plan." 6 paths Dalton suddenly appeared in the hollow of the tree. Hart, seeing this stance, knew Hagen was determined. He could only assume a defensive posture to prepare for the impending attack. Divine heavenly punishment. The Deva Path Dalton immediately unleashed a powerful move. Hart felt an invisible wave of energy spread from the Deva Path, and with just one strike, he was propelled out of the tree hollow by this overwhelming force. Boom, boom. The already withered tree trunk couldn't withstand the divine heavenly punishment. At the moment Hart was thrown out, the entire tree disintegrated into dust. "Boss, are you okay?" This Hagen looks far worse than in the original story. Billy saw Hart fly backward out of the tree hollow and stabilize himself mid-air. He then looked at the exposed Hagen and was shocked by the various tubes on his body. As expected, he brought people. "Konoha truly is alert, managing to expose my perfect infiltration plan. But just relying on you all to detain me won't be so easy." Hagen, immobilized and protected by Allah, was taken aback by the ACE members around him. He couldn't fathom which part of his flawless infiltration plan was compromised. Despite this, Hagen remained confident. With the power of the Parasnegan, he didn't believe these people alone could capture him. The Deva Path slowly ascended, directly confronting Hart in midair, while the Animal Path summoned all the summoning beasts. In an instant, Hellcrab, Chameleon, Split Dog, 8-span Crow, Rhinoceros, Bull, Panda, Centipede, centered around Hagen, appeared before everyone. Ninja of Girls boosts, everyone dodged attacks more easily, but once the hormone effects faded, except for Keenan, Billy, Yull, and a few others, they wouldn't stand a chance. "Intriguing. You aren't from this world." Hagen, who had been observing the battle coldly, laughed upon noticing something interesting. Hart knew this wasn't good. He glanced down and saw Human Path capturing a new member and reading his memories. "Marilyn, rescue them quickly. We can't let Human Path read any more memories." Hart shouted anxiously. Although everyone was disguised in the Victor world, memory wouldn't lie. If Human Path discovered their origins, revealing their player status would mean certain death. Keenan understood the gravity. A bolt of lightning erupted from her hands, sending Human Path flying away with a loud boom. Covered in smoke, Human Path lay motionless, severely charred. Hagen was shocked to find his connection to Human Path weakened. Billy seized the opportunity and approached Human Path, swinging a shadowy blade at his neck. Bang! A puff of white smoke appeared, and Human Path vanished. Billy, frustrated, yelled, "Yo, kill that animal path. These damned summons are too troublesome." The white smoke was clearly from summoning jutsu. Clearly, Animal Path teleported Human Path away when it sensed he was powerless against Billy's attack. Hagen glanced at Allah, knowing prolonging the battle decreased their chances of victory. Not only were all Daltons engaged, but also, note, the text seems incomplete. It ends abruptly here, without finishing Hagen's thoughts. His true form was exposed, and the opponent clearly knew how Dalton operated, continuously attacking him without pause. Although he had the protection of the Stone Panda, there wouldn't be any issues for the moment. But if this went on, they might eventually find an opportunity to strike. If he were to suffer a fatal blow, the other paths would lose control and naturally become powerless. Chapter 192, Breaking the Pattern. Dalton now felt utterly helpless. He had everything planned meticulously, travel to Konoha to capture the Nine Tails and, along the way, let the villagers of Konoha feel a bit of suffering by making them carry bags of rice up floors. But an unexpected group emerged mid-mission, not only pinpointing his true location but also proving exceptionally formidable. Wasn't this unfair? Especially the one who fought against Devapath, whose attacks nearly overwhelmed the Predapath, leading Dalton to dare not deploy the Predapath to absorb further attacks now. Don't hesitate. It's still not too late to retreat. Allah, who had been protecting Dalton and not engaging in battle, observed the current situation clearly. Initially, Animal Path summoning disrupted the enemy formation, catching Hart. Watching the dissipating smoke and the empty battlefield, Hart felt bewildered. What the hell? Dalton isn't following the script at all. Where's the promised last stand? We weren't even ready for a verbal showdown, and he already surrendered? All guild members were equally stunned. Dalton's decisive retreat made everyone feel like they had punched air instead of achieving a definitive victory. Seems like Dalton is a slippery eel, breaking the pattern. Could our arrival cause a butterfly effect? Rocco shut his safety, almost talking to himself. Unintentional words struck home for Hart. Previously, natives in all dungeons hadn't noticed their foreign presence. Now, due to a slip-up in the Human Path's memory reading ability, they inadvertently exposed their outsider status. Though they interrupted the reading promptly, avoiding immediate extermination, this might alter the original storyline and character decisions. You're right, Rocco. The Victor world is an expansive open world with players from other nations. Perhaps our actions affected the plot. Rocco nodded in agreement. Though the main mission wasn't completed, the capture of the Ninetales was still on Dalton's mind. President, what do we do now? Return directly to Konoha or track down Dalton? Yell approached with his evil scythe, visibly exhausted and drenched in sweat. Hotzi, if you had killed Animal Path earlier, the battle might have ended sooner, while Carrie and others prepared for Dalton's arrival. However, no sign of Dalton came. Instead, A&B reported a strong energy disturbance in the southeast, finding only signs of a fierce battle, but no bodies. Returning to Konoha, they met Hart's group, quickly reporting this to Ember. In the Hokage's office, Ember analyzed A&B reports with her elite staff. Lady Ember, did Hart encounter Dalton? Ember doubted Nikki's theory. Despite knowing Hart's strength, she hadn't seen him in action. Moreover, Dalton possessed the legendary Parasnegan, even killing Cornell. Since no casualties were reported among Hart's team, Ember remained skeptical. It's impossible. If they encountered Dalton, how could there be no casualties? Nikki thought for a moment and realized her master's words made sense, so she didn't dwell on the issue any longer. At least we aren't completely caught off guard thanks to Cornell-sama's desperate effort to send back intelligence. Ember fell silent at the mention of Cornell's name. Nikki, noticing her reaction, realized she had misspoken. She wanted to change the subject but momentarily drew a blank, unsure of what to say next. ##### Chapter 193. Unexpected visit. Fortunately, Ember quickly composed herself. Once Hart and the others return, have them come to see me immediately. Nikki, feeling relieved, promptly wrote myriad emotions. Originally, he wouldn't have formed a guild based on his personality, but due to Jedediah's pursuit and seeking revenge for Jamie, he eventually became the guild leader. Although he was the leader, daily guild affairs were usually handled by Rocco. After setting up the initial infrastructure through draws, he stopped concerning himself with guild matters. He originally planned to slowly develop the guild until it could rival Blood Alliance, and then seek revenge for Jamie and resolve the pursuit issue. However, he discovered the complex relationship between the dying country and the main world. Ignoring other factors, just knowing that the ruler behind the dying country was a mythological figure was hard to believe for someone raised under the red flag, causing a significant impact on his worldview. Hart, how can you stay here? The Hokage has been looking for you for hours, yet you're eating ramen with your people. Carrie appeared behind Hart, pulling him away without hesitation. Hey, my ramen isn't finished. Do you know about wasting food? The Hokage wants to see you. This is the top priority. You can always eat ramen anytime. Hart's face turned grim, realizing from Carrie's actions that going was inevitable. What's so urgent? Isn't it because of the disturbance you caused in the southeast? Tell me honestly, did you intentionally create those battle traces to gain credit? Hart was speechless. While he fought Dalton there, they suspected it was staged for merit. Leave Hart? Did he really repel Dalton? Ember was now solemn, regretting her actions. Hart's description was more detailed than what Fukasaku had mentioned, even revealing Dalton's weakness, the control over the six paths by Raphael. Such a formidable fighter had been offended by her mere words of doubt. If Dalton used large-scale attacks against civilians again, she would be bound by treating the wounded, unable to intervene effectively. Carrie, although strong, also had limited chakra, and his Sharingan was suppressed by the Parasnegan. Even if he could hold his own, the chances of winning were slim. Carrie saw Ember's silence and understood. He also developed a strong interest in Hart. Beating the man who killed Cornell, how terrifying must Hart be? Carrie, find Hart and soothe him. Tell him Konoha ninjas need to endure challenges. Elsewhere, Heart exited the Hokage building and received a system notification. Detected player repelled Dalton and earned Hokage's approval. Reward, 2,000 Fire Country reputation points. Player can exchange items at Ember. Heart stared at the notification. Aren't we supposed to exchange at the system store? Why is Ember the system store? After confirming the reputation point exchange location, Heart's face contorted as if he had swallowed a fly. Just after a confrontation, he left gracefully. Now, he was being told to exchange items with Ember. Was this some kind of joke? Didn't she just smash a table earlier? But not exchanging points left Heart restless. What if he could get an incredibly powerful jutsu? As Heart pondered, Carrie caught up. Mr. Wong, please wait. The Hokage apologizes for her behavior and reminds you that Konoha ninjas must endure challenges. Carrie blocked Heart, slightly altering Ember's message. From Ember's reaction, she realized her mistake but couldn't admit it outright due to her position. Besides, if Heart left Konoha because of this, it would be a huge loss to the Fire Country. With ACE strength, any ninja country would welcome him. Really? Heart needed an excuse to step down gracefully, and Carrie provided it. If he didn't accept now, he might lose the opportunity. Translation note. Character names like Heart are transliterated as phonetic English equivalents, kept original paragraph structure and line breaks, maintained tone and style, ensuring natural and fluent English, ensured coherence with previous context. For the sake of the ninjutsu and equipment in the Victor world, this minor grievance can just be let go. I knew that Lady Ember has a broad mind and wouldn't get angry over a little confrontation. I'll head back now. If there's any mission, just notify me directly at the base. Carrie watched Heart walk away, still somewhat emotional tone. Wei Chi can be translated as grievance or wrongdoing. However, in this context, a more fitting translation would be minor inconvenience to maintain natural flow and accurately convey the meaning. Here's the edited translation. For the sake of Rinsu and tools in the Victor world, let this minor inconvenience pass. I knew that you, Lady Ember, have a broad mind and wouldn't get angry over a small confrontation. I'll head back now. If there's any mission, just notify me at the base directly. Carrie was still somewhat dazed as he watched Heart walk away. Earlier in the Hokage's office, Heart had been so defiant, but now he seemed like a completely different person. And why did he emphasize Lady Hokage's broad-mindedness? Note, Rinsu should be translated as ninja techniques for better clarity in English. Ensure the dialogue and narrative remain coherent with previous content. Preserve the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 194. An unbelievable message. After this little episode, Heart had essentially gained Ember's trust. Since Raphael had gone off the radar for several days in a row, Heart spent his time feasting and drinking with everyone in the village. The second phase of the mission had no time limit. Now that Raphael was lying low, he didn't have any direction to investigate. He might as well enjoy himself for a while. When Cornell died and lingered until now. I am Heart. What do you need? Victor froze momentarily upon hearing this, then deeply bowed to Heart. Please tell me Dalton's weakness. I want to avenge the pervy sage with my own hands. Seeing Victor like this, Heart understood his intent. It must have been Ember who spread the news of him repelling Dalton, leading Victor to seek him out after learning about it. You're still too weak. You should return to Mount Mayaboku to practice senjutsu. You are not a match for Dalton right now. Heart spoke the truth. Even when Victor returned to Konoha after mastering senjutsu, he relied on the Ninetales' power to turn the tide. Without assistance, he might have been pinned to the ground by Dalton. Victor felt heavily struck by Heart's words. Cornell's death filled him with anger and helplessness. Losing someone who was both mentor and father figure caused immense pain. Am I not strong enough yet? At least until you fully master senjutsu, you will never be a match for Dalton. If Dalton is as powerful as you say, how did you manage to repel him? How did you defeat Dalton? Victor was almost manic. After learning of Cornell's death, his sole thought was to avenge him. If not for learning from Nikki that Heart repelled Dalton, he would have already headed to Mount Mayaboku. My strength cannot be replicated. Dalton has special abilities that you likely know about. Even your Raisin Shuriken can be absorbed by him. As I said, until you master senjutsu. Combat continued in Kirigakure, but it was one-sided slaughter. Massive machines fired energy blasts, instantly taking lives. Boss, this land of water wasn't much of a challenge. Hardly put up a fight. Though that Petra Perla is quite a looker. The explosion temporarily cleared the mist, revealing a squad of bird-masked figures. Their equipment and weapons gave a sense of industrial aesthetics. Some rode horses, others wore mechanized armor, all exuding a steampunk vibe. Hurry up and clear out the remaining shinobi. Finish the battle before the countdown ends. Understood, boss. The player fawned over the leader, rubbing his hands together. About those attractive female shinobi, can we? Forget it, Xiaozong. Can't you think of anything else? The leader reprimanded him impatiently. Fine. Tell the brothers that after securing the battlefield, the spoils are theirs. Yes, boss, guaranteed to finish in 10 minutes. He pulled out a metallic communicator. Eldons, speed up. Boss says the spoils are ours. You know what to do. Hearing this, the players from the Mist Nation intensified their efforts. The defense lines of Water Country collapsed within 2 minutes. A blood-red moon rose from the sea, mourning the fall of Water Country. You say what? Water Country has been destroyed. Ember stared at the intelligence of others. Originally, Victor, upon learning of Cornell's death, would go directly to Mount Mayaboku for training. But now, not only did Victor enter Mount Mayaboku earlier than Cornell's death, but he also lingered until now. I am Heart. What do you need? Startled by Heart's words, Victor bowed deeply to him. Please tell me Dalton's weakness. I want to avenge Master Ero Sennin. Seeing Victor like this, Heart understood his intentions. Ember must have spread the word about his victory over Dalton, and Victor naturally came seeking help after hearing about it. You're still too weak. Go back to Mount Mayaboku and practice Sage Jutsu. You're no match for Dalton now. What Heart said was true. Even when Victor returned from Mount Mayaboku and saved Konoha using Sage Mode, he relied on the Ninetales' power. If Princess Hanzo hadn't come to the rescue, Victor might have been pinned to the ground. Victor was greatly disheartened by Hart's words. Cornell's death filled him with anger and helplessness. Losing a mentor and father figure like Cornell caused immense pain to Victor. Aren't I strong enough yet? At least until you fully master Sage Jutsu, you won't be a match for Dalton. If Dalton is as powerful as you say, how did you do it? How did you defeat Dalton? Victor was almost frantic, consumed by the desire to avenge Cornell after learning of his death. If not for learning, damn it, if only we had killed those bastards when we found them. It's too late to regret now. Their strength exceeded our imagination. Mistress Petra, please don't let our brothers die in vain. Chufu Hikari hoisted Helena, heavily injured, and disappeared into the mist within moments. Boom, boom. The battle in Kirigakure continued, but there was no doubt about the outcome. It was a one-sided slaughter. Large machines fired energy blasts, instantly killing batches of ninjas. Boss, these water country ninjas aren't very tough. We barely broke a sweat. But their Petra Perla sure is a beauty. The explosions momentarily cleared the mist, revealing a team of players wearing bird-mast helmets. Their weapons and attire were strikingly industrial. Some rode horses, others operated mechanical armor. One thing was common. Their equipment exuded industrial aesthetics. Massive, intricate gears and visible pressure gauges highlighted their Mist Nation player identities. Cut the chatter. Clear out the remaining ninjas as quickly as possible and end the battle before the mission timer runs out. Got it, boss. One player rubbed his hands together obsequiously. About those beautiful kunoichi, can we? For heaven's sake, do you think of nothing else? The leader scolded. Fine. Tell the guys they can deal with the spoils after cleaning up the battlefield. And they possessed formidable strength. These similarities forced Ember, who had already let down her guard around Hart, to reconsider the safety and true nature of the ACE organization led by Hart. Hashtag chapter 195. A backstab from Ember. Ember's wariness towards Hart and his group had reached its peak. Yet, Hart had just achieved a great feat by repelling Dalton outside the village, indirectly saving many civilian lives. For this reason, Ember had informed all the villagers of Konoha to ease their panic. On another note, it also served as a reminder to spies from other nations that while Fire Country's top-tier combat forces had diminished in recent years, it was still not to be trifled with. Now, Hart's reputation in the village was soaring. If Ember acted against ACE at this point, it would cause her to lose some support from the villagers. Nikki, who noticed Ember's troubled expression, spoke up, I have a plan that can temporarily eliminate the threat posed by Hart. Ember slightly lifted her head and glanced at Nikki, trusting her longtime apprentice. Go on. Since Mist Country is in turmoil, why not send Hart to investigate? At the same time, select a few skill trackers from the ANBU to secretly monitor him. Nikki's suggestion made Ember understand her intention, a classic strategy of pitting tigers against wolves. Given Hart's mysterious background and the significant events unfolding in Mist Country, a thorough investigation into the force that destroyed Mist Country, it was clear that the force behind Water Country's destruction belonged to one of the other two nation players. Since this open-world instance was set in a battle to the death mode, only one nation's player forces could ultimately survive. This outcome was known from the start, but no one expected it to happen so soon. Hart frowned deeply, realizing their disadvantage in numbers compared to the Everlasting Kingdom players. Although he had some intel on them from Germain, including their forms and attack patterns, the Fog Kingdom players remained completely unknown, even to Yuri Lau. The only thing known was that Steam Kingdom resembled a steampunk world, but this information was too broad to determine specifics about the Fog Kingdom players. Lu Huai, this looks like it's going to be a tough battle. Water Country was a major nation, and for it to fall so quickly suggests their opponent is formidable. Yuri Lau broke the silence, reflecting the concerns of most guild members. Everyone knew they had no choice but to go. Failure meant forced elimination. Yeah, but this side quest feels way off. They said our subsequent tasks would be influenced by our faction choices. We haven't even finished the Dalton task yet, and now we're investigating Water Country's destruction, someone muttered. True, what if Dalton strikes back while we're in Water Country? 1. Heavenly Punishment Jutsu. And forget rewards. This damn side quest is clearly designed to screw us over. I don't think this is simple. The usually quiet Keenan suddenly spoke up. Wow, the mute finally opens his mouth. Is the sun rising from the west? Billy teased, peeking outside the window. ZZZZ. Chun, you dare, shock me. Keenan gave Billy an electric jolt, causing his body to spasm violently. Billy, stop twitching. Ha ha ha. After regaining composure, Billy glared at Marilyn resentfully. Damn, you really shocked me. Lesson learned. Keenan smiled faintly but maintained his icy tone. Alright, I won't argue with you. Let's save the fight for later. The mood remained tense as they prepared for the mission ahead, unsure of what awaited them in the mists of the hidden village. Shut that dirty mouth of yours. You can't even stop twitching after getting shocked. Before Billy could finish his sentence, Karen covered his mouth with her hand and pinned him down. Seeing this, Hart couldn't help but chuckle and asked, Marilyn, you think this isn't simple? Could it be that Ember is pulling another stunt? If the Water Country was wiped out by players like us, I would be suspicious too if I were the Hokage. This single sentence immediately enlightened everyone present. The gravity of Keenan's words sunk in, making everyone realize that Ember's suspicion was not entirely on Dalton. Ember might have set aside her suspicions due to their contributions. Now, with the Water Country annihilated and its Petra missing, it made sense for her to be cautious of a group in the village whose background mirrored those responsible for the Water Country's downfall. They are going to test us again, Hart said with a serious expression. Ember's move is clever, sending us to confront the forces in the Water Country while she remains safe in Konoha, taking no risks. Rocco also realized this. We should set out as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. They're here already, Hart said, noticing through his perception aura that numerous Umbu ninjas had stealthily surrounded their base. Let's go. Looks like we'll have a tail following us all the way. The others understood from Hart's expression that they were now under surveillance. This mission feels really suffocating. Rocco folded up his fan. Let's pack up and leave. If it weren't for the main quest requiring minimal casualties in Konoha, I'd have taken them all out. Meanwhile, the Umbu ninjas hidden around the base cautiously monitored Hart and his team under the leadership of Aaron. Aaron, I feel like Hart noticed us. He glanced this way when we approached. One subordinate wondered. Aaron wasn't sure if they had been exposed. That glance from Hart had given her an uneasy feeling. Let's not worry about it. Continue monitoring as long as they act normally. After expected this concern. If he truly cares for Konoha, he should understand your precautions. I hope so. Kirigakure lay to the east of Fire Country, surrounded by seas. Despite its remoteness, it benefited from isolation, avoiding much of the ninja world's conflicts. Though small, Water Country boasted many bloodline limits. Despite its size, it fell swiftly. Information transmission took time, but it was certain that Water Country was destroyed within a short period. Standing at the dock, Hart gazed at the vast sea, pondering the upcoming battle. No matter what lay ahead, reducing casualties was paramount. President, the ship is here, a teammate announced. Rocco wants to know when we board. Let's go. Wow, this place is always shrouded in thick fog. Entering the mist, the team marveled at the unique weather of Water Country. Thick white fog covered the sea, making navigation nearly impossible without experienced sailors. Lord Hart, our mission is complete. We will wait here every 10 days. Best of luck. After the ship reached the landing point, the Konoha captain bid farewell. Thanks. Leave quickly. Water Country situation is unclear. We need your ship to return to Fire Country. Right, see you. As the ship vanished into the fog, the team's resolve subordinates remarked. Aspen felt uneasy at the possibility of being exposed. Hart's glance had made her skin crawl. Don't worry too much. If everything remains normal, we continue our surveillance. After a quick equipment check, everyone prepared to depart. Before leaving, however, Hart decided to see Ember, fearing another attack by Dalton. Estelle, I've come to bid farewell. Come in. In the office, Nikki watched nervously as Hart entered. Her mind was filled with concern over potential hostile glances. We are ready to depart for the Hidden Mist Village. Before we go, I wanted to remind you about Dalton's possible actions. Be wary of the Deva Path's movements if he attacks suddenly. Ember looked puzzled. Deva Path's movements? What do you mean? The Deva Path has a large-scale attack called Shinra Tensei. Although it weakens after using this technique, its destructive power can devastate Konoha. Did you discover this during your battle with Dalton? Yes, please be cautious. With so many civilians and ninjas potentially hurt, you might focus on rescue efforts and lose your ability to fight. Ember paused, understanding the truth in Hart's words. Injured people would indeed draw her attention away from combat. I understand. Be careful on your journey to the Hidden Mist Village. That won't be a problem. I've always been tough. If there's nothing else, I'll take my... Entering the mist, everyone marveled at the unique weather. The thick white fog covered the entire sea, making navigation nearly impossible without regular travel experience between water and fire countries. Lord Hart, our mission is complete. We will return every 10 days to await your arrival. Wishing you all good fortune. Upon reaching the landing point, the Konoha ship captain and crew bade farewell to Hart's group. Their involvement ended here. Got it. You should leave quickly. The situation in Water Country is unclear, and we need your ship to return to Fire Country. Alright, see you later. Watching the boat disappear into the fog, the group turned with determination. This battle allowed no retreat. En route to the Hidden Mist Village, they encountered fleeing civilians, ragged and traumatized, many wounded. The Water Country's culture was brutal, maintaining a fierce martial spirit. Its smaller population required intense training, making its ninja training the harshest. During the Fourth Petra's reign, students killed each other to become official ninjas, leading to the nickname Blood Mist. Though Terumi Helena improved conditions, the militaristic culture remained strong. Hart struggled to imagine what battles could reduce people to this state. Even Devon struggled to question a refugee who collapsed in hysteria before dying. Translation notes asterisk. I've maintained were still unknown. If they had thermal imaging or similar technology, they would be exposed immediately. Clank, clank. Not long after, mechanical rumbling sounds came from not far ahead, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This is one big machine. Look at its size and weight. Is this a Gundam? Following Devon's exclamation, a towering 10-meter tall humanoid mech appeared before them. At this point, Hart confirmed that their adversaries were indeed the mysterious players from the Hidden Mist Village. Translation notes asterisk. I've maintained the original tone and style. Character names are kept in pinyin as requested. The paragraph structure and line breaks closely match the original text. The storyline and logic remain consistent with previous content. The translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. Chapter 197. The mech emerging from the fog. This big guy looks quite interesting. It has a powerful vibe. As an avid mech enthusiast, Yul couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the large machine driven by players from the Fog Nation. Even Hart had to admire the craftsmanship of this mech. Although it was covered in rivets, this didn't detract from its overall beauty. He finally understood why the Dying Land's intelligence referred to the Fog Nation as having a steampunk style. The massive gears on this giant mech were both rugged and intricate, truly impressive. Rocco's suggestion perfectly solved these issues. By using spatial slicing to pull the mech into a different space, they would sever its connection with its allies. Even if it had timed communications, there would be intervals during which they could deal with it calmly. Billy, Gale, follow me. Yul, you're in charge of outer perimeter security. The rest, stay put. Deciding on this plan, Hart led Billy and Gale towards where the mech had left. He chose them because of their strong talents. Gale controlled lightning, which would be very effective against a metal-heavy mech. Even if Fog Nation's mechs were advanced, they still needed human drivers. Billy's talent, Sparse Shadow, allowed him to attack, move, and confuse enemies with shadows that mimicked his movements, each shadow possessing offensive capabilities. Taking on reconnaissance duties, Billy teleported back. Boss, I found the mech's position. Where? Just under 500 meters ahead. It used at least 5 weapons while chasing those civilians. That's fine. Once it follows the spatial rift into our slice space, it won't cause much trouble. Billy and Gale exchanged glances, agreeing with Hart. Their leader's strength was evident. Don't get distracted now. Focus up, or do you think dying fast is a good idea? Hart snapped, as battle distractions were dangerous. We weren't thinking anything, boss. No worries. Sizzle. Note. Pinyin names have been kept consistent with previous translations, assuming standard English spellings for characters like Hart, Yull, etc. As the temperature fluctuated, a large amount of white smoke billowed from the surface of the mech. With a clang, a figure emerged from the mech in a rather disheveled state. Seeing this, Hart drew his blade and struck immediately. However, the opponent's reaction speed was beyond his expectation. Amidst the vibration of an air current, the figure that darted out from the cockpit managed to dodge his attack directly. Note. Maintain the paragraph structure and line breaks as per the original text. Chapter 198. Jeremy. Who are you? The player wearing a bird-beaked mask was clearly bewildered, blurting out a question that Hart found rather dumb. However, the equipment of this opponent attracted him, not because it was particularly flashy, but because it exuded a genuine sense of mystery. A leather mask with a wide-brimmed black hat, reminiscent of the bird doctors during the Black Death in medieval times. The longsword in his hand was also peculiar. Its slender and sharp blade connected to a tube made of unknown material at the hilt, which featured a small dashboard. The waist device was even stranger, similar to a stereoscopic mobility apparatus, with 2 rectangular boxes on either side of his thighs, presumably responsible for the earlier jet sounds. The combination of leather and metal gave this player from the Mist Nation and some chicken wings. Take this. Clear absolute shadow song. Billy merged all his shadow clones into himself, his aura soaring under the influence of multiple shadows. Finally, the last shadow fused into him, transforming him into a black light that charged directly at the Mist Nation player. No. Billy, be careful. Hart, observing the Mist Nation player closely, felt the immense energy building up in the katana as it flickered. Despite warning Billy immediately, it was too late. He blindly charged ahead, not hearing Hart's caution. Seeing Billy recklessly charge, a mocking smile appeared beneath the bird-beaked mask. Die! The katana flashed intensely before emitting a blinding red glow, accompanied by a violent energy surge. Billy sensed something was wrong, but stopping now was impossible. Their distance was too close for any evasive maneuvers. He steeled himself and continued his attack. Upon contact with the black light, the katana revealed its fangs, focusing intense orange-red energy onto its thin edge, followed by a massive explosion. The shockwave blasted Billy away, disrupting his shadow reflection state and forcing him to separate from the shadows mid-air. He only managed to stabilize just before hitting the ground. The Mist Nation player wasn't faring much better. His bird-beaked mask shattered under the 70 in total. Only 10 from our 3rd mechanized corps, the rest include mages and specialized combat fighters. This piqued Hart's interest. He initially assumed all Mist Nation players relied on machinery, but the presence of mages surprised him. How many of your group could perform that final attack? That was just the survival mechanism for mech pilots, exclusive to our corps. No mage can match it, and only 7 warriors can. Hart, who could naturally detect lies, knew Jeremy couldn't bluff. Jeremy's physical prowess couldn't compare to theirs, unsurprising for a mech pilot whose main combat method involved mechs. After confirming the numbers, Hart felt reassured. Even Billy was injured in that explosion. Others would find it difficult to withstand. Fortunately, among the Mist Nation players in the Victor world, only 16 could achieve this feat, 9 of whom were mech pilots like Jeremy. What's the principle behind this device? I've told you so much. Can I leave now? Jeremy refused, unwilling to reveal the secret. Why the rush? Don't you have a steel heart to save you? To avoid you tipping anyone off, stay in this dimension. Jeremy, exposed, deflated like a punctured balloon, looking at Hart with disbelief. He couldn't figure out how the opponent knew about his immunity item. He hadn't told anyone about it. Was this man in front of him all forcefully sent into the instance by that ruthless colonel for various reasons? This was why Xenon quickly caved under Hart's interrogation, revealing all the information about the squad entering the Victor world. This device is both complex and simple. You should understand the foundation on which we stand. The principle behind this device is essentially simple mechanical engineering, except we've refined it to perfection. Mentioning the mechanical devices produced by the Misty Nation brought genuine pride to Xenon's face. Hart understood this well. The steampunk concept could be explained as a technological quirk focusing entirely on mechanical refinement. Even communication devices were mechanically engineered. However, because of this, the Misty Nation significantly outpaced all other nations, and certainly the main world, in the development and use of new energy sources. I appreciate your pride. Please continue. Seeing Hart's sincere expression, Xenon felt somewhat comforted. He had encountered people from other nations before, but their attitude towards mechanics was often dismissive. You may have misunderstood something. Those are not my comrades. At best, they can only be considered fellow unfortunates. Billy, irritated by Xenon's seemingly carefree demeanor, wanted to teach him a lesson but was stopped by Hart. Billy, don't be rash. Let him continue. Boss, he's clearly messing with us. A little punishment will make this coward confess every authenticity. Realizing this, Xenon silently added a prayer in his mind. Great mechanical god, forgive my sins. This man is a devil, a nanoworm that corrodes metal. I spoke under duress. Amused, Hart hadn't expected that a seemingly utopian world would have its own deities. The mechanical god will forgive you. Use your immunity. Xenon grimaced, hesitantly looking up at Hart. Remembering that this man could read minds, he felt guilty about his previous thoughts, relieved when Hart didn't react angrily. Without hesitation, Xenon used his immunity. Encased in blue light, he lost mobility but couldn't be ejected due to the deathmatch mode. Still, Hart kept him isolated to ensure the safety of his team in case of enemies from the hidden mist village. Should we take out the rest of the mech core members? Asked Billy. We'll see. If they stick together, it will be harder. Ideally, we'll strike them one by one. Xenon showed disdain when mentioning mages and warriors. The others likely feel the same way. There's a chance. Billy, initially oblivious, realized upon being reminded by Hart. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Dumbbell, why didn't you help strategize? You mean disrupting. Don't glorify yourself. Keenan remained laconic, barely speaking a word even in mockery, yet every sentence cut deeply. Heh. Stop flattering yourself, Dumbbell. Let's really fight if you're not convinced. Rejected. I don't play with weaklings. President, don't stop me. I'll turn this stubborn fool into shredded meat today. Hart watched amused. I won't stop you. On the count of 3, you two go at it. Look, I even have snacks prepared. 1, 2, 3, fight. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Billy dared not escalate further. Despite his teleportation abilities, he knew Keenan was formidable. Hee boss, I was just playing. This stubborn fool is too strong. Let's get back to Yuri and the others. Good that you understand quickly, Billy. Let's get moving. Xenon has been out of contact for quite some time now. They're likely to make their move soon. With that, Hart, along with Billy and Gale, hurried towards the location where Hunt and the others were. They had a grasp of the enemy's general situation, and it was now time to test their true strength. Chapter 200, Infiltration. Rocco, how's the situation here? Have you found anything? Upon returning to the rendezvous point, Hart approached Rocco and inquired about the recent activities around the fog-hidden village. There's been little movement outside, but things are quite lively inside the village. Explosions can be heard from time to time. How is it on your end? Competed for resources and privileges, leading to an unchangeable status quo. Despite the forced cooperation in the dead battle mode, the relationship between these players remained fragile. They suspected each other, and none were willing to put in much effort. This explained the massacre in Fog-Hidden Village. Each side aimed to gain more resources and exchange them for military supplies. By killing key figures, they sought to acquire part of the world source, which could be extracted only by the Mist Country players. More world source meant more merit points upon completion of the dungeon, which equated to status and wealth in Mist Country. Even though minor, nameless NPCs contained very little world source, they chose to raise the village due to limited resources and the fierce competition for it. After instructing Rocco and Marilyn to be cautious, Hart used his disguise talent to infiltrate Fog-Hidden Village. His target was the remaining 9 players from the 3rd mech corps mentioned by Xenon. These mechs were incredibly powerful, with defensive gear enabling their pilots to match Billy despite not excelling in close combat. A direct confrontation might be beyond most of the guild members' abilities. This revealed a weakness in the current strength of most guild members, causing Hart some concern. Though countries were fiercely battling and Blood Alliance hadn't caused trouble recently, Jedediah's unpredictable nature required caution. Therefore, improving the guild's overall combat capability for those inexperienced fellows dragging us down, I'd have left Water Country long ago. Not to mention, these outdated mechs are rubbish. If I had my original mech, I wouldn't need to answer to anyone. After harvesting world source, Mark calmly returned the laser sword and scanned the area with a life detection device, laughing, strike. Reuben, you lost. Hand over 300 merit points. Hart seized the moment of their distraction and unleashed frost talent, freezing both mechs into ice sculptures almost instantly. Relieved, Hart exhaled. Though old, the mechs were well equipped. The life detector implied they likely had thermal imaging too. He felt fortunate for capturing Xenon, gaining valuable information about Mist Country players, especially regarding mechs. Xenon didn't hold back, almost as if reveling in others facing the same misfortune. Crack. Using weak water to cut the cockpit based on Xenon's guidance, the cold made the metal brittle, easing the task. The Mist Country's mech design was devious. Common sense would place the cockpit in the head or chest, but clearly not. But the location of the cockpit in this mech truly took Hart by surprise. If not for the precise information provided by Xenon, he would never have guessed that the cockpit could be situated in the forearm. This really broadened Hart's horizons. Hashtag Chapter 201. Lies. Thanks to the rapid freezing at low temperatures, Hart had the chance to carefully examine the equipment of the Fog Kingdom player. Naturally, the defensive gear of the pilot was removed first. The technological sophistication of this equipment left Hart in awe. A reactor contained within a device the size of a playing card, a direct replica of Iron Man's chest decoration. As he observed the intricate gears inside the cockpit, he felt a tinge of regret. Although his freezing technique had spared him the hassle of combat, it also meant that the mecha was now rendered useless. Back when he was in school, he often fantasized about one day piloting a mecha into battle, an aspiration shared by many boys. Little Hwai, how's it going on your end? Just as Hart marveled at the machine's internal structures, Rocco's voice came through the communicator. Everything's smooth here. I just took out 2 mechas. How about you? My side is fine, but Adriel's team suddenly lost contact. This damned fog really hinders visibility, and we can't pinpoint their location. Rocco's tone was clearly anxious. In this thick, impenetrable fog, anyone would feel uneasy, especially since they were in enemy territory, leading to unsettling thoughts. Don't worry too much. With Adriel around, things shouldn't be too bad. Probably just some minor issues. I'll finish up with these mechas and head over. Only hope so. Gotta go. Something's happening up ahead. The mecha combatants were a serious threat, as demonstrated by Xenon. Without Adriel using thunder to damage the mechas first, the battle between Billy and Xenon would have been unpredictable. So far, 7 mechas were down, including Xenon's, leaving only 3 unaccounted for. Destroying these 3 would ease the subsequent battles, minimizing surprise attacks and the reactors boosting pilot strength. Ultimately, Hart couldn't ignore his teammates' safety. They were his brothers and friends who had brought warmth and friendship during his time in the Twilight Realm. Thinking of this, he rushed towards the pre-planned search route. This guild dungeon was intended to improve everyone's combat skills and levels. Losing any members would be counterproductive. Bang 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 bang. Familiar gunshots echoed from afar, lifting Hart's spirits. He recognized the continuous firing pattern. It could only be Rocco. Damn it, get in here. These bastards are slippery like loaches, harassing us and running off. Can't even hit them. Before appearing, Hart heard Rocco's furious voice, strong and unwounded. Rocco, what's going on? Why did the communication break? Suddenly appearing beside Rocco nearly gave him a fright. Almost pulling the trigger instinctively, Rocco quickly regained composure. Don't ask. These bastards are using guerrilla tactics on me. How did they master the remaining mechs? The fog not only obstructed everyone's view, but also provided some cover, so he didn't dispel it initially. Now the situation had changed. Rocco and Marilyn had already been exposed and engaged in battle with the enemy. The presence of the fog was no longer significant. Besides, with Marilyn's situation still unclear, dispelling the fog would allow them to observe better. As Hart manipulated the airflow to clear the fog, their small tail quietly lurked at the outskirts of Mist-Hidden Village. For days, every move made by Hart and his group was reported to Ember's desk by Aspen. At this moment, Aspen was writing detailed information about Hart on a new scroll. If Hart were there, he'd be astonished by Aspen's dedication. The scroll meticulously documented Hart's movements and analyzed his various abilities, suspected mastery of space ninjutsu, exceptional offensive capabilities, and more. Each entry represented one of Hart's abilities. Although leaving the tail intact was Hart's instruction to alleviate Ember's concerns, even he didn't expect Aspen to record so many details. Lord Aspen, look at the direction of Mist-Hidden Village. Good heavens, what's happening? The ANBU member on guard duty suddenly rushed back, pointing frantically at Mist-Hidden Village as if unable to. Aspen knew she couldn't defend against. Despite being outnumbered, this powerful entity was still being pursued relentlessly by Hart, who finished off each caught individual with a single slash. Within 5 minutes, a squad of 15 people was completely wiped out by Hart alone, shocking Aspen deeply. What should we do now, Lord? Her ANBU members were equally shaken by the aerial combat. They never expected the Hokage had assigned them to monitor a monster. Let's withdraw to the outer perimeter of Water Country and wait for Lady Ember's response. The matters in Mist-Hidden Village are beyond our reach. Aspen looked at Hart slowly descending from the sky, sighing silently. Shouldn't we leave 2 men to keep watch, given the Hokage instructed us to closely monitor Hart's movements? Do as you say. Be cautious, and retreat immediately if danger arises. Aspen originally intended to withdraw completely. After reporting to Ember, she had eliminated her doubts about Hart. An individual opposing the forces of Water Country was not an enemy by any means. Yes, sir. After selecting 2 subordinates to continue monitoring, Aspen led the others to swiftly leave the outskirts of Mist-Hidden Village, viewing it as a place full of trouble. King relieving. Finally powerful, it also consumed a massive amount of mana. After using it, Marilyn would fall into a short period of exhaustion, with all his attributes dropping significantly. He would only use this move in dire situations when everything else had failed. Hart understood this all too well. The thunderpool in the sky was already showing signs of fatigue, clearly not able to last much longer. I'll go first. Marilyn can't hold on much longer. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and dashed toward the thunderpool. Hart's mood wasn't exactly pleasant. It seemed Xenon's intelligence had been grossly off. Yet, he couldn't figure out why. The mind-reading technique had confirmed the authenticity of Xenon's information. There should have been no such significant discrepancies. The methods to dismantle the mech cockpit and driver self-defense systems were accurate, so why were other parts of the intel so wrong? Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had made a mistake by overlooking something obvious. According to Xenon, the relationships between the different legions in the Fog Kingdom were highly strained, almost hostile without external forces. If it were him facing an ally who he didn't trust, he'd keep some cards close to his chest, not revealing all his strengths openly. This was likely why the information about the Mage Legion and Warrior Legion had errors. He had forgotten to account for this hidden strength. Boom. Hart crashed head-on into an invisible air wall, distracted by his thump, and it's not your place to tell me what to do. They hurt Waverly, and they will pay with their lives. Seeing Mac's state, Zack knew it was pointless trying to reason with him. Sighing inwardly, he turned back to focus on the central magic array. In the center of a pentagram-shaped array were 10 figures trapped, members of Keenan's squad. Keenan looked particularly exhausted. The consumption from the thunderpool had taken its toll. Initially, he had planned to break the array with the thunderpool's power, but unfortunately, the pentagram remained intact after the lightning strike, though the 5 maintaining it were weakened. Meanwhile, Marilyn himself sank into a state of weakness due to the spell's consumption. If it weren't for Amabel applying buffs and stimulating his adrenaline, he might have lost consciousness. Hush, you need to hold on. Our president will come to save us. Haven't you seen the fog starting to clear? I apologize. My recklessness put us in this situation. It's my fault. Keenan's weak voice was filled with regret. If he hadn't been so rash during the search, they might not have fallen into this trap. Hush, don't say that. Even if we accidentally got surrounded, you've protected us, the other 8 team members consoled Marilyn. In the past hour, they had continuously attacked the array without success. All attacks were repelled. If not for Keenan's relentless resistance, making the Fog Kingdom players hesitant to press first, we can't hold on much longer. The subordinate's calls brought Mac back from his shock. Regaining his composure, anger flared in his eyes once more. Hold them off for me. I need some time. Mac adjusted his robes and began chanting. Mysterious and complex incantations emerged from his mouth, and Hart, who was floating in the air, keenly sensed the energy around him converging. Damn it! The mage maintaining the defensive array cursed under his breath. He had initially wanted Mac to cast a space spell to evacuate them, but instead, Mac started chanting a forbidden curse. But now, he had no choice but to continue maintaining the protective barrier. Otherwise, if it broke, they would be annihilated by the rampaging elements. Seeing this, Hart knew he couldn't give his opponent the chance to complete the forbidden curse. In a flash, he appeared next to the defensive array, and the weak water emitted a bright light before striking the barrier. Crack! The mages maintaining the formation felt a crushing force in their chests, spitting out mouthfuls of blood as the defensive array shattered. All the mages except Mac, who was protected by the energy of the forbidden curse, turned into ashes. Mac, shielded by the forbidden curse's energy, was now in a difficult position. He understood that if he stopped chanting, the enemy would instantly kill him. But could this forbidden curse slay this man who was strong like a god? His confidence. Hart glanced at Marilyn and the others trapped inside, noting how they lay weak on the ground, unable to hold on much longer. Release them, and you five might live a bit longer, Hart said, eyeing Zack with disdain. Ha ha ha, those inside the array are your friends, right? People from the Remnant Kingdom are too weak, and they love to talk big. Zack showed no regard for Hart's warning, but then, his mouth snapped shut. Hart didn't bother with idle chatter. Though he intended to shatter the array directly, he feared the aftermath might harm Marilyn and the others. Instead, he used spatial slicing to cut open a gap in the pentagram. This is impossible. How did you do it? Impossible. Zack couldn't form a full sentence, amazed that the opponent could slice through the array so effortlessly. It felt like a dimensional attack. At that moment, Zack and his four companions had one thought: escape. Such an easy breach meant whoever did it would not sneak in quietly. Something must have gone terribly wrong with Mac. Thinking this, Zack signaled Gifford, Zaire, and others, abandoning their hard-constructed array and fleeing without looking back. While running away might not be honorable, nothing mattered more than their lives. Hart, sensing the array shutting down, ignored Zack and focused on healing Marilyn and her team. Upon entering, he sensed that the pentagram attacked through curses and enervation. Chapter 205, Temptation. Alright, don't waste time here. Let's hurry up and rendezvous with Rocco and the others. Hart sensed the awkwardness in the air and quickly steered the conversation away. The hormone maiden also came to her senses at this moment and hurriedly extricated herself from Hart's embrace. Her small face was flushed, quite alluring, but Hart wasn't in the mood to appreciate the beauty right now. Although he had successfully killed the Fog Kingdom players who were besieging Rocco and Marilyn, their numbers still held a significant advantage. Even after thinning them out, there were still at least 40 Fog Kingdom players in the Mist Village, including 3 giant mechs. Despite internal conflicts among these factions, as Jeremy said, they would unite when faced with an external threat. After several engagements, Hart had gained new insight into the Fog Kingdom players' combat capabilities. The benefits of their overall militarized management were evident. While no individual was exceptionally strong, their lower limit was high. If not for the protection of Union veterans like us, the newcomers might not have survived these encounters, remarked Hart. Finian, did you handle it? Oh my, who's this woman? Rocco arrived hastily with other guild members, and immediately noticed Waverly lying unconscious on the ground due to the backlash from her shattered barrier. She's probably a barrier mage. Before setting off, Hart decided to interrogate the unconscious barrier mage first. Marilyn, jolt her awake. Hart looked at the woman on the ground and ordered Marilyn to use electric current to wake her forcibly. Given the strength of the barrier that controlled Marilyn and others, she shouldn't be underestimated. Hart didn't want to use his healing ability, fearing an attack upon awakening. Marilyn threw a weak electrical bolt without hesitation. The woman convulsed under the shock, prompting Rocco to click his teeth. Oh my, even a quiet guy like you can be rough. Withered wood, withered wood. With Rocco's exclamation, Waverly stirred and opened her eyes, revealing confusion in her lavender irises. Where am I? Mac, my head hurts. Hey little sister, you're awake if your head hurts. Blame the quiet guy for being insensitive, Rocco teased, reaching out to help her up. But before his hand touched her, Waverly reacted, firing a fireball at him. Luckily, she was severely injured, and her mana was almost depleted, reducing the fireball's power. Still, Rocco lost some hair to the flames. Haha, look at you, blackened face and burnt eyebrows. Serving you right for being cocky. Billy couldn't hold back laughter as Rocco's face turned charcoal black and his eyebrows singed off. Even the stylish fan in his hand was half burned. Now who's laughing? I've got a wife and could already visualize an earth-shaking battle unfolding in her mind. Hart, seeing Waverly's mental reenactment of the battle, felt somewhat speechless. The reality wasn't as complicated as Waverly imagined. It was just about opening a portal to another dimension and kicking the immobilized Mac through it because he couldn't move while chanting the spell. However, Hart didn't intend to explain anything to Waverly. Besides, she was gradually becoming despondent. Maintaining her sense of fear would be beneficial for the upcoming interrogation. Waverly's thoughts were no longer focused on survival. This was clearly a fight-to-the-death situation. The opposing party wouldn't allow her to escape. In a fight-to-the-death scenario, only one side could survive. I won't waste my time. I won't say anything. You can do whatever you want with me. Waverly's beautiful eyes radiated determination, which left Hart momentarily surprised. But then he understood that in a fight-to-the-death setting, one wouldn't harbor hopes of survival. I know you've given up hope, but this mission has quite a duration. If you provide me with the information I'm interested in, I can send you into the other dimension to reunite with Mac. At least you can enjoy some final moments together. What do you think? As he said these words, Hart felt like he was turning into a villain. In any other novel, this would be a classic antagonist coercing the protagonist with a lover's life. But he had no choice. In a fight to the death, either you kill or get killed. I won't make it hard for you. Just tell me the remaining number of your mage legion and their primary offensive spells. There's no need to include those who ambushed you. Except for 5 cowards and exiled Mac, the rest are all dead. A brief look of sorrow flashed across Waverly's face. There are only 20 left, but they're all proficient in elemental magic. 5 of them can chant forbidden spells. Waverly revealed everything about the remaining numbers and attack methods. Hart used telepathy to verify her words. He didn't inquire about the remaining warriors since Mist Kingdom's military divisions had too many rifts. Under normal circumstances, revealing all cards was uncommon. This mutual distrust within the kingdom was inexplicable, yet Mist Kingdom still managed to dominate a region. A miracle indeed. I've told you what I know. Please fulfill your promise. After providing the intel, Waverly seemed pained, knowing that betraying her comrades caused her discomfort. As you wish. Hart opened the portal to the other dimension before Waverly's astonished eyes, gesturing for her to enter. Though I'm not sure about the specifics on the warrior front, I heard there's someone leading them with power comparable to a colonel. Before entering the space tunnel, Waverly turned to Hart and disclosed this secret piece of information, leaving him rather surprised. Rocco, how do we gauge useless bunch? 25 people went out, and only you 5 pigs came back. You should die to uphold the Mage Legion's honor. Spare us, sir. We escaped for the sake of the mission, to bring back this information. The mech soldiers are mostly wiped out. Sir, perhaps we should join forces with the warriors. Otherwise, surviving will be difficult. Ha, ha, ha. Before Harriet finished speaking, the officer waved his hand. Harriet and the others instantly turned into stone statues, their terrified expressions frozen forever. This is the consequence of losing honor. After executing the 5, the officer reflected. Given his knowledge of these men, though they likely embellished their story for survival, the intel couldn't be completely dismissed. Despite being a recent archmage, Matt controlled a forbidden spell and died silently, unfinished. Clearly, the enemy was formidable. Reuben, Harriet's suggestion isn't without merit. Prioritizing the greater good is crucial. A mage in rough robes walked over, recognizing the potential validity of the information. Even discounting Harriet's exaggerations, the threat was substantial. Moreover, it wasn't just one person. Despite numerical superiority, brute force could compensate for this advantage. Humph. Those mech piloting old guys are nothing but trouble. They never listened to any. Their chances in battle were minimal. Though he understood this, Brady's mood remained complex. As a mage, he harbored no fondness for those who only knew how to swing weapons. All players in the Mist Kingdom, after initial selection, would be classified based on activated talents, joining respective corps where the commander would impart a vivid history lesson to each new member. Brady still vividly remembered the disdain for other classes and the excitement about the history of the Mage Corps during those lectures, which had warped his worldview. As for when the rift between the corps began, Brady couldn't pinpoint a specific time. But through experience, he realized that improving the Mist Kingdom status would ensure better days for them all. Among all the Mist Kingdom classes, warriors ranked below mages. This deep-seated animosity between the two corps was significant. As Brady's thoughts wandered, he soon arrived outside the warrior corps' base. Wow, brothers, come take a look. Is the sun rising in the west today? Why is this noble mage visiting us roughnecks? Before Brady could speak, the guard laughed mockingly. Brady glanced at the burly warriors, his face revealing mockery. Hee, look at this delicate little face. How annoying. Hey, pretty lady, what's your name? Come here, Grandpa will pamper you. The gem atop Brady's staff flickered rapidly, shooting a white light that left the most vociferous player trembling in fear. Alistair paused. Indeed, they had lost many troops, even an entire flying squad gone missing, showing the enemy was tough. Humph, tell Reuben his people should gather here. After a moment of thought, Alistair's tone softened. It wasn't time for internal conflict. His subordinates' lives depended on his leadership. In that case, I'll take my leave. Watching Brady leave, Alistair's men grumbled. Commander, agreeing so easily? I don't want to be their meat shield. Shut up. Joining forces is beneficial. You know how formidable those Remnant Kingdom players are. Stop talking if you don't want to die. Elsewhere, after a brief rest, Hart and his group fully recovered. Some wounded, treated by Alay and Hart, returned to combat readiness. Without strong currents disrupting, mist reappeared around the village. Hart stared at the ruined town in contemplation. From available information, there were 40 Mist Kingdom players left in Mist Village. 20 mages, 3 untraceable mechs, and the remaining were warriors. Among them, 5 mages mastered forbidden spells and 1 colonel-level warrior. These hidden threats worried him, especially the possibility of cooperation under pressure. Add to that, the strange mechanical devices the Mist Kingdom players possessed made battles unpredictable. What are you thinking so deeply about? Rocco, everyone in our guild, whether new or old, has untapped potential. If we can fully develop their talents, we might be just as strong, if not stronger, than larger guilds. The quality of these recruits isn't great. Not sure how many will survive. This is what I've been thinking. Managing a guild isn't our forte. 20 people are our limit. We should focus on elite development. Stop recruiting and focus on talent development? Basically, all members, new or old, have untapped potential. Cultivating them might make us more formidable than large guilds. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure and conveys the original tone and style accurately. Names are presented in pinyin as requested. That's a method, but how do we get through this situation right now? How? Even if it's a sea of knives and fire, we have to push through. I estimate that the Mist Kingdom players in Fog Hidden Village have already united. Otherwise, they wouldn't be this calm. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure and conveys the original tone and style accurately. Names are presented in pinyin as requested. Chapter 208, The Calm Before the War. Rocco's expression flickered. Then we've lost our chance to divide and conquer. Moreover, as we just arrived, we're not very familiar with some of the terrain. If it weren't for you dispersing the thick fog earlier, we'd probably. Billy thumped his chest and walked over, volunteering before Hart even opened his mouth. Hart felt somewhat exasperated by him. Billy usually acted like this, becoming even more cocky after obtaining his all-around offensive and defensive talent. There will be a time for you to show your strength. No need to rush, Hart kicked Billy, Neither too hard nor too soft. Everyone knows this is a deathmatch mode, right? There's no turning back for either us or the players from Mist Country. Now, Eternal Country's players are hiding somewhere. We must eliminate one enemy before they show up. In the following time, Hart gave everyone a situation analysis, focusing particularly on the newer members who seemed less resilient, offering some psychological preparation. On the other side, Mist Country's players had successfully consolidated. Ruben and Everard sat together at a table, despite their mutual disdain for each other. Faced with a common threat, they had to set aside their differences. A map of Kirigakure village lay between them, with a specific area marked in red. If Hart saw this map, he would surely be surprised, as the marked area was precisely where they were currently resting. Ruben, I suggest a direct attack. Since we've locked onto their position, why don't you just unleash the 5 forbidden spells? No one will survive that, suggested Everard. Ruben's face twitched slightly, suppressing a laugh. You really think our minds are only filled with swords and blood? Ruben sighed in relief. Do you know that casting a forbidden spell requires energy protection? Yeah, I once cut through a forbidden spell's protection shield, Everard recalled nostalgically, even smacking his lips. Ruben's face turned black. Could you be the idiot who chased a bishop down 3 streets? Everard wore a proud look. Yes, it was me. That bishop was pretty nice. After chasing him for so long, my commander promoted me. Ruben nearly cursed aloud. That bishop only forgave Everard because the Warrior Legion's commander intervened. As for the promotion, it was purely coincidental. The commander admired Everard for doing what he himself wanted to do for a long time. Uninformed Everard thought it was due to the bishop's generosity. Who didn't know that Bishop Elmo had one of the deepest grudges? Anyway, I kind of regret working with you. Anyway, what you said isn't applicable. Feeling helpless, Everard asked. Then what do we do? Combined assault. You guys cover the front while we provide ranged attacks. Most importantly, you must hold this person back. Ruben waved his hands, forming Hart's image from swirling mist. He's the strongest among the opposition. Weakness spells are ineffective on him, and he's the one who neutralized our forbidden spells. Killing or restraining him significantly increases our chances. Everard waved his large hand. How many other types of magic Hart was also immune to? Ruben took note of the subtle changes in the expressions of all the mages present. Seeing this situation, Ruben felt both helpless and furious. However, he understood their thoughts. A being immune to magic could be incredibly disheartening for mages. Alright everyone, stay alert. As long as Everard can hold off that psychopath, our chances of victory are still high. Despite the worry lingering on everyone's faces, Ruben's reassurance did bring them some comfort. On the other side, Hart used air manipulation to create a strong wind, dispersing the thickening fog. Everyone, be careful and fan out. Make sure to prioritize your safety if anything happens. He then activated his perception aura and led everyone to search for traces of Fog Nation players within Mist Village. Hey Gary, what about those remaining Mets we haven't seen? It keeps weighing on my mind, Rocco whispered to Hart while cautiously scanning the surroundings. Don't worry. As soon as those Mets enter the range of my perception aura, I'll know right away. Hart kept his eyes fixed on a building ruin ahead. I found them, he raised his hand in a stop gesture. Do you see that debris field at 9 o'clock? The enemies are behind it. Billy's face lit up with excitement. Finally, I've caught those ambush bastards. As if sliced away by something sharp, a bright blue thunderbolt struck without warning, aiming directly at Everard and his companions hiding behind the ruins. Damn, take cover. These Fog Nation players were experienced in combat and reacted swiftly despite the surprise. Most Warrior Core players used steam jets to move away from the lightning zone, while the Mage Core players under Ruben's lead raised defensive shields to withstand the attack. Everard himself was disheveled. The thunderbolt had been aimed at him. If not for his quick reaction, he would have been toast. Even so, he was slightly affected. Before Everard could catch his breath, a flash of sword light emerged from behind him. Feeling a chill on his neck, Everard instinctively bent down to dodge. A faint sword cut grazed his scalp, slicing off a large chunk of hair. Not bad for dodging, Hart's voice came from behind Everard, startling him. Everard swung his sword back in a panic, but turned to find no one there. Come out. What kind of cowardly trick is this? Everard bellowed, trying to mask his fear. Swish. 2 more cuts appeared on Everard's body, and this unseen enemy pushed him to the brink of madness. His device began to vibrate intensely, and his katana turned red. Divine fire, Young Yin. With a roar, Everard's katana blazed red, releasing fierce waves of sword energy in all directions, leaving him no room to counterattack. Everard grew increasingly panicked, realizing that continuing like this would lead to certain death rather than victory. Contrary to Everard's predicament, Hart seemed very relaxed. While teasing Everard, he frequently supported the battles below, particularly focusing on the mages. Every time they chanted a spell, he promptly sent an ice spike or spatial slash, working alongside Adriel and Billy. As a result, the Fog Nation mages were virtually incapacitated, unable to chant large-scale attack spells or forbidden curses beyond instant casts. As time passed, Ruben's heart sank. The warriors were tangled up with Rocco's team, giving him no opportunity to cast spells. A sense of despair rose within him. Though they had initially placed Hart and his group in a high-threat category, it wasn't enough to anticipate this outcome. But what Ruben hadn't anticipated was that the battle would turn out this way, with them being completely outmatched and unable to fight back at all. King coward. Come out and face me in a real fight. Everard had fallen into a frenzy. His spirit was gradually being destroyed by Hart. Chapter 210. Conclusion. Seeing Everard's state, Hart lost interest in toying with him. Pathetic provocation, but you're still no match for me. Hart revealed himself, pointing the Ruashue blade at Everard. Time to send you on your way. Low profile, not reacting to Billy's ridicule and instead making an unusual request. I'll tell you, no chance. Picking who kills you on the verge of death? Get real. So be it. What a pity, can't drag that monster along with us. Prepare to die. Ruben's face twisted into a mad grin. The four mages glanced at each other and completed the magic array under their feet. For the honor of the mage core. Streams of transparent energy gathered in Ruben's body, while they turned into ashes. Absorbing the four mages' energy, Ruben grew several times larger. Through the fine cracks on his face, Adriel sensed the destructive power surging within him. Run! Adriel shouted a warning. Ruben's madness intensified. It's futile. Join me in hell. Hellish wail. Ruben's body swelled like a balloon and then exploded, releasing countless wailing spirits. The underground magic array began to activate, unleashing hellfire and pale hands stretching out to grab them. Hart was filled with anxiety. He didn't expect Ruben to use such a desperate tactic. Despite his best efforts to rescue, one guild member was dragged into the inferno. Huff. The rescued members sat stunned, their eyes reflecting relief and fear of narrowly escaping. If Hart hadn't intervened quickly, they might have suffered the same fate. Pleat's sentence made her heart skip a beat. Don't hesitate, speak up. They lost a member, likely dying in Mist Village. Her subordinate hastily relayed the full situation, including the battle conditions. That's not too serious. Let's leave now. Meeting them wouldn't be easy to explain. Aspen led the Umbu on their boat, leaving Water Country ahead of Hart. She needed to inform Ember of the events. Hart sensed Aspen's departure and smiled. This mission would likely clear any lingering doubts about them in Konoha. Now, the most pressing matter was Dalton. He hoped Dalton wouldn't attack Konoha during this period, or else the main quest rewards would be severely diminished. Completing this Water Country mission should earn significant Leaf Village reputation points. Getting a bloodline limit or high-tier jutsu would justify the effort. Welcome back, Lord Hart. I've been waiting eagerly. The captain warmly welcomed everyone aboard and arranged a hearty meal. The journey drained much of Hart's team's energy. They regretted not finding the final 3 mechs but believed in dueling mode. The mechs would eventually appear unless they had immunity items like Jeremy, a highly unlikely scenario even for Hart after so many worlds. The ship sailed smoothly towards Fire Country without encountering any adverse weather. With favorable winds, they reached Fire Country. You say Hart and his group are fine? On what basis do you make this judgment? As Aspen left her office, Ember pondered who to entrust to Hart for training. She didn't mention to Aspen that with the fall of the Water Country, the entire ninja world might soon descend into another war. The 5 major ninja nations once ruled the world, keeping smaller factions in check. However, with the Water Country now in disarray, despite the Petra possibly still being alive, the nation's foundation is lost, its elite forces decimated, and even its capital occupied. With its strategic location, it's inevitable that other powers will eye it. This isolated island offers an ideal location for covert wealth generation. Upon learning of the Water Country's fall, Ember's first thought was to occupy it herself. Wars between the 5 great nations have persisted since the days of Hashirama, driven by internal stability and external expansion plans. The balance has been maintained through numerous conflicts, but now that balance is disrupted, and every nation wants to capitalize on the opportunity to become a superpower. Though Ember dislikes war after losing her lover and brother, as Hokage, she must consider Fire Country's future development. If one nation fully controls the Water Country, a dominant superpower could emerge, which Ember cannot allow. For now, no one wants to be the first to make a move, but secret machinations have already begun. Nikki, send out orders for Fire Country to prepare for war. ANBU members must actively monitor other nations, while Konoha will maintain outward calm. Ensure. Nikki reported some routine matters before leaving. Despite being Ember's apprentice, she usually serves as a secretary. Dismissed. I need some time alone. Alone in her office, Ember gazed at the sunlit Konoha village, lost in thought. Meanwhile, entering Fire Country territory, Hart and his team were noticeably relaxed. Ensuring their pace, they enjoyed some downtime. Their mission in the Water Country successfully eliminated the Mist Village, though with some setbacks, losing a member and leaving a few foes alive. Overall, it was a success. Most importantly, Dalton hadn't attacked Konoha during their absence. Boss, why has Raphael been so quiet lately? Given their intel system, they should know we're away from Konoha. Billy couldn't figure it out. To him, this seemed like the perfect attack opportunity with Victor not yet mastering Sage Mode. I don't get it either. Let's take it step by step. A war seems imminent though. Yeah, the disappearance of a major power will naturally attract attention. Everyone wants a piece of the pie, Yuri commented seriously. Huh? What are you guys talking about? I don't get it at all. Billy looked puzzled, turning to Karen for help. Seeing the others' amused gazes, he felt embarrassed. Thwack. Karen smacked Billy lightly on the head, amusing everyone. Can't you see what's happening? The other countries won't sit idle while Water Country falls, dummy. Jashin, which had gained attention due to Haiden's presence. Since Haiden killed Asuma, all nations were wary of this near-immortal cult. Hot Springs country's leadership knew of the concern, so they openly allowed the spy activities of the 4 nations. Surprisingly, despite thorough searches, no trace of the cult of Jashin could be found, nor any followers. With Lightning Country preparing to cross the sea into Water Country, the search was temporarily abandoned. Perhaps due to the events in Water Country, Ember recognized the value of Hart and his team. Upon their return to Konoha, she immediately summoned Hart and rewarded him and his group generously. The buzz among Konoha shinobi was largely due to Ember's surprising decision to assign Motochi Broda's class to Hart. After all, Broida is the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, who died defending the village. This decision carried significant weight in the hearts of the villagers, sparking much speculation. Note: I have made adjustments to ensure fluency and natural reading in English while maintaining accuracy. I've also standardized the character names to fit common anglicized versions, e.g., Motochi Broida instead of Muboida. Many villagers speculated wildly over this appointment, seeing it as a significant gesture of trust, but Hart paid little mind to the rumors. He would soon leave this world after completing his main quests, though he would track him down constantly and often cause disturbances in the village. Now, seeing this polite demeanor, Hart felt a bit uneasy. Alright, there aren't many rules in my class, Hart said, Feeling a headache coming on as he looked at the trio, Ebisu left immediately after the handover without giving him any teaching tips. But since he agreed to take over Hamish's class, it wouldn't be good to not teach them anything. Just as Hart was pondering what to teach, he remembered Carrie's bell test for Team 7. With this, he could muddle through today. As for the future, he'd cross that bridge when he came to it. It's my first day teaching you. I want to test your strength. See this bell in my hand? If you can get it for me by any means necessary, I'll treat you 3 to food. Otherwise, you'll go hungry. Hart took out a string of bells and waved it in front of the 3 before attaching it to his waist and lying down under a tree. The test has started. Remember, you win if you get the bell no matter how you do it. The trio became serious, forming a small circle to discuss their strategy while occasionally glancing at Hart. Hart-sensei just lies there. This doesn't seem so hard, Amaya Hoyos commented, eyeing Hart who lay beneath the tree. Don't underestimate our teacher, Innocent disagreed. I think this won't be easy. Why worry? We'll know once we try. I'll distract him. Smoother flow. 3. Removed redundant or awkward phrases to enhance readability. Please note any further specific details or context required for more accurate translation. My name is Hart, your new teacher. I'll be handling your class from now on, Hart replied, feeling a bit guilty. He knew no jutsu other than Leaf's secret finger poking, a rather unsavory technique. Despite this, he accepted the challenge. When Boda excitedly exclaimed, "You're the one who defeated Dalton. I've always wanted to meet you," and bowed deeply, Hart felt surprised. Boda, usually mischievous, now showed respect. Note, Boda should be consistently translated as Bodei for name consistency. Alright, enough formalities. Let's start my class. With no teaching experience from Ebisu, Hart devised a plan inspired by Carrie's bell test. For our first lesson, I want to test your abilities. See these bells? Try to take them from me, and I'll treat you to some food. Fail, and you go hungry. Hart dangled the bells in front of them before lying under a tree. You can begin. Any method works. Just get the bells. Mothuda, Moegi, and Innocent gathered to strategize. Moegi thought the test seemed simple, but Innocent disagreed. Eventually, Moegi suggested distracting Hart while she and Innocent tried for the bells. To improve fluency and consistency, I would suggest, he sent Boda flying with a kick. Although he only used slight force, Boda tumbled back, the sexy jutsu dispersing in midair. Though initially unprepared, Hart found the experience unique. Teaching these young shinobi brought a different kind of satisfaction. Moto Boda's solid foundation and speed impressed him, and Hart wondered if he had mastered the Rasengan yet. Note, Boda is corrected to Moto Boda for consistency and accuracy in character names. Mobo rushed at him again, only to face another surprising counterattack. For Hart, this first step into teaching marked a new chapter, filled with unexpected challenges and moments of humor. This slight modification ensures clarity and consistency with the original text while maintaining fluency in English. Specifically, Boda was corrected to Mobo for consistency in character naming, ensuring the translation reads naturally. After doing all that, Hart glanced diagonally at the tree canopy above, causing Innocent and Moegi, who were hiding there waiting for a chance to snatch the bells, to freeze in place. Innocent, did Teacher Hart just see us? Shh, keep your voice down. Don't let Teacher Hart hear you, and give away our position. Innocent shot Moegi an irritated look. When he looked back down at the tree, he realized Hart had vanished from where he was standing. Even if Teacher Wang Hua didn't see us. Innocent shot Moegi an annoyed look, and when he looked back down at the tree, he realized that Wang Hua had vanished without a trace. Exactly, why talk? Just stay hidden. Just as Moegi and Innocent were in a state of uncertainty, Wang Hua's voice came from behind them, startling the two youngsters. Hee, how did you find us, Teacher Wang Hua? Innocent turned his head slowly with a guilty smile. Moegi? Innocent threw a smoke grenade at Wang Hua's feet, enveloping him in a thick cloud of smoke. At the same time, he signaled Moegi to go for the bell. Oh no, where's Teacher Wang Hua? Moegi eagerly dived into the smoke, but found no sign of Wang Hua after searching. Innocent was also confused. Logically, they shouldn't have lost track of someone at such close range. Moegi, be careful. By the time the smoke began to clear, Innocent saw that Wang Hua had appeared behind Moegi. Though he warned her immediately, it was too late. Good plan, but not decisive enough. Bam bam. Wang Hua gave both of their bottoms a kick, sending Innocent and Moegi tumbling off the tree branch. Hashtag chapter 213. Then try to seize the bell. Innocent and Menghuang crashed onto the ground with a thud, momentarily dazed and groaning in pain. Hart, with us now, and we'll continue this afternoon. With that, he turned away, leaving the bewildered trio behind and striding briskly off the training ground. He thought about Ember's request for him to train this class. He'd show her how he could make these 3 reconsider their resolve, and even ask for a replacement. That way, he wouldn't defy orders and could focus on other matters. Hamish and the others finally recovered from the shock. Innocent, Menghuang, we absolutely can't give up. Of course, missing a meal isn't the end of the world. We'll just work harder this afternoon and try to get the bell. You guys make it sound easy. Teacher's strength is really formidable. When he released that current, I didn't see him use any seals. At the time, Hart had been facing away from Hamish, while Innocent clung to his leg. Only Menghuang saw the entire process of Hart releasing the electric current. Gulp. Innocent involuntarily swallowed. Performing jutsu without seals was something beyond the capabilities of most ninjas. Even the third Hokage, Bronson, known as the proficient ninja, needed seals, though he used fewer than average. Menghuang, are you serious? Did teacher really release the jutsu without seals? Hamish clearly doubted what Menghuang said, as such an ability was hard to believe. Of course it's true. Why would I lie about this? Menghuang stomped her foot. Hee, Teacher Hart, now that it's lunch break, can we go get some food? Menghuang couldn't hold out any longer and asked with a pleading tone. Hart, engrossed in his meal, ignored her plea, remembering his strict rule from earlier. No bell, no food. Seeing that Meng Huang's plea didn't work, Hamish understood Hart wouldn't bend the rules. Let's go. Teacher said if we didn't get the bell, there would be no lunch. As Hamish pulled his teammates away, Hart, who had been observing their reactions, was impressed by Hamish's resistance to temptation. Considering Hamish was just a child, this resilience was commendable. This boosted Hart's mood, and he ate faster. Wait, you three. Want to eat? I'm not withholding the chance. See that tree far off? Your bentos are hanging from it. It's up to you to get them. Hart finished his last bite of rice, breathing a satisfied sigh. Konoha village wasn't large, but the food here was truly delicious. The trio's eyes sparkled. Really? Teacher, you're the best. I knew you wouldn't be so cruel. Meng Huang ran towards the tree, while Hamish and Innocent paused, exchanging skeptical glances. Hey, Hamish, something feels off. After all the drills this morning, would he suddenly have a change of heart? I agree. Meng Huang was too impulsive, running off like that. Plop. Ah. There hesitated the wrapped bento in her arms with suspicion. For a moment, no one knew whether they should open it. What do you think is inside? Innocent tapped the bento box, asking hesitantly. Who knows what he has in store? Our teacher really enjoys his mischief, said Hamish, who appeared calmer than the others. Did you notice these boxes when you were on the tree earlier? Dina tilted her head, thinking for a moment. Absolutely not. When I fell, I was facing upwards. If they were there, I would have seen them. This is strange. These boxes can't just appear out of nowhere. Our teacher's tricks are truly unpredictable, Dina muttered. Now what should we do? There are so many bento boxes in the tree. Who knows what's inside? The trio fell silent. Then Hart's voice came from nearby, slightly teasing, you're running out of time. It's 12 now, and training resumes at 1. That's only an hour. Hamish glared at Hart, flames dancing in his eyes. Rest assured, if we haven't eaten by 1, we'll start training. Very well, carry on. A nap after a full meal is truly enviable. With that, Hart found a comfortable spot to lie down, closing his eyes, leaving the trio to their own devices. Should we open one to check? What if this is just another prank from teacher? Innocent, enticed by the savory aroma wafting from the box, swallowed hard. The trio hadn't sustained any actual injuries, thanks to Hart's careful arrangements, but they were thoroughly shocked. Dina's tears welled up, and Innocent struggled out of the grass, mouth tasting of fresh grass. Hamish, relatively less disheveled, was covered in mud. Hamish, it looks like we won't get any bento. We should focus on how to grab the bell from teacher. Innocent, defeated, lay on the grass weakly. You're wrong. Since teacher said whether we can eat depends on us, there must be a real bento. We just need to figure it out. How can we think clearly when we're starving? Dina finally composed herself, still looking miserable. Hamish smiled confidently. I noticed something earlier. Let me show you. He retrieved another bento from the tree. Can you spot the difference between this and the previous one? Dina and Innocent studied both boxes, but saw no distinguishing marks. There are no markings or weight differences. We can't tell which is which. Think about the chakra attributes when we were blasted into the air. Wasn't it fire-based? Hamish asked, hands on his hips. So what? What does that have to do with the bento? How can you be so dense? The boxes must have some residual chakra scent. Surely, teacher wouldn't rig the real bento box with a trap? That's right. If we find the box with no residual chakra, it must be our lunch. You're so clever, Hamish. Dina knew out what was happening. They were thrown back by the surging energy from the ground. If Hart hadn't deliberately set the power level to the lowest during setup, they would likely have lost their lives already. Crack. Oh, come on. Theo, be careful. We are surrounded by packages. Based on the last trigger method, if we choose wrong, there will definitely be a penalty around us. Do you understand what I mean? Theo, fumbling clumsily, accidentally touched the package behind him, frightening Hamish and Kesha immensely. If it caused a chain reaction, they wouldn't have any time to dodge. The 3 pairs of eyes focused on the package behind Theo, but thankfully, nothing happened. Theo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In just a moment, his back was drenched in sweat. It's fine. It's fine. Let's keep looking. Hart turned his head upon hearing the commotion, observing the performance of the trio. He had placed many small traps in the packages, ready for some entertainment should they make mistakes. At this moment, Hart suddenly understood Carrie's amusement while training Victor and the others. Seeing the cautious expressions of the 3 kids made him want to laugh. Just then, a black shadow appeared beside him, and Billy stepped out. Boss, Payne has news. Hart's eyebrows rose. After receiving Ember's order to train Hamish and the others, he had entrusted Billy with Country had dismantled Payne's base. Changing bases didn't seem unreasonable. But he could have easily hidden in Fire Country using the 6-pad's abilities, especially since Victor was still here. There seemed to be no reason for him to leave Fire Country directly. What could have compelled Payne to drag his weakened body on a long journey to Awagakure? Was it for the 5 tails? That didn't seem right either. According to Hart's information, Ronald was responsible for capturing the 5 tails. Something wasn't adding up, and Hart found it puzzling. Although Payne's departure allowed him to focus more on tracking Eternal Country players, something still felt off. His thoughts couldn't settle on an answer, making him restless. Whether it was the remaining 3 mechas of the Mist Country or the players of Eternal Country, both problems gnawed at his heart like thorns. With the approaching Great Shinobi War, staying neutral seemed impossible. Moreover, Eternal Country's players' ability to manipulate minds was a potent weapon in this ninja world, something Hart couldn't afford to ignore. Ha ha ha. Found it. Now we can eat. Kesha held a package excitedly, confirmed multiple times that this package truly contained the real bento. Really? You're amazing. Finally we can eat. Theo was equally excited, reaching to open the package but was stopped by Hamish. Wait before opening. He took out another package from behind. Any mechanism inside the package activated. Snap. However, Damien and his companions underestimated Hart's methods. They thought rocks would block most attacks, but reality surprised them again. The moment the lunchbox opened, Damien sensed something was wrong. He tried to call for Innocent and Dina to escape, but the cold air from inside the box gave them no time to react. In just a breath's time, accompanied by the sound of water vapor turning into ice crystals, a thin layer of frost instantly covered the three. Hiss. Haha, teacher is really ruthless. Who says otherwise? I'm frozen. Wah. I don't want to eat. Wah. The three were struck hard by the sudden frost attack. They couldn't understand how there could be such a powerful ice technique with no signs of abnormality or energy residue on the package. Only 20 minutes left. Keep going? Hart laughed heartily. Seeing the miserable state of the three, he felt both amused and gratified. Though he didn't belong to this world, these three children were his first disciples in life. Although he wasn't entirely satisfied with Ember's order and kept trying to get her to change her mind, so he could fully focus on searching for Eternal Nation players, he felt genuinely pleased looking at the trio. Despite being unable to avoid his traps, they'd improved their already good teamwork during this short period. Devouring the burnt meat. An empty box lay beside her, indicating she had finished her lunch. Dina, how could you do this? Eating alone. Damien, wearing a look of anguish, grabbed the remaining lunch without stopping and ate voraciously, ignoring Innocent's stunned expression. Hey, you two aren't saving any for me. Watching Damien and Dina enjoy their meal, the hungry Innocent felt his stomach churn. Seeing the duo eat without stopping, Innocent's expression cycled through shock, disbelief, sorrow, and pain. If there were Oscars in the movie world, Innocent would definitely win a golden statue. Damien, having eaten his fill, patted his belly and burped loudly. Haha, fooled you. Damien reached behind Dina and handed Innocent an unopened lunchbox. Eat. We in the Damien Corps always share happiness, right? At this moment, Innocent saw stars in Damien's eyes. Damien wah. Chapter 217. Training continues. Hart watched the three young ones devour their meal and felt a twinge of satisfaction. Friendship, after all, is something you shouldn't give up on at any time. Though it was time for training, he didn't rush the trio into starting right away, especially since Theo hadn't finished eating yet. So, he turned over and pretended to sleep. After all, the three would surely try to snatch the bell from his waist. He activated his innate ability discreetly. Kesha couldn't help but cover her eyes, fearing Hamish's rash action might harm Hart. But the next moment, a soft voice made her lower her hands. The kunai, 10 meters from Hart, suddenly changed its trajectory mid-air, turning at a right angle and plunging into the ground. Hamish, your kunai throwing. If I hadn't seen you eat, I'd have thought you were starving, Theo mocked, seizing the chance to tease. That's not the point. Didn't you see the kunai being drawn to the ground by something? Oh, you missed, admit it. We won't laugh. Everyone makes mistakes. Ignoring Theo, Hamish prepared another set of shurikens and hurled them. Clank clank. The shurikens hit the same spot as the kunai. Observing carefully, the three concluded the area must have been rigged by the teacher, causing both weapons to land there. To confirm, Theo and Kesha tried again with the same result, their weapons embedded in the soil. Looks like you're ready. The afternoon training begins here. As in the morning, use any means to steal the bell from me. Seeing the moment was right, Hart stood up with a half smile, picked up the kunai and shurikens, handed them back to the trio, and declared the start of afternoon training. Then he pulled out a copy of Make Out Paradise. It wasn't a cosplay of Carrie. He was genuinely curious about Cornell. Really? Tell us quick. Yeah, stop stalling. Let's get the bell sooner. Looking at his eager friends, Hamish felt satisfied. Since you're so curious, I'll tell you. A hints later, Kesha and Theo, who had initially shown eagerness, now eyed Hamish with disdain, especially Theo, embarrassed and displeased with Hamish's suggestion. Please note, the chapter contains a playful, yet somewhat inappropriate, discussion among the characters regarding the adult content in Make Out Paradise. This part may require careful handling depending on the intended audience. Why don't you two believe me? This move of mine is absolutely a one-hit win. Have you forgotten how Teacher Ebisu and Teacher Irika reacted back then? Hamish's words improved Theo's and Kesha's expression somewhat. Though his suggestion seemed outrageous, it had proven effective in all their previous experiments. Besides, didn't Victor use this very move to make the third Hokage blush back then? Fine, let's give it a try. But listen up, Hamish, this is absolutely the only time. Don't drag me into something like this again. Kesha glared at Mobo irritably, but to complete the training task set by Hart, she decided to put up with it. Chapter 218. The Pudding Combination Technique. The three kids were whispering to each other, naturally catching Hart's attention. He was quite curious about what method this could explain Raphael's unusual visit there, and it was highly probable that the culprits were connected to Everlasting Country. This unease grew as the timing for entering the alternate world suggested the imminent outbreak of the Great Shinobi War. Now, Amigakure had been nearly wiped out, and most of Water Country's ninja were dead. Elite fighters had almost been completely decimated, and the Petra Perla was still missing. Once the war broke out, even without Kagaya Otsutsuki's appearance, Domenico alone would pose an enormous threat. Originally, it took 5 Kage combined effort just to deal with one enemy. Without the Petra and Water Country's forces, it was uncertain whether the remaining 4 nations could hold their ground against Kabuto's revived elite ninjas. Moreover, Raphael, who was supposed to die but wasn't swayed by Victor's speech and didn't revive Konoha's fallen shinobi with Outer Path, Samsara life restoration jutsu, altered the narrative. From then on, the omniscience advantage Hart gained as a player vanished. He only knew the rough outline of future events. The specifics could no longer align with the original storyline. While lost in thought, Hart suddenly noticed the 3 kids who had been whispering under the tree had quietly approached him. Maybe because he had pranked them too hard before, even though they saw him zoning out, they dared not act rashly to snatch the bell from his waist. Instead, they stood nervously in front of him, observing his every move that even Hart felt a bit overheated. Teacher Hart. To get the bell, they really put in the effort. After demonstrating the bouncing pudding effect, Damien subtly edged closer to Hart. Hart couldn't miss his actions but decided not to react immediately due to the kid's strenuous efforts. As Damien celebrated, inwardly thinking the plan succeeded, Hart vanished from sight, leaving the kids panicking. In the Victor world, invisible techniques weren't unheard of, but Hart disappearing in place stunned them. Thinking they were under a Jinjutsu, Damien said, "You even used Jinjutsu, teacher. How can we continue? This isn't training anymore, it's torture." Discontinuing the technique, Damien sat on the ground, refusing to get up. In his mind, it was definitely a Jinjutsu since Hart vanished from thin air. "Who said I used Jinjutsu? Get up. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I'm going to fight back." Hart reappeared beneath the tree, watching Damien roll on the ground and spoke maliciously. Hearing this, Dina's face fell even more. Despite the shameful act failing to achieve its purpose, this news was worse. They knew Hart would hold back, but even a fraction of his strength would be overwhelming. However, given the situation, they reluctantly accepted it. Kids in the Victor world were raised with values focusing on becoming shinobi. Missions 1,000 years of death, jutsu. Reminded by Kesha, Eris turned around just in time to see Hart's hand signs, turning pale instantly. He was all too familiar with those hand signs. His idol, Victor and Ai-chan, had once explained to him this so-called secret taijutsu move of Konoha. Remembering how Victor looked traumatized when describing the technique's destructive power, Eris swallowed hard. It was excruciating pain. Konoha's secret taijutsu, 1,000 years of death. Bang! But Hart didn't give Eris much time to reminisce. He thrust 2 fingers into the delicate flower before Eris's agonized scream filled the air as his body flew uncontrollably into the sky. At that moment, Eris understood why Victor had that pained expression when describing this move. The intense pain swept through his entire body. Kesha and Innocent, standing nearby, tightened their grips and looked at Eris with sympathy. Seeing Eris curl up on the ground in agony, they exchanged glances and instinctively shielded themselves while holding kunai knives. Since Eris had made the first move and paid such a heavy price, they couldn't let him suffer alone. Watching Kesha and Innocent rush toward him, the amusement on Hart's face grew. He had warned them earlier that he would retaliate during the afternoon training session. Since he had given fair warning, the ropes and stakes clearly indicated what Hart was going to do: tie them to the stakes. Ouch. Teacher, is this really necessary? Unconscious Kesha and Innocent were oblivious, but moving Eris was rough, pulling legs, stretching arms, making his condition even worse. Finally, he begged for mercy. Daltonful? Endure it. That's what being a ninja means. Do you really define ninja like that? Bound and helpless, Eris erupted in frustration. Unfortunately, Hart ignored him and walked towards the river. Perhaps exhausted or unable to move after the flower bloom, Eris eventually calmed down, despair filling his eyes as he looked at his bound companions. Why did I pass out? Who tied us here? Teacher, are you serious about this? You too. Conserve your strength. We've been out cold for 10 minutes. Teacher hasn't untied us yet. Think of a way out. Eris, having recovered slightly from the pain, spoke weakly. What can we do? The ropes are tight, and all our weapons were used in the fight. Now, I don't have a single hard object. So we're stuck here forever. Innocent wiped his nose and muttered despondently. The trio fell silent. Watching from afar, Hart shook his head. He had specifically tied the ropes loosely around their upper arms, giving them a chance to form seals. As long as his hands could still form seals, he could use fire release to free himself. Hashtag chapter 220, Ember's alertness. Stop arguing. I have an idea. Kesha, I will use fire release to burn the ropes in a bit. Don't move around or you might get hurt. Once he understood the crux of the matter, Hamish felt his entire mindset become clear. He realized that his teacher had intended for them to discover the flaw on their own. After they escaped, there would be another round of trying to snatch the bells. However, the 3 of them were so engrossed in their current predicament and blaming each other that they failed to calmly think about how to escape. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. After several attempts, Hamish finally succeeded in forming the hand seals. Flames spewed from his mouth and directly incinerated the ropes binding Kesha. Seeing her successful escape, Kesha was overjoyed. She quickly untied Hamish and the other 2 before rushing toward the rock where the bells were placed. When she successfully grabbed the bell, she felt a lump in her throat. The trials they had gone through that day left her exhausted. Finally obtaining the bell for completing the task made it hard to suppress her excitement. Hamish stood aside, gazing at the bell that rang clearly in Kesha's hands, feeling mixed emotions. Although they completed the task, it didn't feel perfect. It seems you're not completely brainless. Decided to talk to Ember tomorrow. He couldn't waste time solely teaching Hamish and the others. He needed to visit the hidden rock village to uncover Dalton's true intentions there. He was also concerned about Hunt and the others. Though he had emphasized mental strength since the start of the war, their levels weren't high enough yet. Studying at the last minute might help a bit, but if they encountered players from the Eternal Nation, they might not be able to fully withstand their attacks. Have you eaten enough? By the time he came back to reality, the trio had finished their ramen. Hart put down his chopsticks and asked, Thank you, teacher. We'll work harder in the future and hope for more guidance. Rest early? I might leave Konoha for some time. While I'm away, don't slack off with your training. Where are you going, teacher? We've only been trained for one day. The trio looked at Hart with reluctance. Despite only a day, they had learned much from him. Ebisu was also good, but he couldn't match Hart's practical combat experience. It concerns Dalton. Then he looked at Hamish. Victor might return to Konoha soon after mastering Sage Jutsu. Don't forget to ask him about Rasengan. After saying this, Hart paid the bill and left, leaving the trio looking at each other in surprise. Hamish, think of something. We can't let Teacher Hart leave like this. Yeah, though Teacher Ebisu is strong, nothing matches Teacher Hart's direct teachings. Kesha agreed, action, which was suspicious. Nikki, bring in Aspen. Also, summon Alric. Realizing the severity, Ember became serious. She needed to understand what was happening in the land of Earth. Nikki was surprised. Aspen and Alric were crucial members, especially Alric as a strategic advisor. Normally, special circumstances required his involvement. She quickly realized Hart's matter wasn't simple. Yes, right away. Soon, Aspen and Alric arrived. Seeing Hart, Alric's eyes flashed with an odd look, surprising Hart with its clear hostility. He subconsciously wanted to use mind reading to see what Bob was thinking, but the result was unexpected. His mind was completely blank, without even any inner monologue. This was the first time Hart had encountered such a situation since obtaining the mind reading ability. Previously, there were targets that his mind reading couldn't access, but this complete blankness left him utterly puzzled. Chapter 221, Bob. What disturbed Hart the most was the intense loathing he felt from Bob. This feeling seemed to be etched into his soul, an instinctive repulsion. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. If not for Ember's presence, he almost could not resist attacking and slaying this Leaf Village's foremost strategist right then and there. Moreover, in his successful mission to the Water Country, together with his leadership of ACE, whose members were all strong and accomplished many missions in a short time, he brought significant benefits to the village. Many merchants and daimyos now specifically requested ACE for escort missions. Initially, Ember worried that these two might clash upon meeting, but seeing how they got along, her concerns seemed unfounded. As long as they coexisted peacefully, her job as Hokage would be much easier. Ember-sama, did you call me here today for something? After exchanging a few pleasantries with Hart, Bob turned to Ember and asked, Yes, Dalton has fled to the Land of Stone. Our Umbu failed to detect any traces, and if Hart hadn't reported to me today, I would still believe Dalton was in the Land of Fire. Ember's face darkened at the mention of this matter. She had personally ordered the Umbu to track Dalton diligently and ensure he did not leave the Land of Fire. Now, it turned out that Dalton had already escaped to the Land of Stone while she was unaware. This made Ember, usually strong-willed, quite uncomfortable. How did you come to know about this, Hart? Bob's eyes bore into Hart with an indeterminate expression. Hart sensed something amiss. From the moment Alric entered, he targeted him, showing outright hostility, and now saying this. It was purely meant to make him unpopular with Ember. You should understand that based on the intelligence you provided, Dalton has wide-ranging attack capabilities. We need to prevent potential threats within the village. I'll consider this further. Alric, please stay behind. Others can leave. Ember leaned forward, resting her chin on her hands, her calm expression masking her true thoughts. Hart felt angered and left the room abruptly. Yet as soon as he stepped out of the Hokage office, he realized that Ember's attitude towards him had subtly changed since Bob's comments. Leaving Alric alone likely meant discussing him. This incident made Alric's impression on Hart extremely negative. How could the respected strategist show such lack of tolerance? Or was it related to the blankness in Alric's mind? As Hart walked down the stairs, he fell into deep thought. Alric, do you feel something is off? Yes. Do not hold back. Speak your mind. I only feel Hart's interest in Dalton is overly concerning. Abnormal circumstances often indicate deeper issues. Moreover, the signs in the Land of Stone resemble those before the Water Country's downfall. I fear. Fear Hart is involved? Yes, but these are only conjectures without substantial evidence. Therefore, keeping him in the Leaf Village is the best choice, along with his subordinates. Dismissed. I will consider what you've said. Chapter 222. Intelligence. Just as Hart had anticipated, the next day the elite squad list for investigating the Rock Country was released, and indeed his name was not on it. Instead, Victor Uzumaki, who had just returned after learning Senjutsu, was listed. Seeing this, he could no longer sit still, and went straight to the Hokage's office to meet with Ember. Why isn't my name on the team? My subordinates are all in the Rock Country. I'm the most suitable candidate. As soon as he entered, Hart got straight to the point, then immediately activated his mind-reading ability to probe Ember's thoughts. As expected, her wariness of him had reached an unprecedented peak. Truly as Alric predicted, Hart is so interested in Dalton's whereabouts. Now, all signs indicate that the situation in the Rock Country is not good. At this time, he absolutely cannot be allowed to leave the village. He must be closely monitored. Thankfully, both Simeon and Carrie are in Konoha, so if anything unusual happens, there will be no shortage of people to subdue him. Ember thought to herself, unaware that every word in her mind was entering Hart's ears. You know Victor, right? He heard that the person who killed Cornell is in the Rock Country and insisted on avenging him personally. I made this arrangement considering Victor's feelings. You've seen the squad members. With this, you can battle Gundams online and playfully handle the Ninetales. Definitely worth it. Pre-order now. Price, 10,000 Fire Nation reputation points. Mangekyo Sharingan. Origin, Victor. Category, Eye Technique. Quality, Legendary. Skill description, the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, descendants of Indra, the eldest son of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, one of the 3 great eye techniques in the Victor world. Many functions await discovery by the player. Note, this item is an imperfect Mangekyo Sharingan, carrying the risk of blindness. You must choose between being flashy or going blind. Price, 10,000 Fire Nation reputation points. Raisin Shuriken. Origin, Victor. Category, Ninja Technique. Wind Release. Quality, Epic. Skill description, a long-range attack technique created by Victor based on the Rasengan. It has immense power. Note, a special flashy skill for the prince. Its strength speaks for itself, no explanation needed. Price, 6,000 Fire Nation reputation points. Mouth Senjutsu. Origin, Victor. Category, Quality, Legendary. Skill description, the strongest Senjutsu in the Victor world. Note, successfully turned Aryan. Battle with the Eternal Kingdom hadn't started. He knew it differed from others, filled with unpredictable players due to its long existence. Germain perfectly exemplified this. Just an errand boy possessed numerous tactics and hidden cards, particularly in mental manipulation. If Hart hadn't triggered a demonic power countering Germain's ability back then, the battle outcome might have been uncertain. Considering this, Hart decided to redeem immortality with all his points. Redemption successful. Remaining Fire Nation reputation points, 0. You actually chose that, not bad though. Hearing Ember's voice convey the lewd old man's tone made Hart's face darken. The disconnect between the two was highly unsettling. Alright old man, I don't have time to banter today. Do you have any information to share? After all, I'm a loyal customer. What do you want to ask? Seeing as we're old acquaintances, I'll give you a free piece of info. Hart hadn't expected the old man to be so generous and, with too many questions in mind, finally asked about something that had long troubled him. Why did Dalton go to Hidden Rock Village? Dalton? Because Allah was captured by those from the Eternal Kingdom, and their base is Hidden Rock Village. The lewd old man controlled Ember's body into an inappropriate gesture. Hart paid no attention to the indecent display and focused entirely on the information. Indeed, as he had suspected, deeply tied to Konoha. If that's the case, I'll follow your arrangements. By the way, Estelle, I'd like to exchange some reputation points here. Hearing this, Ember froze, then her eyes lost focus momentarily before returning to normal, clearly affected by the settings of the Realm of Remnants. Everything is here. You can look through it freely. Didn't expect to see you again so soon, Ember said, retrieving a familiar parchment from her drawer and handing it to Hart. Seeing this, Hart immediately understood. The tone and the style of the parchment could only belong to one person. The shady old man from the Death Note world. You sure have an interesting way of showing up, but you're as sleazy as ever, Hart commented sarcastically, feeling a chill thinking about the old man controlling Ember's body. True Senin Thousand Hands. Origin. Victor. Category. Ninjutsu. Wood release. Quality. Legendary. Skill description. A wood release technique summoning a giant Buddha statue with countless arms to strike and destroy enemies with thousands of large fists. Note. The signature move of the god of shinobi. After being improved by Kinsney, it doesn't require wood release mastery. It can be used to fight mobile suits or play with the Ninetales. Great value. Limited offer. Price. 10,000 Fire Country reputation. Manjikyu Sharingan. Origin. Appeared. Not to mention Cornell's new book ideas and more. Where were the ninjutsu? And what was this about the princess's undergarments? Labeled as original flavor. Hart wiped away the tears streaming down his cheeks, barely resisting the urge to exchange for that item. He refocused on one of the available options. Immortality. Origin. Victor. Category. Experimental product. Quality. Epic. Skill description. A forbidden experiment by Yakiniku sect, represented by Haydn. Immortality is not a blessing but a curse, which grows stronger with killing. Note. Endless killing fuels the curse. Just keep fighting. Price. 5,000 Fire Country reputation. This was a godlike skill in the Victor world. Though a curse, it wouldn't end as long as killing continued. Remember, Haydn, despite eventually being defeated, was never truly killed and was ultimately buried underground. Hart desperately needed this now. His points were sufficient, and while the battle against Eternal Kingdom hadn't started yet, he knew it was different from others. Many players within it were unpredictable, and due to its extended existence time, it likely had some extraordinary means. Germain exemplified this perfectly. Even a subordinate had many tricks up his sleeve, especially in mental power. If not for the demonic power that counteracted Germain's abilities at the time, the outcome might have been different. Thinking this, Hart made his decision and exchanged all his points for immortality. Exchange successful. Remaining Fire Country reputation, 0 points. You actually chose that one, not a bad choice, the voice said. Hart's face darkened at the old man's sleazy tone coming from Ember's mouth, creating an uncomfortable split. Alright old man, I don't have time for banter today. Any intel to share? Consider me a loyal customer. What do you want to ask? Given our long-standing acquaintance, I'll give you one piece of information for free. Hart, surprised by the old man's generosity, had too many questions to ask but decided to inquire about something that had troubled him. Why did Dalton go to Hidden Rock Village? Dalton? Because Raphael's partner Allah was captured by Eternal Kingdom. Their base is Hidden Rock Village. The old man controlled Ember's body into an indecent pose, much to Hart's distraction. But Hart focused on the intelligence rather than the gesture. Indeed, as he suspected, events in Rock Country were serious, and Dalton's purpose there was clear. To rescue Allah. Yet, this raised another question. Dalton and Allah usually acted together. Logically, Dalton shouldn't have let them take Allah without resistance. And this incident should have occurred within the borders of and silently cursed him as a crafty old fox. What do you want? I can provide it for you. I knew you were a straightforward person, but there's really nothing in this Victor world that could catch my attention. The lecherous old man waved his hands, and a blank parchment appeared. The old man used a quill pen to write on the parchment. This is a contract. Sign your name on it. This way, I can use the contract to locate you within the parallel universe. When I have something of interest, you'll need to get it for me. Hart took the parchment, carefully read through the terms, and then signed his name without hesitation once he confirmed everything was in order. Deal. Now, can you tell me what you know? The old man received the parchment with great satisfaction. I believe you are familiar with the abilities of the players from Eternal Nation. Unfortunately, this time there is a player who can control others using mental energy. You mean when Allah was controlled by an Eternal Nation player, that's why Dalton hesitated and didn't manage to capture the target, right? You're quick on the uptake. However, you're only partially correct. The player who can control others has strength comparable to yours. Even without Allah's situation, Dalton would have had a hard time defeating him. Alright, our time is up. I've answered your questions. Goodbye, young man. We'll meet again if destiny allows it. After speaking, Ember's body shivered slightly. When she opened her eyes again, confusion was evident in her expression. Is there anything else you need? Significant events unfolding. Given the nature of Eternal Nation players' tasks, they would typically join a faction. When Rocco sent intelligence from the Land of Stone, it sparked his suspicions. Now, those suspicions were confirmed, and the situation had become even more complex. This made Hart uneasy. He had already planned to head to the Land of Stone, but now he felt he couldn't delay any longer. Regardless of Ember's approval or what Bob was plotting behind the scenes, he had to go to the Land of Stone. Determined, Hart began preparing for his journey. He planned to slip away quietly during the night. Although he had a disguise skill, he didn't know if Konoha had detection jutsus. To avoid unnecessary complications, he decided to wait until late at night to make a stealthy exit. Late at night, Hart activated his disguise talent and silently left the campsite, thanks to the lazy shoes. He marveled at the dedication of the ANBU guards, who monitored non-stop around the clock. Without his disguise talent, escaping undetected would have been challenging. Moreover, he didn't want to engage in conflict with Konoha shinobi. The damned main quest wasn't completed yet. If buildings were damaged or casualties occurred due to fighting in Konoha village, it would result in penalties to his final mission rewards. He didn't want all his efforts to go to waste just because he got into a fight prematurely. Finally, after navigating through layers of visible and hidden patrols, Hart took the parchment and carefully read through the terms, then signed his name without hesitation after confirming everything was correct. Deal. Now can you tell me? The lecherous old man accepted the parchment with satisfaction. I believe you are aware of the abilities possessed by Eternal Nation players. Unfortunately, this time there's one player who can control others using spiritual energy. You mean Allah was controlled by an Eternal Nation player, which made Dalton hesitant to capture them, right? You're quick, but you guessed wrong in one part. That player who can control others has strength comparable to yours. Even without Allah's situation, Dalton wouldn't find it easy to defeat him. Well, our time is up. Your questions have been answered. Young man, until we meet again. After saying this, Ember's body trembled slightly. When she opened her eyes again, confusion filled her face. Hart, do you have anything else? If not, please leave. Hart understood that the lecherous old man had cut off the connection with Ember and erased her memory of their conversation. While this caused some trouble, it simplified matters greatly. After leaving the Hokage office, Hart couldn't calm down. The information provided by the lecherous old man finally clarified things that had puzzled him. Why Dalton suddenly left the Land of Fire without capturing the Ninetales and why Rocco reported significant events in the Land of Rocks. However, based on the current situation, it wasn't good news. First, Dalton's departure meant he wouldn't attack Konoha anytime soon. Second, Rocco and his team were now in danger. Rocco and his team didn't possess spiritual power comparable to Hart. According to available information, the control ability of the Eternal Nation player also had limits, or else they would have controlled Dalton directly instead of manipulating Allah. Even so, whether Rocco and his team could resist such control remained uncertain, especially since Hart had no idea what happened after being controlled. He prepared for the worst scenario. Rocco and his team might already be controlled, making their reports from the Land of Rocks unreliable. Before heading to the Land of Water, Hart found it odd that such a big event hadn't been discovered by spies from various countries. Given the nature of Eternal Nation players joining a faction, when Rocco reported from the Land of Rocks, Hart had similar suspicions. Now that these suspicions were confirmed, the situation became urgent. Hart had already planned to go to the Land of Rocks, and now this matter could not wait any longer. He had to go, regardless of Ember's approval or whatever schemes Bob had behind the scenes. With his mind set, Hart started preparing for the journey to the Land of Rocks, intending to sneak out under the cover of darkness. Although he had a disguise talent, he wasn't sure if Chugo Mitsu shouldn't abandon Helena unless she was dead. Yet with the hidden mist village already destroyed, Chugo Mitsu being hunted suggested a deeper mystery. Chugo Mitsu, don't waste your effort. Disobedience to our master will only lead to death. Hart observed the pursuers, surprised to see ninjas from various nations, including some from lesser-known small countries and mercenaries. Initially planning to watch and leave, Hart sensed something unusual. For a multinational coalition of ninjas to call someone master hinted at a formidable existence. Moreover, in the Victor world, ninjas were taught loyalty to their village and the supreme authority of Kage. Hashtag chapter 224, Hutch. Based on the forehead protectors of these ninjas, none of them had scratched out their village symbols like rogue ninjas, indicating they still belonged to their respective nations. Among them, quite a few were from Konoha, but the largest contingent came from Iwagakure. Considering the information provided by the creepy old man, Hart formed a bold hypothesis in his mind. These ninjas were likely being controlled. This would explain their bizarre and nonsensical behavior. At this moment, Hutch's strength was gradually failing him. The constant fleeing and battles had left him utterly exhausted, yet the pursuers showed no signs of letting up. His injuries accumulated with each battle, and despite escaping into the territory of fire, spewed out as he fell silent instantly. In a fit of rage, Hutch ignored the surrounding ninjas and stabbed the fallen leader deeply in the chest, blood splattering everywhere. Like a madman, he kept stabbing the already lifeless body repeatedly. The other pursuers were momentarily stunned by Hutch's ferocity and hesitated to attack. Our leader is dead. I'll take over now. Don't just stand there. You know what happens if we fail our master's orders. Attack. Swish, swish, swish. Perhaps fearing Hutch's fierce aura, the pursuers dared only to attack from a distance. Countless shurikens and kunai rained down on the still stabbing Hutch. Watching from above, Hart knew he couldn't wait any longer. With a series of crisp sounds, all the projectiles aimed at Hutch plunged into the ground. Zing, zing. Weak water was already drawn, and Hart glided through the enemy ranks, leaving elegant arcs in the air. Blood gushed forth, painting a hauntingly beautiful scene. Splash, splash. Hart stood gracefully, putting his blade away as the ninjas collapsed behind him. In the bloody forest, only the sound of Hutch's blades piercing flesh remained. They've turned to mush. Stop it. Seeing the relentless Hutch, Hart felt a pang in his heart. After healing him, he spoke. Where did you escape from? Why are these people chasing you? And how was the Petra captured? Seeing no point in further explanations, Hart redirected the conversation to more pressing matters for his survival. Upon hearing the Petra's name, Hutch's eyes reddened, picking up his blades again. Failed to protect the Petra. I must commit seppuku. He moved to stab himself in the abdomen. Clang, clang. Hart knocked the blades aside, exasperated. Your brain is only focused on dying. Besides, she's captured, not dead. Rescue her, and everything will be fine. Hutch's erratic logic had worn out Hart's patience. Seeing he wouldn't get useful information this way, Hart activated mind reading to investigate on his own. Chapter 225. Are you afraid of heights? After some investigation, Hart finally understood the entire escape journey of Hutch and Carissa. Initially, the players from the Fog Nation arrived at the Hidden Mist Village. Impressed by their strength, Carissa welcomed them, just as Ember had done. For a period, there was a honeymoon phase where the players from the Fog Nation assisted Carissa in various unsavory tasks. With all the tailed beasts in Water Country already captured, the threat posed by Water Country to the other 4 ninja nations was greatly reduced, which partly explained Carissa's acceptance of these players. The hidden expansion of Water Country, facilitated by the players, increased its leading them to accidentally end up in Rock Country. As a result, Carissa was humiliated, and Hutch was left with nowhere to run. His mind almost shattered, repeatedly thinking of seppuku. Note: I've replaced Deton Sertusa with carpet bombing style slaughter to maintain fluency in English while accurately conveying the meaning. Furthermore, I noticed some inconsistencies and awkward phrasing in the rest of the translation. Here's a more refined version. Under the coordinated attack of mages, warriors, and mechs, Water Country's ninjas fell like grass. The Petra was critically injured under the assault of 10 mechs. It was Hutch who risked his life to rescue Carissa from the mech swarm, organizing resistance efforts before escaping with the injured Carissa from Hidden Mist Village. Initially, Hutch planned to recuperate in Water Country and gather the remaining forces for a counterattack. However, the Fog Nation players' indiscriminate slaughter made it clear that Water Country was no longer safe. They intended to seek help from the Rakeage, but were pursued by mechs, leading them to inadvertently end up in Rock Country. As a result, Carissa was humiliated, and Hutch found himself with nowhere to run. His mind nearly broken, repeatedly contemplating The pursuers were dark operatives from various villages, now controlled by players from Eternal Nation. After reading this, Hart grew even more concerned about Rocco's safety. Since Hutch had no substantial memories related to Hidden, you mean to return and rescue Lord Carissa? Right, as they say, when the Lord is disgraced, the minister should die. You are her confidant and cannot abandon her. Feeling ashamed, Hutch's eyes rekindled with determination. You're right. I must die by Lady Carissa's side. He pulled out a scroll, handing it to Hart solemnly. This is a letter Carissa entrusted to me before her capture. It contains all her feelings before losing consciousness. Please deliver it to the Hokage and ask for an international meeting, urging Wind and Lightning countries to form a coalition to punish those devils. Hart took the scroll, eyeing Hutch dubiously. So you think I'm your messenger? I meant for us two to wreak havoc in Rock Country. Only the two of us? Yes, you have Carissa to rescue, and I have brothers in Rock Country, possibly in peril. Hutch stared at Hart for a while before sighing. Fine. My life belongs to Carissa since her capture. Enough with the sentimentality. Let's hurry up. Arriving earlier means less suffering for Carissa. What are we waiting for? Let's get going. Hutch grabbed his swords and urged Hart to move faster. It's at least 15 days from here to Hidden Rock Village. We need to hurry. With that, Hutch disappeared into the jungle. Hart followed using his detection aura, undaunted by the speed difference. While Hutch was fast for a ninja, shortened the time wasted on the journey, but Anselm clearly struggled to adapt to this method. To what extent? I didn't react like you when I flew for the first time. You call yourself the Water Shadow successor? Too useless. Originally lying on the ground in a daze, Chang Fengwang became irate upon being provoked by Hart, urging him to continue the journey. Seeing this, Hart couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. During this more than one day, every time Anselm felt unable to bear it, Hart would provoke him similarly. This method worked quite effectively. Regardless of how pathetic Anselm appeared at one moment, as soon as Hart provoked him into fury, he would spring up energetically, demanding they keep moving. Such scenarios had occurred countless times during their journey. Hart watched Anselm act invigorated and thanked whoever kicked Anselm's head, thinking that without this incident, persuading Anselm to comply with the travel would have been far more difficult. Anselm, don't pretend to be dead. Quickly check our current position. Can we talk about it on the ground? Although Anselm's voice was weak, his face was rosy and radiant, and his injuries were almost entirely healed. This transformation was naturally thanks to Hart, who initially needed to use electric currents to keep Anselm awake, but no longer required this method. Truly troublesome. Hart glanced disdainfully at Anselm, who covered his mouth, hadn't healed to mislead him. Unbeknownst to Anselm, Hart had seen through his thoughts, but chose not to expose them either. With the fall of the Land of Water and Ao Helename under control, relying on these two alone wouldn't cause any significant upheaval. Therefore, Hart allowed the situation to unfold as it was. Since that's the case, let's rest here for a while. Adjusting our state will be crucial for the upcoming journey, Anselm agreed. The closer they got to Hidden Rock Village, the deeper into the invaders' controlled territory they ventured. Moreover, the situation in the Land of Rock remained unclear. However, he was certain that the Rock Shadow might also have been compromised since the mysterious individuals could mobilize rock ninjas for the hunt. Didn't you say you had brothers here? Why haven't we seen them? Anselm asked Hart, bringing his focus back. Hart's expression darkened. He had maximized his perception aura, but still found no trace of Hunt and others. He feared they might have been controlled, making matters complicated. I'm not sure. I'll go around and check. You stay here and wait. Hart's unease grew stronger, leading him to decide to scout the area and potentially infiltrate Hidden Rock Village if necessary. Though uncertain, he hoped Hunt hadn't communicated over the guild channel because in the deathmatch mode, the Eternal Kingdom players aimed to eliminate rivals. If Hunt and others were controlled, the Black Hand would have tried to lure Hart out immediately. An hour later, the door opened. Maurice emerged, tying his waistband contentedly. Relaxing? How was it? Was it worth spending the contribution points? Seeing Maurice come out, Ray didn't rush to enter the room. Instead, he walked up to Maurice with a knowing expression and asked, "Smooth. Really, it's thanks to Chief Jackson that we have this opportunity, right?" "Yeah, following Chief Zhao has its perks. When he gets the meat, we at least get some broth, right?" Chapter 227. The Old Lecher. If there were no traces of them here, it could be considered good news. After all, the Land of Rock was still in a relatively stable state. Apart from the ninja who pursued Hutch on this journey, Hart had not noticed any signs of war. The Eternal Nation players were probably still savoring their victory and didn't have the time or inclination for other plans just yet. Considering this situation from another angle also made sense. That player who controlled mines might very well be the Bolivar, mentioned by those two minions. With such unreasonable powers, even controlling the rock shadow, indulging in pleasures temporarily seemed reasonable enough. At that moment, the player named Ray walked into the room with a lecherous smile, while Maurice hummed an unknown tune as he slowly exited the building. Seeing this, Hart followed silently, his heart stirring, casually strolling along the streets of Hidden Rock Village, occasionally teasing female ninjas passing by. Following Maurice closely allowed Hart to witness what true old perversion looked like. Unlike the Water Nation which had been obliterated by the Mist Nation, the Land of Rock, although under control of Eternal Nation players, had clearly taken a smarter approach, capturing the king first before anything else. With Bolivar directly controlling the rock shadow and possibly harming the daimyo, they managed to control the Land of Rock without bloodshed. Without violent incidents, many civilians remained unaware of the drastic changes in the Land of Rock. Meanwhile, knowledgeable ninjas had already been dispatched on dangerous missions under various pretexts, eventually dying during the missions. Any capable ninjas who dared to resist were mentally controlled, while others were given fabricated charges and executed or forced into seppuku. Through these rounds of reshuffling, the Land of Rock quietly changed hands. The Rock Shadow issued orders to honor the Eternal Nation players as distinguished guests, having the daimyo and Rock Shadow cover all expenses and deeds. Like Maurice now, this old lecher had to enter places like hair salons, massage parlors, and izakayas whenever he saw them, leaving a trail of hard labor from street to alley. Had it not been for the high foot traffic in his locations, Hart would have slashed him right there, considering how much he resembled a reincarnated lecher. Lightning proved the best weapon against evil spirits. Maurice screamed in agony as he was electrified by the surging thunder. Son of AB*****, does this fake wine even attract lightning? So many drowning girls await my warmth. The heavens are trying to kill me. Even while screaming in agony, Maurice lamented the unfinished mission to save drowning girls, astonishing Hart, who thought he'd mistaken the effect of the thunder. What fake wine could make someone think of such matters while being electrocuted? As the lightning subsided, revealing Maurice lying unconscious on the ground, barely breathing, Hart knew it was time to act. Seeing the old lecher unmoving, Hart confirmed and kicked Maurice in the stomach. "Maurice, right? Don't pretend to be dead. I know you're faking. Your recovery abilities are top-notch. Get up and talk." Maurice, a tough character, endured the full-force kick without a sound, displaying a fearless demeanor. Had it not been for Hart's mind-reading skills, he might have believed Maurice was a real hard man. Why am I so unlucky? Out of all things, I met a thunder-wielding guy. Seems like I misunderstood the izakaya owner. Though the drink was watered down, it wasn't fake. PFFF. Maurice, when will you learn? Still thinking about drinks and saving drowning girls? This guy looks formidable. What if you tip of a knife pierced through his clothes? The ominous atmosphere thickened as the tension between Hart and Maurice escalated. Despite his bravado, Maurice was clearly terrified, his inner monologue revealing just how much pressure he was under. Hart's calm demeanor hid his true intentions, but it was clear he was ready to extract the information he needed, by any means necessary. Chapter 228. News. Maurice was utterly panicked, terrified that Hart would sever the connection between him and his brother with a single move. "I don't have time to play games with you. If you're not up by the count of 3, I'll resort to more drastic measures." 3. Maurice remained motionless. 2. 1. Tough guy. Huh? Then I won't hold back. Hart applied some force with his hand. Just as he was about to strike, Maurice finally gave in. "Big Eldon. I'm up. Please spare my life." Now you're playing with words. Truly stubborn until the bitter end. Seeing Maurice speak, Hart withdrew his attack. He stared intently at Maurice and said, "I ask, you answer. One false word, and your life is forfeit. Got it? Got it. I'll tell you everything. Ask away." Though Maurice's face was full of sycophantic smiles, his heart cursed Hart's ancestors for. "He's called Jackson. We call him Big Eldon Zhao. As for his abilities, I really don't know much. He's always very mysterious, and we've never seen his face." In the following moments, Maurice spilled everything about Jackson, 8 parts truth and 2 parts lie. Even so, Hart successfully extracted all secrets using mind reading. Jackson was indeed the leader of Eternal Nation players, invading minds with formidable mental power to control others. His capabilities were largely unknown, and his nature was extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. Every place he went experienced chaos and bloodshed. The Rock Nation remained peaceful only because Jackson hadn't had his fill yet. The only good news was that Rocco and the others hadn't appeared in Rock Conceal Village, and Maurice hadn't detected any new forces entering the Rock Nation. Hart's worries eased slightly. After a long period of no contact with Rocco and the others, Hart was visibly concerned. Sadly, he couldn't establish communication with them, even searching the agreed-upon hiding places without success. Following initial relief, Hart fell into deeper confusion. If Rocco and the others weren't under Eternal Nation's control, why hadn't they contacted him? Could something else have happened? Based on their strength, facing shadow leaders might be challenging, but dealing with other minor forces wouldn't hurt them significantly. Their sudden disappearance clouded Hart. No matter the opponent's power, he couldn't be killed. Over time, fear of death faded. This explained why Deadpool became reckless after gaining immortality. Chapter 229, Ambush. Morris's heart was now filled with nothing but terror. Though he was a strange and eerie being who had once died, even a creature as insignificant as an ant clings to life, let alone one with an endless existence. As Hart's expression grew increasingly stern, Maurice knew he couldn't delay any longer. He had already revealed most of the valuable information. This bought him a small chance to live a little longer, but if Hart lost interest and believed he could extract no more useful intelligence, his end would be near. However, he wasn't entirely defenseless. Ever since being struck by lightning, he continuously used his innate abilities to repair himself. Due to being favored by Soul Venerable years ago, he underwent significant enhancements, giving him powerful recovery capabilities. Unless killed instantly by a far superior force, he could eventually recover from even severe injuries over time. Observing Hart, aside from the terrifying thunder, it seemed he possessed no extraordinary abilities, save for the intimidating treasure saber at his waist. Especially when that saber touched him, Maurice clearly sensed the presence of a weapon spirit. A saber that could produce a weapon spirit must surely be a divine art. Additionally, he wished to test the effects of immortality. Haydn could never be killed and exchanged wounds through rituals. Didn't Asuma die because of this skill? However, Hart's version required a 24-hour cooldown. He planned to use this on Pierre. Wasting it on Maurice seemed a bit unworthy, so he acted this way to bait Maurice into striking first. He wanted to experience how immortality felt. After careful observation, seeing Hart remain deep in thought, Maurice grew impatient despite his doubts about whether Hart set a trap. Was Hart truly lost in thought, or pretending? If it was a ruse, his situation would be dire. The threat of Hart's lightning still haunted him. Enough. I'll risk it. Live or die. Phantom hell. After brief hesitation, Maurice decided to act directly. No hesitation was possible given the circumstances. A black beam shot from his forehead, revealing a decaying sword enveloped in dark aura. The sword plunged into the ground, and instantly ghostly cries filled the air as countless spirits surged out, screaming toward Hart. Hart did not dodge. The spirits surged into his body. Instantly, he felt cold chills coursing through his veins, his skin frosting over. Maurice, seeing this, laughed maniacally, approaching Hart encased in frost. Haha, what an idiot. Did you really? As Maurice's head hit the ground, his limp body slowly emitted a soft white glow, an image that Hart had never seen before from Eternal Realm players after death. Unlike the pixelated dismemberment of players in the Twilight Realm, the death animation in the Eternal Realm was, admittedly, quite beautiful. As the white light gradually faded, Maurice's body completely dissipated, leaving only a seemingly insignificant object on the ground, a blood-stained letter. Curious, Hart picked up the letter. Before he could read its contents, a system notification popped up. Blood-stained letter. Origin: Eternal Realm, Maurice. Quality: common. Note: the residence of Maurice's spirit. Note: this item was treasured by Maurice in life, written by his late wife in her final moments. Their deep bond led Maurice to keep it with him always. Note: what a touching love story. Reading other people's letters can cause eye pain, you know? Only after reading the system notification did Hart understand that this letter was the last trace left by Maurice's deceased wife. For some unknown reason, Maurice had also met his end, and due to his longing for his late wife, his spirit now resided within this small piece of paper. Hart looked at the blood-stained letter in his hand, sighed softly, and decided not to open it. Regardless, Maurice could be considered a man of true passion. Though, adding to that, this was Eternal Realm territory. Although he had discreetly kicked Maurice into the alternate dimension, nothing remained secret for long. If Jackson had any brains, he would soon discover Maurice's disappearance. Initially, Hart had intended to spare Maurice, planning to erase his memory of the evening. That way, the Eternal Realm players wouldn't become suspicious. However, given the current unknown whereabouts of Yuri and the others, though Maurice was strong, his lustful nature rendered him powerless among the Eternal Realm players. Thus, he lacked access to any core plans, a fact Hart discovered during his investigation. Rock Hidden Village was like stagnant water, with Eternal Realm players indulging due to Jackson's abnormal powers. Why wouldn't they enjoy life when following Jackson ensured victory? With minor threats handled easily and stronger opponents subdued by mental control, they naturally became complacent. Perhaps Jackson had already sensed this and allowed things to continue undisturbed. Thus, Hart decided to stir the waters, hoping to force the Eternal Realm players into action and create opportunities. Otherwise, with all forces concentrated in Rock Hidden Village, many things remained unclear. On the other side, as Hart guessed, Jackson was frowning deeply while looking at his subordinates. He had just received news of Maurice's disappearance. According to Ray's information, Maurice was last seen in the morning, enjoying pleasures. Everyone gathered in the Rakeage building within 5 minutes. After counting the numbers, Jackson's expression improved slightly. Apart from Maurice, who was now missing, no one else was absent. Maurice's disappearance suggests that some infiltrators from another nation have entered Hidden Rock Village. Upon hearing this, the crowd began whispering among themselves, clearly doubting the message and thinking Jackson was exaggerating. Particularly Hemlock and his followers were unconvinced. Leader Zhao, what evidence do you have for this claim? As far as I know, most of the people from Fog Country are already dead, Hemlock said disdainfully, looking at Jackson with a sour face. Although this mission was led by Jackson, Hemlock harbored resentment towards him. To Hemlock, Jackson was merely a loyal dog under Donnie's command. Moreover, the powerful figure backing Hemlock didn't get along with Donnie. If not for some minor mistakes he made, Hemlock wouldn't have been punished to enter this Fubun with Jackson. Note: the word Yoshi Fubun triangular ruler, Olympic, triangular ruler. Everyone should know Maurice's character. He's as cowardly as a mouse. For such a person to suddenly vanish without any signs of abnormal activity in the village, isn't this enough evidence? Jackson felt depressed. Although he was the leader of Eternity Nation's expedition into the Victor world, he only commanded half of the players, while the others led the team. Initially, he thought Eternity Nation players hadn't detected them, but now he realized he had been overly optimistic. Nonetheless, Jackson's words implied Hunt and his team hadn't been captured, a piece of good news. Khalil became extremely attentive, eager to know more about Hunt. How can I forget? If not for Dalton saving them, would you be able to use this incident against me? Hemlock's face contorted with regret and frustration. Khalil was taken aback. Dalton saved Hunt? What was happening? They were bitter enemies in Konoha, yet allies in Rock Country? Even if Dalton had saved them, shouldn't Hunt contact him given that he searched Rock Country extensively without finding a trace? Did Dalton possess some hidden ability he hadn't discovered? Dalton may have rescued the players from dying country. I believe Morris's disappearance is related to them. Don't joke around. Those few aren't competent enough. Hemlock. Don't forget that Ala mentioned they had a very capable leader. Hemlock scoffed. I remember. That how guy. If he dares show up, I'll make sure he doesn't leave alive. Jackson was speechless. Knowing Hemlock's stubbornness was unchangeable, further argument was futile. Fine, it's pointless to argue. From now on, no one leaves the Rock Shadow building. Day and night guards will take turns, ensuring no mistakes. Surprisingly, Hemlock didn't protest time before Hunt and the others rejoined. Having thought this through, Hart decided to return and discuss the next plan with Hutch. After all, he knew the location of Vivian now. Following the principle of seeing something through to the end, Hart decided to help Hutch rescue Vivian. Firstly, it was something he had promised, and it wouldn't be right to renege on it now. Secondly, Jackson's caution after Morris's disappearance meant not only that no one was sent out to search, but everyone was concentrated together. This clearly wasn't what Hart wanted. If they huddled together like this, even he couldn't guarantee a single blow to eliminate everyone. Once they went into hiding like the 3 missing mecha pilots, finding them individually would be very difficult. With this in mind, Hart left Hidden Rock Village and returned to their hideout. As soon as he appeared, Hutch eagerly asked, "How did it go? Did you find Lady Vivian? What is her condition?" Hart recounted everything he saw to Hutch. Upon hearing Vivian's current state, Hutch was infuriated. For a Kage to become a plaything for anyone to use was heart-wrenching for Hutch, who immediately wanted to charge into Hidden Rock Village. "Don't stop me. Lady Vivian is suffering such humiliation. As a water country ninja, it's my duty to save her. Based on your strength alone, you die en route before reaching Lady Vivian." Hart held Hutch back, feeling rather helpless. So this was supposed to be Hart offered, unable to bear his distress. Upon hearing this, Hutch's eyes lit up. "Tell me, anything to save Lady Vivian." Hart pushed Hutch away in disdain. If a woman had said this, he might have wavered slightly, but a grown man saying this just gave him goosebumps. "Stop. You're making me want to chop you down." The method is simple. Usually, such mind control effects automatically dissolve when the caster is killed. Hutch nodded seriously and started to leave. Seeing this, Hart was puzzled, unsure of his next move. "What are you doing? You said killing the caster would release the control, didn't you? I'll kill the caster to save Lady Vivian." Hutch turned around with a serious smile. "You?" Hart felt a lump in his chest, filled with frustration. In the original storyline, Hutch wasn't this foolish. Why had he become like this here? Do you know who the caster is? Do you know their identity? Can you guarantee a successful kill? These 3 soul-piercing questions left Hutch stunned, stopping his movements. Just when Hart thought he was finally understanding, Hutch blurted out something nearly sending Hart over the edge. "Aren't you here? Since you suggested this method, you must know the caster's identity and have the capability to kill them. Am I right?" Chapter 233. A heavy stone lifted. Hart was taken aback. He felt an imp bells, then teleported Rocco and his team away to a different dimension. Hence their inability to contact Hart. What surprised Hart was that according to Rocco's description, Dalton seemed to have regained his physical form and vitality, unlike his former frail self. This left Hart puzzled about why Dalton had recovered. Recalling the reasons behind Dalton's weakened state during his attack on Konoha, damage sustained from battling mountain pepperfish half-hide, and the constant depletion of chakra by the demonic statue, it should have been irreversible. Now, he had recovered, suggesting some unexpected opportunity. "Where are you now, Rocco? Let's meet up." After pondering, he decided to focus on ensuring Rocco's safety, rather than delve too deep into this puzzle. "We're still within the land of rocks, but we can't pinpoint our exact location. The space collapsed unexpectedly 10 minutes ago, allowing us to contact you. What about Dalton? Is he with you?" "No. After teleporting us here, he disappeared." Hart found this situation strange, considering they were enemies, especially since Dalton attacked Konoha and was driven off by Hart's forces. If not for Animal Path teleporting Dalton away, it could have been his end. There was no reasonable cause for Dalton to rescue Rocco's team. His acting rashly could cost Camilla her life. This wasn't just fear-mongering. These individuals' unpredictable nature meant they might act out under attack, something Briar also knew. Hearing this, he quietly retreated into the cave and lay down, accepting the plan. Seeing him stay put, Hart breathed a sigh of relief. This obstinate fellow was indeed challenging. If not properly reasoned with, he could easily rush in without considering the consequences. Chapter 224. Deception. If things were to truly reach that point, not only would saving anyone be out of the question, Hart would also have to burn high incense for Colt to thank his lucky stars for not being crushed by Eternal Nation players. Fortunately, after some persuasion from him, Colt calmed down and patiently waited for Rocco and company to arrive. Inside Rock Hidden Village, the Eternal Nation players gathered at the Rock Shadow building began to stare at each other awkwardly. Initially, they thought Morris's death marked the start of a war. Who could have imagined that since Morris's death was discovered, no further attacks occurred? Even the controlled ninjas outside did not see any unfamiliar faces appearing in Rock Country. This made Jackson sigh with relief, yet caused him a headache. The cause was simple. Players under Hemlock's command as subordinates of Mingzuan became restless and eager to stir up trouble. Jackson's ability to take the initiative in this scenario relied on his numerical advantage, not a sign of the enemy. "See how everyone is getting antsy? You must give an explanation today." As expected, Hemlock led the charge against Jackson during the routine meeting. Morris's death isn't simple. I'm doing this for everyone's sake. Despite knowing this would cost him some loyalty, Jackson felt cautious. He knew Morris's strength best. With enhanced regeneration from Hunzen, Maurice shouldn't have been killed so easily. This uncertainty lingered like a dark cloud over Jackson's mind. I don't care. Everyone is tired of this damn building. At this rate, we'll go crazy. Besides, you still control many natives. What are you afraid of? Hemlock's words won much support. Seeing the situation turn against him, Jackson's face darkened. I'm responsible for every brother's life on this mission. Don't pretend to care. We've all died once. Who among us didn't die full of regrets? Hemlock's words evoked reflective expressions among all present. Each had suffered deeply in life, explaining why Eternal Nation members indulged in pleasures, seeking solace for their lonely souls. In that case, I'll lift the ban, but everyone must remain vigilant against possible ambushes. Realizing further obstruction would breed resentment among his loyalists, Jackson decided to grant Hemlock temporary satisfaction. Long live the boss. Finally, we can enjoy freedom. These days nearly drove me mad. Hemlock saw Jackson issue the order. However, those under Hemlock only paid lip service to his orders while secretly following Hemlock's commands. Internal discord led to a lack of cohesion and strategic reserve. Thus, they had no choice but to play defensively. The possibility of proactive strikes remained very low. Initially, this balance held well, despite Hemlock's followers being slightly more combat capable. With Jackson's mental control ability as support, they could match each other evenly. Morris's death disrupted this delicate balance, compounded by days confined within the Rock Shadow building. His normally relaxed subordinates now harbored considerable dissatisfaction, especially fueled by Hemlock's behind-the-scenes agitation. If not for Jackson's lingering authority, many might have defected to Hemlock. Reflecting on this, Jackson sighed. Once, Mingzuan and Hunzen were quite harmonious. But ever since that mysterious nation closed its borders due to internal strife, they parted ways. Their followers also ended up divided into two camps. Though united against outsiders, private disputes never ceased. After all, Eternal Nation existed for so long it resembled a vast business empire where external prosperity couldn't stop internal struggles. Moreover, the conflict was initiated by two top leaders, leaving them with no choice but to pick sides. Jackson knew opposing this would create tension among loyal followers. Better to appease them temporarily, letting Hemlock revel a bit. Long live the boss. Finally we can enjoy freedom. These past few days almost drove me crazy. Seeing Jackson's orders, Hemlock showed no victory, expecting Jackson to refuse, using grudges to gradually undermine his followers. But Jackson threw him off, giving no chance to attack. Hemp, let's go. Frustrated, Hemlock left with his men. Though the air felt fresh, his brows remained furrowed. Boss, don't lose heart. It shows Jackson's men aren't fully united, a subordinate consoled him. But we should be cautious about who killed Maurice. Hemlock's mood improved somewhat with this advice. Damn it, Jackson, wait until I bring you down. All these exchanges at Rock Shadow Building didn't escape Jackson's notice. Though annoyed with Hemlock, enemies were hidden, and they were exposed. As the leader, he had to overlook some matters, even enduring Hemlock's provocation temporarily. Master, you summoned me? You came just in time. I need you to act. Raphael's Parasnegan must be controlled. Pretend to break away. Find Raphael by any means. Just get Raphael for me. Yes, master. Leave. I'll arrange for some having slightly stronger combat capabilities. With Jackson's mental control ability as an auxiliary, this balance was maintained. However, Morris's death disrupted this equilibrium, compounded by being cooped up in Rock Shadow Building for days. This left Jackson facing much dissatisfaction from his typically lax subordinates, fanned by Hemlock's incitement. If it weren't for Jackson's established authority, most of his followers might already have joined Hemlock's camp. Reflecting on this, Jackson sighed. In the early days, Dark Veneration and Soul Veneration were once very harmonious until the mysterious nation fell into internal strife and sealed its borders, causing Dark Veneration and Soul Veneration to part ways. This division affected everyone associated with these factions, splitting them into two camps. Despite a united front against external threats, internal power struggles never ceased. After all, Eternal Nation existed for ages, similar to a vast commercial empire where external prosperity could not halt internal conflicts. Since this war was initiated by two leaders, everyone had no choice but to pick sides. Boss Zhao, 3 days have passed, and there's still no sign of the enemy. Look at how our brothers are pinned up. You have to give us an explanation today. As expected, Hemlock led the charge during the regular meeting. Morris's death isn't simple. I'm doomed to reject the idea outright, allowing him to exploit grievances to dismantle Jackson's people. Instead, Jackson overturned the table, giving him no chance to act. Humph, let's go. In frustration, Hemlock left the Rock Shadow Building with his followers. Though the outside air was fresh, his brows remained furrowed. Boss, don't lose heart. From this incident, Jackson's people aren't united. A subordinate tried to console him. We must still be cautious about whoever killed Maurice. Hemlock's expression eased after the consolation. Damn you, Jackson. Wait till I bring you down. Watching this unfold, Jackson was displeased with Hemlock, but knew they were in the open while the enemy was hidden. As the leader, he could only tolerate certain actions and choose temporary restraint. Master, you called? You arrived just in time. I need you to perform a charade. Raphael's Parasnegan must be in my control. Pretend to escape my influence and find Raphael by whatever means necessary. Yes, master. You may go. I'll arrange some ninjas to play along. Watching Ala leave, Jackson smiled faintly. I hear you're very interested in Konoha, unseen enemy. Chapter 224, Tricks. If it really came to that, Harchung wouldn't even be able to save anyone without being overwhelmed by the players of Eternal Nation. Instigation, dissatisfaction towards Jackson grew. If it weren't for the lingering authority he still held, most would likely have switched allegiances to Burnell. Reflecting on this, Jackson sighed deeply. Once upon a time, Hell Venerated and Soul Venerated were very amicable. But since the mysterious country fell into civil unrest and sealed its borders, the two groups split apart. Consequently, even their followers had to divide into two factions. Although they united against external threats, their private disputes never ceased. After all, the Eternal Nation had existed for such a long period, like a vast commercial empire. External prosperity could not stop internal conflicts. Moreover, this war was initiated by two powerful figures, leaving everyone with no choice but to join one side or the other. Boss Zhao, 3 days have passed, and we haven't seen a single shadow of the enemy. Look at how frustrated the brothers are. You must give us an explanation today. As expected, Burnell attacked first during the routine meeting. Morris's death isn't simple. I'm doing this for everyone's safety. Despite knowing this stance might lose him support, Jackson felt it necessary to remain cautious. Morris's capabilities were known best by Jackson. His enhanced recovery ability bestowed by Soul Venerated was nearly superhuman. Encountering a formidable entity should have given him a chance, allowing him to exploit everyone's grievances to gradually absorb Jackson's followers. Unexpectedly, Jackson overturned the situation, robbing him of his attack opportunity. Hemph, let's go. Angry and defeated, Burnell left the Shadow Rock building with his men. Despite the fresh air outside, Burnell remained frowning. Boss, don't be disheartened. From this event, it's clear Jackson's people aren't completely loyal either, his subordinate comforted. But we should indeed be careful of whoever killed Maurice. Consoled by his follower, Burnell's expression improved. Damn it, Jackson, you wait. One day I'll bring you down. Everything below the Shadow Rock building was watched closely by Jackson. Although extremely displeased with Burnell, Jackson, as the responsible party, could only watch silently. Facing hidden enemies, he could only endure temporarily. Master, you summoned me? You arrived just in time. I need you to stage a play. Raphael's Parasnegan must be under my control. Act like you've escaped my control and find Raphael. By whatever means, I need Raphael. Yes, master. Leave now. I'll arrange for some ninjas to assist you. Watching Xiaonan leave, Jackson smiled subtly. I heard you're quite interested in Konoha, unseen enemy. Chapter 224, Trickery. If things really turned out that way, Hart would not unlock Shadow Tower for days, made the usually lax subordinates increasingly dissatisfied. Adding to this, Lord Wonhan's instigation caused considerable discontent towards Jackson. If not for Jackson's lingering influence, his subordinates might have joined Lord Wonhan's camp. Thinking about this, Jackson sighed. In the past, Mediator Lord and Soul Lord coexisted peacefully. After that mysterious country sealed its borders due to internal strife, they split ways. Consequently, those who followed the leaders were also divided into two camps. Though united against external threats, private power struggles never ceased. After all, Eternal Nation had existed for countless ages, similar to a vast commercial empire where external prosperity could not prevent internal conflicts. Moreover, this war was initiated by two powerful figures, leaving them with no choice but to join one side. I say, Chief Zhao, 3 days have passed, yet there is no sign of the enemy. Look at how our brothers are getting pinned up. You must give us an explanation today. As expected, during the regular meeting, Lord Wonhan indeed took the lead in attacking him. Morris's death isn't simple. I'm doing this for everyone's benefit. Despite knowing this might cost him some popularity, Jackson felt cautiousness was necessary. Morris's capabilities were clear to him. Maurice possessed freakishly. His past few days have been torture. Seeing Jackson give the order, Lord Wonhan's face showed no signs of victory. He initially thought Jackson would never agree to this proposal, allowing him to exploit everyone's discontent to gradually absorb Jackson's forces. Unexpectedly, Jackson overturned the table, leaving him no room to attack. Humph, let's go. Frustrated, Lord Wonhan left the rock Shadow Tower with his followers. Although the air outside remained fresh, Lord Wonhan's brows remained furrowed. Boss, don't lose heart. From this incident, it's evident Jackson's subordinates aren't entirely united. But yes, we should still be cautious of whoever killed Maurice, his follower said, trying to console him. Encouraged by his subordinate, Lord Wonhan's expression improved. Damn it, Jackson, you wait. One day, I'll bring you down. All this was observed by Jackson. Despite his displeasure with Lord Wonhan, with the enemies lurking in the shadows and themselves in the open, some matters required him to look the other way. He chose to temporarily endure Lord Wonhan's provocation as a leader. Master, you called? You arrived just in time. I need you to put on an act. I must have control over Raphael's Parasnegan. I order you to pretend to break free from my control and find Raphael. By whatever auxiliary support, it was about even. However, Morris's death broke this delicate balance. Plus, being confined in Rock Shadow building for days made these usually lax subordinates extremely dissatisfied with him. Coupled with Hemlock stirring the pot, there was much discontent among Jackson's men. If not for Jackson's lingering influence, many of them might already have defected to Hemlock. Jackson sighed. In the early days, Veneration and Soul Veneration used to get along harmoniously. After a mysterious nation fell into internal strife and sealed its borders, Veneration and Soul Veneration parted ways. As a result, everyone following senior members was forced to split into two camps. Though united against external threats, private infighting never ceased. Given Eternal Nation's long history, similar to a vast business empire, the external prosperity cannot stop the internal struggle. Moreover, this war was initiated by two senior members. Everyone had no choice but to join a camp. Leader Zhao, 3 days have passed without seeing a single enemy. Look at how agitated our brothers are. You must give an explanation today. As expected, Hemlock took the first shot during the regular meeting. Morris's death is not simple. I am doing this for all of us, Jackson replied, knowing this might lose him support but deeming it necessary. He knew Morris's strength better than anyone. Maurice possessed extraordinary recovery ability, leaving no room for counterattack. Humph, let's go. Annoyed, Hemlock led his people away from Rock Shadow building. Though the fresh air was the same, his frown didn't ease. Boss, don't despair. Jackson's people are not united either, his follower consoled. But indeed, we should be cautious about whoever killed Maurice. Comforted by his follower, Hemlock's expression eased somewhat. Damn Jackson, I will bring you down one day. Everything happening below Rock Shadow Building was observed by Jackson. Although highly displeased with Hemlock, now that the enemy is hidden while they are exposed, as the leader, he could only turn a blind eye, even tolerating Hemlock's provocation temporarily. Master, you called? You came just in time. I need you to act a play. Raphael's Parasnegan must be under my control. Now, act as if you've left my control and find Raphael. Use whatever means. I just want Raphael. Yes, master. Leave. I will arrange some ninjas to assist your performance. Watching Xiaonan leave, Jackson wore an enigmatic smile. I heard you're quite interested in Konoha, hidden enemies. Chapter 224, Trickery. If that were to happen, it wouldn't just be impossible to save anyone. Heart would be lucky not to be crushed by the players of Eternal Nation. Nation experienced internal strife and sealed its borders. Minzun and Hunzun went their separate ways. As a result, people like him were also forced into two factions, fighting against each other even while uniting against external threats. Eternal Nation, existing for so long, resembled a massive empire where internal struggles continued despite outward prosperity. With the conflict initiated by the two leaders, there was no way out for them. Boss Zhao, 3 days have passed without seeing a single enemy. Look at how frustrated our men are. You need to explain yourself. Unsurprisingly, Harris was the first to challenge Jackson at the meeting. Morris's death is not simple. I am doing this for all of us, Jackson explained, knowing this might cost him support but necessary for caution. As their leader, he knew well about Morris's abilities enhanced by Hunzun. There should have been time to send a signal. This clouded his judgment, making him cautious. I don't care. We're sick of staying in this damn building. We're going crazy. Besides, aren't you controlling those natives? What do we have to fear? Harris's words won support from most. Seeing things turn against him, Jackson's expression darkened. I'm responsible for every brother's life. Don't pretend. We've all died once, full of regrets and resentment. Who hasn't? Harris's words stirred memories in everyone except Jackson. Each of these eternal beings had to pretend to break free and find Raphael by any means. I want Raphael. Yes, master. Go. I'll arrange for some ninjas to assist your performance. Watching Xiaonan leave, Jackson smiled enigmatically. I hear you're quite interested in Konoha, unseen enemies. Chapter 224, Deception. If things really turned out that way, Hart would be lucky not to be torn apart by the players of Eternal Nation, let alone saving anyone. Fortunately, after some persuasion, Anselm calmed down and waited patiently for Rocco and the others to arrive. Within Rock Hidden Village, the players of Eternal Nation gathered at the Rock Shadow Tower stared blankly at each other. They had thought Morris's death was just the beginning, marking the start of a war. Who would have thought that after discovering Morris's death, no further attacks appeared? Even the controlled ninjas on the periphery didn't see any unfamiliar faces in the Land of Rocks. This relieved Jackson somewhat but also caused him a headache because the players under Hemlock, the leader of their faction, couldn't hold back any longer and were eager to create disturbances. He could only maintain control in this scenario due to his numerical advantage. However, Hemlock's followers usually just paid lip service to his orders. In reality, they still followed Hemlock's commands behind the scenes. Internal discord led to a lack of concentrated power, so they had to rely on defense tactics. That's regeneration ability from soul veneration. Even encountering a powerful entity shouldn't prevent signaling for help. This incident loomed like a dark cloud over Jackson. I don't care. Eldons are tired of this shabby building. We'll go crazy if we stay here much longer. Also, you control so many natives. What's there to fear? Hemlock's words gained majority support. Seeing the deteriorating situation, Jackson's expression turned grim. I am responsible for every brother's life. Don't be fake. Haven't we all died once? Isn't everyone filled with regret and resentment? Except Jackson, everyone showed a wistful look. Being ghostly entities, they all had painful past lives, which was why they indulged in pleasure to comfort their lonely souls. Fine, I'll lift the ban, but everyone must remain vigilant against ambushes by other forces. Jackson understood that opposing Hemlock now would only create rifts among his loyalists. So, he decided to humor him for a while. Hurrah for boss. Finally, we can enjoy ourselves outside. Boss, thank you. Seeing Jackson issue the order, Hemlock felt no victory. He expected Jackson to refuse, allowing him to use the discontent to dismantle Jackson's group gradually. But unexpectedly, Jackson agreed outright, leaving him no room to attack. Humph, let's go. Frustrated, Hemlock led his followers away. Though the fresh air removes presence via his perception halo, he used his disguise talent to approach them secretly. After confirming their identity through mind reading, he quietly returned to the hiding spot, pretending to prepare for their welcome. This wasn't due to paranoia, but because Jackson's abilities were indeed rather unsettling. Getting stabbed in the back by a comrade would be disastrous. Fortunately, this mental control was relatively easy for Hart to identify. It involved an external command implanted over the natural thoughts. As long as he could detect that, he could determine if someone was under Jackson's influence. Luckily, no such commands were found in Rocco's group. Hart couldn't help but wonder what the blank space in Foster's mind signified. Initially, upon learning about Jackson's mind control ability, Hart suspected that Foster might have been controlled. But as he gained more understanding of Jackson's abilities, this suspicion waned, as Shikamaru's state didn't match that of other controlled ninja. However, Hart knew something was off with Shikamaru, though he hadn't yet figured out what. Hey, isn't that Colt? How did you two end up together? Rocco looked surprised when he saw Colt emerging from the cave. He had heard that after the fall of the Water Country, Colt fled with Petricate, and both had vanished without a trace. Who would have thought that the missing Colt would appear where Hart was hiding, and without any sign of Kate? The story is long, Hart began, Kate was captured and controlled by the people of or with Eternal Land will be inevitable. We don't know what situation Dalton is in either. It's going to happen sooner or later. Besides, Dalton came to the Rock Country to retrieve Alla, who has already been controlled by Eternal Land. It's not easy for him to get her back anytime soon. Seeing Hart's determination, Rocco stopped trying to persuade him. While everyone usually shared their opinions freely, once Hart made a decision, everyone generally followed his lead. Moreover, Rocco realized that a conflict with Eternal Land was inevitable in this Victor world. If they could exploit this opportunity to understand Jackson's powers better, it would benefit future battles. Alright, let's do as you say. There are many controlled ninjas in the Rock Country, but capturing one undetected will be challenging. Hart understood Rocco's concerns. These controlled individuals were managed solely by Jackson, and any tampering could be detected instantly. However, Hart had another worry. The emotional bond between Dalton and Alla, which Jackson could easily exploit. If Dalton fell under Jackson's control, they would have to be wary of any moves he made. They couldn't afford for Dalton to sabotage Konoha while they fought Eternal Land, a very real possibility. This was why Hart needed to figure out how to break Jackson's control. Once he cracked it, even if Dalton was controlled, he could still play his cards, perhaps using Alla's life as leverage. With this, they wouldn't hesitate during a Rocco immediately turned serious, and everyone in the guild listened intently. They knew Hart's next words would concern their upcoming battle. Knowing the enemy is half the battle, and understanding the enemy's strength beforehand would help them prepare better for the impending conflict. Moreover, Eternal Nation players were particularly troublesome, capable of various unpredictable tactics. Just like Germain, despite Hart's decent mental fortitude at the time, he was still influenced instantly upon entering his ghost realm. If not for Hart's strong will and caution, he might have been defeated then. In terms of overall strength, they are roughly similar to us. The key difference is that they, like the Fog Nation, suffer from internal conflicts among their players. That's good news. Although we in the Lingering Nation also have internal struggles, ours aren't as severe. It's surprising that the Fog Nation hasn't been wiped out yet. Billy had first-hand experience with this. In Water Country, he and Adriel led a search team and encountered Fog Nation's mage army, while Rocco's group faced their warrior army. On paper, Fog Nation seemed quite powerful, but the contradictions between their units gave Hart's team an opportunity to defeat them one by one. Even when they reluctantly united later, their strongest mech army was already dismantled by Hart. By the end, only 3 remaining mech pilots didn't appear. It is good news, but their most formidable member is Jackson. He controls, think. Say whatever you want. Hart awkwardly smiled, feeling helpless. He indeed passively copied talents, regardless of their usefulness or lack thereof. Who could blame him? His innate ability automatically replicated others' talents whenever he empathized with their emotions. Honestly, after so much time, he couldn't even count how many talents he had copied. Each time he opened the panel and saw the folding symbols on the talent list, his head ached. Thus, he used only the most memorable ones. Fine, you've acknowledged your mistake. However, even with 2 lightning controllers, it's hard to cover the entire battlefield. By the way, what did you mean by Ghost Realm last time? Think of a Ghost Realm as a boundary where anomaly powers drastically increase. Last time, I mentioned Germain had a Ghost Realm that could affect memory. If I hadn't realized it in time, I would have been assimilated into Germain's power. Had the Hormone Girl not brought it up, Hart might have forgotten to explain this ability. Now, he realized the battle with Eternal Nation might be tougher than he imagined. Gary, it seems we need to hasten the plan to break Jackson's ability. Otherwise, it will always be a major issue. Hart agreed. However, they couldn't act openly since Demon was still searching for controlled ninjas outside. Revealing their position now could endanger him. Entered the cave, looking as if he had traveled a great distance. Thud. I brought you the person. The rest is up to you. Nathan tossed the captured ninja on the ground, as if he were throwing a dead dog. From the forehead protector, it was clear this was a ninja from the Rock Nation. You're quite efficient, Hunt remarked, glancing at the unconscious Rock Nation ninja and then at Nathan. You didn't bring any tails, right? Don't worry about that. I know how to shake off trackers, especially since I specifically chose a lone ninja to attack. Seeing Nathan's assurance, Hunt discreetly signaled Hart, who nodded slightly. Only then did Hunt's face break into a smile. I'm just being cautious, don't take it personally. Come, have some food to replenish your strength. The next steps will depend on Gary. Nathan took the compressed biscuit from Hunt and ate without expression, but his eyes never left the captured ninja, showing his intense focus on breaking Jackson's mental control. Hart shook his head, understanding Nathan's feelings. As one of the trusted aides of Petra Carissa, he had followed her for years and successfully rescued her during Water Nation's calamity. Who would have thought that after enduring so many hardships, he would stumble in Rock Nation, leaving Carissa under enemy control? If she had died in battle, Nathan might not have been so tormented. But now, with her alive yet stripped of control over her body, treated as a trophy or plaything by the enemy, this was the source of his deepest anguish. No time to waste. Kay, give him an adrenaline shot to wake him up. Kay glanced at Hart with a resentful look and muttered under her breath, You're perfectly capable yourself, yet you insist on relying on a weak girl like me. Such a misunderstanding of the situation. You're the one who misunderstands romance, Hart teased. But you seem eager for a little muscle loosening, huh? Smiling menacingly at Kay, the threat was obvious, but it worked. Upon hearing muscle loosening, Kay administered the adrenaline injection with lightning speed. Then, she stuck out her tongue at Hart, clearly saying, Try loosening my muscles again, and see if I give you another chance. Humph. Ugh. Hart hadn't noticed Kay's playful expression. After the adrenaline kicked in, the Rock Nation ninja groaned awake. Who are you people? My master won't forgive you. The ninja started struggling against his restraints, becoming increasingly arrogant when he couldn't escape. Do you know who my master is? You dare come to Rock Nation, Leaf Ninjas? Upon seeing Hart and others' headbands, the ninja continued taunting. However, when he saw Nathan, his smug expression turned into one of derision. Water Nation? Oh yes, I remember. You're Nathan, aren't you? Your Petra sure has it rough. Ha ha ha. Master is a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. He will trample the entire ninja world beneath his feet. Surrender now or face death. Buzz. Hart zapped the ninja again, embarrassed by the cliché response. Descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. This sounded like something a midichlorian-addicted Jackson would say before turning dark. The ninja, thinking everyone was stunned by the sage's name, felt triumphant again. Scared now? Untie me, treat me well, and I might speak favorably of you to my master. Note: midichlorian reference removed as it is not part of the story context. Chapter 228. Are you devils? The people in the room were now completely stunned. Such absurd words could actually come from a controlled ninja, and originally they still harbored some fear toward Jackson, an unseen enemy. But now it was different. Everyone agreed that no matter how formidable this guy's strength was, he must be a fool, a point that needed no further explanation. What are you all standing there for? Untie me, Grandpa orders. Seeing the increasingly strange expressions on everyone's faces, the Awagakure ninja flashed a peculiar look but didn't stop spouting nonsense. Don't tell me you Leaf villagers don't know about the Six Paths Sage's descendants being revealed? The efficiency of your umbu is so low, it's embarrassing to even look at. Jackson's mind control had any side effects. He was almost beaten to death, barely breathing when treated. Immediately after recovering, he launched into another tirade. Truly unprecedented. I can't hold back either. Why, rest assured, I'll leave him alive. Rocco closed his fan and glared menacingly at the Awagakure ninja. Ellis, who gave you the courage? Tatiana? Smack. Before the Awagakure ninja could say anything, Rocco swung his arm and hit him across the face, 3 slightly yellow molars flying out. Tui. Blood gushed from the Awagakure ninja's mouth. Despite his pitiful appearance, his mouth was as good as ever. Did you not eat today? Smack smack. Playing inverted sentences now. Anyone would think you're from Shandong province. Rocco slapped him 2 more times. The Awagakure ninja's eyes became unfocused, clearly dazed by the blows. Hart covered his eyes, not because of the miserable state of the lab rat, but because the other guild members' eyes gleamed with anticipation. Eldon, I respect your guts. Rest assured, I promise you'll be restored soon. Turning to the others, remember to leave him a breath. This troublemaker managed to live this long, talking nonstop like an announcer. Too bad he isn't the protagonist. People like Crown Prince could gather friends and supporters with mere words, but this guy got a thorough beating. Off. He suppressed the urge to slap him again. Seriously, treating him is already tough. Making it worse would make treatment impossible. How about it? Isn't it a great feeling? Just saying, it wasn't that everyone lost control, but this guy was too tempting. Hormone Girl's eyes nearly curved into crescents seeing Hart's reaction. Hart couldn't admit it, but figured no one could read minds here. Alright, you've vented enough. When this guy wakes up and speaks again, you aren't allowed to touch him. Turning back, he focused on treating the mangled Awagakure ninja. Instead of probing his mind while weakened, Hart wanted to test the resilience of Jackson's control when the host was fully recovered. Though this ninja was only a Chunin level, comparing could give insight into controlling Petraperla's required mental power. This way, he could estimate Jackson's mental prowess. Note. I maintain the same structure and tone while translating, ensuring fluency and coherence with previous content. Names and places are kept in pinyin format as requested. After 10 minutes of continuous treatment by Hart, the Rock Nation ninja, who had only a single breath left, finally began to gradually regain consciousness. This time, however, his eyes no longer held the previous arrogance. Instead, they showed deep fear when looking at Rocco and the others. You all stay back. You're all deviled, but he could even provide a precise time frame, referring to himself as a follower. Knowing you were controlled, why didn't you resist? Your sense of self seems intact. The Master's command is the divine command. The end times are upon us, and only the Master can lead us away from our suffering. Frisco spoke methodically, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of longing when he mentioned being led away from their suffering. Hashtag chapter 229, the first clash. Jackson is really formidable. His abilities are far more advanced than we imagined, Rocco said solemnly, his gaze fixed on Jaden who was bowing towards Rock Hidden Village. Yes, replied Hart, understanding the implications in Rocco's words. Initially, they had believed Jackson's power was merely a form of mind control. However, it was evident now that it wasn't as simple as that. Jaden's self-awareness remained intact, not damaged by Jackson's mental imprint. Instead, his faith had been altered to revere Jackson as a deity, believing only Jackson could save him from his suffering. Consequently, Jaden was wholeheartedly devoted to Jackson. How confident are you about breaking this control? Briar, who had been silent, approached and asked, looking at Hart's furrowed brows. Not sure, but we need to try. At least his mental state seems stable enough for now. After speaking, consciousness. But Hart wasn't worried. He knew such imprints often hid in secret places. As more spiritual power was injected, Jaden gradually stopped struggling. With his eyes closed, his face contorted slightly due to the pain of having his mind invaded. Meanwhile, Hart continued searching for Jackson's imprint. Given the complexity of Jaden's memories, Hart was cautious not to miss anything, knowing the imprint could be hidden among inconspicuous memories. The process seemed endless, while Jackson, far away in the Rock Shadow building, suddenly smiled faintly. Finally appeared. Looks like I need to meet this friend in person. Standing by the window, overlooking the quiet streets of Rock Hidden Village, Jackson muttered involuntarily. Buzz. Still within Jaden's consciousness, Hart meticulously examined each memory. Suddenly, a beam of golden light rose within Jaden's mind. The light became brighter, coating Jaden's consciousness with a golden hue. A slender figure emerged from the golden light, becoming increasingly solid as the light dissipated. I didn't expect our first meeting to be inside a dog's mind. How disappointing, Jackson remarked. I didn't expect you to be so bold. daring to show up directly in front of me? Hart responded, surprised. In the realm of consciousness, everything was manifested through spiritual power. Jackson's presence was more solid, pointed out Hart's weaknesses. Hart's attacks weren't too inferior, given his strong spiritual power. Witnessing Hart break free, Jackson showed a hint of surprise. As Hart closed in, Jackson hastily conjured more defenses. Boom boom boom. A stone wall appeared, but Hart couldn't stop in time and crashed into it. Breaking through the defense, he suddenly found himself ensnared by countless vines emerging from all directions. Laughing triumphantly, Jackson declared, "You're just a mere ant. Even entering the consciousness, what can you do? Dreaming of breaking my imprint? Absurd." Bound in midair, Hart struggled against the tightening vines, ultimately leaving only his head exposed. Seeing Hart lose his ability to attack, Jackson floated smugly in front of him. "Does it feel bad to be tied up? Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. The outcome is still uncertain. It's a bit too early to say that. You've got some nerve. I've changed my mind. Such concentrated spiritual power is quite rare even in the Eternal Nation. It would be a pity to destroy it like this." Note: the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Hashtag chapter 230, Jackson's arrogance. Jackson, seeing his attack succeed and Hart trapped and unable to move, felt a momentary sense of dread. Under those circumstances, Jackson could have easily succeeded in an ambush. Given Jackson's capabilities, even if Hart had reacted, it might have been too late. At this thought, Hart shivered involuntarily. While there were various talents and skills in the Lingering Nation, abilities like those from the Eternal Nation were indeed rare. "Ha ha ha, worthy of being chosen by me, your mental energy is denser than I expected, actually able to resist my attack." Seeing his mental energy being resisted by Hart, Jackson laughed rather than becoming angry. His eyes, filled with fervent anticipation, looked at Hart. "Really impressive. Ha ha ha, you'll definitely become my top combat pet. Are you feeling uncomfortable now? Do you feel a swelling sensation in your brow center? Give up. Giving up will ease the pain." At this moment, Hart was indeed experiencing what Jackson described. In resisting the mental invasion, both his spiritual body and physical body felt swelling sensations in the brow center. This sudden development was unexpected, and the swelling grew more severe with time. Yuri and others watched anxiously around Hart and Maurice. To them, Hart simply pressed his hand against Frisco's forehead, and then became motionless, along with Frisco, who ceased struggling. Though they knew of the dangers involved, thanks to the prosperity of Chinese culture in the main world, the concept of mental battles was not unfamiliar to them. President in danger then? People from the Eternal Nation are all experts in mental energy. Billy moved to push Frisco's body but was stopped by Rocco. "Are you crazy? Acting rashly, what if you cause harm? I'll shoot you." But the president is clearly at a disadvantage. The brow center is vital. As a marksman, you should know. "We need to trust Gary. Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility. Right now, he's in a state akin to astral projection. Do you want to be choo-choo from the wind?" Rocco's words subdued Billy. "I acted rashly, but we can't just wait here, can we? What else can we do? Besides trusting Gary, what other options do we have? Even if you entered the mental world now, you might just complicate things for him." Unbeknownst to Hart, who was facing off with Jackson, he nearly fell victim to Billy. Yuri's suspicion proved correct. Had Yuri not intervened and Billy forcibly disrupted Hart's mental link with Frisco, Hart might have been permanently lost in Morris's mind. "How are you holding up? Getting more uncomfortable? Haha, but you're quite resilient, managing to hold on this long. I'm getting more and more interested in you as part of my collection." Jackson was elated, circling Hart like he was admiring a prized possession. What Jackson didn't know was that while Hart seemed to be barely holding on, he had already developed the capability to counter mental power. Hart didn't feel much discomfort when Jackson increased his mental power. After the initial brief discomfort, he felt nothing at all. If not for the rapid rise in his comprehension of mental power, he might have thought Jackson was just fooling around. "I'll see how long you can keep this act up. Once I succeed, the first thing I'll make you do is kill all your companions." Immersed in his own grand illusions, Jackson failed to notice the cunning glint hidden beneath Hart's weakened appearance. No good. I knew you couldn't hold out. Just relax, and maybe I'll lessen your suffering. What are you dreaming of? Your arrogance is making you delusional. You think you've won the lottery or something? Frankly, that's all you've got. It's boring, so I'm not playing anymore." Under Jackson's incredulous gaze, the vines binding Hart began to turn from green to yellow, then crumbled into ashes. "It's impossible. How can this be? You." The sudden reversal left the previously arrogant Jackson speechless. He couldn't fathom why Hart suddenly possessed mental power comparable to his own. "What are you babbling about? Little Lordy here just wanted to test your strength. Turns out, you're quite disappointing. So, an Eternal Nation petty leader is only this strong. Sigh." With these words, Hart flipped his hand, revealing weak water directly in his grasp. The gleaming blade illuminated Jackson's disheartened pang of irritation. Despite his caution, he nearly fell for Jackson's trick. If not for the recent mental power enhancement that allowed him to materialize weapons and abilities, Jackson might have succeeded. "Who knew you'd play dirty?" Shielded, Hart closed his eyes to avoid the glaring light, still taunting Jackson verbally. "As a minor head of the Eternal Nation, must you resort to cheap tricks?" Seeing Jackson remain silent, Hart sighed inwardly, hoping to provoke him into speaking and thereby reveal his location for an attack. But Jackson, showing some cunning, seemed immune to ordinary tactics. A smile curled at Hart's lips. If Jackson wanted to play, he was more than willing to oblige. As the blinding light faded and peace returned to Morris's consciousness, Jackson held his spear, staring at Hart's previous position, weary from relentless attacks. When the light vanished, Jackson saw only an energy barrier where Hart once stood, now missing. This stunned Jackson. Before launching his sneak attack, he had sealed off Morris's entire consciousness with mental power. He was certain Hart hadn't escaped the mental realm. Glancing around, The battle had destroyed the memory fragments floating in Frisco's consciousness. Even if Frisco survived, he'd likely end up demented. Jackson didn't care. What troubled him was Hart's mysterious disappearance. Since Hart hadn't left Frisco's mind, he must be hiding somewhere, ready to strike. He charged straight into the electrified grid formed by the lightning. Instantly, upon contact with the grid, his protective layers were shattered by the lightning, thick black smoke billowing from his body. Compelled by the innate restraining power of the lightning, Jackson had no choice but to use his primal force to block it, ultimately breaking through the electric web. Huff, huff. In Frisco's empty sea of consciousness, Jackson's heavy breathing sounded particularly clear. Watching the dissipating electrical grid behind him, Jackson's eyes reflected the fear and aftereffects of narrowly escaping death. He never imagined that Hart could wield such formidable lightning power. Just one moment of carelessness had made him suffer greatly in his most proficient domain. The damn bastard. You're fighting dirty. If you're a man, come out and fight me fair and square. Just as Jackson suppressed the injuries inside his body, he burst into silent rage. This battle left him utterly frustrated. Originally, he had sensed someone triggering a mark and came to investigate who dared challenge him on his territory. When he found out it was a member of the Remnant Kingdom, he initiated the war with the intention of crushing them easily. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Not only did he get pummeled throughout the fight, but he also lost a considerable amount of his primal force. This is why Jackson was so enraged. Since Eries do not have physical bodies, the source sustaining their spectral existence and power was precisely this primal force. The root of watching the sea of consciousness gradually torn apart by the black vortex and the dimming lights, he realized that Jackson intended to kill Frisco and trap him there forever. Rocco, look. What happened to Frisco? He was fine earlier, but his vital signs are suddenly weakening. Outside, the hormone girl, who had been nervously monitoring Frisco's condition, suddenly cried out. She pointed at Frisco and urgently told Rocco. What? Quick, administer epinephrine. Gary is still in Frisco's sea of consciousness. Before he returns, we absolutely cannot let Frisco lose his vital signs. We must keep him alive by even a thread. Rocco, who had been smoking at the cave entrance, rushed inside as fast as possible upon hearing the hormone girl's cry. Seeing Frisco's paper-white face, he quickly calmed down. Although he didn't understand the intricacies of the mental battle, he knew that if Frisco died before Hart's consciousness returned to his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. I've already given the maximum dosage, but his vital signs continue to drop without any sign of improvement. The hormone girl's eyes were red from crying. While using her ability to delay Frisco's death as much as possible, it felt like trying to stop a flood with a teacup. Looking anxiously at Hart, who remained closed-eyed, her heart burns. Jackson not only cherished immortality but dreaded returning to the darkness of oblivion. To Jackson, a being who had lived for millennia, valued life more than anything. Therefore, he couldn't imagine a living human like Hart giving up on survival. Reality slapped him hard. Hart neither responded nor appeared. Initially planning to checkmate Hart, Jackson now found himself caught in a dilemma. Given his current absorption rate, Frisco's sea of consciousness would completely collapse in no more than 8 minutes. By then, not to mention Hart, even he, an expert in this field, would have no way to escape from here. If he slowed down the absorption, Jackson was afraid that Hart would notice something amiss and thus be even less likely to reveal himself. That would render his carefully staged drama meaningless. Though he could stop devouring Frisco's sea of consciousness at any time, he had already wreaked havoc on it. Considering the substantial spiritual energies of both him and Hart, it was questionable whether Frisco's shattered sea of consciousness could hold up at all. Chapter 233, Request. However, Hart did not withdraw the energy surrounding him, which instilled a deep sense of dread in Jackson as he continued to curse. Damn it. If my essence hadn't been damaged, I wouldn't be forced into this situation. If Ellis doesn't show up in another 2 minutes, I'll stop immediately. Everlasting land is so easy? It requires the approval of soul respects. Someone like you, you're just dreaming. Though he knew mentioning this might alert Hart, Jackson felt he had no choice. The consciousness could only endure for a short time. Already 1.5 minutes had passed. If he kept delaying, Jaden's consciousness would be irreparably shattered. Stopping now would only delay the inevitable. So Jackson took a gamble, betting on Hart's desire not to die. Disappointingly, even after risking being detected, Hart remained unmoved. Seeing the 2-minute mark approaching, Jackson clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it! What a lunatic! Why did I provoke such a freak? Jackson cursed inwardly and stopped absorbing Jaden's consciousness. When the vortex dissipated and Hart reappeared, Jackson's arrogance was gone, replaced by a dejected demeanor. He knew he had lost from the moment he decided to run, yet he was filled with resentment. Living for countless years, Jackson believed he had seen through everything, controlling opponents both openly and covertly. But today he faced someone who didn't play games, someone who went all in from the start, something he had never anticipated. You win, I concede without regret. After a long silence in the broken remnants of Jaden's consciousness, Jackson finally lowered his proud head, admitting defeat. Hidden and observing Jackson, Hart felt a mix of surprise and intense caution. An ancient creature admitting defeat, Jackson felt utterly defeated, believing his many years of experience had been for naught, failing to outmaneuver a younger opponent. Step by step, he had been restrained. He did plan to turn against Hart at the last moment, a move that had saved him twice before. First, it helped him secure his footing in the everlasting land. Second, it earned him recognition from a venerable and set him apart from other wandering spirits. Unfortunately, the move required locking onto a target and left him weakened afterward. Forced by Hart, using it now was his only option. Moreover, his subordinates weren't entirely loyal. Many served him only because of his power. Externally, though Aquila had always eyed him warily, Lang knew about his secret move, deterring any direct confrontation. If Jackson was found weak after dealing with Hart, Aquila would undoubtedly try to kill him. What's there to fear? Living again as an entity has already repaid my debt. Rebirth? Unimaginable. Just do it quickly. Don't wait till I change my mind. A desperate rabbit will bite, and I'm no rabbit. Jackson bluffed, hoping for a last gambit since his damaged essence weakened him greatly, limiting his abilities. Otherwise, he'd have fled long ago instead of engaging Hart. Then I should comply? Kill or maim me, as you wish, but I have one request. What is it? I don't want to die without humph. The victor is crowned, and the loser is cast aside. Today, falling into your hands is my own fault. Who would have thought that after so many years, the lingering nation would produce another lightning-wielding power? Quite unexpected indeed. Upon seeing Hart appear, Jackson forcibly suppressed his inner agitation, trying to maintain a calm expression so as not to reveal anything to Hart. Though this killing blow would almost guarantee no survival once landed, it required a considerable amount of time to charge up. Therefore, Jackson did not act immediately, but started chatting casually with Hart, knowing he must prolong the time as much as possible. Once his skill was fully charged, Hart wouldn't stand a chance, no matter how strong he was. But your mental energy is truly intense, almost comparable to those from the Eternal Nation. Hart ignored Jackson, pondering over the information inadvertently revealed by Jackson. What did he mean by regaining lightning abilities after a long period? Could it be that the Eternal Nation had once purged players with lightning abilities from the Lingering Nation? On reflection, this seemed plausible. Firstly, the lightning ability was exceedingly rare in the Lingering Nation. Unlike other elemental powers, Hart had never discovered any derivative branches of controlling lightning. For instance, Ice Mastery should be called Ice Elemental Control, with several derivative life-draining soul seizing. The despair left Jackson's face, replaced by an indescribable madness. His red eyes fixed on the crimson beam he launched, and amidst his manic laughter, the red light entered Hart's body. Ha ha ha, I win. You little bastard. To force me to this point, you've earned bragging rights, but ultimately, I'm the better one. Hart glanced at the deranged Jackson with a faint expression. He originally planned a counterattack, but reconsidered. It would seem too anticlimactic. He wanted Jackson to experience the fall from paradise to hell at his most confident and triumphant moment. With his immortal body backing him up, Jackson's attacks were ineffective. You are despicable. Playing along, Hart pointed at Jackson with a trembling hand, speaking in a weak voice. To make his injury more convincing, Hart forced blood from his mouth onto the ground, his pale face adding authenticity to his portrayal of a severely wounded man. Seeing this, Jackson paused slightly. Life-draining soul seizing directly affected the spirit, breaking defenses and erasing one's consciousness. By logic, Hart's spirit should have dissipated instantly. This doubt dimmed Jackson's joy considerably. Caught in indecision, Jackson realized that this move was rarely used except in life-or-death situations, and he hadn't seen this scenario before. Feigned unconsciousness. Jackson, delighted, felt no fatigue in the realm of a Tuju's subconscious, allowing him to watch for an extended period without exhaustion. Finally dead. Phew. Seeing Hart close his eyes, Jackson's knees gave way and he collapsed on the ground. Damn, I've lost big this time. Thankfully, this little brat's spirit body is here. Swallowing him should replenish my depleted essence. With his guard down, Jackson began muttering to himself, his eyes fixed on Hart filled with greed and longing. Chapter 235. Launch. The sound of Jackson falling to the ground did not escape Hart's ears, but this outcome was far from what he had expected. Supported by his near immortality, Hart felt no discomfort from Jackson's lethal attack. Only a cold breath entered his body and then dissipated into nothingness. This left Hart, who had prepared himself for an intense showdown using his immortality, deeply disappointed. The experience turned out less thrilling than he had hoped. Jackson shakily stood up, staggering toward Hart's location. This little bastard still has some use. At least he can make up for the losses in this battle. It could be considered his way of doing good. Despite being very weak, Jackson felt a sense of relief. He believed Hart was already dead, and it was time to enjoy his victory. If the battle hadn't been so grueling, he would have burst into song too weak to retaliate. Combined with Hart's strong kick, maintaining his spiritual form was a testament to his profound foundation. You faked it? That attack didn't hit you? Of course it did. Your all-powerful strike should have hit me. Otherwise, you'd better get a good night's sleep. Haha. Then why? I forgot to tell you, I accidentally exchanged for Hayden's ability before I came. I wanted to experience the feeling of near death through your hands. Who knew you'd be so powerless, wasting my time? Jackson was speechless. Even though his spiritual form didn't need to breathe, his face was flushed red. The reason was simple. He was utterly frustrated. Alright, go on your merry way. A blade flashed, and Jackson's spiritual form exploded. After Jackson's consciousness dissipated, the energy within his spiritual form couldn't be contained anymore, dispersing entirely into Hart. With the influx of energy, warm currents surged throughout Hart's body, followed by a transcendence of his soul. Though Jackson ultimately lost to Hart, it was largely due to his advantage in lightning elemental talents. If Jackson hadn't been damaged at the core, the outcome might have been different. However, as Jackson said, to the victor belong the spoils. Reflecting on the soul enhancement, Hart felt enlightened. Things previously beyond understanding became self-evident, and his mental power scorched. Embarrassed, Billy quickly shifted the topic to ease the awkwardness. Following Billy's gesture, Hart saw Elenu's forehead, revealing bones with deep grooves. Inside the mind space, he saw the damage extent but hadn't expected such devastation externally. Blaming Elenu's misfortune, he was caught as a test subject and Jackson happened to detect the interference when Hart touched the mark. Due to various reasons, Elenu met his end. The sole regret was whether other controlled individuals would break free upon Jackson's death remained unknown. The experiment results are unclear, but I killed Jackson's spiritual form in Elenu's mind space. I'm 80% sure I destroyed the original body. Hearing this, Rocco's expression brightened. Their hesitation in attacking the Eternal Nation stemmed from Jackson's mental control. Now, they solved the problem at its source without intending to. Isn't this simple? We storm into Hidden Rock Village, kill those Eternal Nation guys, and see if the Rock Shinobis assist us. I agree. If Lord Helena regains her senses, she surely needs my comfort. Let's set off immediately. Guido eagerly offered to save Helena. Hart refrained from bursting his fantasy bubble. Helena wouldn't need his support given their physical mismatch and her marital fantasies in infinite Tsukuyami. But he let it be. With the nation destroyed and companions nearly wiped out, had not been announced yet. On Burnell's side, there were no signs of movement within his defensive zone either. Given such a golden opportunity for an attack, Hart naturally did not want to miss out. His only concern was about the state of the controlled ninja, as Rock Country was one of the 5 great shinobi nations with a substantial number of ninja. Fortunately, Jackson was dead, so even if these ninjas hadn't fully broken free from control, Burnell couldn't command them either. Boom, boom. Gale and Billy charged into Rock Hidden Village, catching Burnell off guard while he was enjoying a tender moment. Third brother, go check what's happening? Where are the explosions coming from? Boss, not good. Those people from Limbo Country are attacking us. Burnell raised an eyebrow. Oh, these people have some guts. What did Jackson do? Wasn't he always bragging about his mind control ability? Why didn't the controlled ninja give a warning? Just as Burnell felt puzzled, a panicked subordinate rushed in. Boss, it's bad. We don't know who killed Jackson. It's chaos over there. What? What are you standing around for? 7th Elden and 6th Elden, organize the defense. I'll gather Jackson's followers. The most direct consequence of Eternal Country's factionalism was that after learning of Jackson's death, Burnell's first thought wasn't how to organize, then joined his men. Ilias, who had entered Rock Hidden Village with Hart, separated from the group, his mind solely focused on Embry Helena. Their cooperation hinged on rescuing her, and now that Jackson was dead and many controlled ninjas regained consciousness, he couldn't contain his excitement and rushed towards Embry Helena's cell. Hart observed all this, but did not stop him. On the contrary, he hoped Embry Helena would survive, as Victor's plot had reached this stage, with the Ninja World War imminent and Yakushi Kabuto preparing his schemes. Having Embry Helena alive would be an asset. Regarding the front lines, Hart was not overly concerned, as everyone knew Gale's lightning ability was naturally adept at countering strange tactics, making him a central figure in advancing the attack. Meanwhile, Hart kept monitoring Burnell, who was just consolidating Jackson's forces and needed time to join his men. Seizing this gap, Hart wanted to confirm Jackson's physical condition, despite having successfully slain and absorbed him in the mental battle. For thoroughness, he decided to double-check the body. Disguising himself, Hart entered the Rock Shadow building. Compared to before, it was completely deserted. Jackson was dead, and theoretically, the Rock Shadow should have been the first to break free from control. Yet, no sign of him or any other ninja was found. Perhaps they fled to rebuild a better life. Contemplating this, Hart headed to Jackson's subordinates. These people had merely followed him out of necessity for survival. If he failed to show a strong and protective image, they would lose faith and disperse. Even more critically, if these newly recruited people turned against him, it could easily influence his original group as well, which was why Hemlock was so enraged. Thus, immediately after ascending, he launched an attack on Hart with his strongest move. Although he wasn't as adept at mental control as Jackson, he was far from weak. Practitioners of the Eternal Nation all specialized in psychic attacks, and a jet of dark light shot from Hemlock's fingertips, plunging directly into Hart's body. Die! Hemlock smiled satisfactorily when his strike hit its mark. However, his expression changed drastically the next moment, as he saw that Hart showed no reaction at all despite being hit. I guess you're the leader of this group? Not possible. How can you be completely unharmed? This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Your mental attack pales in comparison to Jackson's. Hart gave Hemlock a half smile, half scowl. After absorbing Jackson's power, his mental strength far surpassed everyone present. Given the nature of psychic attacks, Hemlock simply couldn't harm Hart. I understand now. Jackson was killed by you. Damn you. Hemlock's face darkened as he grasped the situation. He now understood why Jackson had suddenly died. Unfortunately, handle the attack. Besides, we are here, ready to assist if anything goes wrong. Billy nodded, realizing the president wouldn't make a reckless decision. Unlike the puzzled Billy, Hemlock was now filled with excitement, like a drowning man clinging to a straw. Hart's demonstrated power left him in despair. Now, this unexpected offer felt like a lifeline. If not for propriety, he'd ask Hart if he had lost his mind. As you said, if you die after 3 moves, your men won't retaliate, and I'll retreat with my people. We'll settle this later. Hemlock glanced at Billy and others behind Hart, fearing revenge if Hart died. Hence, he confirmed again. No nonsense. Attack when I tell you. Don't miss this chance. Hart had already secretly constructed a magic array. He wanted to test the effect of immortality, seeing if any injury he received would cause the attacker equal pain, similar to Hayden's ability. Leader, attack him. Kill this fool and secure our future. Before Hemlock could respond, one of his subordinates urged him impatiently. It wasn't that the subordinate lacked resolve. Under Adriel's talents, they suffered greatly, with damage multiplying exponentially from her attacks. Silence. When was it ever your turn to speak? Though Hemlock scolded the subordinate, his actions revealed his intent. All right, then, here it comes. 1. I told you our leader wouldn't lose like this. Burnell's gang was elated at seeing him still upright. They had been truly terrified by Gale's lightning abilities, especially when coupled with Hart, who seemed unscathed after withstanding Burnell's attack. This only increased their anxiety. Fortunately, with the dust settling and Burnell still in place, the brothers erupted in cheers, not only for surviving but also celebrating Burnell's resilience. How can he still be standing? Is the guild master in trouble? Contrasting the gang's joy, Rocco and his group were deeply worried, especially Billy, who blurted out his concern to Rocco. Shush, Billy, if you keep cursing the guild master, do you think I won't make your adrenaline spike fatally? Kay glared fiercely at Billy, causing him to instinctively shrink back. This usually gentle lady could be a real danger when riled up. and she was irreplaceable due to her unparalleled support skills, whether it was healing or buffs. Alright, I was wrong. Please don't hold a grudge. The way you speak, Billy, I really want to discipline you properly. The dust had completely cleared, revealing Hart's tall and robust figure. He smiled as a tiny bolt of lightning zipped towards Billy, who had tried to hide within the crowd. And Master, I was wrong. Though weak, the electric shock made Billy stutter. In survival mode, they already faced death. Fleeing would just delay the inevitable. You're still willing to risk everything? Who gave you that courage? Billy charged into the fray using swift shadow techniques, leaving the opposition helpless. Kill. Gale uttered a heavy word, unleashing thunder pool into the sky. Under this divine wrath, Eternal Kingdom players' fighting strength plummeted, some struck by thunder and instantly vanishing into ashes. The battle didn't last long. With their will to fight crushed, they fought mainly for survival, not winning. Under Hart's overwhelming power, these players soon perished. God, that was exhilarating. Now we can proceed with the main quest without worry. Rocco retracted his gun, proud of his performance during the fight. He somehow modified his bullets to cause both damage and paralysis to the enemy. Rocco, where did you get these bullets? They pack quite a punch. Well, it took me considerable effort. Rocco displayed the modified bullet clips. See this? Each one costs 800 points. We believe anyone else. You, however, are always looking for bargains. Did they cost 800 points? Hart ruthlessly exposed Rocco's ruse. Given Rocco's unique skill of infinite ammo, activating a new effect once allowed unlimited use. Thus, Rocco's investment was merely the price of a single bullet. These names need to be adjusted to fit a specific translation standard or previous context. Please provide further instructions. Chapter 239. Return to Konoha. Lord Helena. No. No. The anguished cries of Anselm echoed from within the rock shadow building. Hart sighed inwardly when he heard this, knowing how proud Lord Helena was. It was understandable that after regaining control over her body and remembering all the humiliation she had endured, she chose to commit suicide. This is really tragic for Anselm. He finally saved her only for this outcome. Kay glanced in the direction of the rock shadow building, a trace of sadness in her voice. If it were me, I might have followed Lord Helena. Before Kay finished speaking, Hart's figure disappeared with a whoosh, realizing the severity of the situation. If Anselm were truly dead, then the Land of Water would be effectively destroyed. Given the vastness of the Victor universe, they might not reach the final moments this time and wouldn't see Dragon AO revive. Thus, Anselm's life was crucial. Losing 1/5 of the power would make it incredibly difficult to combat the army of the impure world resurrection. What a pity. Hart stared at the two corpses before him, sighing softly. Though he arrived promptly, he was still too late. Anselm wouldn't leave during such critical times. Moreover, this timing invited speculation, yet upon deeper reflection, there were many discrepancies. If Jackson were alive, how could he explain the freed-controlled ninjas regained autonomy? But now, pursuing the matter deeply was futile. The players of Eternal Nation who knew Jackson's details were all dead. Whether Jackson had other cards up his sleeve remained unknown. Thank you for your information. I will take my leave now. Please convey a message to Lady Ember. The Land of Rocks and Konoha will form an alliance, and the Land of Rock stands ready to assist whenever needed. Finn gave a lengthy diplomatic speech before instructing his subordinates to escort Hart out of the rock shadow building. Rebuilding the village, heavily damaged by Eternal Nation, would keep the old man occupied for some time. As such, I will take my leave. Walking away, Hart pondered Jackson's potential survival, finding himself increasingly puzzled. There were too many inconsistencies, making immediate clarity hard to achieve. Finian, what are you so engrossed in thinking about? Rocco couldn't help but ask, noticing Hart's contemplative expression as he exited the rock shadow building. Jackson may not be dead. No way. How do you explain these ninjas regaining control? Plus, would a living Jackson just watch Hemlock take over his subordinates? She likely suspected foul play. Adding Bob into the equation was significant. Earlier, Hart had probed Alric's mind and found it blank, leading him to suspect possible manipulation. After doubting Jackson's death, Hart reconsidered his trust in Konoha's strategist, suspecting he might be an implanted piece by a puppeteer. Rocco, tell everyone to stay vigilant. Konoha is not as peaceful as we think. Rocco grew wary, knowing Hart wouldn't warn them without reason. Clearly, something unfavorable happened while they were away. I understand. I'll make sure everyone stays alert. Yes, when Ember meets me, be on guard. ANBU operatives will surround us immediately. Stay safe. As expected, after confirming their identity, Nikki approached. The Hokage wants to see you. Follow me. Of course, I also need to report many matters to the Hokage. Hart smiled at Nikki. As he had expected, the one who changed Ember's attitude was indeed Bob. However, Hart couldn't figure out his true motives. There was no particular grudge between him and Bob. Moreover, during his time in Konoha, he had been quite obedient, even resolving several crises for the village. No matter how cautious they were, it seemed excessive for them to react this way. Chapter 240. The Glimmer of Killing Intent. Hart followed Nikki's pace, slowly walking. Ember looked up upon hearing the sound. Oh, you're here. Wait just a moment while I finish this document. We're also waiting for someone else. Hart shrugged. No problem. Since I just got back, I have plenty of time. He knew exactly who they were waiting for, Bob. Since he already knew this person was behind his troubles, Hart wasn't opposed to meeting Konoha's strategist. Lady Ember, what is the sudden summons about? Just as Hart was idly observing Ember's fair skin while she worked, Bob walked in. His eyes visibly flashed with a barely concealed glimmer of killing intent when he saw Hart there. Though Alric had hidden this reaction well, it didn't escape Hart's notice. Hart wondered why such animosity existed between them when he truly felt no personal grudge against Bob. Both their reactions caught Ember's eye, who smiled faintly. I called you both here because of this. She pulled out an intelligence report from a pile of documents and handed it to them. Take a look. Hart took the report and felt a mix of surprise and excitement. It clearly stated that Dalton had been spotted in the southern part of Fire Country, with multiple days of observation suggesting his intention to attack Konoha again. Hart almost wanted to commend Dalton. Originally troubled by this matter, now Dalton was delivering himself to the doorstep. This was indeed a perfect opportunity. For this defense, I request that you leave it to us, ACE. Since we 7 swordsmen, Water Country's top fighters were virtually wiped out. In the Boruto series, the new 7 swordsmen were nothing more than a joke. Chifuku became Petra largely due to being close to Perla and the overall weakness of Water Country. The situation in Rock Country was even worse. The ACE team led by Hart had practically become Rock Country saviors. If they hadn't eliminated the Eternal Nation, Rock Country might still be under the control of Lang Wonhan, Jackson, and others. Daimyo Inoki held Hart in high regard and extended goodwill towards him. Just as Hart was about to leave the Hokage office, he recalled Inoki's message to Ember. "Oh, Earth Shadow Inoki asked me to inform you that Rock Country and Fire Country will be allies moving forward. Should anything happen in Konoha, Earth Shadow will come to your aid." Really? Hart, you've done a great service. Once the issue with Dalton is resolved, I'll publicly commend you at the National Council. Ember's face lit up with excitement. Although peace among the shinobi nations was currently harmonious, she foresaw that with the fall of Water Country, conflicts would soon arise. Who wouldn't want a piece of Water Country? Now with Rock Country as an ally and Konoha's own strength, they would have a significant advantage in negotiations or skirmishes. Ember's promise didn't really move Hart. As an outsider, commendations meant little compared on. He hadn't expected Hart to make such a request. By their custom, invitations like this were usually assumed to be split evenly. But for the sake of his goal, he could only agree. Since Mr. Hart has spoken, I will treat you to this meal. That's wonderful. By the way, the owner of Yakiniku Q is quite familiar with me and has even reserved a seat for us. Let's go now. Hart grinned mischievously and pulled Foster along. He was curious about what this meeting was really about. Wasn't it supposed to be a friendly gesture? Let's see how sincere you are. They soon arrived at the entrance of Yakiniku Q. An employee who was originally soliciting customers on the street greeted Hart enthusiastically upon seeing him. "Mr. Hart, did you finally find time to visit our shop today? The owner has been waiting for you for quite some time." "Yes, I just finished my meeting with Estelle, and Shikamaru said he wanted to treat me to a good meal. I immediately thought of your place. I've been eagerly awaiting the new dishes." Foster looked very unwilling, but was unable to shake off Hart's grip on his shoulder despite his efforts. They had no choice but to enter Yakiniku Q. The owner welcomed them with a broad smile and led them to a reserved private room. "What would you gentlemen like to order?" The owner dismissed the waitstaff and personally poured tea for both of them before pulling out a small notebook, ready to take their orders. "Owner, do you see the gentleman across from me?" This is initially resigned to the situation. Foster tried to find comfort in appreciating the sake, but found that most of it was consumed by Hart. "Splendid. Eat up. Their new items are fantastic. Boss, bring more wine. The best and most expensive ones. Don't let Nara-san lose face." "Wang-san, regarding Dalton's matter, how do you view it? Estelle entrusted us with this responsibility, and it's not light," Shikamaru asked, restraining his urge to pull out a kunai. "That's all under control. If Dalton comes, we'll handle it without Victor. Eat up or it'll all be gone." Hart seemed entirely focused on the food, answering carelessly. In reality, he closely observed Foster's expressions, knowing the man was renowned as a strategist. To draw any information, Hart acted clownishly, intentionally provoking Shikamaru, which proved effective. In those 10 minutes, Shikamaru displayed visible animosity 8 times. Yet each time a trace of fear also flashed in his eyes, a peculiar contradiction. What puzzled Hart was the fear. They had never clashed directly, nor had there been any Umbu present during his battles with Dalton. Similarly, during missions to other countries, Hart sensed no Umbu presence. Any subsequent Umbu analysis of battle scenes wouldn't reveal his true strength accurately. With such a dark jutsu surviving? How did you not report this to Ember-sama? I must inform her immediately. Hart remained calm, observing Foster's reactions closely. After speaking, Foster immediately got up and prepared to go find Ember. Hart, seeing his urgency, did not stop him but instead leisurely took a sip of his wine and called out loudly, "Nara-san, don't forget to settle the bill. I didn't bring a single cent." Chapter 242, Verifying the Hypothesis. When Bob heard Hart's voice behind him, he paused for a moment, his expression a mixture of surprise and discomfort. "Mr. Wong, please rest assured. I will settle the bill. You just enjoy your meal here." "Thanks a lot. No need to see me off." Watching Bob leave in a huff, Hart's lips curled into a smile. Playing with him? That was still too naive. He was now almost certain that Bob had some connection to Jackson. Otherwise, his reaction upon hearing Jackson's name would not have been so peculiar. However, Hart considered this current situation beneficial. A visible enemy was easier to handle than a hidden one. As long as he kept an eye on Bob, unexpected gains might be achieved. "These new dishes are great. Next time, I'll bring my friends here to support you." Enjoying the food bought with Bob's money, Hart felt no guilt at all. On the contrary, watching Bob's distressed departure made him quite pleased. Logically, Jackson should have been thoroughly dead. Yet various signs indicated a significant possibility that Jackson was still alive, piquing Hart's curiosity and making him eager to learn Jackson's current state. Among all possibilities, Hart believed the most plausible one was possession. Jackson was an expert in mental power, and since ninjas in the Victor world generally had no knowledge of such forces, it seemed feasible that Jackson could possess a ninja. Furthermore, considering Jackson's character, it was unlikely he hadn't prepared a contingency plan. Had Hart not injured Jackson's essence, Jackson probably wouldn't have fought to the death. Even in the final moments, Jackson likely harbored thoughts of escape, which further supported Hart's belief that Jackson wasn't dead. Unfortunately, after observing for a while, Hart found no unusual activities from Bob, who behaved normally at home, perhaps miffed by Hart's actions earlier at Yakiniku Q, even preparing bento at home. Thus, Hart stopped monitoring Bob. Since he was in Konoha, If he truly had a connection to Jackson, he must have a purpose in Konoha. Until that purpose was fulfilled, Bob wouldn't leave. Hart had ample time to observe Bob's every move and had more important matters to address. Since Dalton's disappearance from the Rock Country, Hart had harbored suspicions but couldn't locate Dalton, forcing him to put the matter aside. Now, as the person designated by Ember to handle the defense against Dalton's invasion of Konoha, I'm heading back to headquarters. Aspen's information was undoubtedly valuable. Others might not know Alla's situation, but Hart knew very well that before Jackson died, Alla had secretly left the Rock Country. Now, this could be Jackson's contingency plan. Alla being controlled was a certainty, revealing Jackson's intentions. He wanted to use Alla to find Dalton and control him. With the Paris-Negan, controlling Dalton equated to possessing multiple powerful entities. Whether the Ten-Tails or the Six Paths of Dalton, under Jackson's control, they would be far more terrifying than under Dalton's control. Hart even suspected that Dalton might already be possessed by Jackson. How truly interesting. Note asterisk names such as Bob, Elon, and Aspen have been retained in their romanized forms to maintain fidelity to the original text. Hashtag chapter 243, the tragic Billy. In the base, the Union members idly played cards and bragged. Ever since they returned to Konoha, NBU personnel had continuously surrounded their base. They strictly followed Hart's orders and stayed inside the base, stepping out only for essential purchases. The mission in the Land of Stone had been exhausting for everyone, so they took full advantage of the opportunity to rest. President is back. The hormone lady saw Hart returning to the base and hurriedly greeted him from the room. Escape punishment from the Land of Limbo. I think it's a coincidence. According to NBU intel, Dalton is only 100 kilometers away from Konoha and seems intent on attacking. That's good. As long as that bastard comes to Konoha, even just casting a jutsu would do. I'll welcome him with open arms. Billy patted his chest, trying to calm himself. Don't let me catch that guy. This time, I'll turn him into ashes. Everyone should understand this matter is nearly confirmed. From my observations, Bob likely has ties to Jackson. Bob? The so-called strategist of Konoha, Shikamaru's dad? Congrats, Billy. You're quick to answer. Hart covered his face with both hands, regretting pulling this fool into the Union. If you interrupt again, I'll have Marilyn give you an electric therapy session. Reluctantly managing this troublemaker, Hart organized his thoughts and continued. The reasons for my judgment are threefold. First, mind reading can't penetrate Bob's thoughts, a first in the Victor world. He lacks the strength to achieve this. Second, when I mentioned Jackson's name, Bob became noticeably uncomfortable. I noticed his murderous intent towards me multiple times during our barbecue, but always at the last moment. Fear suppressed him. My true strength isn't something the ANBU can detect through battle traces alone. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Billy humbled, everyone, including Hart, burst into laughter. Despite being formidable and ranking high in the Union, Billy transformed into a pathetic mess whenever Karen appeared, disregarding any image he might lose. Hashtag chapter 244, countdown. Hey, you few are still laughing? I can't blame the president and the others for laughing. I can't beat them, but dealing with you few won't take much effort. Billy, his face flushed red, waved his fists at the newbies who were mocking him. See this sandbag-sized fist? It hurts a lot when it hits. Scared by Billy's intimidation, the newbies hurriedly covered their mouths, not daring to make any sound or show any expression. You've got some nerve? Can't you just listen quietly to what the president has to say? Karen didn't give Billy any face, pulling down on his ear hard. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm sitting. President, please continue. Continue? In pain, Billy had no choice but to be pressed into his seat by Karen. Even then, she didn't let go. Reluctantly, he turned to Hart for help. Continue what? I've already finished speaking? Hart deliberately put on an astonished look, as if he knew nothing about what was happening, staring oddly at Billy. You can't play like that. Ha ha ha. In battle within the village, was a viable solution. This way, they could complete the main mission and defeat Dalton. Theoretically, this method seemed feasible. Let's do it as the Amabel suggested. We'll lure Dalton to Konoha and then act. I'll lure Dalton to Konoha. After a long silence, Keenan suddenly spoke up. I can restrain Jackson's abilities. No one else fits this role better than me. Hart glanced at Marilyn and nodded, agreeing with his assessment. Indeed, Marilyn was the most suitable for this task. Firstly, he was very powerful. Even if Dalton hadn't been possessed by Jackson and they engaged in normal combat, Marilyn wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape. Secondly, his ability to control lightning had a natural suppression effect on anomalies, especially against Jackson's mind control. Alright, this mission is yours. Luring Dalton to Konoha is the ultimate goal. Once there, prioritize your own safety. The three mechs from the Mist Country haven't appeared yet, and I feel uneasy about it. Understood, I'll leave now. Sure, don't worry about the tail behind you. Let them follow if they want. Seeing Marilyn about to leave, Hart didn't stop him, merely reminding him not to worry about the Umbu members following him. Before completing the main mission, a confrontation with Konoha would serve no purpose. Understood. Marilyn acknowledged and walked out of the guild base without looking back at his plans, which kept this card hidden. President, Foster is looking for you outside the base. Amabel jogged over to Hart, her head lowered and cheeks flushed as she spoke. Oh, what does he want? Hart wondered about Foster's sudden visit. Though Ember forced them to work together, neither took it seriously. Added to that, Shikamaru had just been thoroughly questioned by Hart. Would he really seek more trouble so soon? Chapter 245, Raphael or Jackson? With these questions in mind, Hart still decided to meet Bob, who had just been relieved of his petty cash. Hart-san, I learned from the Umbu that your subordinate seems to have left on an errand. Can you tell me where he went? Do I need to report where my subordinates go to you? That's ridiculous. Hart had thought that Bob came with new intelligence, but he was greatly disappointed when it turned out that he would even demand an explanation for Leah's departure on a mission, which was quite annoying. These are extraordinary times. Ember-sama has entrusted us with the safety of Konoha. We should do our utmost, Bob replied. Okay. Don't try to lecture me or use the Hokage to pressure me. Fine, I'll tell you. He went out on a task I assigned him. Are you satisfied with that answer? Please specify, what kind of task did you give him? Seeing that Bob wouldn't let this go, Hart's remaining patience wore thin. Without warning, he kicked at Bob. After Leah's departure, Hart was sleeping in when a series of violent explosions startled him awake. He quickly used his perception halo to check what was happening. Surprisingly, Leah had already lured Raphael into Konoha. Standing alone, she looked like a goddess of war, countering the attacks of the 6 paths of Dalton effortlessly, without a single scratch on her. Seeing this, Hart snapped to attention. Wake up everyone. Leah successfully lured Raphael into Konoha. Let's take him down. With that, he raced toward the village entrance. Finally, the main quest could begin. Dalton's recent attacks had damaged the village gates. Hart clearly saw the task interface indicating a casualty count of 1, confirming the start of the mission. Should I call you Raphael or Jackson? Upon arriving at the village entrance, facing the 6 paths of Dalton, Hart asked this question nonchalantly. Hehehe, you're clever for guessing I didn't die. But with these Parasnegan, I'm far beyond what Raphael ever was. Universal pull. Jackson immediately used the Parasnegan power, pulling Hart forward uncontrollably. The immense suction force was indeed 3 times stronger than before. Divine push. Changing hand seals, Jackson launched Divine Push, sending Hart flying back from midair. The push and pull forces wreaked havoc on Hart's body, but his physical resilience and instant act nullifying Victor's strongest attack, leaving Victor shaken and struggling to accept this defeat. This small distraction didn't stop Jackson's resolve to kill Hart. All attacks were directed at him, as if they would not rest until he was dead. Flame cleansing sun. Fiery flames erupted. Hart inwardly thanked Victor. His sudden appearance forced Jackson to use Divine Push, providing this perfect moment for a counterattack. Chapter 246, Conclusion. The Divine Heavenly Punishment had a cooldown period, during which even Jackson couldn't force its activation. Hart had been waiting for this opportunity. A sea of flames instantly swallowed the 6 paths of Dalton. Bam, bam, bam. The various summons of the animal path could not endure such high temperatures and disintegrated one by one. Jackson was also in the middle of the firestorm. He hadn't anticipated that Hart would have such combat prowess. The burning flames made him feel as if he were enduring endless pain. But the Divine Heavenly Punishment was still on cooldown and couldn't be used immediately. To deliver a decisive blow to Hart, he pressed all his attacks forward, even forgetting to keep the animal path summoning behind. At this moment, Jackson didn't care about much else. With a mental command, a cold gleam arose from behind Hart. A poison dagger thrust directly towards Hart's back. 3 mechs also under your control? You. How did you know? Jackson was stunned. He never imagined that Hart would know about the other 3 mechs he controlled. After a brief shock, he quickly regained his composure. He had hidden those 3 mechs in a very secret location, equipped with anti-reconnaissance devices. He wasn't worried about Hart discovering anything. The mechs are under my control. What can you do? You care so much about Konoha's destruction and avoid damaging buildings. Isn't it easy to guess your mission? Ha ha ha. Jackson laughed sinisterly. He had identified Hart's weakness, the integrity of Konoha village. Now, after possessing Raphael, he lacked nothing in large-scale attacks. Combined with the 3 hidden mechs, he had enough leverage to make Hart hesitate, turning the tide once again. Just as Jackson conjectured, with these tactics, Hart indeed hesitated, knowing too well the power of the 3 mechs. Had he not discovered their weaknesses beforehand, infiltrating the hidden mist village would have cost him greatly. Even the mech pilot's defense systems were formidable. Ha ha, afraid? Didn't expect the 3 mechs had anti-tracking devices? Huh? Regretting it? Seeing Hart's hesitation, Jackson grew even more confident. He knew he had hit Hart's weak point and, with this assurance, felt safe. Why regret? If I can't succeed, both Hart and himself severe harm. In this fleeting moment of hesitation, Hart capitalized, rushing forward and decapitating Raphael. Then, his spiritual energy erupted, restraining Jackson's spirit tightly. No. Impossible. I won't fail like this. By the time Jackson realized it was too late, his remaining spirit form was powerless against Hart's immense spiritual power. He could only watch helplessly as his spirit was consumed, leaving only an anguished cry echoing over Konoha. Main mission completed. Successfully defended against Raphael's attack. Casualties in Konoha are being assessed. Casualties report. Konoha has 0 deaths, 10% building damage. Rewards calculation ongoing. Detecting only players from the Remnant Kingdom left in this world. Dead match mode complete. Rewards calculation ongoing. Do you wish to teleport now? Hashtag chapter 247. The controller reveals himself. The sudden system notification left everyone feeling disoriented. They hadn't anticipated that Jackson's death would immediately signal the completion of the mission. Hart was also stunned. This situation threw him off as well. This was only the second main phase, so it couldn't possibly end already, right? However, since it had already been decided, there was no point in Are you coming? Rocco's message interrupted his musings. Hart hesitated but ultimately declined Rocco's invitation. You guys go ahead. I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a while. Alright, then get some good rest at home. Missing out on such an exciting opportunity really can't say much about you. Hart smiled, closing the communication interface. At this moment, the dungeon rewards had finished being settled. Overall score, S+. Dungeon completed, earned 2,300 experience points. Dungeon completed, awarded 800 points. Fans, 6,666 people. Live stream reward, 10 points. Congratulations. Player has leveled up, LV11, LV12. Base attributes slightly increased. Attribute points plus 10. Mission reward, 3,000 points. True attribute points plus 6. Guild Facility Reward, Blessing of the Goddess. Hart wasn't shocked by the score or experience points, but was fixated on the Blessing of the Goddess listed under the Guild Facility Reward. Such a powerful effect, reducing upgrade experience requirements by 50%. This meant ACE members could leap ahead of others by one level under the same experience reward. Over time, ACE becoming the top guild in the Lingering Country wasn't impossible. Not even the Blood Alliance. Disguise, Combat Mastery, Body Hardening, Infinite Ammo, Airflow Control, Fire Control, Movement Acceleration, Recovery, Fear Aura. Upon checking, the other attributes seemed normal, except for the Spirit Power which displayed Max. This stunned him, a huge question mark floating above his head. Max should only appear at the maximum level, yet Jackson's contribution alone shouldn't have maxed out his Spirit Power, right? Though he sensed a significant increase in Spirit Power, no substantial changes occurred. Where did this Max come from? He thought of querying the system but stopped. If this anomaly caught the controller's attention, his fate would likely be elimination. After careful thought, Hart chose to ignore this situation for now. Nothing was more valuable than life, and he understood the risk of flaunting newfound power. Despite his silence, he couldn't hide his excitement. The impact of having maxed out Spirit Power was immense, making him nearly burst with anticipation. Buzz. With a thought, an invisible wave spread from Hart, enabling him to observe the nation through his Spirit Power for the first time. Instantly, he felt detached from his surroundings, his consciousness soaring and expanding. He could see everything within the Blood Alliance, including their secret chamber where their spiritual pillar, the legendary first player to reach the third stage, remained seated. Once a formidable figure in the Lingering Country, he was now left in the Blood Alliance's secret chamber. But now, Hart had no choice. Since the other party had brought him here directly, they certainly wouldn't let him leave easily. In the worst-case scenario, he couldn't even be sure if the test truly existed. Ever since leaving the Who family, Hart had been pondering one thing. If these controllers of the nations were mythological figures, they could easily conquer the main world, which had long lost its protection, using their immense power. Yet, over the years, they had taken no action. Instead, they went through great lengths to create the four nations, expending vast resources to cultivate players. Hart didn't believe they did this merely to pass time. There must be some hidden agenda. Otherwise, they wouldn't live up to their roles as the chess players. As Hart hesitated, the chaotic void churned with mist, and a pristine white celestial staircase appeared before him, clearly signaling the controller's impatience. Come. The voice sounded again. This time, Hart instinctively wanted to refuse, but his body lost control, stepping forward involuntarily, ascending the celestial staircase one step at a time. Big shot. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 5-year-old child depending on me. Please give me a chance to live. As he climbed higher, Hart's heart tightened. He had no idea whether the destination at the end of the stairs was paradise or hell. Logically, someone of this almost popped out. Compared to this, the Forbidden City seemed like mud beside clouds. Damn it. Alas, lacking a better vocabulary, damn it, was all Hart could think of to describe the scenery before him. Little one, your vigilance is commendable. However, rest assured, though I do need energy to restore my strength, I will not do something dishonorable. Realizing Hart's concern, the controller explained directly. Swoosh. The energy sealing Hart's mouth was withdrawn, and he could finally speak. Boss, can we skip this test? Using all his charm, Hart tried desperately not to be consumed outright. You see, with just my small amount of mental power, compared to you, it really is just cloud and mud apart. Not possible. Everything is fate. Since destiny has brought you here, you must either accept the test or face extermination. Hearing this, Hart's hopes crumbled. He had hoped the controller wouldn't be so set on consuming him. Now, he realized the test was less about giving him a chance to live and more about maintaining the controller's honor. I choose the test. Very wise. The controller's voice remained unchanging, but Hart sensed a hint of triumph. Though he noticed something was off, he had no power to resist at this point. So, what's the test? You have impressive presence. Let's see how none other than Cassius Lang, also known as Wolfstar from Journey to the West, who had once descended to the human realm and forcibly abducted Dahlia of Baoxiang Kingdom. This realization confused Hart. Why would the controller reveal his identity like this and send him back to the pre-collapse heavenly court? God Cassius? God Cassius? Where are you headed? The guard, noticing Hart's daze, reminded him. Guarding the southern heavenly gate was his duty, and he treated everyone equally, regardless of their status. Oh, I'm just wandering. I somehow ended up here. Leaving now. Knowing he only wore Cassius Lang's appearance, Hart quickly found an excuse to escape, fearing further conversation might expose him. Though puzzled, the guard did not press further. Such strange occurrences weren't unheard of, especially among immortals. Today's God Cassius seems odd. Muttering, the guard watched Hart leave, then shrugged. He's gone now, no need to trouble myself. Panicked, Hart didn't realize how close he'd come to being exposed. But now, he faced a new problem. Though he had grown up with stories from Journey to the West, he knew nothing about the layout of the heavenly court, let alone where to find Cassius Lang's residence in the 33 heavens. Moreover, the southern heavenly gate wasn't guarded by just soldiers. The sword for beheading demons hanging overhead was no joke. If his deception was discovered, he would stir memories from the celestial realm, thus no longer recognizing Kuei-Mu Lang. Chapter 249. A Glimpse of the Truth. The ultimate fate of Sheldon and Louisa also left a deep impression on Hart. Sheldon's 2 children with Louisa were killed, and Sheldon was demoted to stoke the fires in the Dalf Palace. Though he eventually regained his former position, he lost the inner elixir he had cultivated for many years. Louisa continued her life as a princess in the mortal world. This forbidden love ultimately ended with one being an immortal and the other immortal, a tragic and heart-wrenching conclusion. But as Hart looked at the fairy from Louisa's past life, he couldn't understand why the controller wanted him to witness all this. Was it to observe his choices? To let him relive Sheldon's decisions across endless years? Thinking this, Hart steadied his thoughts and withdrew slightly, evading Luis's approach. Sierra, there are too many eyes here. Be cautious, he said. Yes, my lord, I shall follow your lead. What do you think about the matter I proposed? Recently, there has been no major event in heaven. It is the perfect time for us to descend. The Sierra gazed at Hart lovingly, filled with longing and anticipation. Kuei Lang, why are you so dazed? Please respond to me. Seeing that Hart remained motionless, confusion flashed in the Sierra's eyes. Normally, Sheldon wouldn't be so aloof, leading to Sheldon's eventual capture. Thus, their love, which once challenged tradition, came to an abrupt end. Reflecting on this, Hart pondered long and hard. He had made a choice, but was uncertain if it would satisfy the controller. His life rested in the controller's hands, and any misstep could mean his end. Sierra, I have given this much thought. We should abandon this plan. Incredible disbelief colored the Sierra's expression. Kuei Lang, what are you saying? Are you joking? How can you be so heartless? Besides breaking celestial laws, we will merely become pawns in other schemes. Can you understand? Hart watched helplessly as she cried, torn by her grief. He tried reasoning with her. You know of the monk Bryson? My divination suggests that descending privately will make us stepping stones for his enlightenment. The outcomes won't be favorable. The Sierra began to believe him, but still looked aggrieved. Then what do we do? Decide for us, and I will follow. Let's wait until the journey of the monk is over. In heaven, a day is 1,000 years on earth. We don't need to rush. Does that sound reasonable? Reluctantly, the Sierra acquiesced. Fine, as you wish. I must return to Puxiang Hall. With that, she left, and Hart breathed a sigh of relief. The controller remained. He was being punished to stoke fires in the Dalv Palace, and Hart felt utterly bewildered. If not for fear of offending the controller, he would have asked whether anyone had lost their sanity, making him repeatedly experience the controller's past. Hart had no interest whatsoever in these experiences. Who knew what complications this would bring? The last time, confronting a celestial soldier had left him heart-pounding. Now, he was facing an incarnation of a sage directly, pretending to be a star god in a sage's sacred grounds. This was like a louse on a bald head. There was no place to hide. In this continuation, Hart is clearly grappling with the surreal and increasingly complex tasks set by the controller. He feels out of his depth, especially when confronted with the immense power and sanctity of Brandon's domain. His internal monologue reflects both his frustration and apprehension about what lies ahead. Chapter 250, Summoning the Rolfs. However, he had no way out at this moment. The current Cassius Lang had violated the celestial laws, and Emperor Jade himself had personally ordered him to tend the fires in the Crucible Palace. Hart knew that even sneaking away would be difficult, not to mention that leaving the palace would be equivalent to slapping Emperor Jade's face openly. At that point, even 100 lives wouldn't suffice as compensation. Oh great one. Just how these branches were supreme materials for forging weapons. Obtaining one could ensure a significant advantage in any alternate world. Note, I replaced Fuburn world with alternate world for better fluency and natural reading in English. Smack. Hart slapped himself, realizing something. Am I being stupid? I'm the only one here. Surely Brandon won't argue over a piece of wood. Thus, Hart swiftly took a thicker branch from the stack, quietly tucking it into his backpack. Missing out on this rare opportunity felt unacceptable. Child. The sudden voice made Hart tense up. Only one person in the Crucible Palace could have such an ancient and kind tone. It was none other than Brandon, the embodiment of the sage Lord Taishang. Hee, Lord Brandon. What brings you here? Hart slowly turned, facing Brandon, who appeared behind him. His heart chilled. While others might not recognize Hart's true identity, this was Brandon, a sage dwelling in the Three Purities heaven. If he couldn't discern Hart's true self, that would be strange indeed. How is Cassius Lang? Where do you come from? What day is today? Upon hearing this, Hart felt a wave of relief. Clearly, Brandon knew everything. Yet, it puzzled him why Brandon seemed unable to foresee the coming calamity of heaven. Seemingly listening to Hart's plea, the controller recalled him into the chaos space. This time, the fog was noticeably thinner. Through the mist, Hart vaguely saw a towering figure seated on a throne, lacking vitality, exuding desolation. Sigh. Still no solution? A long sigh broke the silence. The controller was still processing the divination Brandon had given. It was the first time Hart sensed strong emotions from the controller. Great one, since fate cannot be defied, can I leave now? My 80-year-old mother awaits me. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain unbroken? Do you think you can escape? Confused by the controller's enigmatic statement, Hart responded, Great one. I don't quite understand. Moreover, we haven't lost any battles yet. Why say it's like a destroyed nest? Go and see. The truth lies there. Without waiting for a reply, Hart was thrust back into a memory. Great one. This isn't fun at all. Marshal Cassius Lang. Don't just stand there. Hurry to the Rolf assembly platform. If we miss the hour, Emperor Jade will order both our heads. Marshal Henri grabbed Hart and rushed, urgency evident in his voice. What's happening? Why the rush? Are we going to war? You've been in seclusion and wouldn't know. Things in the three realms were under his control. Cameron, is His Majesty truly going to wage war against that person? Hart knew he was experiencing the last moments before the fall of the Heavenly Court. Clearly, something was wrong with Roscoe. Otherwise, it was impossible for Faxon, once enlightened by Tao, to so firmly oppose the will of heaven. No one in the Heavenly Court seemed to oppose Gregory's actions either. What this implied wasn't hard for Hart to guess. It likely meant this battle would determine the fate of the Heavenly Court, and the Celestial Emperors couldn't stand idly by. The parade ground has been opened. Can it be fake? Even the four great emperors, who never meddle in Heavenly Court affairs, have arrived. This time, we are pulling out all stops. Angry Star-Lord's expression was also grim. This massive mobilization was unprecedented. These four major emperors, Ziwei Beiji, Nanji Changsheng, Gaochen Shanggong Tiandi, and Chengtian Xiaofa Hutu, who weren't leading the myriad gods, usually stayed away from such matters. But now, their presence signaled the utmost seriousness of the situation. Indeed, let's hurry up. If we don't arrive before the third drum call ends, it wouldn't be good. Hart only had one thought in mind: to understand what exactly happened that caused the mighty heavenly court to collapse. How could Daozu act so recklessly if with all the deities vanishing? This great battle might have caused the depletion of spiritual energy in the world. But he still couldn't understand why Daozu had taken such drastic measures. Why would an entity intertwined with the cosmos break its own established laws after the Chaos era? Was the will of heaven truly corrupted, and Gregory aimed to replace it? The journey was immense and prolonged. Reaching Daozu's purple cloud palace still felt like an eternity despite the celestial speed. Faxon, do you really dare defy me? At the gates of the purple cloud palace, the heavenly court stood ready. Gregory, surrounded by dragon aura and holding a ringing sword, awaited Daozu's response. Roscoe's voice echoed from the palace, leaving an indelible impression on Hart. It was filled with authority, indifference, and coldness. The will of heaven has lost its virtue. I shall lead the masses against it. Faxon declared firmly, pointing his sword at the purple cloud palace. Your actions no longer qualify you to represent the will of heaven. Hearing this, Hart wondered what exactly Daozu had done to push Faxon to this point. The world is suffering, and humanity is corrupt. They no longer respect the way of heaven, or fear the immortals and Buddhas. They consider themselves the masters of this world. Is it not right to destroy and recreate? Hart couldn't help but think this was extreme. Destroying the world, I am evil? Ridiculous. You rebels deserve death. Jaden no longer held back, forming a giant hand that grabbed Faxon's light stream. The 33 paths of Tao emerged above him, and celestial beings fell like leaves. Hart and the other 28 lunar mansions, losing their power and control, tumbled off their clouds, nearly swallowed by chaos. Only Ho-Tu intervened to stop their descent, though the mansions were now entirely unable to fight. This old Jaden is truly ruthless. The heavenly court's centuries of achievements have been obliterated today, Angry Star-Lord said, full of grief and anger, having lost all his powers and the ability to create any trouble for Daozu. The translation maintains the paragraph structure and style, ensuring coherence with the previous content while delivering natural, fluent English. The battle was still ongoing, and the four great emperors managed to rescue Faxon from Roscoe's grasp. Witnessing the pitiful state of the celestial beings, Faxon felt a wave of sorrow. In the next moment, his eyes became incredibly resolute. The massive golden dragon that symbolized his power merged with him as he charged once more towards Roscoe, whose face was twisted with malevolence. Boom, boom. Faxon maneuvered the giant dragon into the realm of the 33 paths of Tao, where this old man will grant it. Roscoe, now resembling a devil without any concern for appearances, took only 100 breaths to erase the four great emperors from the vast expanse of the heavenly will. However, their deaths were not in vain. The 33 paths of Tao were now incomplete, and even Roscoe's aura had weakened. The slaughter continued. The celestial beings of the heavenly court showed no fear, rushing one after another into the struggle against the heavenly will. Perhaps due to its weakening, Hart, transformed into Elby, suddenly felt the brilliance of the star Kasun shining again, and his power gradually returned. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained to match the original text while ensuring natural, fluent English translation. Chapter 253, The Truth. The moment to follow His Majesty has arrived. Shall we all live and die together? Will you come with me to fight within the heavenly Tao? As the leader of the 28 mansions, Yusef rose immediately after regaining his strength. He looked around at the other 27 individuals, bidding them a final farewell before leading the charge into the heavenly Tao. The others naturally didn't lag behind, surging towards the heavenly Tao with stellar powers overwhelming the sky. Hart did not fall back either. After all, this was merely a memory illusion created by the controller's memories. Even if he died, it would just be exiting from this myth towards the Tao ancestor Jaden and an unnoticeable fear. Amidst these emotions, Hart lost consciousness, seeing Yusef crushed by Tao rules before he plunged into darkness. Ha ha ha, you insignificant ants couldn't kill me. This is your fate for defying heaven. Unknown time passed, and Hart was awakened by the Tao ancestor Jaden's triumphant laughter. He remained as Ailby, but now in a pitiful state. Just a head remained, with his body turned to ashes under the heavenly Tao's rule. The other 27 mansions left no trace. Ailby's heart was filled with despair. Hart understood why the controller had been in such a dire state for so long. A head remaining alive was a miracle, especially one who had established a kingdom. Jaden must have encountered problems. Otherwise, even surviving the Tao's attack wouldn't save him from Jaden's retribution. At the Purple Mansion, the scene was apocalyptic. God's blood covered the ground, divine weapons lay broken, and only a few survivors remained from the once mighty heavenly army. Humph, do you think shattering the great Tao can kill me? Fools! After all my years of meticulous planning, this small storm should be manageable. Jaden strolled through the battlefield, finding a dying deity, and impaling him with a finger transformed into a sword. A muffled sound later, the deity died instantly, his origin essence extracted to compensate for the battle losses. Early wouldn't help. Sensing his dwindling power, Jaden panicked, having existed since the beginning of chaos. He had witnessed countless calamities yet remained supreme. Losing everything now was unacceptable. Huang Tian, I underestimated you. The heavenly Tao continued collapsing, weakening Jaden further. Hart watched anxiously, knowing killing Jaden would signify victory. Unfortunately, Ailby, reduced to a head, possessed barely any power. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 silver needles pierced Jaden's forehead, and the Tao ancestor died silently. Hart was stunned. How could such a weakened Jaden die so easily? Suddenly, the attacker revealed himself, assuring, Star-Lord, don't panic. These silver needles are from Empress Ho-Tu, intended for this very moment. Recognizing the attacker's attire, Hart laughed. It was none other than Black Constant, one of the underworld's death escorts. Damn, that explains it. The moment Hart saw Black Constant, he knew this figure must be the controller of the Eternal Realm. It seemed that the internal instability of the Eternal Realm and the fallout with White Constant were the reasons behind this situation. With this thought, the way he looked at Black Constant changed. Although this was part of Ailbe's memory as the controller of the dying realm, it did not affect Hart's subjective judgment. Internal chi was hard to restore, let alone immediately repair his dermic body. In contrast, the Black and White Impermanents, although heavily injured, were still better off than Edmund. At least they could still move normally. Heaven, it will no longer exist. Oh heaven, how did it come to this? While the Impermanents were checking on Hart, a mournful cry echoed through the chaos. Drawn by this voice, Hart fixed his gaze on the source. A figure stumbled towards them, its once shiny armor now in tatters. Despite the condition, Hart recognized from the attire that this person was one of the 36 Thunder Rolfs. Is this fellow Taoist Clifton, Tiankue Star? That's me. Of this vast heavenly court, only a few of us remain. I couldn't follow His Majesty into death, so I truly have no face to live in this world. Clifton's face was filled with grief and melancholy. In reality, with his strength, it was impossible for him to survive within the heavenly order. However, under Quentin's lead, when the 36 Thunder Rolfs charged into the heavenly order, Clifton just happened to be directly behind the Emperor and thus barely survived. If I hadn't been behind Quentin, perhaps I would have joined His Majesty. Now, carrying this broken body, how can I face my brothers of the Thunder Department? Clifton obviously hadn't moved past the others, exiled from the main world. Though these few were not top officials or the strongest in the original heavenly court, they were formidable nonetheless. Adding the powerful Edmund and the former general under Quentin, Clifton, they should not have been easily controlled. From the current situation, it seemed these survivors still valued their camaraderie. Otherwise, Clifton wouldn't have used his limited power to repair Edmund's dermic body. What can we do? The heavenly court has collapsed, and our several Yama Kings are dead. We now rely on the Six Realms Ginger Incarnation Disc to sustain the human souls, allowing them to return to the underworld. But with our powers diminished, we cannot shoulder such responsibilities. The Impermanents were despondent. The underworld had descended into chaos following Jade Emperor's death, and all Yama Kings were slain. Except for the Black and White Impermanents, there were no remaining underworld officials. Fortunately, the Six Realms Ginger Incarnation Disc ensured the cycle of rebirth continued, albeit imperfectly. We have no choice. Thankfully, the cycle of reincarnation persists. Still, it's uncertain what the future holds. The Impermanents clearly expected the worst. Longevity Dao fruits were hard to maintain, and their survival depended on the heavenly court. With its collapse, their futures were bleak. Cough, cough. I'm still alive. Hart realized this voice belonged to the final ruler, or possibly the one who defeated the four ruler, clearly driven by the ruler's will. The previously supportive group of five now exposed their inner savagery, discarding all camaraderie. Both gods and humans are selfish in the face of death. This is even more so for these five immortals who once possessed the fruit of eternal life. They had already resigned themselves to the reality of losing their immortal status, accepting it with a heart as cold as ash. But now, this situation leaves them no choice but to go mad with desperation. But now, faced with this situation, they couldn't help but go mad. Regardless of whether they were gods or humans, all became selfish in the face of death, especially these five beings who had once possessed the Dao fruits of immortality. Originally, they had resigned themselves to their fate, preparing to accept the reality of having their Dao fruits stripped away. But this current situation could not help but drive them to madness. Chapter 255, the end. The level of existence that Roscoe represented was something everyone understood all too well. Even if he were killed by Faxon and others at the cost of collapsing the heavenly Dao, the residual energy left behind would still be formidable, perhaps even stronger than they were in their prime. Moreover, possessing this power would allow one to once again transcend the three realms, failed to dodge Amir's axe, drastically reducing his combat effectiveness. Boom. At this moment, Dean seized the opportunity, ignoring Amir and instead striking the pearl with all his might, shattering it. Dean, what are you doing? Don't. Are you insane? Damn you, Dean. Who would have thought you'd choose mutual destruction? The other five were stunned. They hadn't expected Dean to shatter the pearl so decisively. In a rage, Amir raised his axe to strike Dean down, but Dean remained calm, picking up a small piece of the pearl fragment and absorbing its energy while evading Amir's attacks. Seeing this, the four others, including the Black and White Impermanents, were immediately enlightened. Even Amir abandoned his pursuit, turning to snatch the remaining fragments. Without hesitation, Dean fled the scene, leaving the others behind. Hart then pieced together all the events leading up to this point. It was likely that Amir ended up with the most pearl fragments, while the other four were driven out of the main world. To secure their return to the main world in the future, they each established their own realms after regaining some strength. After prolonged wars, the situation evolved into what it was now. Hart disengaged from the Overseer's memories and returned to stand before the Overseer. Was the truth more exciting than you imagined? Indeed. I never thought the Overseer of the Nihility realm would be the renowned Dean, just passing clouds. What do you mean, Finian? What happened? Damn it. Why did your level reset? What happened to the president? Bastard. I haven't confessed to you yet, don't go. Reading the messages from his guild members, Hart felt a pang of reluctance. After spending so long in the Nihility realm, saying there was no emotional attachment would be a lie. Surviving until today, only to suddenly leave. No one could accept that easily. Unfortunately, he couldn't change it. Perhaps because he had too many talents, the system took its time clearing them, giving him a moment to say goodbye. Hunt, Marilyn, Xiangjin, K. See you in the main world. A golden light enveloped him, and Hart lost all sense of time, surrounded by darkness. Everything was eerily quiet. If not for his thoughts still running, he might have thought the overseer was secretly messing with him, erasing his existence. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, a faint light appeared, warm despite its weakness. Strange sounds reached his ears, familiar yet unrecognizable, causing intense pain if he tried to recall them. Miracle! Miracle! Dr. Zhao, the patient is responding. Family, please stay calm. Speaking stimulating words in his ear can hasten his recovery. Listening to the gradually clearer conversation, Hart felt confused. Patient? Dr. Zhao?